walking up to the bleachers of one of these areas. And he opens up the cowling, he gets out the cockpit, he walks up to the president of the Hadassah and he says, the plane will not take off. I'm afraid we're going to have to remove at least some of the plaques. The laughter was much louder. So tonight's lecture is sponsored by ROTHSCHILD. To have this place to meet and learn Jewish history together, and I'd like to have so many of you here. Let's go straight to the material. Unlike most weeks, this is actually a week when I know a little bit of what I'm talking about. My PhD dissertation is actually on the period of the Russian Revolution, 1917-1920. And although I focus primarily on events in Ukraine, which we will cover with some detail tonight, I learned a little bit about Leon Trotsky, a famous socialist, perhaps the most famous Jewish socialist, with the possible exception of Karl Marx himself. We'll discuss in a moment. He was, among other things, a firebrand orator, a very prolific author, the leader of the Red Army, a rather unprecedented, amazing thing that a Jew could lead an army in Russia, a victorious army in Russia at that. And unfortunately, he made some very powerful enemies and ultimately was assassinated by his rival, Joseph Stalin. Chronicle made of his decline, but as is the nature of this particular class, let's look at the broader picture of Jews in the late Russian Empire in the early Soviet period and try to understand the broader social forces, intellectual, political developments, and so on, as they pertain to Jews in history. One little-known fact about Leon Trotsky and the Jews of Eastern Europe, as you can see from this photograph, is his mugshot when he was arrested in 1905. One of the reasons why Jews were so dissatisfied with the horribly corrupt Russian Empire was because it was virtually impossible to get a decent haircut anywhere. My jokes are getting predictable, but we're going to have a break soon. I did. I'm running out of jokes. I only have 12 jokes now. Okay, let's just take a couple of slides to talk about Karl Marx and socialism. Let's talk a little bit about Karl Marx and socialism. Let's get just an understanding of what this political theory refers to. And then we're going to look and see how this was integrated into Trotsky's life, first as a neurotic and later as a social democrat, and then we'll proceed to Alex's life. So first of all, I realize this is very basic information for many of you who have lived with socialism in some ways, or have at least studied it and have experienced its effects in the world. Socialism as a political philosophy was begun by Karl Marx, a very short 19th century German thinker shown here. He was actually of Jewish background. His parents were German Jews who, like many of that generation, called the lecture we had on Rocco Gartenhagen, that was a period of time when it was very, very popular, perhaps overwhelmingly popular for German Jews to convert to Lutheranism in order to advance their political and social careers. Marx's parents did so, and they also baptized him at age 6, a fact which led to his later writings perhaps a very strong anti-Jewish bias. He was a phenomenal anti-Semite or self-hating Jew, if you wish, and much of the dispassionate political and social analysis that he would devote to the German proletariat is no such similar charity for the Jewish proletariat. And in many ways, he is really one of the most negative Jewish thinkers of the 20th and the 19th century, despite his phenomenal achievements in affecting well, this one here. This is one of my favorites. This is a great book. Das Kapital, 1867, is a major work. It translates as money. That's the name of the book, Money, or Not Money if you want. He wrote perhaps more before Das Kapital. He and his colleague and a longtime supporter, Friedrich Engels, who was ironically the son of a major German industrialist, and it was only through the huge profits that this exploiter of the proletariat generated that Marx was able to write his socialist writings in the first place. any rate, the principal element of Marxism that I want to just convey briefly before we go to Trotsky is the concept of how to define the principal struggle in life. For much of 19th century thought, it was primarily a national struggle. Right? Since the French Revolution in particular, nations are developing their own identities and they're identifying them in contrast to neighboring countries and so on. They're developing self-determination, waiting to see what this is 14 points, that kind of thing. And many people thought that their principal identity was in terms of their nation. French as opposed to German, as opposed to British or Jewish or Russian or what have you. Marx's principal contribution is to say, no, that's the wrong way to look at things. Rather than look at people as divided by their national status, look at them as divided by their class status. The proletariat, the working masses, are fundamentally the same in England and Berlin and Paris. They have far more concerns in common with each other's classes than they do with their compatriots of nation. And above them, you have the bourgeoisie, the middle class, and the petty upper class, and so on, all the way up. And Marx's idea was, rather than persist in these often unhelpful national distinctions, we should rather bring all of the proletariat in particular together, let them realize that their class communalities are far more prevalent and pertinent than their national divisions, and they should join together and overthrow their true class enemies, creating a kind of ideal secular paradise where everyone would share wealth equally, to each according to their ability, to each according to his need, and so on. And it's a rather utopian kind of vision in which there is no more national hatreds, no more anti-Semitism in particular, and this would be achieved by the proletariat uniting. If you're familiar with the motto of the Soviet Union, it is proletariat of the world unite, right? Working classes of the world unite, or Arbeiter von aller Länder vereinigen sich, right? Workers of all lands unite, and then overthrow the class enemies, take control of the means of production by nationalizing industries, and then create effectively what is a dictatorship of the proletariat. That's Marxism in 30 seconds. This idea was incredibly popular with many thinkers in late 19th century Europe, and of course it was translated into many countries, practically speaking, very significant way, particularly in the Soviet Union and in its successor states, I should say its client states like Cuba. We also see it in perhaps the most successful which have a much higher rate of success in these other countries, primarily because, as I like to think, this idea of socialism has some wonderful elements to it, but it only really works if everyone believes in it. And that means it only to a very small population, like 5,000 Cuban states, one generation of like mind. As soon as you get larger than that, it just gets out of hand. Corruption is endemic, and it's just about as fascism in terms of its implementation. But let's talk about Leon Trotsky. So here he is at age 6. He was born as Leon W. Rothschild. He lived 8 children, a moderately observant Jewish farmer. The word that probably stands out there is farmer. When we talk about farmer, hardly any Jews were farmers in the 19th century. In the 1897 census of Russian Empire, only 3% of Jews listed farming as their principal occupation. The vast majority of Jews in Russia at this time were engaged in commerce and manufacturing, small manufacturing. And you had 30%, I'm sorry, about 20% were Luftmenschen. That was the second largest category. Luftmenschen is a Yiddish term meaning people who live on air. People who know and leave the environment and keep on living, but how they put on the table, nobody really understands. Usually heavily dependent on shared needs. Perhaps they're existing in the gray or black markets in one way or another. What is the sizable chunk of Jews in the Russian Empire. And then you have a small portion of Jews who are Russians, doctors, lawyers, major illustrious as well, that kind of but there's 3% of Jews who are farmers, a tiny number, primarily because the Russian government, already from the mid-19th century, are trying to encourage Jews to get out of their traditional occupations and trying to disperse them into other occupations. So they gave land grants in the Poltava region of Ukraine in particular to Jews who would engage in farming. Ronstein's father was one of those Jews, and he turned out to be actually quite successful as a farmer. He emerged as a medium-sized landlord, parlaying his local successes into leveraging other buyouts of farmers around him. And Trotsky's childhood was really one of watching his father do business with these land holdings. There are some interesting stories that he lays in his autobiography about seeing non-Jewish peasants humiliated by their debt and so on. Made a big difference to Trotsky in his sympathy for the common masses. He received a traditional education as a youth, but he had a very pugnacious nature that was his from his earliest years. As his own says, little pumpkins, big pumpkins. The way he was as a child, he was like that through his entire life. And he tended to be inquisitive to the nth degree, to extremely demanding of his instructors, not put even the slightest amount of hypocrisy on the part of his Rabbi, and he was actually asked to leave several primary schools until finally his father gave up and simply sent him to a secular gymnasium. He didn't do much better there, although he was highly intelligent, and he was, like many Jews of that generation, an autodidact. He was able to teach himself a lot of material. He still was an extremely challenging student. Speaking as an educator here, a student who will simply not let you go until continually ask you questions. So if anyone has any questions now, okay, let's just go straight on. Okay. But here's a picture of him at age 6. Okay. It was in his late teens that he discovered socialism. And the type of socialism, this is age 18, this particular photograph here. And this is just about when he was first arrested and sent to Siberia 1 year later. So he was a little bit younger when he first developed an interest in it. He was attracted to a movement that was already going out of style, the so-called Narodniki movement. This is something that began in the 1860s and had its heyday already in the late 1860s, early 1870s. The word narod in Russian means people. And one of the basics of Russian socialist thought at the time was that you had to go back to the authentic peasantry to discover true socialism. The Russians believed that the traditional communal organization of the village farms was something that was a special Russian kind of socialism. And one of the problems that the socialist movement had, according to these thinkers, was that it was too divorced from the common Russian man. It was something that happened in the cities and the universities, and it was these intellectuals, and they had no connection to the earth itself. So the Narodniki were people who dressed up as peasants, and they went out into the countryside, especially on breaks between semesters, and they tried to propagandize the peasants into the thought of Karl Marx, explaining to them their true enemies are their class enemies, and that they should unite with the other farmers, and not necessarily Russian, and so on and so forth. The peasants reacted to this information by immediately informing on all the Narodniki to the secret police, saying there's some crazy city slicker walking around here trying to talk to us about some Jewish guy from Germany, and the Lafnana would come out and they would pick up these university students, and they would typically ship them back to their cities because they were just nuisances. It was a failed movement because the peasants could not take these people seriously. But at this time, Trotsky was first involved in his activism, and he developed an extreme skill at pamphleteering. He was able to write very, very sharp and well-reasoned brief arguments. He had a flair for the dramatic turn of phrase. He was a gifted orator, and he rapidly became, at a very young age, quite a sought-after speaker in socialist circles. For this, he was arrested in 1898 and sent to Siberia. Siberia is kind of like a huge land prison for the Russian Empire. It should not be confused with the Siberia of the Soviet period. The Soviets created the Gulag, which is like this. It's comparable in many ways to a Nazi concentration camp, not in terms of the death process, but in terms of the extreme levels of abuse of the inmates sent to these prisons. In the Russian period, the Tsar and his government were not nearly as sophisticated in this kind of villainy, and so they simply treated it kind of like a land Australia, where all of the detritus and the undesirables of European Russia were simply shipped off there and left to be on their own. Escape from Siberia in the 19th century was very common because the Russian government did not invest a tremendous amount of money in guarding these people. They just figured they're so far away, let them stay there. So many of the most active socialist revolutionaries of the time were in Siberia several times and simply made their way back across Asia and into Western Europe, like the rather permeable borders of Eastern Europe. Okay, arguments, questions up till now? Okay, so let's go to a little bit of his personal life. I won't be returning too much to this because we have quite a packed it was in Siberia that he married one of his early socialist associates, Alexandra Slavskaya, and she followed him to Siberia, and that's where they married, and he had two daughters there. Later on, in 1902, changing political climate, and it was opportune for him to leave Siberia, so he left his wife and daughter, and he married a second woman without having divorced his first wife, by the way. Neither of them were Jewish, and he had two sons with this one. Unfortunately, he had a very unhappy life as a parent. All four of his children by both wives predeceased their parents, some by illness, tuberculosis, one by suicide, one by political murder, and so on. Soviet this is a picture of Trotsky in his later years with his second wife, Natalia Sadova. He even encouraged his children, by the way, his children by second wife, to not use his last name because it becomes so notorious. Okay. Now let's place this within the context of Jewish political thought at this time. You recall a couple of lectures ago, I think it was in Pearsall, I laid out for you 5 major political choices of Jews at the time, and we looked at socialism briefly as one of those choices. It's a little more sophisticated manner than these 2 other choices. The most popular Jewish political movement by far in the turn of the 19th century in Russia was the Bund. Bund is a socialist party, doctrinaire socialist. They're actually a part of the Social Democrat Party, which is identical to the Bolshevik and the Menshevik Party. They all joined together under this Socialist Democrat rubric. And they're doctrinaire Marxist. What makes them Jewish? Solely the fact that they recognize that there were large masses of Jewish proletariat, particularly in Lithuania, where there are several manufacturing industries that were populated by Jews, and that Yiddish was the ideal means of conveying socialist dogma to them. And so the Bund was really a regular Social Democrat Party, a regular socialist party that chose Yiddish as its means of communication. That's basically it. Later, as the movement developed, you would experience some splintering as certain elements of the Bund felt, you know what? It's not just that the Jewish by default are our language. We have our unique culture. We may not believe in Judaism because, of course, all of the social democrat faiths, I was going to say movements, are extremely anti-clerical, very, very fundamental. Belief that there is no God, not believe in God, but believe that there is no God. So they didn't believe in Judaism at all, but they did believe, for example, in some of the values that Judaism taught. So, for example, we jump ahead to the Soviet period briefly. The Pesach Seder that we just celebrated besides its religious content, is a phenomenal lesson in the value of freedom and the struggle of the working masses against overlord and things like that. So the Jewish communists at that time, they actually created a red Haggadah, which is a communist version of the traditional Haggadah, in which a lot of the characters are transposed. Right? Moses became, believe it or not, Joseph Stalin. Pharaoh became the Tsar of Russia, and so on. And so the Haggadah was recited at some tables as a parallel to the experience of the Russian Jews at the beginning of the 20th century. So the book was by far the most popular choice for Jews at the time. It would later be eclipsed by far by Zionism, various Zionist expressions. But at the turn of the 19th century, this movement, which was an illegal political party at the time, could boast 30,000 card-carrying members. By contrast, the Bolsheviks, the root of the communist movement, the Soviet state, at the same time could only boast 6,000 members. So such a huge divergence in terms of who is actually belonging to these parties. The Jews who are politically active, they were choosing by far the book as their favorite choice. Yes.
As I see the banner, the most famous banner says the Bahrain. Bahrain nation Baratah, unity. The Mashiach is the giving the right, sold the right. That was the biggest banner started in 1918, 1919, and it was number 3. How effective it is, but I kind of see they are separated as a unionized edition.
Yes, and the Jews insisted on, some kind of recognition of their specificity. They did not want to be simply lumped in with the Russian social democrats. A very important point on Trotsky and his Judaism, and this is fairly typical of Jews who chose communism or doctrinaire socialism at this time. A total rejection of Judaism as a barrier between themselves and non-Jews. They felt that this was what Marx would call a false consciousness. It was like a form of nationalism. There was no reality to a distinction between Jew and non-Jew. Non-Jew, that only exacerbates anti-Semitism. And so, like many social democrats, he completely rejected identification as a Jew. He said, I am not a Jew, I am a social democrat. And the hope was among Jews that by completely erasing these kind of national distinctions, you would have what the Russians call the friendship of peoples. All racism, all sexism, all anti-Semitism would disappear because there were no more distinctions to be had. Imagine John Lennon writes about nationalism. Imagine all the people. But at the same time, even though he totally rejected being identified as a Jew, he also had tremendous sympathy for the suffering Jewish masses. That he would not, like some socialists of his generation, turn a blind eye to Jewish suffering. He did regard them as equally important to other populations that were the oppression of discriminatory policies. This was particularly so in the case of the Romanian Jews, as we shall see shortly, in the case of Jews during the wars. It was at this time, under the authority of this conflict, that he first used the name Trotsky. When he escaped Russia, Western Europe, and ultimately he made a trip to Europe as well. He had to choose a name for his false passport, false ID, and he chose the name of one of his jailers, Trotsky. At the time, they asked him, why did you choose a name? He says, no, I just like the sound of it. So he became Leon Trotsky at that moment. I don't believe it actually means anything in Russian. Stalin, which is also a pseudonym, his real name is Jugashvili, and Jugashvili is an aphorism which was a Soviet. Stalin means man of steel. He went to the comics or something. So he's living in Western Europe because he's escaped from Siberia. And the 1905 revolution, this is a topple the government, but it is an extremely important development to be sure. Basically, with a tremendous amount of dissatisfaction with Nicholas II, the Tsar was extremely ineffective, relying on persecution and discriminatory laws to try to keep society moving along. And society is moving too fast for him, and he is unable to keep up with it. So he increases repression still more, creating a cycle of still greater dissatisfaction. A peaceful march to protest his policies in January 1905 is ended brutally when Russian troops fire on innocent civilians who were simply marching to protest certain policies. This was called Bloody Sunday, and it ended up sparking a massive nationwide revolt against the status quo. This picture gives you a sense of the scale of it. People would go around and they'd topple locomotives off the tracks to indicate their widespread dissatisfaction. Some sailors mutinied, Russian naval sailors mutinied and took their boats to Turkey, surrendered to the Turkish authorities. And there were wildcat strikes all over Russia. Employees simply left their jobs, left the factory floors, and Russia ground to an economic halt in a very brief period of time. Trotsky seized the opportunity. He rushed back to Russia. He got back into the country, and he immediately began touring major cities, speechifying at every possible opportunity. And he emerged as the leader of the 1905 revolution. He was the single most prominent speaker, kind of capturing the ideals of the people who were rebelling, and he earned really a tremendous reputation as a result. Ultimately, Nicholas II was forced to concede to the widespread dissatisfaction, and he agreed for the first time Russia would have a democratically elected government, and they would create this body of parliament known as the TRUMAN, in Russia. Everyone was overjoyed. Trotsky was hailed as a hero. He later had to flee Russia again because of a backlash. Ultimately, it was a failure, though, because once they finally elected Duma, they were very liberal, and Nicholas II, the Tsar, didn't like what they were proposing, so he dissolved Duma and changed the election rules to favor wealthier landed classes. They had a second election, the second Duma, he also thought was too liberal, so he dissolved that again, and we were up to the third Duma, when one broke out, a very important part of our story. It was at this time, though, Trotsky had made his reputation and was now fled back into Europe, that he developed a close association with none other than Vladimir Ilyich Lenin, the founder of the Soviet Union. And then shown here on the left, Trotsky was his right-hand man. This picture, obviously, but Trotsky was his very, very close number two, all the way up until Lenin's stroke in 1922. They crossed swords often. Trotsky was a very independent-minded thinker. Lenin had certain disputes, in particular with other socialist groups. Trotsky wanted to bring them together. He wanted to have strength in numbers and develop consensus among the socialist groups, whereas Lenin really wanted to run his own show and was very happy to cut loose people who participated. Anyway, really, even though they were very close, they battled in print and quite often said harsh things about each other, but they both recognized that they had unique organizational talent that ultimately would create one of the superpowers of the world. The last thing I want to say about the Russian Empire, and then we're going to get to the Soviet period in particular, is the notorious Baylis affair of 1911 to 1913, in which Trotsky was very involved, writing from Europe as a very harsh critic, ridiculing the Russian government. The Baylis affair is the last gasp of Russia's medieval nature. It was a bizarre attempt by the government, by Nicholas II, to divert all of these showing and unsatisfied feelings of rebellion into some kind of anti-Semitic activity. And it began when the 6-year-old boy, he was found floating in the deep water of Kiev, which I think that's how he was found burned at any rate. There were some very questionable people stepping forward to offer testimony as to what happened to him, and ultimately the government decided to prosecute a civil Jew crime of ritual murder, arguing that Mentor Bayless was a fixer. He was this type of non-relevant story based on the spontaneous events. That he had actually kidnapped this young boy, son, and had not only murdered him, but had drained him of his blood that could be used for the Passover ritual. A ridiculous canard that had died out since the 13th century, except for the Battle of no one took it seriously, and no one in the 20th century would dream that a major state would actually prosecute a Jew on this crime. Nevertheless, the government spent 2 years and a phenomenal amount of wealth bringing in all kinds of so-called expert witnesses, like some Jews who converted to become Orthodox priests, claiming that yes, in fact, Jews do drink blood on Passover, and professors of theology asserting that this is in fact valid and so on. One after another, the government tried to prove this case, while Trotsky and others in Western Europe used this as an example for the rest of the world of how backward and really medieval Russian effort was. In the end, after 2 years, they could not even convince a jury of Ukrainian peasants that Bayless was guilty and he was acquitted. He suffered terribly after 2 years of this ordeal, but nevertheless, Trotsky was vindicated as one of the principal arguments against the government in this context. Yes, but with the exception of Nazi Germany, you never have a country, a government, officially prosecuting people on these basis. Before, yes, you have before 20th century, and then you can go to France, Germany, but it's very rare to have. It's 20th century, and this is, they already have radio and telegraph, and here they are still living. Yes. It's a book, I believe, Bernard Malamud. So, my understanding is that, today, if your TV breaks, what do you do? You throw it away, right? This is a very new thing in Western consumption. But back then, there would be people walking around with like frames for chairs and knife sharpening, and they would, they'd walk around, they'd ring a bell, and if you had something broken, you could call them in and they would fix it. Nowadays, they would fix TVs, computers, but it's not. They want to look up instance. Speaker. Well, let's see what speaker is. Okay, let's talk about the war and the Soviet Union. So, 1914, World War I breaks out. There's a lot to talk about here, but I'm just going to concentrate on a couple of elements. Russia is horribly ill-prepared for this battle. Its own people are having difficulty making ends meet. Russia has a huge front line with the German and the Austrian forces. It almost immediately loses a massive amount of territory as the Germans and Austrians invade and take over Poland as well to become Poland, a big chunk of Romania, Latvia, Estonia. It all falls into German lines almost immediately. The Russians are hopelessly outgunned by the technologically advanced Germans. So much so that by the end of the war, Russian soldiers are not given any provisions. They just say, go out and fend for yourself. So the Russian soldiers themselves are, raiding Russian villages to get food. They're sent out without shoes, with wrapping rags around their feet. And my favorite example, they're given one bullet per rifle, and they're told to use their bayonets first. And that's like ridiculous. You've got the Germans on the other side who are far more well-equipped than the Austrians and the Russians. It's a horrible battle. And in this context, however, the Russian government ultimately would fall. On March 8th of 1917, it was February in Russia. Ironically, Russia was literally behind the rest of the world because Russia had refused to make a calendrical reform, I think, in the 13th century. So by the time you get to the 20th century, they were literally 11 days behind the rest of the world. And that's why it's a little confusing with the dates. In Russia, they refer to it as the February Revolution, but it was March over here. In America, late in the October Revolution, as opposed to November and so on. Anyways, There's an International Women's Day March. It was an anti-war march in St. Petersburg, and one hungry woman picked up a rock and threw it through the window of a bakery, and looting began at that bakery right away because people were very hungry. And this small food riot erupted into a massive conflagration. Ultimately, they would march on the palace itself and take out the Tsar and declare the end of the entire Russian government. A new government was put in place called the Provisional Government by a Philo-Semite named Henry Kerensky. Kerensky was also one of the lawyers involved with the Baelish tribe, by the way, a good guy, and Kerensky, there's a lot to say here, but basically he delays establishing a more firm government because he wants to have one really well founded on democratic principles. During that brief period of time, when the provisional government is in place from February to October 1917, Lenin and Trotsky come to town and they agitate like crazy. They go into the factories, they go out to the fields, they go wherever people are, and they agitate for a communist government. In this case, the so-called councils. The Soviet is council in Russia, and these are basically workers' councils. Arguing they should take over the factories, dump the managers in wheelbarrows, and physically take them outside of the plants, nationalize the factory, and take over not only their habitual place of work, but in fact the city and ultimately the entire country. By October, the Soviet movement has gained such power and momentum that when the provisional government finally meets as a duly elected body, Soviet allied troops come into the central meeting hall and declare an end and pronounce the beginning of the new Soviet Republic. And that's the beginning of the Soviet Union as we have it today. Trotsky's role in this is, of course, extremely important. I mentioned him as the leader of the Red Army. This has two specific connotations. Immediately after taking over, they introduced a policy called war communism, which Trotsky was a major architect of. Trotsky's philosophy was that communism was so good, the faster it is implemented, the better. And he used his military troops to embark on a very radical and brutal repression of the larger population to force them to cooperate with communist goals. Two things in particular. One is the collectivization of agriculture, which means that all of the little village farmers who are dispossessed of their land, if they gave any trouble or if they looked like they were bourgeoisie at all, they were immediately sent off to Siberia, and the other farmers, with emphasis on the poorest of them, were given control over large communal tracts of land called kolkhozy, and everyone essentially lost their land and was subsumed into a much larger collective. Obviously, the peasants were not happy giving up control plots to finance these massive collective farms, but it was implemented with tremendous brutality over the past year. Secondly, very important for our context, the anti-religious campaign was embarked upon with great fervor. Churches and synagogues were blown up, not just torn down, not just set on fire, but blown up as a demonstration of the superior power of Soviet ideology. And as you can see in this picture, huge confiscations of religious items. These are a whole series of saved photos all piled up there and they would be seen to be these were all demonstrations of the utility of religion, and obviously this did not please neither the traditional Jewish establishment nor the highly religious Russian and Ukrainian Orthodox. So this was a period of war communism. It lasted from 1918 to 1921, and it coincided with an incredibly brutal civil war. Because as the Soviets are attempting to extend their reach into the countryside is rebelling against them, and this is especially so in Ukraine. Ukraine was completely submerged in communal violence for 3 years. From 1917 all the way through 1919 into 1920, it was without a doubt the worst period of violence against Jews until the Holocaust. It was worse than the Communist Rebellion of 1939, worse than the First Crusade, it was incredible amount of bloodshed. By the most conservative estimates, about 50,000 Jews were lost their lives. By more inflated estimates, probably not accurate, as many as over a million Jews lost their lives during these battles. They were infiltrated by virtually every army that was traipsing back and forth across this territory. And we'll look at each of those very briefly in a moment. The victims were not only Jews. Jews were the perfect target because they were distinctive, they were concentrated living in villages, they were regarded as the other by the peasants who made up these pogroms. But Poles were also distinctive from Russians and Ukrainians, and also Mennonites in particular were returned to them. These are small settlements of Jews that had Ukraine in particular during the 19th century and established kind of Amish-like living circumstances. The Mennonites and the Amish are related to each other theologically, so just have to think Amish when we talk about Mennonites. Who were participating in the program? Several armies. First of all, there was the Directory Army. This is the army of the nascent Ukrainian Republic that had declared independence after the Soviets took power in Moscow in the same years. They were led by this man, Simon Petlura, who is a very complex individual. And this is the one where I could talk for 6 hours because this is the topic of my PhD dissertation. I will not talk for 6 hours because I want to finish on time. But if you're curious, you can look at my book, A Prayer for the Government, Ukrainians and Jews in Revolutionary Times, published by Harvard in 1999. Anyway, the ironic part about the directory, which is the thesis of my book, is that the Ukrainian government received a lot of Jewish support. In fact, the Jews of Ukraine were behind the Ukrainian government than they were behind the Russian, which is a big switch for Jews at that time, primarily because the Ukrainian government was extending tremendous and unheard of civil rights to Jews in their borders. But at the same time that the government was being very violent, the army was perpetrating crimes against the Jews. And historians have tried to grapple with this dichotomy. How can you reconcile government and the army's activities? So you have to read the book to find out. At any rate, Petlura was unsuccessful. The Soviets eventually drove him out. He fled to Paris, where he was living in exile. And in 1926, as he left a restaurant, a man named Schwarzbard walked up to him and said to him, Monsieur Petlura, Mr. Petlura, says, oui, qu'est-ce que you want? There's a revolver and shot him dead on the street. This Jew, Schwarzbard, did not flee. He simply waited. He was arrested, put on trial for murder, which he was certainly guilty of. He murdered many with blood. But the trial was turned on its head because his lawyers argued very effectively that Schwarzbard had murdered Petlura because Petlura's troops had murdered his family back in Yugoslavia. And the trial rapidly stopped being about Schwarzbard's act in 1926 and much more about Petlura's activity in 1919. And basically, the French jury elected to acquit Schwarzbard of the crime. Perhaps thinking that to drive his trial 30 years earlier, when they had convicted an innocent man, they decided that Schwarzbard should be set free. He was ordered to pay one drink of damages to the widow and children of Petlura. Very dramatic moment in Jewish history. At any rate, what should be said about the Directory Army to give a sense of what it's made of? It was declared active in November 1918 and immediately got 60,000 volunteers. But by January of 1919, those volunteers had shrunk to 16,000. So it was a very tenuous sort of army at best. Despite that, it was able to make more damage.
This is one. Random House Audio presents 50 Shades Darker by E.L. James. Read for you by Becca Pateau.
Pretty close.
And they wanted to drive the
Prologue.
Soviets into depression.
You are one
Please
fucked
come
up.
back.
You are one fucked up.
Listen again. I hide and curl up small under the table in the kitchen. Through my fingers, I can see Mommy. She is asleep on the couch. Her hand is on the sticky green knob, and he's wearing his big boots with a shiny buckle. He's standing over Mommy, shouting. He hits Mommy with the belt. Get up, get up. You are one fucked up bitch. 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 Mommy makes a sobbing noise. Stop. Please stop. Mommy doesn't scream. Mommy curls up small. I have my fingers in my ears and close my eyes. The sound stops. He turns, and I can see his boobs as he stomps into the kitchen. He still has the belt. He is trying to find me. He stoopes down and grins. He smells nasty. The cigarettes make me think. They're oh shit. A chilling oil wakes him. Christ! He's drenched in sweat, and his heart is pounding. What the fuck? He sits bolt upright in bed and puts his head in his hands. Fuck. They're back. The noise was me. He takes a deep, steady breath, trying to rid his mind and nostrils of the smell of cheap bourbon and stale cigarettes. Chapter 1. I have survived day 3 post-Christian, and my first day at work. It has been a welcome distraction. The time has flown by in a haze of new faces, work to do, and Mr. Jack Hyde. Mr. Jack Hyde. He smiles down at me, his blue eyes twinkling as he leans against my desk. Excellent work, Anna. I think we're going to make a great team. Somehow, I managed to curl my lips upward in the semblance of a smile. I'll be off if that's okay with you, I murmur. Of course. It's 5:30. I'll see you tomorrow. Good night, Jack. Good night, Anna. Collecting my bag, I shrug on my jacket and head for the door. Out in the early evening air of Seattle, I take a deep breath. It doesn't begin to fill the void in my chest, a void that's been present since Saturday morning, a painful, hollow reminder of my loss. I walk toward the bus stop with my head down, staring at my feet, and contemplating being without my beloved Wanda, my old Beetle, or the Audi. I shut the door on that thought immediately. No, don't think about him. Of course, I can afford a car, a nice new car. I suspect he has been over-generous in his payment, and the thought makes a bitter taste in my mouth. But I dismiss it and try to keep my mind as numb and as blank as possible. I can't think about him. I don't want to start crying again, not out on the street. The apartment is empty. I miss Kate, and I imagine her lying on a beach in Barbados sipping a cool cocktail. I turn on the flat screen television so there's noise to fill the vacuum and provide some semblance of company, but I don't listen or watch. I sit and stare blankly at the brick wall. I am numb. I feel nothing but the pain. How long must I endure this? The door buzzer startles me from my anguish, and my heart skips a beat. I press the intercom. Delivery from Miss Steele. A bored, disembodied voice answers, and disappointment crashes through me. I listlessly make my way downstairs and find a young man noisily chewing gum, holding a large cardboard box and leaning against the front door. I sign for the package and take it upstairs. The box is huge and surprisingly light. Inside are 2 dozen long-stamped white roses and a card. Congratulations on your first day at work. I hope it went well. And thank you for the glider. That was very thoughtful. It has pride a place on my desk. Christian. I stare at the typed card, the hollow in my chest expanding. No doubt his assistant sent this. Christian probably had very little to do with it. It's too painful to think about. I examine the roses. They are beautiful, and I can't bring myself to throw them in the trash. Dutifully, I make my way into the kitchen to hunt down a vase. And so, I pattern develops. Wait, work, cry, sleep. Well, try to sleep. I can't even see him in my dreams. Gray, burning eyes. His lost look. His hair burnished and bright, all on me. And the music. So much music. I cannot bear to hear any music. I am careful to avoid it at all costs. Even the jingles and commercials make me shudder. I have spoken to no one, not even my mother or Ray.
Really?
I don't have any capacity for idle talk now. No, I want to have it. I have to talk with my own silence. A ravaged and war-torn land where nothing grows and the horizons are bleak. Yes, that's me. I can interact impersonally at work, but that's it. If I talk to Mom, I know I will break even further. And I have nothing left to express. I am finding it difficult to eat. By lunchtime on Wednesday, I manage a cup of yogurt, and it's the first thing I eat since Friday. I am surviving on fat tolerance for lattes and a Diet Coke. It's the caffeine that keeps me going. It's making me anxious. Jack has started to hover over me, irritating me, asking me personal questions. What does he want? I'm polite, but I need to keep him at arm's length. I sit and begin trawling through a pile of correspondence addressed to him, and I can see the distraction of female work. My email feeds, and I look at checks on his phone. Holy shit. From Christian. Oh no. Not here. Not at work. From Christian Gray. Subject, tomorrow. Date, June 8th, 2011. 14:05. To Anastasia Steele. Dear Anastasia, I didn't listen to your letter. I hope it's going well. Did you get my flowers? I know that tomorrow is the gallery opening for your friend's show. I'm sure you've not had time to purchase a car, and it's a long ride. I want you to have it too. Christian Gray, CEO, Gray Enterprises Holdings. Tears swim in my eyes. I hastily leave my desk and bolt to the restroom to escape into one of the stalls. Jose's show. I'd forgotten all about it. And I promised him I'd go. Shit, Christian is right. How am I going to get there? I clench my forehead. Why hasn't Jose phoned? Come to think of it, why hasn't anyone phoned? I've been so absent-minded, I haven't noticed that my cell phone has been silent. Shit, I am such an idiot. I still had it set to forward calls to the BlackBerry. Holy hell, Christian's been getting my calls. Unless he's just thrown the BlackBerry away. How did he get my email address? He knows my shoe size, and email address is hardly going to present him with any problems.
But if some girl was like, that's my
Can I see
thing,
him again?
they're like,
Could I
I can email you.
do I want to see
I'm your
him?
guy. I'll do it with
I
40
close
different
my eyes and tilt my head back as grief and
Really?
longing glance through me.
Dude,
Of course I do. Perhaps I can tell him
I
I've changed
will.
my mind. No. I cannot be with someone who takes pleasure in inflicting pain on me. Someone who can't love me. Torturous memories flash through my mind. Gliding, holding hands, kissing, the bathtub, his gentleness, his humor, and his dark, brooding, sexy stare. I miss him. It's been 5 days. 5 days of agony that has felt like an eternity. I cry myself to sleep at night, wishing I hadn't walked out, wishing that he could be different, wishing that we were together. How overwhelming feeling last?
I basically
I
talked
am
through
in
this
purgatory.
very
I wrap my arms around my body, hugging myself tightly, holding myself together. I miss him. I really miss him. I love him. Simple. Anastasia Steele are at work. I must be strong, but I want to go to Jose's show. And deep down, Massachusetts wants to see Christian. Taking a deep breath, I head back to my desk. From Anastasia Steele. Subject, tomorrow. Date, June 8, 2011, 14:25. To Christian Gray. Hi, Christian. Thank you for the flowers. They are lovely. Yes, I would appreciate a lift. Thank you. Anastasia Steele. Assistant to Jack Hyde. Editor. SIV. Checking my phone, I find that it is still set to forward calls to the BlackBerry. Jack is in a meeting, so I quickly call Jose. Hi, Jose. It's Anna. Hello, stranger. His tone is so warm and welcoming. It's almost enough to push me over the edge again. I can't talk long. What time should I be there tomorrow for your show? You're still coming. He sounds excited. Yes, of course. I smile. My first genuine smile in 5 days as I picture his broad grin. 7:30. See you then. Goodbye, Jose. Bye, Anna.
Really? Yep.
From
Yep. I would
Christian
take that,
Gray.
man.
Subject,
Whatever.
tomorrow.
You?
Date, June
There's
8,
the door.
2011,
Okay.
14:27.
Bill Gates. You
To
suck dick.
Anastasia
Really?
Steele.
100%.
Dear
If
Anastasia,
you don't suck dick, then Bill
what
Gates will
time
tweet.
shall I pick you up?
You don't suck dick.
Christian Gray.
Bye-bye, asshole.
CEO, Gray Enterprises Holdings. From Anastasia Steele. Subject, tomorrow. Date,
Why is that gonna
June
suck?
8, 2011,
I'm a shit.
14:32.
The way
To
that
Christian Gray.
Microsoft
Jose's show starts at
handles
7:30. What time would you suggest? Anastasia Steele. Assistant to Jack Hyde. Editor, SIV. From Christian Gray. Subject, tomorrow. Date, June 8, 2011, 14:34. To Anastasia Steele. Anastasia, Portland is some distance away. I shall pick you up at 5:45. I look forward to seeing you. Christian Gray, CEO, Gray Enterprises Holdings. From Anastasia Steele. Subject, tomorrow. Date, June 8, 2011, 14:38. To Christian Gray. See you then. Anastasia Steele. Assistant to Jack Hyde. Editor, SIV. Oh my, I'm going to see Christian. And for the first time in 5 days, my spirits lift a fraction and I allow myself to wonder how he's been. Has he missed me? Probably not like I've missed him. Has he found it too submissive? The thought is so painful that I dismiss it immediately. I look at the pile of correspondence I need to sort for Jack and tackle it as I try to push Christian out of my mind once more. That night in bed, I toss and turn, trying to sleep, and it's the first time in a while I haven't allowed myself to sleep. In my mind's eye, I visualize Christian's face the last time I saw him as when I left. His tortured expression haunts me. I remember he didn't want me to go, which was odd. Why did I stay when things had reached such an impasse? We were each skirting around our own issues. My fear of punishment, his fear of what? Love? Turning on my side, I hug my pillow, filled with an overwhelming sadness. He thinks he doesn't deserve love. Why does he feel that way? Does it have to do with his upbringing? His birth mom? Crack war? My thoughts plague me into the early hours until eventually I fall into a fitful exhaustance. The day drags and drags, and Jack is unusually inattentive. I suspect it's due to Kate's plum dress and the black high-heeled boots I've stolen from her closet, but I don't dwell on the thought. I resolved to go clothes shopping with my first paycheck. The dress is looser on me than it was, but I pretend not to notice. Finally, it's 5:30 and I collect my jacket and purse, trying to quell my nerves. I'm going to see him. Do you have a date tonight? Jack asks as he strolls past my desk on his way out. Yes. No. Not really. He raises an eyebrow, his interest clearly. Boyfriend? I flush. No, a friend. An ex-boyfriend. Maybe tomorrow you'd like to come for a drink after work. You've had a stellar first weekend. We should celebrate. He smiles and an unknown, unsettling emotion flits across his face, making me uneasy. Putting his hands in his pockets, he saunters through the double doors. I frown at his retreating back. Drinks with the boss? Is that a good idea? I shake my head. I have an evening of Christian Grey to get through first. How am I going to do this? I hurry into the restroom to make last-minute adjustments. In the large mirror on the wall, I take a long, hard look at my face. I'm my usual pale self. Dark circles around my two large eyes. I look gaunt, haunted. I wish I knew how to use makeup. I apply some mascara and eyeliner and pinch my cheeks, hoping for some color. Tidying my hair so that it hangs artfully down my back, I take a deep breath. This will have to do. Nervously, I walk through the foyer with a smile and a wave to Claire at reception. I think she and I could become friends. Jack is talking to Elizabeth as I head for the doors. Smiling broadly, he hurries over to open for me. After you, Anna. He murmurs. Thank you. I smile, embarrassed. Outside on the curb, Taylor is waiting. He opens the rear door of the car. I glance hesitantly at Jack, who has followed me out. He's looking toward the Audi SUV in dismay. I turn and climb into the back, and there he sits, Christian Grey, wearing his gray suit, no tie, white shirt open at the collar. His gray eyes are glowing. My mouth dries. He looks glorious, except sad. Why? When did you last eat? He snaps as Taylor closes the door behind me. Hello, Christian. Yes, it's nice to see you too. I don't want your smart mouth now. Answer. His eyes Shit. I had yogurt at lunchtime. Oh, and a banana. When did you last have a real meal? He asks acidly. Taylor slips into the driver's seat, starts the car, and pulls out
Well,
into
the
the
jockey
traffic.
is gone, and
I glance up,
Frankie,
and Jack is
why,
waiting.
Sunny one,
So how
she's nice,
Dark
so
glass. I don't know.
Sunny,
I
one
look back.
so true.
Who's that?
I love her.
Christian snaps. My boss.
Sunny,
I peek up at the
thank you
beautiful
for
man
the
beside me,
sunshine.
and his
You
mouth
gave
is
me
cast into a hard line.
Sunny,
Well, your last
you
meal.
smiled at me.
Christian, that really is nothing to concern. I murmur, feeling extraordinarily worried. Whatever
My
it
Sunny,
concerns me,
she's
tell
so
me.
sweet.
No,
Sunny,
doesn't.
one
Right in frustration,
so
rolling my eyes heavily, Christian narrows his eyes.
Sunny,
And for the first time in a long time,
thank you for
I
the
want to laugh.
sunshine. You gave
I try hard to stifle the giggle that threatens to bubble up. Christian's face softens as I struggle to keep a straight face, and a trace of a smile kisses his lovely smoking lips. Well, he asks, his voice softening. Hasta Allah, last Friday, I whisper. He closes his eyes as fury and possibly regret sweeps across his face. I see, he says, his voice expressionless. You look like you've lost at least 5 pounds, possibly more, since then. Please don't. I'm staying. I stared down at the knotty fingers in my lap. I was the only one who felt like an arrogant child. He shifts and turns toward me. You know what? He asks, his voice is still soft.
Gmail?
Well, I'm shit. I swallowed. If I told you I was fine, I'd lie. He inhales sharply. He murmurs and reaches over and clasps my hand. I miss you. Adds,
Is it the juice?
skin against skin. Christian, please, we need to talk. I'm going to cry. No. Christian, please, I've cried so much. I whispered, trying to keep my emotions in check. Oh, baby, no. He tugs my hand, and before I know it, I'm on his lap. He has his arms around me, and his nose is in my hair. I've missed you so much, Anastasia. He breathes. I want to struggle out of his hold, to maintain some distance. But his arms are wrapped around me.
Are you done?
He's pressing to his chest.
Really?
I melt. Oh, this is where I want to be. I rest my head against him, and he kisses my hair repeatedly. This is home. He smells of linen, fabric softener, body wash, and my favorite smell, Christian. For a moment, I allow myself the illusion that all will be well, and it soothes my ravaged soul. A few minutes later, Taylor pulls to a stop at the curb, even though we're still in the city. Christian shifts me off his lap. On the top of this building. Christian glances toward the building by way of explanation. Of course, Charlie Tango. Taylor opens the door and I slide out. He gives me a warm, avuncular smile that makes me feel safe. I smile back. I should give back your handkerchief. Here, Misty, with my best wishes. I blush as Christian comes around the car and takes my hand. He looks quizzically at Taylor, who stares impassively back at him, revealing nothing. Nine? Christian says to him. Yes, sir. Christian nods as he turns and leads me through the double doors into the grandiose foyer. I revel in the feel of his hand and his long, skilled fingers curled around mine. The familiar pull is there. I'm drawn, vigorous, to his sun. I've been burned already, and yet here I am, again. Reaching the elevators, he presses the call button. I look up at him, and he's wearing his enigmatic half smile. As the doors open, he releases my hand and ushers me in. The doors close, and I risk a second peek. He glances down at me, and it's there, in the air between us, that electricity. It's palpable. I can almost taste it, pulsing between us, drawing us together. I gasp as I grasp the intensity of this visceral, primal attraction. I am too, he says, his eyes clouded and intense. Desire pools dark and deadly in my groin. He clasps my hand and raises my knuckles with his thumb, and all my muscles clench tightly, maliciously. Beside me, how can he still do this to me? Please don't bite your lip, Anastasia. He whispers. I gaze up at him, releasing my lip. I want him. Here, now, in the elevator. How could I not? No one has to be. He murmurs. Oh, I still affect him. My inner goddess stirs from her 5-day soul. Abruptly, the doors open, breaking the spell, and my words. It's windy, and despite my black jacket, I'm cold. Christian puts his arm around me, pulling me into his side, and we hurry across to where Charlie Tango stands in the center of the helipad, his road blades slowly spinning.
Really?
A tall, blonde, square-jawed man in a dark suit leaps out and, bending low, runs toward us. Shaking hands with Christian, he shouts above the noise of the rotors. Ready to go, sir? Choose all yours. All checks done? Yes, sir. You'll collect her around 8:30. Yes, sir. Taylor's waiting for you out front. Thank you, Mr. Gray. Safe flight to Portland. Real. He salutes me. Without releasing me, Christian nods, ducks down, and leads me to the helicopter door. Once inside, he buckles me firmly into my harness, cinching the straps tight. He gives me a knowing look and his secret smile. He murmurs, I must say, I like this harness on you. Don't touch it. I flush into the crimson, and he runs his index finger down my chin before handing me the headphones. I'd like to touch you, but you won't let me. I scowl. Besides, he's pulled the straps so tight I can barely move. He sits in his seat and buckles himself in, then starts running through all his pre-flight checks. He's just so competent. It's very alluring. He puts on his headphones and flips the switch, and the motors speed up, deafening me. Turning, he gazes at me. Ready, baby. His voice echoes through the headphones. Yes. He grins his boyish grin. Wow, I've not seen it for so long. SeaTac Tower, this is Charlie Tango Golf Golf Echo Hotel. Clear for takeoff to Portland via PTX. Please confirm. Over. The disembodied voice of the air traffic controller answers, issuing instructions. Roger, Tower. Charlie Tango is set. Over and out. Christian flips two switches, grasps the stick, and the helicopter rises slowly and smoothly into the evening sky. Seattle and my stomach drop away from us, and there's so much to see. The chase to the dawn, Anastasia. Now the dusk. His voice comes through on the headphones. I turn and gape at him in surprise. What does this mean? How is it that he can say the most romantic things? He smiles, and I can't help my shy smile. As well as the evening sun, there's more to see this time. He says, the last time we flew to Seattle it was dark, but this evening the view is spectacular, literally out of this world. We're up among the tallest buildings, going higher and higher. Escala's over there. He points toward the building. Going there, and you can just see Space Needle.
No.
I shake my head. I've never been.
Really?
I'll take you.
Yeah.
We can eat there. Christian, you broke up. I can still take you there if you do.
Why?
He glares at me.
Oh, it's a
I
crazy
shake my
amount
head
of
and
shit
decide
going
not
to
to
do with
antagonize
myself.
him. It's very beautiful up here. Thank you. Impressive. Impressive that you can do this. Flattering from you. Must you? But I'm a man of many talents. I'm fully aware of that, Mr. Gray. He turns and smirks at me, and for the first time in 5 days, I relax a little. Perhaps this won't be so bad. How's the new job? Good. You? Interesting. What's your boss like? Oh, he's okay. How can I tell Christian that Jack makes me uncomfortable? Christian glances at me. What's wrong? He asks. Aside from the obvious, nothing. Obvious. Oh, Christian, you really are very obtuse sometimes. Obtuse. I'm not sure I appreciate your tone, Miss Steele. Well, don't matter. His lips twitch into a smile. I have missed your smart mouth, Anastasia. I gasp, and I want to shout. I've missed you, all of you, not just your mouth. But I keep quiet, gaze out the glass fishbowl that meets Charlie Tango's windshield as we continue south. The dusk is to our right, the sun low on the horizon, large, blazing, fiery orange. And I am Icarus again, flying far too close. The dusk follows us from Seattle, and the sky is awash with opal, pinks, and aquamarines, woven seamlessly together as only Mother Nature knows how. It's a clear, crisp evening, and the lights of Portland twinkle and wink, welcoming us as Christian sets the helicopter down in the helipad. We are on top of the strange brown brick building in Portland we left less than 3 weeks ago. It's been hardly any time at all, yet I feel like I've known Christian for a lifetime. He powers down Charlie Tango, flipping various switches so the rotors stop, and eventually all breathing through the headphones. Briefly reminds me of the Thomas Tallis experience. I blanch. I don't want to go there right now. Christian unbuckles his harness and leans across to undo mine. Confused, he asks, his voice mild, his eyes glowing. Yes, thank you, Mr. Gray. I reply, oh. Well, let's go see He holds his hand out to me, and taking it, I climb out from Charlie Tango. A gray-haired man with a beard walks over to meet us, grinning broadly, and I recognize him as the old-timer from the last time we were here. Joe. Christian smiles and releases my hand to shake Joe's warmly. We're safe and stuff. He'll be lying around
Prior to that,
Will do, Mr. Gray. Ma'am, he says, nodding at me. Your car's waiting downstairs, sir. Oh, and the elevator's out of order. Christian takes my hand, and we head to the emergency stairs. Good thing for you, this is only 3 floors, and no singles. He mutters in disapproval. No kidding. Don't you like the boots? I like them very much, Anastasia. His gaze darkens, and I think he might say something else, but he stops. Come, he'll take it slow. I don't want you falling and breaking your neck. We sit in silence as our driver takes us to the gallery. My anxiety has returned full force, and I realize that our time in Charlie Tango has been the eye of the storm. Christian is quiet and brooding, apprehensive even. Our lighter mood from earlier has dissipated. There's so much I want to say, but this journey is too short. Christian stares pensively out the window. Jose is just a friend, I murmur. Christian turns and gazes at me, his eyes dark and guarded, giving nothing away. His mouth, oh, his mouth is distracting. I remember it on me, everywhere. My skin beats. He shifts things, frowns. His beautiful eyes are too large for your face, Anastasia. Please tell me. Yes, Christian, I'll eat. I answer automatically, of platitude. I mean, do you now? I cannot keep the disdain out of my voice. Honestly, the audacity of this man who has put me through hell over the last few days. No, that's wrong. I've put myself through hell. No, it's him. I shake my head, confused. I don't want to fight with you, Anastasia. I want you back, and I want you to help me, he says. But nothing's changed. You're still in shape. Let's talk about that. We're here. The car pulls up in front of the gallery, and Christian climbs out, leaving me speechless. He opens the car door for me, and I clamber out. Why do you do that? My voice is louder than I expected. Do what? Christian is taken aback. Say something like that and then just stop. Anastasia, we're here, where you want to be. let's do this and then talk.
What is Ashkenaz?
I don't particularly want to see
Where
the
is
street.
Ashkenaz? Now we
I
gotta
glance
get
around. He's right. It's too public.
Oh,
I press my lips together as he glares down at me.
Khazar
Okay,
hypothesis, which is
I
rather
mutter sulkily.
high-falutin term.
Clasping my hand, he takes me into the building. We are in a converted warehouse. Brick walls, dark wood floors, white ceilings, and white pipework. It's airy and modern, and there are several people wandering across the gallery floor, sipping wine and admiring Jose's work. For a moment, my troubles melt away as I grasp that Jose has realized his dream. Way to go, Jose. Good evening, and welcome to Jose Rodriguez's show. A young woman dressed in black with very short brown hair, bright red lipstick, and large hooped earrings greets us. She glances briefly at me, then much longer than is strictly necessary at Christian, then turns back to me, blinking as she blushes. My brow creases. He's mine, or was. I tried hard not to scowl at her. As her eyes regain their focus, she blinks again. Oh, it's you, Anna. We'll want your take on all this, too. Grinning, she hands me a brochure and directs me to a table laden with drinks and snacks. Yogurt? Christian frowns. I shake my head, feeling puzzled. He shrugs, distracted. What would you like to drink? I'll have a glass of white wine, thank you. His brow furrows, but he holds his tongue and heads for the open bar. Anna! Jose comes barreling through a throng of people. Holy cow! He's wearing a suit! He looks good, and he's beaming at me. He enfolds me in his arms, hugging me hard, and it's all I can do not to burst into tears. My friend. He's my only friend while Kate is away. Tears pool in my eyes. Anna, I'm so glad you made it, he whispers in my ear. Abruptly, he holds me at arm's length, examining me. What? Trust me. I blink back my tears. Not hate. Jose, I'm fine. I'm just so happy for you. Congratulations on the show. My voice wavers as I see the concern etched on his own so familiar face. But I have to hold myself together. How did you get here? He asks. Christian brought me. I sigh, suddenly apprehensive. Oh. Jose's face falls, and he uses me. His expression darkens. Over there, my cheek drapes. I nod in Christian's direction and notice that he's exchanging pleasantries with someone waiting in line. Christian glances up and our eyes lock. And in that brief moment, I'm paralyzed, staring at the impossibly handsome man who gazes at me with some unfathomable emotion. His gaze is hot, burning into me, and we're lost for a moment, staring at each other. Holy cow, this beautiful man wants me back, and deep down inside me, sweet joy slowly unfurls like a morning glory in the early dawn. Listen, I should warn you. Suddenly, this very short hair and red lipstick cuts him off. Jose, the journalist from the Portland Prince is here to see you. Come on. She gives me a polite smile. How cool is this? The fame! He grins, and I can't help but grin back. He's so happy. He kisses my cheek, and I watch him stroll over to a young woman standing by a tall, lanky photographer. Jose's photographs are everywhere, and in some cases, blown up onto huge canvases. There are both monochromes and colors. There's an ethereal beauty to many of the landscapes. In one, taken in the lake at Vancouver, it's early evening and pink clouds are reflected in the stillness of the water. Briefly, I'm transported by the tranquility of the place. It's stunning. Christian joins me and hands me my glass of white wine.
pose this
Does it come up to scratch?
set
My voice
that
sounds more
Khazaria
normal.
debate
He looks quizzically at me.
and the three
The wine.
representatives of major world faiths.
No,
And he
rarely
used
does
it
at these kinds of events.
as a
The
foil
boy is quite talented, isn't
to
he?
litigate that
Christian
case
is admiring
and
the
to make a
later photo.
strong philosophical
Why else
defense
do you
of
think I asked him to take your
which of
portrait?
course results in
The pride is obvious in my voice. His eyes glide passively from the photograph to me. Christian Gray, the photographer from the Portland Prince, approaches Christian. Can I have a picture, sir?
Sugar crystals? Are you done sugar crystals?
Christian hides his scowl. I step back, but he grabs my hand and pulls me to his side. The photographer looks at both of us and he can't hide his surprise. Mr. Gray, he snaps a couple of photos. Yes, he asks. Anna Steele, I reply. Thank you, Miss Steele. He scurries off. I looked for pictures of you with dates on the internet. There aren't any. That's why Kate thought you were gay. Christian's mouth twitches into a smile. That explains your inappropriate question. No, I don't do dates, Anastasia.
The Spanish leader named
I know that.
very important.
His voice is quiet with sincerity.
Period of the Golden Age of Spain.
So you never took your... I glance around nervously to check no shopping.
On behalf of
He shrugs, his eyes
and
not
he was
meeting
especially
mine.
curious
Oh,
about
so just in the playroom, his red room of pain
so
and his
wanted to find
apartment.
out, is it true?
I don't know what to
Is
feel
what
about
they
that.
say about
Just
his
Anastasia.
still true
He
now?
whispers.
Is there actually a
I
Jewish
blush and
kingdom?
stare down at my fingers. In his own way,
So
he
he
does
sent
care
out
about me.
emissaries
Your friend here seems more of a landscape man, not portraits.
Central Asia
Let's
and
look
to
around.
communicate with them.
I take his outstretched hand.
They were not able to get
We wander past a few more prints, and I notice a couple nodding at me, smiling broadly as if they know me. It must be because I'm with Christian. But one young man is blatantly staring. Odd. We turn the corner, and I see why I'm getting strange looks. Hanging on the far wall are 7 huge portraits of me. I stare blankly at them, stupefied, the blood draining from my face. Me, pouting, laughing, scowling, serious, amused, all super close up, all in black and white.
Other historians, however, have cast a
I remember Jose messing with the camera on a couple of occasions when he was visiting and when I've been out with him as driver and photographer's assistant. He took snapshots, or so I thought, not these invasive, limited shots. Christian is staring, transfixed, at each of the pictures in turn. Seems I'm not the only one. He mutters cryptically, his mouth set into a hard line. I think he's angry. Excuse me, he says, hitting with his right gaze for a moment. He heads to the reception desk. What's his problem now? I watch mesmerized as he talks animatedly with messy, very short hair and red lipstick. He fishes out his wallet and uses his credit card. Shit. He must have bought one of them. Hey, your views. These photographs are terrific. A young man with a shock of bright blonde hair startles me. I feel a hand at my elbow and Christian is back. You're a lucky guy. The blonde shock says to Christian and gives him a cold stare. That I am, he mutters darkly as he pulls me over to one side. Did you just buy one of these? One of these? He snorts, not taking his eyes off them. You bought more than one? He rolls his eyes. I bought them all, Anastasia. I don't want some stranger ogling you in the price either. My first inclination is to laugh. You'd rather it was you? I scoff. He glares down at me, caught off guard by my audacity, I think, but he's trying to hide his
Imagine a little bit of
Right. I drop the pen and bite my lower lip and I smile. His mouth drops open, and now his amusement is obvious. He strokes his chin thoughtfully. He can't argue that assessment as usual. He shakes his head, and his eyes soften with humor. I'd discuss it further with you, but I've signed it. He sighs, gazing at me, and his eyes darken. What I'd like to do are smart them, murmurs. I gasp, knowing full well what it means. You're very rude. I try to sound shocked and succeed. Has he no boundaries? He smirks, amused, then frowns. You look very relaxed in his photographs, Anastasia. I don't seem like that very often.
Hey, time out.
Whoa, change of subject. Talk about non sequitur, from playful to serious. I flush and glance down at my fingers. He tilts my head back, and I inhale sharply at the contact of his fingers. I want to have not whispers. All trace of humor has gone. Deep inside me, that joy stirs again. And how pleasant it is. You have to stop intimidating me if you want that. I snap. You have to large people until you have the He snaps back, eyes closing. I take a deep breath. Christian, you wanted me as a citizen. That's where the problem lies. It's in the definition of a citizen. Once. I pause, trying to recall the word. I think the synonyms were, and I quote, compliant, amenable, passive, tractable, resigned, patient, docile, tame, subdued. I wasn't supposed to look at you, not talk to you unless you gave me permission to do so. What do you expect? I hiss at him. His frown deepens as I continue. It's very confusing. You don't want me to defy you, but then you like my smart mouth. You want obedience, except when you don't, so you can punish me. I just don't know which way's up when I'm with you. He narrows his eyes.
You give us money. Always give us good. Yeah.
His voice is free.
What do you say? What do you say to them?
We've only been here for half an hour.
Say to them, thank you. Yes. Why?
His
I like the opportunity to be able to give what I could.
Jose. And last time I met him, he was trying to push his tongue into
But I didn't always know what to say to him. Like, oh, I know why. Because they'd always say something Yiddish.
He's never hit me. I spit at him. Christian scowls, urine emanating from every pore. That's a low anesthesia. He whispers menacingly. I fail, and Christian runs his hands through his hair, bristling with new, deep anger. I glare back at him. I'm taking for something to do. You're fading away in front of me. Find the boy, say goodbye. Please, can we stay longer? No. Go. Now. Say goodbye. I glower at him, blood boiling. Mr. Damn it, his head white. Anger's good. Maybe I drag my gaze away from him and scan the room for Jose. He's talking to a group of young women. I stop calling for him to get away. Just because he brought me here, you have to do as he says? Who the hell does he think he is? The girls are hanging on Jose's every word. One of them gasps as I approach, no doubt recognizing me from the portraits. Jose, Anna, excuse me, guys. Jose grins at them and puts his arm around me, and on some level, I'm amused. Jose, all smooth, impressing the ladies. You look mad, he says. I have to go, I mutter foolishly. You just got here. I know, but Christian needs to get back. The pictures are fantastic, Jose. You're very talented.
had exactly the same conundrum as the
Jose sneaks me into a big bear hug and spinning me so I can see Christian across the gallery. He's scowling, and I realize it's because I'm in his arms. So in a very calculated move, I wrap my arms around his neck. I think Christian's hand to his fire. His glare darkens to something quite sinister, and slowly makes his way toward us. Thanks for the warning about the portraits of me. I mumbled. Shit. Sorry, Anna. I shouldn't have. I don't know, I answered truthfully, momentarily knocked off balance by his question. Well, they're all sold, so somebody likes them. What is that? He hugs me tighter as Christian reaches us, glowering at me now, though fortunately Jose doesn't see. Jose faces me. Don't be stranger, Emma. Oh, is that right? Mr. Rodriguez. Very impressive. Christian sounds icily polite. I'm sorry we can't stay longer, but to have that respect and stick it out. He suddenly stresses me and takes my hand as he does so. Bye, Jose. Congratulations again. I give him a quick kiss on the cheek, and before I know it, Christian is gliding out of the building. I know he's boiling with silent wrath.
Why? I thought he was talking about Bula.
He looks quickly up and down the street, then heads left and suddenly sweeps me into a side alley, abruptly pushing me up against a wall. He wraps my face between his hands, forcing me to look up into his ardent, determined eyes. I gasp, and his mouth swings down. His kiss violently. Briefly, our teeth clash, then his tongue is in my mouth. Desire explodes like the 4th of July throughout my body, and I'm kissing him back, matching his fervor. My hands knotting in his hair, pulling it hard. He groans, a little sexy sound in the back of his throat that reverberates, and his hand moves down my body to the top of my thigh. His fingers digging into my flesh, long dress. I pour all the angst and heartbreak of the last few days into our kiss, binding him to me, and it hits me. In this moment of blinding passion, he is doing the same. He feels the same. He breaks off the kiss, panting. His eyes are luminous with desire, firing the already heated blood that is pounding in my body. My mouth is slack as I try to drag precious air into my lungs. He snarls, emphasizing each word. He pushes away from me and begs, hands on his knees as if he tried a marathon. The love of God, Anna. I lean against the wall, panting, trying to control the riotous reaction in my body, denying to find my intellect trying to avoid any extreme emotion. Yet you bring out feelings in me that are completely alien. It's very... He frowns, grasping for the word. Unsettling. I like control, and that just... He stands, his gaze intense. Evaporates. He waves his hand vaguely, and runs it through his hair and his deep breath. He clasps my hand. Come, we need to talk.
Are you done?
Chapter 2.
Is
He
this
whisks
done?
me into a small, intimate restaurant.
Are you done?
This place will have to do. Christian groans. We don't have much time. The restaurant looks fine to me. Wooden chairs, linen tablecloths, and walls the same color as Christian's playroom. Deep blood red. Randomly placed small gilt mirrors, white candles, and small vases of white roses. Elephants drove through soft golden background about this leaves the whole shut. And I sit, apprehensive and wondering what he's going to say. Christian says to me here as we sit, so each have some lipstick. Mayonnaise sauce, chives, and green vegetables, whatever the chef has, and used wines. Serving dessert. The waiter, taken aback by Christian's cool, calm efficiency, scuttles off. Christian places his BlackBerry on the table. Chance, I get a choice. And if I don't like steak, he sighs. Don't start, Anastasia. I am not a child, Christian. Will stop acting like one. It's as if he's slapped me. So this is how it be. An agitated, fraught conversation, albeit in a very romantic setting, but certainly no hearts and flowers. I'm a child because I don't like steak, I mutter, trying to conceal my hurt, or deliberately making me jealous. It's a childish thing to do. And no regard for your friend's feelings. You get on like that. Christian presses his lips together in a thin line and scowls as the waiter returns with the wine list. I blush. I hadn't thought of that. Poor Jose. I certainly don't want to encourage him. Suddenly, I'm mortified. Christian has a point. It was a thoughtless thing to do. He glances at the wine list. Would you like to choose the wine? He asks, raising his eyebrows expectantly, arrogance personified. He knows I know nothing about wine.
Let us
I
begin
answer,
our discussion.
sullen but chastened.
12 lectures
2 glasses of the gross about Shiraz, please. Really saw that wine by the bottle, sir. A bottle then. Christian snaps. Sir? He retreats, subdued, and I don't blame him. I frown at 50. What's eating him? Oh, myself, probably. And somewhere in the depths of my psyche, my inner goddess rises sleepily, stretches, and smiles. She's been asleep for a while. You're very grumpy. He gazes at me impassively. I wonder why that is. Well, it's good to set the right tone for an intimate and honest discussion about the future, wouldn't you say? I smile at him sweetly. His mouth presses into a hard line, but then, almost reluctantly, his lips lift, and I know he's trying to stifle his smile. I'm sorry, he says. Apology accepted, and I'm pleased to inform you I haven't decided to become a vegetarian since we last ate.
T-bone.
Since that was the last time I
T-bone. A
There's
T-bone.
that word again, root.
T-bone. T-bone.
Softened.
A T-bone.
He runs his hand through his hair, and he's serious again. And the last time we spoke, you left me. I'm a little nervous. I've told you I want you back, he said. Nothing. His gaze is intense and expectant while his anger is totally disarming. What the hell do I say
Well, that's
to this?
no one, dude. That's absolutely
I've
good. That's not rabbis.
Christian. The past few days have been difficult. I swallow, and a lump in my throat swells as I recall my desperate anguish
Oh, I'm sure
since
they'll
I
love
left
it.
him.
Hey,
This
welcome.
last week
Hey, you never
has
thought you'd
been
done a famous podcast, did you? No.
The pain almost
How you doing?
indescribable. Nothing has
Yeah, I'm
come
on there,
close.
perfect. How are you?
But reality
Well,
hits home.
thanks. Well, actually, perfect. That guy's perfect for Christmas.
I
Who's
can't
they?
do what you want me to be. I squeeze the words out past the lump in my throat. You are what I want you to be, he says, his voice emphatic. No, Christian, I'm not. You're upset because of what happened last time. I behaved stupidly, and so did you. Why didn't you say the word Anastasia?
That's how you open
His
up
tone changes, becomes
Really?
accusatory. What? Whoa. Answer me. I don't know. I was overwhelmed. I was trying to be what you wanted me to be, trying to deal with the pain, and it went out of my mind. You know, I forgot, I whisper, ashamed, and I shrug apologetically. Perhaps you waited all this hard. You forgot, he gasps with horror, grabbing the sides of the table and glaring. I peek under his stare. Shit, he's furious again. My inner goddess glares at me too. See, you brought this all on yourself. How can I trust you? His voice is low. Never. The waiter arrives with our wine as we sit staring at each other, blue eyes to gray. Both of us filled with unspoken recriminations, while the waiter removes the cork with an unnecessary flourish and pours a little wine into Christian's glass. Automatically, Christian reaches out and takes a sip. That's fine. His voice is curt. Gingerly, the waiter fills our glasses, placing the bottle on the table before we Christian has not taken his eyes off me the whole time. I am the first to crack, breaking eye contact, picking up my glass and taking a large gulp. I barely taste it. I'm sorry, I whisper, suddenly feeling stupid. I left because I thought we were incompatible. But he said I could have stopped him? Sorry for what? He says alarmed, not using the safe word. He closes his eyes as if
Why?
it were
I want to
might
talk
have
about that
created
one.
all this suffering. He mutters,
I got my back.
you look fine. More than fine. You look like it. It's his deceptive. He says quietly, fine. I feel like the sun has set and not risen for 5 days now. I'm in perpetual nightmare. I'm hated by his admission. Said he never leave, yet echoing its time for out the door. When did I say I'd never leave? In your sleep. It was the most stupid thing I'd heard in so long, Anastasia. It made me relax. My heart constricts and I reach for my wine. He whispers, is that now in the past tense? His voice is low, laced with anxiety. No, Christian, it's not. He looks so vulnerable as he exhales. Murmurs, I'm shocked by his admission. He's had a change of heart. When I told him I loved him before, he was horrified. The waiter is back, briskly, places our plates in front of us and scuttles away. Holy hell. Christian commands. Deep down, I know I'm hungry, but right now, my stomach is enormous. Sitting across from the only man I had ever loved and debating our uncertain future does not promote a healthy appetite. I look to see so help God, Anastasia. I will take you across my knee here in this restaurant, and it will have nothing to do with my sexual gratification. Eat.
What do you imagine about?
Here on, Bray. My subconscious stares at me over her half-eaten steaks. She is wholeheartedly and rhythmically initiates.
I'm not sure. What if
What
if it's not?
He doesn't smile, but continues to glare at me. Reluctantly, I lift my knife and fork and slice into my steak. Oh, it's mouth-wateringly good. I am hungry. Really hungry. I chew and he visibly relaxes. We eat our supper in silence. The music's changed. A soft-voiced woman sings in the background. Her words echoing my thoughts. I'll never be the same since you came into my life. I glance at him. He's eating and watching me. Hunger, longing, anxiety, by one hot look. Do you know who's saying? I try for some normal conversation. Christian pauses and listens. No. but she's good, whoever she
Another way to look
is.
at it would be to say
I
that
like her too.
both Dr. Neil and I
I know he smiles his private idiotic smile. What's he planning? What? I ask. He shakes his head. He says mildly. I have eaten half the food on my plate. I cannot eat any more. How can I negotiate this? I can't manage anymore. Have I eaten enough for sir? He stares at me impassively, not answering, then glances at his watch. I'm really full, I add, taking a sip of the delicious wine. We have to go shortly. Taylor's here, and you have to be up for work in the morning. So do you. I function on a lot less sleep than you do, Anastasia. At least you need something. Aren't we going back via Charlie Tango? No. I thought I might have a drink. Taylor will pick us up. Besides, this way I have you in the car all to myself for a few hours at least. We're talking. Oh, that's his plan. Christian summons the waiter to ask for the check, and picks up his BlackBerry and makes a call. Tom, Southwest 3rd Avenue. He hangs up. He still curs over the phone. You're very brusque with Taylor. In fact, with most people. I just get to the point quickly, Anastasia. You haven't gotten to the point this evening. Nothing's changed, Christian. I have a proposition for you. This started with a proposition. A different proposition. The waiter returns, and Christian hands over his credit card without checking the bill. He gazes at me speculatively while the waiter swipes his card. Christian's phone buzzes once, and he peers at it. He has a proposition? What now? A couple of scenarios run through my mind. Kidnapping, working for him. No, nothing makes sense. Christian finishes paying. Come, Taylor's outside. We stand, and he takes my hand. I don't want to lose you, Anastasia. He kisses my knuckles tenderly, and the touch of his lips on my skin resonates through my body. Outside, the alley is waiting. Christian opens my door. Climbing in, I sink into the plush leather. He heads to the driver's side. Taylor steps out of the car, and they talk briefly. This isn't their usual protocol. I'm curious. What are they talking about? Moments later, they're both back in the car, and I glance at Christian, who's wearing his impassive face as he stares ahead. I allow myself a brief moment to examine his profile. Straight nose, sculpted full lips, hair falling deliciously over his forehead. This divine man is surely not meant for me. Soft music fills the rear of the car, a grand orchestral piece that I don't know, and Taylor pulls into the light traffic, heading for I-5 and Seattle. Christian shifts Taylor. Taylor can't hear you. Christian reassures me. How? Taylor. Christian calls. Taylor doesn't respond. He calls again. Still no response. Christian leans over and taps his shoulder. Taylor removes an earbud I hadn't noticed. Yes, sir. Thank you, Taylor. It's okay. Resume your listening. Sir? How do you know? He's listening to his iPod. Puccini. Forget he's here. I do. Did you deliberately ask him to do that? Yes. Oh. Okay. Your proposition? Christian looks suddenly determined and businesslike. Holy shit. We're negotiating a deal. I listen attentively. Let me ask you something first. Do you want fuckery in the relationship kinky fuckery at all? My mouth drops open. Kinky fuckery? I squeak. Kinky fuckery. I can't believe you said that. Well, I did. answer me, he says calmly. I flush. My inner goddess is down on bended knee with her hands clasped in supplication, begging me. I like your cute fucker again. I whisper. That's what I thought. So what don't you like? Not being able to touch you, you're enjoying my pain, the bite of the belt. The threat of cruel and unusual punishment. What does that mean? Well, you have all those canes and whips and stuff in your playroom, and they frighten the living daylights out of me. I don't want you to use them on me. Okay, so no whips or canes, or belts, for that matter, he says sardonically. I gaze at him, puzzled. Are you attempting to redefine the hard limits? Not as such. I'm just trying to understand you, get a clearer picture of what you do and don't like. Fundamentally, Christian, it's your joy in inflicting pain on me that's difficult for me to handle. And the idea that you do it because I have crossed some the rules are written down. I don't want a set of rules. None at all. No rules. I shake my head, but my heart is in my mouth. Where is he going with this? But you don't mind if I spank you? Spank me with what? This. He holds up his hand. I squirm uncomfortably. No, not really. Especially with those silver balls. Thank heavens it's dark. My face is burning and my voice trails off as I recall that night. Yeah, I'd do that again. He smirks. Yes, that was fun. More than fun, I muttered. So you can deal with some pain. I shrug. Yes, I suppose. Where is he going with this? My anxiety level has shot up several magnitudes on the Richter scale. He strokes his chin, deep in thought. Anastasia, I want to start again. Do the vanilla thing, and then maybe, once you trust me more and I trust you to be honest and to communicate with me, we can move on and do some of the things that I like to do. I stare at him, stunned, with no thoughts in my head at all, like a computer crash. I think he's anxious, but I can't see him clearly as we're shrouded in the horrid darkness. It occurs to me, finally, this is it. He wants the light, but can I ask him to do this for me? And don't I like the dark? Some dark, sometimes. Memories of the Thomas Tallis night drift invitingly through my mind. But what about punishments? No punishments. He shakes his head. None. And the rules? But you have needs. I need you more, Anastasia. These last few days have been hell. All my instincts tell me to let you go. Tell me I don't deserve you.
With a certain amount of
Those photos the boy took.
logic,
I can see how he sees you.
various locations,
You look untroubled and beautiful.
Asia, and the later
Not
by
that you're not beautiful now, but here you said, I see you. It's hard, knowing that I'm the one who has made you feel this way. But I'm a selfish man. I've wanted you since you fell into my office. You are exquisite, honest, strong, beguilingly innocent. The list is endless. I'm in awe of you. I want you, and the thought of anyone else having you is like a knife twisting in my dark soul. My mouth goes dry. Holy shit. If that isn't a declaration of love, I don't know what is. And the words tumble out of me. A Dan raged. Christian, why do you think you have a dark soul? I would never say that. Sad, maybe, but you're a good man. I can see that. You're generous, you're kind, and you've never lied to my system. It was my wake-up call. I realized that you'd been easy on me and that I couldn't be the person you wanted me to be. Then, after I left, it dawned on me that the physical pain you inflicted was not as bad as the pain of losing you. I do want to please you, but it's hard. You please me all the time, he whispers. How often do I have to tell you that? I never know what you're thinking. Sometimes you're so closed off, like an island state. You intimidate me. That's why I keep quiet. I don't know which way your mood is going to go. It swings from north to south and back again in a nanosecond. It's confusing, and you won't let me touch you. And I want so much to show you how much I love you. He blinks in the darkness. Warily, I beg, and I can resist him no longer. I unbuckle my seatbelt and scramble into his lap, taking him by surprise, and take his head in my hands. I love you, Christian Grey, and you're prepared to do all this for me. I'm the one who is undeserving, and I'm just sorry that I can't do all those things for you. Maybe time, I don't know, but yes, I accept your proposition. Where do I sign? He snakes his arms around me and crushes me to him. Oh, Anna, he breathes as he buries his nose in my hair. We sit with our arms wrapped around each other, listening to the music, the soothing piano piece, mirroring the emotions in the car, the sweet, tranquil calm after the storm. I snuggle into his arms, resting my head in the crook of his neck. He gently strokes my back. Touching is a hard word for me, Anastasia. He whispers, I know. I wish I understood why. After a while, he sighs, and in a soft voice he says, I had a horrific childhood. One of the crack whores pimps. His voice trails off, and his body tenses as he recalls some unimaginable horror. I can remember that, he whispers, shuddering. Abruptly, my heart constricts as I remember the burn scars marring his skin. I tighten my arms around his neck. What she your mother? My voice is low and soft with unshed tears. Not that I remember. She was neglected. She didn't protect me from her fate. He snorts. I think it was named after her. She finally killed herself. It took 4 days for someone to raise the alarm and find us. I remember that. I cannot contain my gasp of horror. Holy mother of fuck! Bile rises in my throat. That's pretty fucked up, I whisper. 50 Shades. He murmurs. I press my lips against his neck, seeking and offering solace as I imagine the small, dirty, gray-eyed boy lost and lonely beside the body of his dead mother. Oh, Christian. I breathe in his scent. He smells heavenly. My favorite fragrance in the entire world. He tightens his arms around me and kisses my hair, and I sit wrapped in his embrace as Taylor speeds into the night. When I wake, we're driving through Seattle. Hey, Christian says softly. Sorry, I murmur as I sit up, blinking and stretching. I am still in his arms, on his lap. I could watch you sleep forever, Anna. Did I say anything? No. We're nearly at your place. Oh? We're not going to yours? I sit up and gaze at him. Why not?
rather audacious work to
Because
write
you have work
Middle
tomorrow.
Ages. It would be audacious to write
How?
today anyway, in which
Why?
the
You
clear
have something in
11
mind.
claims of Islam
I swear. Well, maybe.
so there was a lot of
He
philosophical
chuckles.
reasons why
Anastasia,
ViralRabbi
I am not going to touch you again. Not until you beg me to. What? So that you'll start communicating with me. Next time we make love, you're going to have to tell me exactly what you want.
In reality,
Fine detail.
very little.
Oh. He shifts me off his lap as Taylor pulls up outside my apartment. Christian climbs out and holds the car door open for me. I have something for you. He moves to the back of the car, opens the trunk, and pulls out the large gift-wrapped box. What the hell is this? Oh,
Conduct correspondence and
you're not coming in?
with many other nations
Anastasia.
on behalf
So
of
when will I see you?
Spanish Kingdom. And
Tomorrow.
he was especially
My
curious
boss
about
wants me to
the
go
fact
for a
that
drink with him
they
tomorrow.
inclined towards it.
Christian's face
All
hardens.
over, so
Does
he wanted to
he
find
now?
out, is it true?
His
Is
voice is
what they
laced with
say
latent
back
menace.
in the year 740
To celebrate my
still
first
true
week,
now? Is there
I add
actually a Jewish kingdom?
where?
This region
I don't
of
know.
Khazaria.
I
So
can
he
take
sent
it from
out
there.
emissaries
Okay,
to
I'll email or text you.
east to
Good.
Central Asia and
He walks me to the lobby door and waits while I take my keys out of my purse. As I unlock the door, he leans forward and cups my chin, tilting my head back. His mouth hovers over mine, and, closing his eyes, he runs a trail of kisses from the corner of my eye to the corner of my mouth. A small moan escapes my mouth as my insides melt and come through.
Some letters from
Until tomorrow,
Joseph
he
of
breathes.
Khazaria, which essentially
Good night, Christian.
today.
I hear the need in my voice.
Particularly
He
early
smiles.
modern historians, that
You
was
go,
sufficient.
he orders, and I walk through the lobby, carrying my mysterious parcel. Later,
Other historians,
he
however, have
calls,
cast a
then
lot
turns,
of
and with his easy grace,
doubt.
heads back to
Wait
the
a
car.
second here. This is,
Once in the apartment, I open the gift box and find my MacBook Pro laptop, the BlackBerry, and another rectangular box. What is this? I unwrap the silver paper. Inside is a black slim leather case. Opening the case, I find an iPad. Holy shit, an iPad! A white card is resting on the screen with a message written in Christian's handwriting. Anastasia, this is for you. I know what you want to hear. Music on here says it for me. Christian. I have a Christian Grey mixtape in the guise of a high-end iPad. I shake my head in disapproval because of the expense, but deep down, I love it. Jack has one at the office, so I know how they work. I switch it on and gasp as the wallpaper image appears. A small model lighter. Oh my. It's the Atlantic L23 I gave him, mounted on a glass stand and sitting on what I think is Christian's desk in his office. I peek at it. He built it. He really did build it. I remember now he mentioned it in the note with flowers. I have a feeling, and I know in that instant that he's put a great deal of thought into this gift. I slide the arrow at the bottom of the screen to unlock it and gasp again. The background photograph is of Christian and me at my graduation in the tent. It's the one that appeared in the Seattle Times. Christian looks so handsome, and I can't help my face splitting grin. Yes, and he's mine. With a swipe of my finger, the icons shift, and several new ones appear on the next screen. Kindle app, iBooks, Words, whatever that is. The British Library? I touch the icon and a menu appears. Historical collection. Scrolling down, I select novels of the 18th and 19th century. Another menu. I tap on a title. The American by Henry James. A new window
And at some
opens,
point,
offering
that
me
key
a
is
scanned
full,
copy of the book to
these
read.
documents are taken
Holy
to the
crap,
Jewish cemetery.
it's an early edition, published in 1879, and it's on my iPad. It's bought me at the British Library at a touch of a button. I exit quickly, knowing that I could be lost in this app for an eternity. I notice a food app that makes me roll my eyes and smile at the same time. A news app, a weather app, but it's no energy music. I go back to the main screen, hit the iPod icon, and the playlist features. I scroll through the songs, and the list makes me smile. Thomas Tallis. I'm not going to forget that feeling. I heard it twice, after all. Well, Bob fucked me. Witchcraft. My hand gets wider, dancing around the grapefruit. Off my cello piece. Oh no, that's way too sad for my mood right now. Jeff Buckley. Yeah, I've heard of it. Snow Patrol, my favorite band, and a song called Principles of Lust by Rabbi. Now Christian. Another called Possession. Oh yes, very creepy names. And a few more I have never heard. Selecting a song that catches my eye, I press play. It's called Try by followforfollow. She starts to sing, and her voice is a silken scarf wrapping around me, enveloping me. I lie down on my bed. Does this mean Christians going to try this relationship? I drink in the mirrors, staring at the ceiling, trying to understand this turnaround. Mystery. Must have something to us. This iPad, these songs, these facts. My heart swells with hope. The song ends and tears spring to my eyes. I quickly scroll to another. The Scientist by Coldplay. One of Kate's favorite bands. I know the track, but I've never really listened to the lyrics before. I close my eyes and let the words wash over me. My tears start to flow. I can't stand them. If this isn't an apology, what is it? Oh, question. Or is this an invitation? Will he answer my questions? Am I reading too much into this? I am probably reading too much into this. I dash my tears away. I have to email him to thank him. I leap up off my bed to fetch the medication. Coldplay continues as I sit cross-legged on my bed. The Mac powers up, and I log in. Anastasia Steele. Subject, iPad. Date, June 9th, 2011. 23:86. To Christian Grey. You've made me cry again. I love the iPad. I love the songs. I love the British Library app. I love it. Good night, Anna, XX. From Christian Grey. Subject, iPad. Date, June 10th, 2011. 0003. To Anastasia Steele. I'm glad you like it. I bought one for myself. Now, if I'm there, I'm listening to but I'm not, so listen. Christian Grey, CEO, Grey Enterprises Companies. His response makes me smile. Still so bossy, still so Christian. Will that change too? And I realize in that moment that I hope not. I must believe this. As long as I can stand up to him without fear of punishment. From Anastasia Steele. Subject, Mr. Rabbi. Date, June 10th, 2011. 0007. To Christian Grey. You sound your usual bossy and possibly tense and possibly grumpy self, Mr. Grey. I know something that changes that, but then you're not here. Won't let me stay. you expect me to bed? Dream on, sir. Anna, XX. P.S. I also note that you included the stalker tandem and fronting tape. I do enjoy your sense of humor. Was Dr. Flynn though? From Christian Gray. Subject, send like call. Date, June 10, 2011. 0010. To Anastasia Steele. My dearest Miss Steele. Spend your day no relationships to you. Usually consensually and in a sexual context. But I am more than happy to make an exception. Now that Dr. Flynn also enjoys my sense of humor. Now please go to sleep as you won't be impressed tomorrow. Incidentally, you will bet. Trust me. And I look forward. Christian Gray. Brave Enterprises Holdings. From Anastasia Steele. Subject. Good night. Sweet dreams. Date. June 10, 2011. 0012. To Christian Gray. Well, since you asked so nicely, and I like that which is correct, I shall curl up in the iPad and sit kindly falsely browsing the British Library, listening to the music that says it for you. XXX. From Christian Gray. Subject, one more request. Date, June 10, 2011. 00 Anastasia Steele. Dream of me. X. Christian Gray, CEO of Gray Enterprises Holdings. Dream of me, Christian Gray? Always. I change quickly to pajamas, brush my teeth, and slip into bed. Putting my earbuds in, I pull the bright Charlie Tango balloon from underneath my pillow and hug it. I am brimming with joy. A stupid, wide-mouthed grin on my face. What difference to date? How am I ever going to sleep? Jose Gonzalez starts to sing a sweet melody in a hypnotic orbit. Marveling how the world has righted itself in one year. And wondering idly if I should make a playlist for Christian. Chapter 3. The one good thing about being carless is that on the bus on my way to work, I can plug my headphones into my iPad while it's safely in my purse and listen to all the wonderful tunes Christian has given me. By the time I arrive at the office, I have the most ludicrous grin on my face. Jack glances up at me and does a double take. Good morning, Anna. You look. His remark flusters me. How inappropriate. I slept well. Thank you, Jack. Good morning. His brow crinkles. He's reading out of course on the phone one time. He hands me 4 manuscripts, and my horrified expression adds, just first chapters. Sure. I smile weakly, and he gives me a broad smile in return. I switch on the computer to start work, finishing my latte and taking a banana. There's an email from Christian. From Christian Gray. Subject, so help me. June 10, 2011. 8:05. To Anastasia Steele. I missed you last night. Christian Gray, CEO of Gray Enterprises Holdings. From Anastasia Steele. Subject, old clothes. Date, June 10, 2011. 8:33. To Christian Gray. I am eating a banana as I type. I have not had breakfast for several days, so it is a step forward. I love the British Library app. I started rereading Robinson Crusoe, and, of course, I love it. Now leave me alone. I'm trying to work. Anastasia Steele. From Christian Gray. Subject, is that all you've eaten? Date, June 10, 2011. 8:36. To Anastasia Steele. You can believe that you are going to use your energy for begging. Christian Gray, CEO, Gray Enterprises Holdings, Inc. From Anastasia Steele. Subject, text. Date, June 10, 2011, 8:39. To Christian Gray. Mr. Gray, I am trying to work for a living, and it's you that will be begging. Anastasia Steele, Assistant to Jack Hyde, Editor, SIV. From Christian Gray. Subject, bring it on. Date, June 10, 2011, 8:42. To Anastasia Steele. Why, Steele, I love the challenge. Christian Gray, CEO, Gray Enterprises Holdings, Inc. I sit grinning at the screen like an idiot, but I need to read these chapters for Jack and write reports on all of them. Placing the manuscripts on my desk, I begin. At lunchtime, I head to the deli for a pastrami sandwich and listen to the playlist on my iPad. First up, there's Night Song, some world music called Homelands. It's eclectic taste in music. I wander back, listening to a classical piece, Fantasia on a Theme by Thomas Tallis, by Ralph Vaughan Williams. Though 50 has a sense of humor, and I love him for it. Will this stupid grin ever leave my face? The afternoon drags. I decide, in an unguarded moment, to email Christian. From Anastasia Steele. Subject, 4. Date, June 10, 2011, 16:05. To Christian Gray. Twiddling my thumbs. How are you? What are you doing? Anastasia Steele. Assistant to Jack Hyde. Editor, SIV. From Christian Gray. Subject, your thumbs. Date, June 10, 2011, 16:50. To Anastasia Steele. You should have come to work. I am sure I could prepare to better use. It's all very dry. Your emails at SIV are monitored. Christian Gray, Distracted CEO, Gray Enterprises Holdings, Inc. Oh, shit. I had no idea. How the hell does he know? I scowl at the screen and quickly check the emails we've sent, deleting them as I do. Promptly at 5:30, Jack is at my desk. It is casual Friday, so he's wearing jeans and a black shirt. Drink, Anna? I'd like to go for a quick at the bar across the street. We? I ask, hopeful. Yes. Close to the scope. Come. For some unknown reason, which I don't want to examine too closely, relief floods through me. I'd love to. What's the bar called? 50s. You're kidding. He looks at me oddly. No. Some significance for you? No. Sorry. I'll join you over there. What would you like to drink? A beer, please. I make my way to the powder room and email Christian from the BlackBerry. From Anastasia Steele. Subject, you'll fit right in. Date, June 10, 2011, 17:36. To Christian Gray. The rich seam of humor that I can mine from this is endless. I look forward to seeing you there, Mr. Gray. A. X. From Christian Gray. Subject, hazards. Date, June 10th, 2011, 17:38. To Anastasia Steele. Writing is a very, very dangerous occupation. Christian Gray, CEO, Gray Enterprises Holdings. From Anastasia Steele. Subject, hazards. Date, June 10th, 2011, 17:40. To Christian Gray. And your point is? From Christian Gray. Subject, yearly. Date, June 10th, 2011, 17:42. To Anastasia Steele. Making an observation, I see. I'll see you shortly. Sooner rather than later, maybe. Christian Gray, CEO, Gray Enterprises Holdings, Inc. I check myself in the mirror. What a difference a day can make. I have more color in my cheeks, and my eyes are shining. It's the Christian Gray effect. A little email sparring with him will do that to a girl. I grin at the mirror and straighten my pale blue shirt, the one Taylor bought me. I am wearing my favorite jeans today, too. Most of the women in the office wear either jeans or floaty skirts. I will need to invest in a floaty skirt or two. Perhaps I'll do that this weekend and bank the check Christian gave me for Wanda, my poodle. As I head out of the building, I hear my name called. Miss Steele? I turn expectantly, and an ashen young woman approaches me cautiously. She looks like a ghost, so pale and strangely blank. Miss Anastasia Steele? She repeats, and her features stay static even though she's speaking. Yes? She stops. And I stare back, immobilized. Who is she? What does she want? Can I help you? I ask. How does she know my name? No, I just wanted to look at you. Her voice is eerily soft. Like me, she has dark hair that starkly contrasts with her fair skin. Her eyes are brown, like bourbon, but flat. There's no life in them at all. Her beautiful face is pale and etched with sorrow. Sorry, you have me at a disadvantage, I say, trying to ignore the warning tingle up my spine. On closer inspection, she looks odd, disheveled, and uncared for. Her clothes are 2 sizes too big, including her designer trench coat. She laughs, a strange, discordant sound that only feeds my anxiety. What do you have that I don't? She asks sadly. My anxiety turns to fear. I'm sorry, who are you? Me? I'm nobody. She lifts her arm to drag her hand through her shoulder-length hair, and as she does, the sleeve of her trench coat rides up, revealing a soiled bandage around her wrist. Holy fuck. Good day, Miss Steele. Turning, she walks up the street as I stand, as her slight frame disappears from view, lost among the workers pouring out of their various offices. What was that about? Confused, I cross the street to the bar, trying to assimilate what has just happened, while my subconscious rears her ugly head and hisses at me. She has something to do with Christian. 50s is a cavernous, impersonal bar with baseball pennants and posters hanging on the wall. Jack is at the bar with Elizabeth, Courtney, the other editor, 2 guys from finance, and Claire from reception. She is wearing her trademark silver hoop earrings. Hi, Anna. Jack hands me a bottle of Bud. Cheers. Thank you, I murmur, still shaken by my encounter with Ghost Girl. Cheers. We clink bottles, and he continues his conversation with Elizabeth. Claire smiles sweetly. So, how has your first week been? She asks. Good, thank you. Everyone seems very friendly. You seem much happier today. It's Friday, I muttered quickly. So, do you have any plans this weekend? My patented distraction technique works, and I'm saved. Claire turns out to be one of 7 kids, and she's going to a big family get-together in Tacoma. She becomes quite animated, and I realize I haven't spoken to any women my own age since Kate left for Barbados. Absently, I wonder how Kate is, and Elliot. I must remember to ask Christian if he's heard from him. Oh, and Nathan, Kate's brother, will be back next Tuesday, and he'll be staying in our apartment. I can't imagine Christian is going to be happy about that. My earlier encounter with strange ghost girl slips further from my mind. During my conversation with Claire, Elizabeth hands me another beer. Thanks. I smile at her. Claire is very easy to talk to. She likes to talk. And before I know it, I am on my third beer, courtesy of one of the guys from finance. When Elizabeth and Courtney leave, Jack joins Claire and me. Where is Christian? One of the finance guys engages Claire in conversation. Ella, you think you made the right decision coming here? Jack's voice is soft, and he's standing a bit too close. But I've noticed that he has a tendency to do this with everyone, even at the office. I've enjoyed myself this week. Thank you, Jack. Yes, I think I made the right decision. You're a very bright girl, Anna. You'll go far. I blush. Thank you, I mutter, because I don't know what else to say. Do you live far? The Pike Market District. Not far from here. Smiling, he moves even closer and leans against the bar, effectively trapping me. Do you have any plans this weekend? Today's class is on a fascinating character. I feel him before I see him. It's as if my whole body is highly attuned to his presence. It relaxes and ignites at the same time. A weird internal duality, and I sense that strange pulsing electricity. Christian drapes his arm around my shoulder in a seemingly casual display of affection, but I know differently. He is staking a claim, and on this occasion, it's very welcome. Softly, he kisses my hair. He'll leave me. He murmurs. I feel relieved, safe, and excited with his arm around me. He draws me to his side, and I glance up at him while he stares at Jack, his expression impassive. Turning his attention to me, he gives me a brief, crooked smile followed by a swift kiss. He's wearing his navy pinstripe jacket over jeans and a white shirt.
His dates are 1626 to 1676.
Jack shuffles back uncomfortably. Jack, this is Christian. I mumble apologetically. Why do I apologize? Christian, Jack. I'm the boyfriend, Christian says with a small smile that doesn't reach his eyes as he shakes Jack's hand. I glance up at Jack, who is mentally assessing the fine specimen of manhood in front of him. I'm the boss, Jack replies arrogantly. And you did mention an ex-boyfriend. Oh, shit. Don't want to play this game with me. Well, no longer ex. Christian replies calmly. Come on, baby. Time to go. Please, stay here short this drink. Jack says sweetly. I don't think that's a good idea. Why is this so uncomfortable? I glance at Claire, who is, of course, staring, open-mouthed and with frankly carnal appreciation at Christian. When will I stop caring about the effect he has on other women? We have plans. Christian replies with his enigmatic smile. And a frisson of anticipation runs through my body. Another time, perhaps. He adds, come. He says to me as he takes my hand. See you Monday. I smile at Jack, Claire, and the guys from finance, trying hard to ignore Jack's less than pleased expression and follow Christian out of the door. Taylor is at the wheel of the Audi waiting at the curb. Why did that feel like a pissing contest? I ask Christian as he opens the car door for me. Because it was. He murmurs and gives me his enigmatic smile and shuts my door. Hello, Taylor, I say, and our eyes meet in the rearview mirror. Taylor acknowledges my smile. Christian slides in beside me, clasps my hand, and gently kisses my knuckles. Hi, he says softly. My cheeks turn pink, knowing that Taylor can hear us, grateful that he can't see the scorching, panty, rusty look that Christian is giving me. It takes all my self-restraint not to leave on him right here, in the back seat of the car. Oh, the back seat of the car. Hi, I breathe, my mouth dry. What would you like to do this evening? I thought you said we had plans. Oh, I know what I like to do next, Teacher. I'm asking
I'll
what
mumble a
he
few words. I'll pretend
I
whatever.
need
I'll collect the $500. We'll
I
go.
see.
We'll have an amazing
He
lunch.
says with a wickedly salacious grin.
Shipman says, you're crazy.
So,
We'll do whatever you want.
begging it is then.
So Ruben goes
You want to
in.
beg at my place or yours?
And
He
Shipman's
tilts his
outside
head to
waiting in the
one
car.
side
He's
and
waiting.
smiles
He's
his
waiting.
oh so
And finally,
sexy
Ruben
smile
comes
at
back
me.
out.
I think you're being very presumptuous, Mr. Gray.
Oh, there you go.
But by way of a change,
Did they give you the money?
you come to my
Says
apartment.
to
I bite my lip deliberately, and his expression darkens. Taylor, this is Taylor's
pass the
Taylor acknowledges and heads
So
off
there
to
were
the traffic.
two principal
How is your day? He asks. Good. Yours?
foundations of the 17th that we have to consider.
His ridiculously broad grin reflects mine, and he loosens my hand.
Understand the impact of the suffix as discussed in some detail last week.
Your boss, Jack Huck.
This is the gathering of mystics and halachas that
Whoa,
were very, very
that's
active
a sudden
in
change in direction.
the beginning
I frown.
of the
Why?
16th and 17th
This
century.
isn't about your
And,
pissing
they had a
contest?
tremendous impact, in particular,
Christian smirks.
Rabbi Yitzchak Luria,
That man
known
wants
as
me
the
to your panties, Anastasia.
C.
He says dryly.
His name stands for Zechrono
I go
Levrava,
crimson
blessed
as my
memory.
mouth drops
The
open,
RP is an acronym
and I
of his
glance
name, means the
nervously at
lion
Taylor.
of blessed memory.
Well,
So the
he
Arizal in
can want
particular
what he likes.
created
Why are we even having this conversation? You know I have no interest in him whatsoever. He suggests my boss. That's important. He wants what's mine. I need to know if he's doing his job. I shrug. I think so. Where is he going with this? Well, he'd better leave him alone, or he'll find himself on his ass on the sidewalk. Oh, Christian, what are you talking about? He hasn't done anything wrong.
Process of
He just
creation, a lot of things which are much more theory than anything
He
else.
makes one move you can tell me. It's called gross moral turpitude, or sexual harassment.
Which means Kabbalah
It was just a drink after work.
affect change in the universe,
One
as opposed to earlier thought, which
You don't have that
emphasized
kind of power.
understanding the structure
Honestly.
of the universe. This was about
And before I roll my eyes at him,
altering the structure of
the realization
through
hits me
various
with the force of a
prayers,
single phrase.
various
Do you, Christian? Christian gives me his enigmatic smile. You're buying company,
Shaping
I whisper in horror.
of course, one of the biggest
His
questions
smile slips in response to the handle of my voice. Not exactly, he says.
taboo
You bought it.
subjects, which
SIP.
persist, by the way,
Already.
right up into the 20th and even the 21st
He
century.
blinks at me warily.
Groups of individuals
Possibly.
attempted through
You
Oriental
have
Kabbalah
or you haven't?
urge God to send the Messiah.
What the hell? Why? I gasp, appalled. Oh, this just is too much. Because I can't, Anastasia. I need you to sing. But you said you wouldn't interfere in my career.
Identity as a young man. In
I
particular,
snatch my hand out of his. Christian, words fail me.
the Godhead, so to
Are you
speak.
mad at me?
There was this idea
Yes, of course I'm mad at you. I see.
very popular
I
today.
mean, what kind of responsible business executive makes decisions based on who he is currently fucking?
call to social action.
I blanch and glance nervously once more at Taylor, who is stoically ignoring
Some
us.
kind of fundamental repair
Shit.
to a
What a time to have a brain-to-mouth filter malfunction.
something was wrong with the universe.
Christian
and
opens his mouth, then closes it again, and scowls at me.
Kabbalah,
I glare at
it's,
him. The atmosphere in the car plunges
this
from warm
especially
with sweet
so
reunion
after the
to
Spanish
frigid
Revolution
with unspoken words and potential recriminations as we glower at each other.
shift.
Fortunately, our uncomfortable car journey doesn't last long, and Taylor pulls up outside my apartment. I scramble out of the car quickly, not waiting for anyone to open the door. I hear Christian mutter to Taylor. I sense him standing close behind me as I struggle to find the front door keys in my purse. Anastasia, he says calmly, as if I'm some cornered wild animal. I sigh and turn to face him. I am so mad at him. My anger is palpable. A dark entity threatening to choke me. First, I haven't done it for a while. A long while. And second, I wanted to get into publishing. A tell. I stare frigidly at him. His eyes are intense, and sexy as hell. I could get lost in their steamy depths. So you're my boss now, I snap. Technically, I'm boss's boss. And technically, it's gross moral turpitude. The fact that I am fucking my boss's boss.
There's
At the
also
moment,
a
we're
very
arguing
important
with
social and political
Christian scowls.
element.
That's because he's such an ass, I hiss.
And he himself
Christian steps back in stunned surprise. Oh shit, have I gone too far?
In fact,
And ass murmurs as his expression changes to one of amusement. God damn it, I am mad at you. Do not make me laugh. Yes. I struggle to maintain my look of moral outrage. And ass, Christian says again. This time, his lips twitch with an impressed smile. Don't make me laugh when I'm mad at you, I shout. And he smiles, a dazzling, full-tune, all-American boy smile. And I can't help it. I am grinning and laughing too. How could I not be affected by the joy I see in his smile? Just because I have a stupid damn grin on my face doesn't mean I'm not mad as hell at you, I mutter breathlessly, trying to suppress my high school cheerleader giggling, though I was never cheerleader. The bitter thought crosses my mind. He leans in, and I think he's going to kiss me, but he doesn't. He nuzzles my hair and inhales deeply. As ever, Miss Stone, you are unexpected. He leans back and looks at me. His eyes are unusually bright. So, I begin to not say capital for exercising my democratic right as a American citizen on the and consumer to purchase whatever I damn well please. Have you spoken to Dr. Flynn about this? He laughs. I try for a grudging look, but my lip helps, and I smile as I open the door. Christian turns and waves to Taylor, and out he moves away. It's odd having Christian Grey in the carpet. The place feels too small for him. I am still mad at him. His stalking knows no bounds, and it dawns on me that this is how he knew about the email being monitored at SIP. He probably knows more about SIP than I do. The thought is unsavory. What can I do? Why does he have this need to keep me safe? I am a grown-up, sort of, for heaven's sake. What can I do to reassure him? I gaze at his face as he faces the room like a caged predator, and my anger subsides. Seeing him here in my space when I thought we were over is heartwarming. More than heartwarming. I love him, and my heart swells with nervous, heavy elation. He glances around, assessing his surroundings. Nice place, he says. Kate's parents bought it for her. He nods distractedly, and his bold gray eyes come to rest on mine, staring at me. Would you like a drink? I mutter, flushing with nerves. Anastasia. His eyes darken. Why am I so nervous? What would you like to do, Anastasia? He asks softly as he walks toward me, all feral and hot. I know what I want to do, he adds in a low voice. I back up until I bump against the concrete kitchen island. I'm still mad at you. He smiles a lopsided apologetic smile, and I melt. Well, maybe not so bad. Would you like something to eat? I ask. He nods slowly. Yes. He murmurs. Everything's waistline clenches. I'm seduced by his voice alone. And that look, that hungry, I want you now look. Oh my. He's standing in front of me, not quite touching, staring down into my eyes and the heat that's radiating off his body. I'm stiflingly hot, flustered, and my legs are like jelly as the dark desire courses through me. I want him. He murmurs. I had a sandwich at lunch, I whisper. I don't want to talk. He narrows his eyes. I'm really not hungry right now for food. I'm hungry for the steel. I think you know, Mr. Gray. He leans down, and again I think he's going to kiss me. But he doesn't. Whispers softly in my ear. Yes, I do. Where? Everywhere. You have to be more specific than that. I told you I am not going to touch you until you beg me and tell me what to do. I am lost. He's not playing fair. He is so tantalizingly close. His scent intoxicating. I reach up and he steps back. He chats, his eyes suddenly wide and long. What? That? He shakes his head. Not at all. I can't keep the longing out of my voice. He looks at me uncertainly, and I'm emboldened by his hesitation. I step toward him, and he steps back, holding up his hands in defense, but smiling. Look, Nana. It's a warning, and he runs his hand through his hair, exasperated. Some fruit you don't mind? I observe plaintively. Perhaps I should find a marker pen. And
this material
we could
disseminates
map
very
out
fast.
the
Jews are avid readers in the
no-go
17th century, and
He raises an eyebrow. That's not a bad idea.
His father
Where's your
held
bedroom?
poultry, he sold chickens,
I nod in the
and,
direction.
3 sons in the sweet family. Eliash and Yosef actually ended up becoming very successful.
His face falls at my expression.
They
No,
ended up
I squeak.
following their brother
I
Shabbatai
see.
into
He says, and his lips press to the thin line. Come, let's have something to eat. I thought we were going to bed. I want to go to bed with you.
And he was the scholar.
He smiles, and suddenly darting toward me, he grabs my wrists and pulls me into his arms so that his body is pressed against mine.
Apparently at the age of 15,
So alive, he murmurs, burning eyes and kissing down at me.
he studied on his
His
own.
eyes,
And at the age of 19,
anticipation,
approached the stage,
just
was
note.
ordained as a
Right
father.
now, I'm reaching into delayed gratification.
Huh.
Since when? I am serious and I want my gratification now. I'm dead. Please? I sound whining. He smiles at me tenderly. You're too slow. He kisses my forehead as he used to. He kisses again. Part of some evil plan. I scowl at him. I'm still mad that you got SIP. And now I am mad at you because you're making me women keep my house. I'm shocked. His tone is gently mocking. Stop teasing me. You don't fight fair. He stifles his grin by biting his lower lip. He looks suddenly adorable. Playful Christian toying with my libido. If only my seduction skills were better. I know what to do, but not being able to touch him does hamper me. My inner goddess narrows her eyes and looks thoughtful. We need to work on this. As Christian and I gaze at each other, hot, bothered, and nervous, and him, relaxed and amused at my expense, I realize I have no food in the apartment. I could cook something, except we'll have to go shopping. Shopping? For groceries. Got no food here? His expression hardens. I shake my head. Crap. He looks white and angry. Let's go shopping, he says sternly as he turns on his heel and heads for the door, opening it wide for me. When was the last time you were in a supermarket? Christian looks out of place, but he follows me dutifully, holding the shopping basket. I can't remember. Does Mrs. Jones do all the shopping? I think Taylor helps her. I'm not sure. Are you happy with the stir fry? It's quick. Stir fry sounds good. Christian grins, no doubt figuring out my ulterior motive for a sneaky meal. Have they worked for you long? Taylor, 4 years, I think. Mrs. Jones, about the same. Why didn't you you know why?
These two were marriages, and he seemed to have difficulty with intimacy on a personal level and a marital level, and this became true.
I reply in a small voice, not wanting that reminder. Reach the checkout and silently stand in line. I hadn't left. Would he have offered me another alternative? I wonder He pulls me back to the present. Here, I think. I'll get some wine. Oh dear. I'm not sure what sort of wine is available in Ernie's supermarket. Christian reemerges empty-handed, menacingly looking disgust. There's a good liquor store next door, I say quickly. I'll see what they have. Maybe we should just go to this place. No, we wouldn't have all this hassle. I watch as he strolls purposefully and with easy grace out of the store. 2 women coming in stop and stare. Oh yes, I might be shades, I think to respond quickly. I want memory in my bed. He's playing hard to get. I shouldn't. My inner goddess nods frantically in agreement, and as I stand in line, come up with a plan. Christian carries the grocery bags into the apartment. He's carried them as he walks back to the apartment from the store. He looks odd, not his usual secure at all. You look very domestic. No one has ever used that before, he says dryly. He places the bags on the kitchen island. As I start to unload them, he takes out a bottle of white wine and searches for a corkscrew. This place is still using, I think the opener is in that drawer there. I point at my chin. This feels so normal. People getting to know each other, having a meal. Yet it's so strange. The fear that I'd always felt in his presence has gone. Already done so much together. I blush just thinking about it. And yet, I hardly know him. Christian interrupts my reverie as he shrugs out of his sleeve-sweat jacket and places it on the shelf. How little I know him. His eyes soften. I don't think that's true. Mrs. Robinson comes unwillingly and very unwelcome into my mind. It is anesthesia. I'm a very, very private person. He hands me a glass of white wine. Cheers, he says. Cheers, I respond, taking a sip as he puts the bottle in the fridge. Can I help you with that? He asks. No, it's fine. Sit. I'd like to help. His expression is sincere. And to chop the vegetables. I don't cook, he says, regarding the knife I hand him with suspicion. I imagine you don't need to. I place a chopping board and some red peppers in front of him. He stares down at them in confusion. You've never chopped a vegetable? No. I smirk at him. Are you smirking at me? It appears this is something that I can do and you can't. Let's face it, Christian, I think this is a first. Here, I'll show
He
you.
was good looking.
I brush up against him and he steps back. My inner goddess sits up and takes notice. Like this. I slice the red pepper, careful to remove the seeds. Looks simple enough.
Any questions so
You
far?
shouldn't have any trouble with it,
Talking
I mutter, ironically.
Nobody likes that
He
first
gazes at
question.
me passively for a
We have a
moment,
second question.
then sets about his task as I continue to prepare the diced chicken.
Basically, that joke always works.
He starts to slice, carefully, slowly.
There came a
Oh
point where
my. Here all night. I wash my hands and hunt for the water, the oil, and the other ingredients I need, repeatedly brushing against him. My hip, my arm, my back, my hands. Small, seemingly innocent touches. Still, each time I know what he's doing.
He began a period of
Murmurs darkly, still preparing the first pepper.
I
I think it's called flipping, I say, fluttering my eyelashes. Grabbing another knife, I join him at the chopping board, peeling and slicing garlic, shallots, and French beans, continually bumping against him.
by his 1650s,
He mutters as he starts on his second red pepper.
his
Chopping,
first teacher
I bat my eyelashes at him.
together in the
Years of practice. I brush against him again, this time with my behind. He stills once more.
Can't find my
If
notes.
you do that again, Anastasia, I am going to take you on the kitchen floor.
Basically, he makes his
Oh,
way,
wow.
through
It's
Egypt,
working.
the wire wanders around.
You'll have to beg me first.
Egypt,
Is that a challenge? Maybe.
crossover into
He
Gaza,
puts down his knife and saunters slowly over to me, his eyes burning.
and then ultimately
Waiting past me, he switches the gas off. The oil in the wok quiets almost empty.
and eventually he's going
I think
to
you'll
die
hear
here
later,
in exile.
he says. Put the chicken. This is not a sentence I have ever expected to hear from Christian Grey.
Sent him from town to town. He really hit the heights. He saw all of the great Jewish cities of the time.
I pick up the bowl of diced chicken, rather shakily place a plate on top of it, and stow it in the fridge. When I turn back, he's beside me.
held a marriage ceremony
So,
between himself
you're going to beg?
and
I whisper, bravely gazing into his darkening eyes. No, Anastasia.
When he was signing letters to his followers, he liked to call himself Chatan
His
Torah,
voice is soft.
Mashiach Hashem, the Messiah, which I mean,
And we
occasionally
stand staring at each other, drinking each other in, the atmosphere charging between us, almost crackling.
he was
Never
asked to
saying
leave from
anything,
Salonika,
just
then he made it to Constantinople.
I bite my lip as
Istanbul,
desire for
at
this
the time,
man seizes me with
also a very
vengeance,
large Jewish center.
igniting my blood,
And he was
shattering my
guilty
breath.
there, so he decided he would use the
My
urgent
waist.
Kabbalah
I
to
see
rid
my
himself
reactions
of his
reflected in his
spiritual
stance, in his eyes.
examples of
In a
this where
beat,
he actually
he grabs me by my hips and pulls me to him as my hands reach for his hair and his mouth claims me. He pushes me against the fridge, and I hear the big protesting rattle of bottles and jars from within as his tongue finds mine. I crawl into his mouth, and one of his hands moves into my hair, pulling my head back as we hiss savagely. What do you want, Anastasia? I gasp.
But he decided to, and that was obviously antinomian.
He breaks free, scoops me into his arms, irritated,
Festival of
and
the
seemingly
10th
without any
Tavis. He
strength,
said,
into my bedroom.
the 10th of Tavis.
Setting me on my feet beside my bed, he leans down and switches on my bedside lamp. He glances quickly around the room and hastily closes the pale green curtains.
As well, and he made his way to
He
Jerusalem.
says softly,
In Jerusalem,
make love to me.
he did fairly well. He kept to himself, and
Have yet to tell me,
he
baby.
didn't, do any strange kind of demonstrations of his messianic identity and so on.
I am
And the rabbis
panting
there
already.
tolerated him. In this
He
context,
smiles
it's
and hooks his
fascinating
index finger into my open shirt.
if you want to have certain types of mental illnesses, Orthodox Judaism is
He
definitely the best
murmurs,
religion.
and without taking his blazing eyes off mine, slowly starts to unbutton my shirt.
Obsessive compulsive disorder.
Tentatively, I put my hands on his arms to steady myself.
There's a book
He
that's
doesn't
written by
complain.
two psychiatrists.
His arms are a safe area.
Puts the punch by
When he's
Yale.
finished with the buttons, he pulls my shirt over my shoulders, and I let go of him to let the shirt fall to the floor. He reaches down to the waistband of my jeans, pops the button, and pulls down the zipper. Tell me what you want, Anastasia. His eyes smolder and his lips part as he takes quick, shallow breaths. He kisses me from here to here. I whisper, trailing my finger from the base of my ear down my throat. He smooths my hair out of the line of fire and bends. Sweet, soft kisses along the half of my fingertip and back again. My jeans and panties, I murmur, and he snarls against my throat before he drops to his knees in front of me. Oh, I feel so powerful. Hooking his thumbs into my jeans, he gently pulls them and my hands down my legs. I step out of my flats and my clothes so that I'm left wearing only my bra. He stops and looks up at me expectantly, but he doesn't get up. What do you know?
This kind of behavior may actually be not recognized for what it is until it's too late. And this is exactly the kind of thing that happened at Jerusalem to Shabtai Tzvi.
Oh, he's taking no prisoners. Embarrassed, I quickly point to his apex of my thighs, and he grins weakly. I close my eyes, mortified. At the same time, on, aroused. Oh, pleasure. He chuckles. He kisses me and unleashes his tongue, his joy-inspiring exclamation tongue. I groan and fist my hands into his hair. He doesn't stop. His tongue circling my clitoris, driving me insane. On, around, and around. Ah! It's only been how long? Oh, Christian, please. I beg. I don't want to come standing up. I don't have the strength. Please, what? Anastasia. Make love to me. I am. He murmurs, gently blowing against me. No, I want you beside me. Are you sure? Please. He doesn't stop his sweet, exquisite torture. I moan loudly. Christian, please. He stands and gazes down at me, and his lips glisten with the evidence of my arousal. It's so hot. Well, he asks. Well, what? I pant, staring up at him frantically. I'm still dressed. I peep at him in confusion. Undress him? Yes, I do this. I reach for his shirt and he steps back. Oh no, he admonishes. Shit. His jeans. Oh, and this gives me an idea. My inner goddess cheers loudly to the rafters, and I drop to my knees in front of him. Rather clumsily and with shaking fingers, I undo his waistband and fly, yank down his jeans and boxers, and he springs free. Wow. I peek upward through my lashes, and he's gazing at me. What? Trepidation? Awe? Surprise? He steps out of his jeans and pulls off his socks, and I take hold of them in my hand and squeeze tightly, pushing my hand back like he'd shown me before. He groans and tenses, and his breath hisses and clenches. Very tentatively, I put him in my mouth and suck hard.
Discusses the whole share's tribulations marrying a woman of this nature and how
Anna.
not bear to send her away, so too God cannot send us away.
He cups my head tenderly, and I push him deeper into my mouth, pressing our lips together as tightly as I can, sheathing my teeth and sucking hard. Fuck, he hisses.
And he went into
Oh, that's a good, inspiring, sexy sound. So I do it again, pulling his name deeper, twirling my tongue around the end. I feel like Aphrodite.
there is some
That's enough.
significant doubt that he consummated
I do it
the marriage
again.
with Sarah Iyer.
Beg,
And this
Ray,
was
beg.
revealed in a
And
bit of
again.
absolutely bizarre
Anna,
theater
make
several
your point.
years later.
He grunts through
When in
gritted
the
teeth.
context
I do
of
not want to come in your mouth. I do it once more, and he bends down, grasps me by my shoulders, pulls me to my feet, and tosses me on the bed. Dragging his shirt over his head, he then reaches down to his discarded jeans and, like a good Boy Scout, produces a foil package. He's panting like all orders. I sit up and do as I told. I lie down, gazing up at him as he slowly rolls on the box. I want to so badly. He stares down at me and licks his lips. We're a fine sight to Anastasia Steele. He bends over the bed and slowly crawls up over me, kissing me as he goes. He kisses each of my breasts and teases my temples in turn, while I groan and writhe beneath him. He doesn't stop. No, stop. I want you. Christian, please. Please what? He murmurs between my breasts. I want you beside me. Gazing at me, he pushes my legs apart with his and moves so that he's hovering above me. Without taking his eyes off mine, he sinks into me at a deliciously slow pace. I close my eyes, relishing the fullness, the exquisite feeling of his possession, instinctively tilting my pelvis up to meet him, to join with him, groaning loudly. He eases back and very slowly fills me again. My fingers find their way into his silken, unruly hair, and he, oh so slowly, moves in and out again. Faster, Christian, faster, please. He gazes down at me, smiles, and kisses me hard, and really starts to move. A punishing, relentless, and I know it will not be long. He sets a pounding rhythm. I start to quicken, my legs tensing beneath him. Come on, baby, he gasps. Give it to me. His words are my undoing, and I explode magnificently, mind-numbingly, and the building creases around him, and he follows, calling out my name. Anna, oh, Anna. He collapses on top of me, his head buried in my neck. Chapter 4. As sanity returns, I open my eyes and gaze up into the face of the man I love. Christian's expression is soft, tender. He strokes his nose against mine, bearing his weight on his elbows, his hands holding mine by the side of my head. Sadly, I suspected so I didn't touch him. He plants a gentle kiss on my lips as he eases himself out of me.
At this point, sometimes he just lets go totally. He's being encouraged by Nathan Gaza that he is Mashiach. So the first thing he does is
takes hold of my chin and kisses me hard. A passionate, beseeching kiss, asking for what? I don't know.
Everybody's happy. He's being tracked to the land.
Don't
Names people the head of various tribes. You're the head of Shem.
into my eyes. His
He's
face
going around just
is
handing out these honorariums.
okay. I whisper and smile at him. His answering smile is dazzling. Elation and boyish delight combined into one enchanting look that would melt the coolest of hearts.
And they denounced his strange behavior, but they did not take any more profound action. Because the back of their
What's your favorite song on there?
It is now.
That
Put out a show. Let's see what happens with this guy. But nevertheless, they did in fact denounce him and distance themselves from him.
he adds, sitting up suddenly and dragging me with him. Wench, I giggle.
Emissaries from various countries interested in Turkey who heard about these things.
Since you ask so nicely, sire, I'll get right on it.
Turkey elsewhere.
As I scramble out of bed, I dislodge my pillow, revealing the deflated helicopter balloon under me. Christian reaches for it and gazes up at me, puzzled. That's my balloon, I say, feeling proprietary as I reach for my robe and wrap it around myself. Oh, jeez. Why did he have to find that? He murmurs. Yes, I flush. It's been keeping me company. Lucky Charlie Tango, he says in surprise. Yes, sentimental Ray, because I love you. My balloon, I say again, and turn on my heel and head out to the kitchen, leaving him grinning from ear to ear. Christian and I sit on Kate's Persian rug, eating stir-fried chicken and noodles from white china bowls with chopsticks, and sipping chilled white Pinot Grigio. Christian leans against the couch with his just fucked hair, his long legs stretched out in front of him. He's wearing his jeans and his shirt, and that's all. The Buena Vista Social Club croons softly in the background from Christian's iPod. This is beautiful, he says appreciatively as he digs into his food. I sit cross-legged beside him, eating greedily, beyond hungry, and admire his nakedness. I usually do all the cooking. Kate isn't a great cook. Does your mother teach you? Not really, I scoff. By the time I was interested in learning how to, my mom was living with husband number 3 in Mansfield, Texas. And Ray? Well, he would have lived on toast and cake after work for me. Christian gazes down at me. Why didn't you stay in Texas? Her husband, Steve, and I, we didn't get along. And I missed Ray. Her marriage to Steve didn't last long. She came to her senses, I think. She never talks about him. I add quietly. I think that's a dark part of her life, which we never discussed. So, watching your stepfather. I lived very briefly in Texas, then went back to Ray. Sounds like he looked after me, he says softly. I suppose. I shrug. You're used to taking care of people. The edge of his voice attracts my attention, and I glance up at him. What is it? I ask, startled by his very expression. I want to take care of you. His eyes glow with some unnamed emotion. My heart spikes. I've noticed, I whisper. You just feel about it in a strange way. His brow creases. It's the only way I know how. I'm still mad at you for buying SIU. He smiles. I know, but stop. What am I going to say to my work colleagues? Jack. He narrows his eyes. That fucker better watch himself. Christian, I admonish. He's my boss. Christian's mouth presses into a hard line. He looks like a recalcitrant schoolboy. Don't tell them, he says. Don't tell them what? That I owned the heads agreement was signed yesterday. He was embargoed for 4 weeks while the management of SIU Oh, will I have a job? I ask, alarmed. I sincerely doubt it. Christian says wryly, trying to stifle his smile. I scowl. If I leave and find another job, will you buy that company too? You're not hesitating, are you? His expression alters, wary once more. Possibly. I'm not sure you're giving me a great deal of choice. Yes, I will buy that company too. He's adamant. I scowl at him again. I am in a no-win situation here. Don't you think you're being a tad overprotective? Yes, I'm fully aware of how this looks. Aging Dr. Flynn, I murmur. He puts down his empty bowl and gazes at me passively. I sigh. I don't want to fight. Standing up, I reach for his bowl. Would you like dessert? Now you're talking, he says, using a lascivious grin. Not me. Why not me? My inner goddess swings from her doze and sits upright, all ears. We have ice cream. Vanilla. I sniff. Really? Christian's grin gets bigger. I think we
But
could do
to say it was in
something
the
like
tens
that.
of thousands was certainly not an exaggeration.
I stared at him dumbfounded as he gracefully
By
gets
this
to his
and
feet.
they bought into
Can I stay?
sold out
He
of possession and
asks.
so on.
What
So
do you
at this
mean?
point, Sharptie's face just riding
I assumed that you would.
popularity. He says, okay, now it's time to do
Where's
it.
the ice cream?
He took himself to
In
Constantinople to meet
I
with
smiled
the Sultan
sweetly at him.
Turkey.
He cocks his head to one side, sighs, and shakes his head at me. Sarcasm is the lowest form of voice.
Shown here. His name was
His eyes glitter.
Ahmed something.
Oh, shit.
And he
What's
seems
he
to be a
planning?
statesman. And
I
Sharptie's
could
face
still
quite
take them
fortunate
across my
because he
knee.
dealt with some
I placed the
delicacy.
bowls in the sink.
He was
Do you have
at
those
shore,
silver
at
ball
sea.
things?
There were some storms that kept
He
him
pats his hands down his chest, belly, and to the pockets of his jeans. Funnily enough, I don't carry a spare set around with me. Not much call from every office. I am very glad to hear it, Mr. Ray. And I thought you said that sarcasm was the lowest form of wit.
Prison experience
Well,
was really not so
Mr.
bad.
Shaw,
He was
my new
eventually
motto
given a
is,
private chef
you can't beat
and
'em.
a private secretary, and he was allowed to receive visitors.
I
So
gave
he
it
was
him.
not
I
exactly
can't believe you just said that.
He was in
And
fact
he looks sickeningly pleased with
eccentricity,
himself as he
and
grins at me.
Sultan thought about
Turning, he opens the freezer and takes out a pint of Ben & Jerry's finest vanilla.
in this
This
state.
will do just
His
fine.
popularity grew
He
still
looks up at me, eyes dark.
still into this for
Ben &
doing
Jerry's.
antinomian things such as, for example, Passover
He
cake.
says each word slowly, enunciating every syllable clearly. Oh, fucking my. I think my lower jaw is all over. He opens the cutlery drawer and grabs his spoon. When he looks up, his eyes rivet, and his tongue skins his top teeth. Oh, that tongue. I feel winded. Desire, love, dignity, wanting, runs hot through my veins. We're going to have fun. He whispers, he holds out his hand and I place mine in his. In my bedroom, he places the ice cream on my bedside table. He pulls a duvet off the bed and removes the pillows, placing them all in a pile on the floor. Have you changed your sheets, don't you? I nod, watching him, fascinated. He holds up Charlie Tango. Don't mess with my balloon, I warn. His lips work upward in a half smile. Wouldn't dream of it. But I do want to mess with you and these sheets. My body practically convulses. I want to tie you up. Oh. Okay, I whisper. Just your hands. To the bed. I need you still. Okay, I whisper again, incapable of anything more. He strolls over to me, not taking his eyes off mine. We'll use this. He takes hold of my robe sash and with a delicious, teasing slowness, releases the bow and gently pulls it free of the garment. My robe falls open while I stand paralyzed under his free gaze. After a moment, he pushes the robe off my shoulders. It falls and pulls at my feet so that I'm standing naked before him. He strokes my face with the backs of his knuckles, and his touch resonates in the depths of my heart. Then he kisses my lips. After that, such murmurs. His eyes darken, burning into mine. I do as I'm told. My robe is shrouded in darkness except for the soft, light in my room. Normally, I hate energy-saving bulbs. They are so dim.
What ends up happening is that Sharptie's
Christian,
kind of fades
I'm
into
really
obscurity. He's living this way as for almost 10 years. But there seems to be some kind of cryptic
he says, and with that, he crawls onto the bed, grabs my body, and straddles me, arms above her head. I comply. He passes the end of my robe sash around my left wrist and threads the chain between metal bars at the head of my bed. pulls it tight so my left arm is flexed above me. He then secures my right hand, tying the sash tightly. When I tie that, staring at him, he visibly relaxes. He clenches his tether. I feel it touching his sweat. It occurs to me that none of his subs would have touched him either, and what's more, he would never have the opportunity to. He would have always been in control and at a distance. That's why he likes his rules. He climbs off me and bends to give me a peck on the lips. Then he stands and lifts his shirt over his head. He undoes his jeans and drops them to the floor. He's gloriously naked. My inner goddess is playing a triple accent dismount on the onion bars. Abruptly, my mouth is dry. He has a physique drawn on classical lines. Broad, muscular shoulders, narrow hips, an inverted triangle. He obviously works out. I could look at him all day. He moves to the end of the bed and grasps my ankles, pulling me sharply downward so that my arms are stretched out and unable to move. That's better, he mutters. Picking up the pint of ice cream, he climbs smoothly back onto the bed and straddles me once more. Very slowly, he peels off the lid and dips the spoon in. It's still quite hard, he says with a raised brow. Scooping out a spoonful of vanilla, he pops it into his mouth. Delicious, he murmurs, licking his lips. Amazing how good plain old vanilla can taste. He gazes down at me. Want some? He teases. He looks so freaking hot, young, and carefree, sitting on me and eating ice cream, eyes bright, face luminous. Oh, what the hell is he going to do to me? As if I can't tell. I nod, shyly. He scoops out another spoonful and offers me the spoon. So I open my mouth. Then he quickly pops it in his mouth again. This is too good to share, he says, smiling wickedly. Hey! I start to protest. Why? Still. Yes, I say, more forcefully than I mean, and try in vain to buck him off. He laughs. Getting feisty, are we? I wouldn't do that if I were you. Ice cream, I plead. Well, as you've pleased me so much today, just... He relents and offers me another spoonful. This time, he lets me eat it. I want to give up. He's really enjoying himself, and his good humor is infectious. He scoops another spoonful and feeds me some more. Then he does it again. Okay, enough. Well, this is one way to ensure you eat. Force feed you. I refuse to this. Taking another spoonful, he offers me more. This time, I keep my mouth shut and shake my head. And he lets it slowly melt on the spoon, so that the melted ice cream drips onto my throat, onto my chest. He dips down and very slowly licks it off. My body lights up and longing. Better off I pull against my restraints and the bed creaks ominously, but I don't care. I'm burning with desire. It's consuming me. He takes another spoonful and lets the ice cream dribble onto my breasts. Then, with the back of the spoon, he spreads it over each breast and each nipple peaks and hardens beneath the needle of the vanilla. Cold? Christian asks softly, and bends to lick and suckle all the ice cream off me once more. His mouth hot with the air they cool the ice. It's torture. As it starts to melt, the ice cream runs off me and rivulets onto the bed. His lips continue their slow torture, sucking hard and nuzzling softly. Oh, I'm panting. Want some? And before I can confirm or deny his offer, His tongue is in my mouth, and it's cold and skilled and tastes of Christian and vanilla. Delicious. And just as I am getting used to the sensation, he sits up again and trails a spoonful of ice cream down the center of my body, across my stomach, and into my navel where he deposits a large dollop of ice cream. Oh, this is chillier than before, but weirdly, it burns. Now, you've done this before. Christian's eyes shine. You're going to have to stay still, or there will be ice cream all over the bed. He kisses each of my breasts and sucks each of my nipples hard. Then he follows the line of ice cream down my body, sucking and licking as he goes. And I try to stay still despite the heady combination of cold and his inflicted touch. But my hips start to move involuntarily, gyrating to their own rhythm, caught up in his cool vanilla scalp. He shifts lower and starts eating the ice cream in my belly, swirling his tongue into and around my navel. I moan, holy cow! It's cold, it's hot, it's tantalizing, but he doesn't stop. He trails the ice cream farther down my body, into my pink hair, onto my necklace. I cry out loudly, hush now, Christian says softly as his magical tongue sets to work, lapping up the vanilla. And now I'm pleading quietly. Oh, please, Christian. I know, baby, I know. He breathes as his tongue works its magic. He doesn't stop, just doesn't stop. And my body is climbing higher, higher. He slips one finger inside me, then another, and he moves them with agonizing slowness in and out. Just here, he murmurs, and he rhythmically strokes the front wall of my vagina while he continues the exquisite, relentless licking and sucking. I erupt unexpectedly into a mind-blowing orgasm that stuns all my senses, obliterating all that's happening outside my body as I writhe and groan. Holy cow! That was so quick! I am vaguely aware that he has stopped his ministrations. He's hovering over me, sliding on a condom, and then he's inside me, hard and fast. Oh, yes! He groans as he slams into me. He's sticky, the residual melted ice cream spreading between us. It's a strangely distracting sensation, but one I can't dwell on for more than a few seconds, as Christian suddenly pulls out of me and flips me over. This way, he murmurs, and abruptly is inside me once more. But he doesn't start his usual punishing rhythm straight away. He leans over, releases my hands, and pulls me upright so I am practically sitting on him. His hands move up to my breasts, and he palms them both, tugging gently on my nipples. I groan, tossing my head back against his shoulder. He nuzzles my neck, biting down as he flexes his hips, deliciously slowly, filling me again and again. Do you know how much you mean to me? He breathes against my ear. No, I gasp. He smiles against my neck, and his fingers curl around my jaw and throat, holding me fast for a moment. Yes, you do. I'm not going to let you go. I groan as he picks up speed. You are mine, Anastasia. Yes, yours, I pant. I take care of what's mine. He hisses and bites my ear. I cry out, that's right, baby. I want to hear you. He snakes one hand around my waist while his other hand grasps my hip, and he pushes into me harder, making me cry out again. And the punishing rhythm starts. His breathing grows harsher and harsher, ragged, matching mine. I feel the familiar quickening deep inside. Again. I am just sensation. This is what he does to me. Takes my body and possesses it wholly, so that I think of nothing but him. His magic is powerful. It intoxicating. I'm a butterfly caught in his net, unable and unwilling to escape. I'm his, totally his. Come on, baby, he growls through gritted teeth, and on cue, like the sorcerer's apprentice I am, I let go, and we find our release together. I am lying curled up in his arms on sticky sheets. His front is pressed to my back, his nose in my hair. What I feel for you frightens me, I whisper. He stills. Me too, baby, he says quietly. What if you leave me? The thought is horrific. I'm not going anywhere. I don't think I could ever have my fill of you, Anastasia. I turn and gaze at him. His expression is serious, sincere. I lean over and kiss him gently. He smiles and reaches up to tuck my hair behind my ear. I've never felt the way I felt when you left, Anastasia. I wouldn't have had the nerve to avoid feeling like that again. He sounds so sad, dazed even. I kiss him again. I want to lighten our mood somehow, but Christian does it for me. Will you come with me to my father's summer party tomorrow? It's an annual charity thing. I said I'd go. I smile, feeling suddenly shy. Of course I'll come. Oh shit, I have nothing to wear. What? Nothing. Tell me, he insists. I have nothing to wear. Christian looks momentarily uncomfortable. Don't be mad, but I still have all those clothes for you at home. I am sure there are a couple of dresses in there. I purse my lips. Do you now? I mutter, my voice sardonic. I don't want to fight with him tonight. I need a shower. The girl who looks like me is standing outside SIP. Hang on, she is me. I am pale and unwashed, and all my clothes are too big. I'm staring at her, and she's wearing my clothes. Happy, healthy. What do you have that I don't? I ask her. Who are you? I'm nobody. Who are you? Are you nobody too? Then there's a pair of us. Don't tell. They banish us, you know. She smiles, a slow, evil grimace that spreads across her face, and it's so chilling that I start to scream. Jesus, Anna. Christian is shaking me awake. I am so disoriented. I'm at home, in the dark, in bed with Christian. I shake my head, trying to clear my mind. Baby, are you okay? You were having a bad dream. Oh. He switches on the lamp so we're bathed in its dim light. He gazes down at me, his face etched with concern. The girl, I whisper. What is it? What girl? He asks. There was a girl outside SIP when I left this evening. She looked like me, but not really. Christian stills, and as the light from the bedside lamp warms up, I see his face is ashy. What is this? He whispers, dismayed. He sits up, staring down at me. When I left work this evening, I repeat. Do you know who she is? Yes. He runs a hand through his hair. Who? His mouth presses into a hard line, but he says nothing. Who? I press. It's Layla. I swallow. The ex-sub. I remember Christian talking about her before we went gliding. Suddenly, he's radiating tension. Something is going on. The girl who put toxic on your iPod? He glances at me anxiously. Yes, he says. Did she say anything? She said, what do you have that I don't have? And when I asked who she was, she said, nobody. Christian closes his eyes as if in pain. What's happened? What does she mean to him? My scalp prickles as adrenaline spikes through my body. What if she means a lot to him? Perhaps he misses her. I know so little about his past, relationships. She must have had a contract, and she would have done what he wanted, given him what he needed, gladly. Oh no, then I can't. The thought makes me nauseous. Climbing out of bed, Christian drags on his jeans and heads into the main room. A glance at my alarm clock shows it's 5 in the morning. I roll out of bed, putting his white shirt on, and follow him. Holy shit, he's on the phone. Yes, outside SIB. Yesterday, early evening, he says quietly. He turns to me as I move toward the kitchen and asks me directly, what time exactly? About 10 to 6, I mumble. Who on earth is he calling at this hour? What's Layla done? He relays the information to whoever's on the line, not taking his eyes off me. His expression dark and earnest. Find out how. Yes. I wouldn't have said so, but then I wouldn't have thought she could do this. He closes his eyes as if he's in pain. I don't know how that will go down. Yes, I'll talk to her. Yes, I know. Follow it up and let me know. Just find her, Welch. She's in trouble. Find her. He hangs up. You want some tea? I ask. Tea. Ray's answer to every crisis, and the only thing he does well in the kitchen. I fill the kettle with water. Actually, I'd like to go back to bed. His look tells me that it's not to sleep. Well, I need some tea. Would you like to join me for a cup? I want to know what's going on. I will not be sidetracked by sex. He runs his hand through his hair in exasperation. Yes, please, he says, but I can tell he's irritated. I put the kettle on the stove and busy myself with the teacups and the teapot. My anxiety level has shot to DEFCON 1. Is he going to tell me the problem, or am I going to have to dig? I sense his eyes on me, sense his uncertainty, and his anger is palpable. I glance up, and his eyes glitter with apprehension. What is it? I ask softly. He shakes his head. You're not going to tell me? He sighs and closes his eyes. No. Why? Because it shouldn't concern you. I don't want you to tangled up in this. It shouldn't concern me, but it does. She found me and accosted me outside my office. How does she know about me? How does she know where I work? I think I have a right to know what's going on. He runs a hand through his hair again, radiating frustration as if waging some internal battle. Please, I ask softly. His mouth sets into a hard line and he rolls his eyes at me. Okay, he says, resigned. I have no idea how she found you. Maybe the photograph of us in Portland. I don't know. He sighs again, and I sense his frustration is directed at himself. I wait patiently, pouring boiling water into the teapot as he paces back and forth. After a beat, he continues. While I was with you in Georgia, Layla turned up at my apartment unannounced and made a scene in front of Gail. Gail? Mrs. Jones. What do you mean, make a scene? He glares at me, appraising. Tell me, you're keeping something back. My tone is more forceful than I feel. He blinks at me, surprised. Anna, He stops. Please? He sighs in defeat. She made a haphazard attempt to open a vein. Oh no! That explains the bandage on her wrist. Gail got her to a hospital, but Layla discharged herself before I could get there. Crap! What does this mean? Suicidal? Why? The shrink who saw her called it a typical cry for help. He didn't believe her to be truly at risk. One step from suicidal ideation, he called it. But I'm not convinced. I've been trying to track her down since then to get her some help. Did she say anything to Mrs. Jones? He gazes at me. He looks really uncomfortable. Not much, he says eventually, but I know he's not telling me everything. I distract myself with pouring tea into teacups. So Layla wants back into Christian's life and chooses a suicide attempt to attract his attention? Whoa, scary, but effective. Christian left Georgia to be at her side, but she disappears before he gets there? How odd. You can't find her? What about her family? They don't know where she is. Neither does her husband. Husband? Yes, he says distractedly. She's been married for about 2 years. What? So she was with you while she was married? Holy fuck. He really has no boundaries. No. Good God, no. She was with me nearly 3 years ago. Then she left and married this guy shortly afterward. Oh. So, why is she trying to get your attention now? He shakes his head sadly. I don't know. All we've managed to find out is that she ran out on her husband about 4 months ago. Let me get this straight. She hasn't been your submissive for 3 years? About 2.5 years. And she wanted more. Yes, but you didn't. You know this. So she left you. Yes. So why is she coming to you now? I don't know. And the tone of his voice tells me that he at least has a married. But you suspect... His eyes narrow perceptibly with anger. I suspect it has something to do with me. What would she want with me? What do you have that I don't? I stare at 50, magnificently naked from the waist up. I have him. He's mine. That's what I have. And yet, she looked like me. Same dark hair and pale skin. I frown at the thought. Yes, what do I have that she doesn't? Why didn't you tell me yesterday? He asks softly. I forgot about her. I shrug apologetically. You know, drinks after work, at the end of my first week, you turning up at the bar and your testosterone rush with Jack, and then when we were here, it slipped my mind. You have a habit of making me forget things. Testosterone rush? His lips twitch. Yes, the pissing contest. I'll show you a testosterone rush. Wouldn't you rather have a cup of tea? No, Anastasia, I wouldn't. His eyes burn into me, scorching me with his I want you and I want you now look. Fuck, it's so hot. Forget about her. Come. He holds out his hand. My inner goddess does 3 backflips over the gym floor as I grasp his hand. I wake, too warm, and I'm wrapped around a naked Christian Grey. Even though he's fast asleep, he's holding me close. Soft morning light filters through the curtains. My head is on his chest, my leg tangled with his, my arm across his stomach. I raise my head, scared that I might wake him. He looks numb and relaxed and sleep, and he's mine. Reaching up, I tentatively stroke his chest, running my fingertips through the smattering of hair, and he doesn't stir. I can't quite believe it. He's really mine. Worth 4 precious moments. I lean over and remove his one of his scars. He moans softly and presently, and I smile. I kiss another, and his eyes open. Hi. I grin at him guiltily. Hi. He answers wearily. What are you doing? Looking at you. I run my fingers down his heavy trail. He captures my hand, narrows his eyes, then smiles a brilliant Christian-esque smile, and I relax. My secret touching these days is secret. Oh, why won't you let me touch you? Suddenly, he moves on top of me, pressing me into the mattress, his hands on mine, warning me. He strokes my nose with his. I think you're up to no good, Miss Steele, he accuses, but his smile fades. I like being up to no good. You do? He asks and kisses me lightly on the lips. Sex or breakfast? He asks, his eyes dark but full of humor. His erection is digging into me, and I tilt my pelvis up to meet. Good choice, he murmurs against my throat as he trails kisses down to my breast. I stand at my chest of drawers, staring at my mirror, trying to coax my hair into some semblance of style. Really, it's just too long. I'm in jeans and a t-shirt, and Christian, freshly showered, is dressing behind me. I gaze at his body hungrily. How often do you work out? I ask. Every day, he says, buttoning his fly. What do you do? Run, weights, kickboxing. He shrugs. Kickboxing? Yes. I have a personal trainer, an ex-Olympic contender who teaches me. His name is Claude. He's very good. Like him. I turn to gaze at him as he starts to button up his white shirt. What do you mean, I like him? You like him as a trainer. Why would I need a personal trainer? I have you to keep me fit. He saunters over and wraps his arms around me, his darkening eyes meeting mine in the mirror. But I want you fit, baby. What I have in mind. Oh, did you keep up? I flush as memories of the playroom flood my mind. Yes, the red room of pain is exhausting. Is he going to let me back in there? Do I want to go back in? Of course you do, my inner goddess screams. I stare into his unfathomable, mesmerizing gray eyes. You know what to, he mouths at me. I flush, and the undesirable thought that Layla could probably keep up slithers invidious and unwelcome into my mind. I press my lips together, and Christian frowns at me. What? He asks, concerned. Nothing. I shake my head at him. Okay, I'll meet Claude. You will? Christian's face lights up in astounded disbelief. His expression makes me smile. He looks like he's won the lottery. Though Christian's probably never even bought a ticket. He has no need. Yes, geez, if it makes you that happy, I scoff. He tightens his arms around me and kisses my cheek. You have no idea, he whispers. So, what would you like to do today? He nuzzles me, sending delicious tingles through my body. I'd like to get my hair cut and, I need to bank a check and buy a car. Ah, he says knowingly and bites his lip. Taking one hand off me, he reaches into his jeans pocket and holds up the key to my little Audi. It's here, he says quietly, his expression uncertain. What do you mean, it's here? Boy, I sound angry. Crap, I am angry. How dare he? Taylor brought it back yesterday. I open my mouth, then close it, and repeat the process twice. But I have been rendered speechless. He's giving me back the car. Double crap. Why didn't I foresee this? Well, two can play at that game. I fish in the back pocket of my jeans and pull out the envelope with his check. Here, this is yours. Christian looks at me quizzically, then, recognizing the envelope, raises both his hands and steps away. Oh no, that's your money. No, it isn't. I'd like to buy the car from you. His expression changes completely. Fury, yes, fury, sweeps across his face. No, Anastasia, your money, your car, he snaps. No, Christian, my money, your car. I'll buy it from you. I gave you that car for your graduation present. If you'd given me a pen, that would be a suitable graduation present. You gave me an Audi. Do you really want to argue about this? No. Good. Here are the keys. He puts them on the chest of drawers. That's not what I meant. End of discussion, Anastasia. Don't push me. I scowl at him. Then, inspiration hits me. Taking the envelope, I rip it in two, then two again, and drop the contents into my wastebasket. Oh, that feels good. Christian gazes at me impassively, but I know I've just lit the fuse and should stand well back. He strokes his chin. You are, as ever, challenging the steel, he says dryly. He turns on his heel and stalks into the other room. That is not the reaction I expected. I was anticipating full-scale Armageddon. I stare at myself in the mirror and shrug, deciding on a ponytail. My curiosity is piqued. What is 50 doing? I follow him into the room and he's on the phone. Yes, $24,000, directly. He glances up at me, still impassive. Good. Monday? Excellent. No, that's all, Andrea. He snaps the phone shut. Deposit it in your bank account, Monday. Don't play games with me. He's boiling mad, but I don't care. $24,000?
Okay,
I'm
great. So,
almost screaming.
here's the
And how
joke.
do you know my account number? My ire takes Christian by surprise. I know everything about you, Anastasia.
It's not all that funny, but
There's no way my car was
so
worth
there's three
$24,000.
Jewish grandmothers sitting on a bench, and they're just quietly enjoying the weather. And one of them says, "Oi," and then the second one says, "Oy vey," and then the third one says, "Oy vey is mir," and then the first one said, "Ladies, I thought we agreed we were not going to speak about the children."
Two angry, stubborn fools
Thank
glaring
you for
at each
laughing.
other.
Okay. There's actually, it's hard to tell if there's laughter because I'm wearing one of these microphones, but actually inside they're laughing. They're really laughing. Okay. So tonight's class is something we actually spoke about 2 years ago, and it was before we started videotaping these classes. So I wanted to reintroduce it. I hope that you don't remember this class. Because it'll be ruined otherwise. And I have to apologize also because yesterday I had to do a very quick trip up to New York. I went up in the morning and came back at night. It was kind of a rigorous trip. And I did not have, and I realized why I like Surfside so much. You know, it's like, it's clean, you know, people don't paint on walls here, you know, but anyway, I did not have a chance to make the movable Prezi that you enjoy normally, so we're going to do old tech. We're just going to do a PowerPoint for today that I used from a long time ago. One last word, we don't have a sponsor for this week, so the lecture is sponsored by Young Israel of Bell Harbor. My daughter suggested that one of the first steps toward world domination is to sponsor one of these lectures, and I'm speaking to the internet audience as well. Please consider sponsoring a lecture because it's great for the synagogue to have a little support as they are building their new magnificent edifice just down the street. But today's topic is going to, but being here as a like to say is a sponsorship that's tremendously valuable to me. I'm really glad that you come and enjoy the lectures. Okay, so today's topic is a very unusual one. Because we try to focus on biographies, I have chosen a name, King Bulan. However, it's quite possible that Bulan did not exist, or existed under a different name, and we know very, very little about him as a person. I'm using him as an excuse to speak about the nation that he represented, that is the nation of the Khazars, which represents one of the most bizarre chapters in the long history of the Jewish people. Basically, what we're going to be talking about is in the middle of the 8th century, a large and powerful empire with regional control throughout much of the northern Caspian region, which would be today Ukraine, the Caucasus region, and over into Kazakhstan, simply decided to convert to Judaism all at once. And they remained Jewish for several hundred years. We have a lot of corroborating evidence that this actually happened. For example, there was a huge shortage of matzah balls throughout the rest of Europe I'm sorry. It's a really long trip. But no, we have lots of corroborating evidence about these Khazars. And then suddenly in the 13th century, they basically disappeared. Now, what happened to them? Where did they go? It's a topic of considerable controversy, and I'd like to kind of walk you through the sources and show you what little we know about the Khazars, and then we'll have to leave at the end of the hour with a lot more questions than answers, but nevertheless, it is a fascinating and unusual chapter in our long and storied history. So the story of the Khazars was made most famous some 400 years after their initial conversion. And it was made famous through a literary event, the publication of a book called the Sefer HaKuzari. Kuzari, of course, means the Khazarite, the person of Khazaria. And it was written by Rabbi Yehuda Halevi by means of some kind of complicated discussion with a mysterious Yitzhak Sangari. Basically, what the Sefer HaKuzari purports to be is the extensive dialogue between the king of the Khazars and representatives of all of the world's great monotheistic faiths. After an extensive debate with a Jew, a Christian, and a Muslim, it sounds a little bit like an off-color joke. Ultimately, King Bulan decides that he will in fact convert to Judaism, and he takes his nation with him. Now, the book itself is not a history text. It's not purporting in any modern sense of the term to give an accurate and objective account of what happened in Khazaria in the 8th century. It is not, as the historian von Ranke put it, wie es eigentlich gewesen war, the way it actually was. Not actually trying to say that. Really, the author, a famous poet and philosopher, Rabbi Yehuda Halevi, was using this as a literary conceit to expound upon a religious triangular dialogue. And he wanted essentially Judaism to have an excuse to compare itself with the other world faiths of Christianity and Islam. It's not coincidental, of course, that he wrote this in Spain, which is the world's great triangular culture for most of European history. Spain has very strong populations of Christians, Muslims, and Jews, and so this three-way debate was very au courant for the time. And he used this story of King Bulan as a device in order to allow the Muslims to have their say, and then the Christians their say, and the Jew, of course, would then do away with their arguments and demonstrate that Judaism was clearly superior. To give you one example of a classic argument, one that I find actually rather convincing when I think about these sort of things. One of the arguments that's made in the Kuzari, if I remember correctly, is that all of the other great monotheistic faiths rely on the testimony, ultimately rely on the testimony of a single man. In the case of the Christians, it would be Jesus, and especially Paul, who never actually met Jesus in his lifetime, but had a vision of him, on the road to Damascus, as we discussed a few weeks ago. Or in the case of Islam, it's Muhammad, who has an encounter with the angel Gabriel, same angel as in the Jewish pantheon. And ultimately, the testimony of the veracity of the faith relies on one or a small group of people. The Kuzari argues that this is one of the big differences with Judaism, because you have the account of the Aseret HaDibrot, the Ten Commandments, where you have 6 million adult male Jews, of course their wives, their families, so on, all there at Mount Sinai, receiving the Torah at once, all claiming, according to the Midrashic account, to have heard the first 2 commandments directly from God. And then afterwards, through some mediation. And so the Kuzari argues, it's one thing to have one person, so to speak, make up a story and have lots of people believe it. But can you imagine 6 million people, 600,000 people, approximately 3 million if you include children and people of all genders, so to speak. If you have 300,000, how many is it? 600,000, 3 million, about 3 million people hearing it and reporting it. And if that isn't enough, they're all Jews. And you imagine Jews all agreeing on one event like that, recording it for posterity. That's an interesting kind of argument, I think, for Judaism. But that's really what the Kuzari is about. The Kuzari is not about the history of the Khazars. He just uses the story as an excuse to speak about the Khazars. So what we're going to do is we're going to go back in time and try to actually understand what happened in Khazaria. Why did these Jews convert, or why did these people convert to Judaism? What kind of Judaism they practice, and so on. So here's a map that shows you exactly where the Khazarian Empire was at the time of conversion, about 740. Here is Kiev, way up here on the top, the Black Sea, the Caspian Sea, the Mediterranean is over here. If we extended this down, Israel would be, Israel would be right about here, I think. So it's a big chunk of territory. It includes what would be called the Caucasus region here, countries like Georgia, maybe a little bit of Azerbaijan, all of the eastern side of the Ukraine, meaning the eastern of the Dnipro River, and well into what would be the Don River region of Russia, the Russian Empire, and out here into Kazakhstan. Very, very large territory in the 8th century. And in fact, there is a very significant historian of the period, the late Omelia Fritzak of Harvard, who argued that Kiev itself was founded by Khazars, which is a great irony. If you can imagine that Kiev is really the mother city of the entire Russian civilization. Ukraine, of course, Belarus, and the Russian Empire as well. And I think that it was originally a Jewish trading outpost. It's quite amazing. But of course, in Kiev, we have a lot of archaeological sites and long-standing traditions that certain places called the Khazar Gate, and this is the Jewish quarter, and it goes back hundreds and hundreds of years, long before we have Eastern European settlement moving into the region. Very, very old Jewish community over there. So you can see it's not an insignificant little territory that became Jewish. It was a really large territory at the time. I think that would probably be something like the size of, let's say, France. It's a very large area, maybe France and Germany combined, actually. So, people have been fascinated with lost Jewish tribes as long as there have been lost Jewish tribes. And that is basically from the 8th century before, well, I said 7th, but I meant the 8th century before the Common Era, when the 10 northern tribes were dispersed throughout the ancient Near East. And ever since then, various cultures, many cultures have purported to be the inheritors, genetically, culturally, historically, of those 10 lost tribes. But none of them have really been, demonstrated as accurate, although there is some fascinating new material coming out with DNA analysis, looking at various populations to try to determine how likely it is that they are in fact Jewish, and especially in Africa, there have been several populations have been identified as having a very high statistical relationship to contemporary Jews. The Arab historians, who again, this is not a secret to historians, everyone's aware that there was this Khazar Empire was Jewish. They opine that the Khazars must have been the children of Keturah. In rabbinic teachings, Keturah was the name of Hagar, Abraham's second wife, that after he sent her away with her son Ishmael, and then she came back, and her name was changed to Keturah, which means kind of like pleasant smelling incense. And then she had a whole bunch of children with Abraham. It is mentioned in the Bible that he married Keturah, and then the children went east. So it makes sense they could land in the Khazarian region, but there's no way for us to really determine the truth of that. Other historians argue there might be the children of Yafra, Greece. Mr. Rodriguez, you have a hard question?
If it comes from Arab historians,
Yes.
Keturah is a whole new person. She's not in it.
Oh, really?
I have to suppress the impulse to
That's really perceptive. Did you hear that? Yeah, this is a kind of graduate who said to her college self. He's now a graduate student at NYU, so I'll just mention this. By the way, I did get a request from a woman who does a really fascinating, just got it today, on the internet. She wrote some really interesting lectures. I wish I could remember her name now that I'm speaking to her. But she says, could I please repeat the questions so that you can hear them when you watch on the web. So it wasn't so much a question as an observation that these are Arab historians, which they are. The Arabs believe that Keturah is not the same person as Hagar. That is a totally separate person. But still, it makes sense that these people would be the children of Abraham, albeit not through Hagar. Fascinating. By the way, this woman that wrote to me, again, I'm sorry I forgot her name, she likes these lectures because she makes... she has a dance company, and they do Jewish historical dances based on famous Jewish women. And so my lectures have been like really useful for her, the one on Rashi and things like that. So that's kind of cool. I will now do. Okay, so other documents we have about the Khazars, besides the Kuzari, we have an interesting piece of correspondence between Chastai ibn Shaprut, who was a very important Spanish Jewish politician, and one King Joseph in Khazaria, who gives another version of the story. In fact, this is probably the vortex that Rabbi worked with when he wrote Kuzari. He relied very much on the account of Chastai ibn Shaprut at Kuzari. Chastai ibn Shaprut is an excellent example of the kind of achievements that are associated very closely with the Golden Age of Spain, where Jews were, unlike any other time really in Jewish history, with maybe a possible exception in contemporary America, where you begin to see this bit by bit. You have people who are like of incredible stature as religious Jews, meaning they contributed literature in Hebrew about the religious texts and so on, and at the same time, very powerful, influential politicians in the secular realm. Chastai ibn Shaprut, Shlomo Gabriela, to a certain degree, Yehuda Levi, Shlomo Gabriel. There's a whole list of people who really achieved, greatness in both worlds. Here in America today, we have a little bit of that, let's say, with Orthodox Jewish politicians, things like that. But still pales in comparison to Spain. Anyways, Chastai ibn Shaprut was an extremely important diplomat. He had tremendous linguistic skills, and as a Jew, he had international connections with Jewish populations the world around. And he would conduct, on the behalf of the Spanish vizier, or political authorities at the time, Spain was, well, I'm not going to get into that detail, but I'm just off the topic. Chastai ibn Shaprut sent out correspondence to many Jewish communities doing research on what's out there and what kind of possibilities there were for trade and so on. And he got possibly 2 responses from the Jews of Khazaria
There are just
And this is already like in the 9th to 10th century. And the response he gets is apparently an internal Khazarian story about how they became Jewish. And the version that's received there is that King Bulan did in fact have this debate with the three representatives of the great monotheistic faiths, and then he decided to become Jewish, and his royal court followed him, and then slowly, bit by bit, the country as a whole became Jewish. Yes, Ms. Abramson.
That recently? But how? No background checks?
That is a characteristically brilliant question, Ms. Abramson, because the question that we'll repeat now for all the answers in New York. The question was, why did he only invite the monotheists to the debate? I mean, the polytheists were around a long time. There's lots of idol worshiping going on. Why are they not called to the party? Why only the monotheists? Let me see if that goes in terms of the lecture I was going to give. No, I'll answer the question now. Oh, look at this. You messed up my PowerPoint. We're going to go back here to this one. Let's go to this one here, right?
That's what this is.
The answer is because it was clear that polytheism was rapidly going out of favor. Polytheism was clearly an ideology of the past. The great monotheistic movements, especially Christianity and Islam, were expanding apace very dramatically. I'll show you in a few minutes. Oh, you know what? I have to show you the map now because I can't answer that question without showing you the map. The short answer is that the monotheistic faiths were expanding at such a dramatic rate that the polytheists were afraid that they would be simply swallowed up. Oh, here we go. Okay. Why convert? Oh, I won't go backwards. That's the problem. I'm using my iPad instead of my regular computer here. Here we go. So have a look at this map here. We looked at a version of this earlier. If you consider where Khazaria was, right up over here in this region, going up into Ukraine. So Christianity, starting out in Rome, basically went from Israel over here to Rome, has taken over all of Europe except for Spain, and is pressing with great progress towards northern Baltic states like Lithuania, Latvia, and so on. And pagans are just converting left and right because the Christian faith with life after death and a just God and prayer and things like that was ultimately far more appealing, especially the idea of belonging to a global faith, you know, with a very consistent, coherent ideology. You compare that to polytheism with its multiple gods and multiple narratives and really no real place for human beings in it. It was very weak. Islam at the same time is expanding incredibly dramatically. We're talking about 740, right? So this purple area, it starts in 622, and this purple area really measures what it's like in the year 750. So Islam spreads, you know, like in a viral way, as it were. It becomes so popular as it conquers regions, and as people willingly give themselves up to become Muslims. So here's Khazaria, sandwiched between Christian Europe and Muslim Europe, and they have to decide, well, are we going to become absorbed in a larger Muslim reality, absorbed within a larger Christian reality, or shall we try to stake out our own kind of independent region by adopting Judaism? That was their strategy. According to most historians, that's probably the most reasonable motivation for it. And in fact, it seemed to have worked. We should recall that both the Christians and the Muslims had special reserved status for Jews. That the Jews under the Christianity were preserved under the doctrine of witness that was authored by St. Augustine, the idea that the Jews should be allowed to practice their religion until the second coming of the Messiah. And for the Muslims, they had the doctrine of the dhimmi, the protected people, that Jews were allowed to practice their religion because they had once received, an authentic communication from God. And so the Khazars evidently thought that this is probably the best compromise. We won't be absorbed in Christianity. We won't be absorbed in Islam. We'll be able to maintain our independence. And they did maintain it for about 500 years, which is huge. If you think America is only about 300 years old as a country, and Khazaria is 500 years old, Jewish, That's
I
pretty
am so
impressive.
furious. Yes,
Does
I
that answer your
can.
question, Ms. Aperson?
6.
Excellent.
Knowing my bank
Don't
account
ask for the
number.
card.
That's just
Okay, so let's go back to where we were.
7.
Now,
Buying
another
SIP.
fascinating area where we get sources on the Chazars, this will take just a little bit of background information, is the amazing Cairo Geniza, which is one of the really most dramatic discoveries in modern times, not just for Jewish history, although it's especially good for Jewish history, but also for the Mediterranean history as a whole. And just a little bit of background information. The halakha is, Jewish law requires that anything that is holy may not be discarded. It has to be treated in an appropriate manner when it is no longer usable. Specifically, holy books may not simply be thrown in the trash. They have to be buried in a Jewish cemetery. They have to be treated with respect and given, as it were, a proper burial. That's the only way that you're allowed to get rid of them. You can't simply throw them away. So in most synagogues and observant Jewish homes, there will be a place where you store all of the old books until there is time to bury them, and then they're transferred to the funeral home and things like that, and they're buried. This storage place is called the Geniza, from the word lignos, or lignos. How would you say that, Stephen? Lignos, so, which means to store away, to like keep as a treasure kind of thing. And that's what people do. They have these things called the Geniza, and from time to time they have to bury them. So near Cairo, there was a synagogue that had a custom in this particular region that not only would they treat holy books like that, Torah scrolls or plenty books at this time, but they would treat anything written with Hebrew letters. Anything written in Hebrew was considered holy, and therefore they saved it all. And they would put all of these documents, again, they're not producing paper like we do today with printers and so on. A manuscript was still a significant thing that required a lot of energy to produce and to care for and so on. But anything written in Hebrew, including shopping lists, marriage contracts, business arrangements, and of course a whole host of religious documents were simply stored away in the attic of a synagogue near Ootd. And there was some kind of legend that circulated that there was like some kind of serpent up there, that anyone who went up would be bitten and would, be their end. But some English travelers, British English travelers made their way there and insisted on having a look. And this is actually the opening to the Geniza. It was kind of like an attic. And they went up and they found literally hundreds of thousands of documents covering several centuries of Mediterranean history, all written with Hebrew letters, and of course dealing with things both religious and secular. It was a find that astonished the scholarly world, and within a short order, by the turn of the 20th century, it was all carted away and is stored in some of it, I believe, in New York, in Leningrad, and I believe London has some pieces of the Geniza. But amazing things, they're still going through these documents, trying to figure out what they mean. About 250,000 fragments, and by comparison, there are about 100,000 documents for all of Arabic history. So in this one Geniza, you have more than 2.5 times everything we know about Arabic history. So it gives you a sense of how the historical world relies on the Geniza to understand things. The texts are difficult to use. Here we go. Yes, there's some in Cambridge, in New York, and in St. Petersburg. They're fragmentary. They're often damaged. That's why they were stored away, because they could no longer be used. They're written in several languages, even though all in the Hebrew characters. You have, of course, Hebrew documents, you have Aramaic documents, and you even have Arabic documents. People writing using Hebrew letters to express statements in Arabic, which is not an uncommon thing. Many medieval documents written by Jews use the Hebrew alphabet even to write in English or in French. They'll just use Hebrew as well. So
none of them Layla though. So he only likes brunettes. I wonder why. Did Mrs. Extraordinarily Glamorous inspire you to old Robinson?
Oh, that's very funny. So the comment is.
I shake my head.
In Mexico, well, it wouldn't work in our school, but in Mexico, if they need to write down the answers for a test, they'll write them in Hebrew and they can just look at it afterwards. Very good. Okay, the contents, as I mentioned, you have religious texts, you have manuscript copies of things by the son of the Rambam himself, if I'm not mistaken. Is that correct, Mr. Rodriguez? I'm sure. I think they even found some pieces of the Mishnah Torah in there.
I just invested in helped to get her started.
Maimonides' own handwritten documents, astounding. Business papers, legal documents, lots of letters that were sent to Egypt because, a letter could come from England, let's say, written in Hebrew, would arrive at a home in Cairo, and they would send it away, put it on there. Personal megillas, personal stories, biographies, autobiographies, things like that, and even some scrap paper with doodles on it. I can't believe it. And the scope of the coverage is the entire Mediterranean basin. We're talking about about 500 years of this entire region recorded in this treasure trove. So what does it have to say about the Chazals? Because this corresponds. So this is one find from the Geniza that's pretty interesting. It's known as the so-called Kievan letter because it seems to have the word Kiev written in. Unfortunately, the word Kiev is written at a spot where it's smudged and a little bit damaged, so you can't tell for sure if they're really trying to say Kiev. But it is a letter from a Khazar going to the region of Fostat, and it's a letter of introduction. Actually, it is what we would call today a teuda or a patek, and we still use them in Jewish society today. It's essentially a letter attesting to the bona fides of the holder of this letter, saying that he is an upright individual who has fallen on hard times, and he deserves the support of the Jewish communities that he visits. In other words, this was a letter that belonged to a Meshulach, a charity collector, and he was schlepping around different parts of the Mediterranean basin, showing the letter to people, saying, listen, I'm from Khazaria, possibly from Kiev, and could you help out a guy? And he would ask for $1 or so, show up at the shul at 7:30 in the morning, and go to another shul, and collect money. So that indicates that it's probably authentic. It's and it shows you how long Jews have been doing this. It's a well-worn Jewish tradition to count one of these documents of introduction and ask people for funding. Now, one of the most fascinating things about the letter, though, which tells us more about Khazarians, the idea that it was from Khazaria is fascinating. But look at this fascinating thing at the bottom here. At the very bottom, it says in Turkic rooms, not in Hebrew, but in Turkic, this phrase, which I'm not going to try to pronounce because I have no idea, but apparently the translation is, I have read it.
Taylor smiles.
So what could that possibly mean? Here's this document written in Hebrew, and at the very bottom, there is a signature that says, I have read it.
I glance around. I haven't been here since I walked out.
What do you think, Stephen?
Are you hungry? I shake
It's
my
a
head.
receipt in Turkic, so who's receiving it? I forgot to mention, by the way, the names of the guys who are writing it, they're like weird Turkic names, like pagan names, and then it says Hakohe, like I don't know, Svatoslav, Hakohe, things like that. So that combined with this strange phrase, I have read it, when you look at it today, what do they say on the Teudot?
It's still full of clothes.
Besides, they describe how
price
this
tag
person,
still attached.
please.
3
Yeah,
long
Meshulachim.
dresses, 3 cocktail dresses, and 3 more for everyday
Exactly,
wear.
that's precisely it. It's a bit of letterheads at the bottom, but it's like the rabbi, so to speak, or the head of the community or someone wrote, yes, I approve this message. My name is Svatoslav, and I approve this message. And that's what it is. It's an endorsement by a prominent Khazar Jewish official. And yet, he writes it in Turkic and not in Hebrew. So how did this document get created? What did this document mean? How did it work?
And crazy with a capital K.
Okay, this is like an undergraduate class. Don't make eye contact, because that's the first thing to do. Right? Joseph, who do you think actually wrote this letter? Like, who actually penned it to paper?
What's wrong?
The guy probably, the holder of the document probably does not know any Hebrew. So who wrote it?
That's the problem.
A scribe, right, or a rabbi, some professional author who you would go to and you would speak in Turkic and you say, listen, I want to go to Fostad. I hear they have a lot of rich Jews there, and I want to collect some money, so I need you to write down my story. So he goes to a scribe, and the sofer writes it down in proper literary Hebrew, and then he has this document. Then what does he do with it? Because he wants to authenticate it. Yeah, he goes, he takes it to the head of the Jewish community, and he says, would you please, indicate that you approve this message, and that's what this is. So this little phrase here is from the head of the Jewish community. Well, it has his signature afterwards, has his name afterwards, but it says in his own writing, I have read it in Turkic. What ultimately does that mean, the fact that it's in Turkic?
I'm not hiding.
They don't know Hebrew exactly. It says that the head of the community is ignorant of even very basic Hebrew. And so this is something that many historians have concluded about Khazaria, that the conversion was very, very shallow, that they probably did not really engage in a deep, meaningful conversion. It probably was for political purposes only. It may have been just like a quick dunk in the Caspian Sea for a mikveh, and that's it. And there's certainly significant elements in Judaism. You have a scribe there who's writing these letters. They do know how to collect money, that's important. But the actual depth of a conversion is there to Ms. Abramson.
No, I don't. He runs a hand through his hair. What a frustrating female. You would have a nice brunette submissive, one who'd say, how high, every time you said jump.
Good argument. So the argument, Ms. Abramson theorizes that it's catering to the readership, the fact that it's in Turkic. And so it doesn't say, it's like if the rabbi today were to write in English, I approve this message. That would be very true, except that we're talking about Fostad. It showed up in Egypt. And they don't speak Turkic there, they speak Arabic there. So if he had written in Arabic, then you have an argument. But this is probably the case. And I have to say, I cheated a little bit because I did some more reading. And there are lots of indications from, for example, the travelers, Pataki of Recklenburg and Benjamin of Tudela that we spoke about a while ago, that they come to Khazaria and they can't believe, as they put it back then, the Shvach HaMaisis, how difficult the extent of Jewish life is there. But they have very few schools, they have very few mikvahot. It's really hard to find good kosher Chinese food anywhere. And they say, obviously, this is not a very advanced Jewish civilization at all. There's even some question from some of the travelers that did they even practice circumcision? And circumcision is one of the most basic rituals of Judaism. In fact, it's usually one of the last rituals to go as Jews become more and more assimilated. They will still practice circumcision until the bitter end, so to speak. It's one of the last things to go. Excuse that partial pun there. I didn't read that. There's a lot of, so it's quite possible that Khazaria was not really that deeply religious. In fact, most of the evidence, the Qur'an of the evidence indicates that that is the case. The Khazars also may have been fairly pluralistic in terms of Judaism, as we shall see later. There have been some confusing finds too, like for example, this find of a coin in the region of Itil, the capital of Khazaria. Wow, isn't that like, that sells it all, right? You see the coin, you see the symbol on it? It's all over, right? They're totally Jewish. The problem is the Star of David was not a traditional Jewish symbol for about another 800 years. We didn't use the Star of David to represent Judah. You see the menorah, you see like the hands of the coin, but you don't see the Star of David. So this is quite likely simply a pagan symbol of the time, six-pointed star. It happens to look very Jewish. It makes us feel warm and sort of like ethnically connected, but it's probably not historically accurate. Yes.
Franco explains.
Could this be its origins? It's a brilliant theory. You could probably get at least one graduate paper out of it, but I think it would be a stretch to say this is the origins. I mean, a six-pointed star is not that complex an icon. I'm sure many cultures have it. To look at another example, the swastika that has such, dire negative connotations to us in the regions of India. The swastika is considered a symbol of progress, right? Like a walking wheel, and they don't have any of the negative connotations. There are even some synagogues that have been discovered with swastikas in the tile inlay. Obviously built before the 20th century, but it was considered not necessarily a negative thing. Okay. One of the big questions is maybe the Khazars were Karaites, because ironically, this all happened at the time when the Talmud was being written, not so far away, right? This is happening in the northern Caucasus region, and the Talmud is being written, I don't know how many miles, but maybe 2,000 miles away in the Mesopotamian region. It's not so far. The Jews are corresponding between Spain and Babylon. Can't they correspond with Khazaria? Why do we not have more Gaonic correspondence with the Khazars? How come nobody seems to be really interested in the fact there's a whole Jewish kingdom in the northern region? Why don't they write about it? So one of the theories is that perhaps they wrote about them, they did not, they ignored them, because the Khazars were attracted to Karaism rather than to Rabbinic Judaism. Karaism is a movement that garnered strength just about this time under Anan ben David in particular. We spoke about him a long time ago. And this was a movement that sought to delegitimize the oral Torah and to argue that the written Torah was the sole authentic source of Jewish religious information. And the Karaites, we spoke about them also a little bit last week with Sanjay Gaon, where there was a lot of polemic between Karaites and so-called rabbinic or Rabbinite Jews. So it could be that the Khazars adopted a more sparse form of Judaism known as Karaism. This was especially the argument postulated by Abraham Ferkowitz here, who is somewhat of a controversial historian, because although he was a specialist in Khazaria, he also flirted with the Greek Orthodox Church, and so to a certain degree that kind of delegitimizes him for many historians. But it's a fascinating story about him, but I think we're going to pass on it. So there is a possibility that they may have been originally Karaites and then later became Rabbinites, because there's an ongoing flux between these two movements. The Karaites grow and sometimes shrink at other times, and it could be that they were you had a very thin superficial conversion in the 8th century. And by the time we get to the 9th century, there's more information about what's going on, and some of the Khazars eventually converted to Rabbinic Judaism, as it were. We don't have a lot of details about this. We do have some Christian texts that indicate that when they visited the region, the Jews were practicing a whole host of, or the Khazarian Jews were practicing a whole host of habits that were associated with the Rabbinites. So that's also possible as well. This is another archaeological find. It's a belt buckle. It has nothing especially Jewish about it, but I kind of liked it, so I stuck it in the lecture like that. Okay. The decline of the Khazarian Empire. I forgot to mention one other kind of interesting things. Maybe I'll mention it right now. Actually, it makes sense here. The whole story of the conversion of the Khazars to Judaism finds itself in a very important document called in Russian the Chronicle of Bygone Years, which is the main source for medieval Russian history. It's a 13th century document that describes the history of the world with special emphasis on the conversion of King Volodymyr of Kiev to Christianity in the year 988. And in the photooftheday, there's a discussion of how King Volodymyr was a pagan, and he was wondering about, what should he do? And so he invited 4 representatives of world religions to debate with each other in Kiev. The 4 were Khazarian Jews, which is of course our interest, Muslims, and then two different kinds of Christians, the Roman Catholics and the Eastern Orthodox. And they have, this long ongoing way. This story is almost identical to what we have of King Joseph, and similar to what we see with Yehuda Halevi's account. However, as you can imagine, the Eastern Orthodox Christians win the debate. The Roman Catholics don't have a chance. In fact, they get some of the worst treatment. The Muslims are treated just horribly by the church author of this document. And the Khazarian Jews almost make it. Meaning King Volodymyr, after he hears what the Khazarian Jews have to say, he basically says, well, that's it. You guys are the best. I think we should become Jewish. And he says, but listen, before I become Jewish, can you tell me a little bit about your homeland? And the Khazarian Jews say, unfortunately, we have been exiled from our homeland for almost 1,000 years now. We've been punished for our many sins, and that's why we don't have the land of Israel. And Volodymyr at that point demurs, and he says, oh, wait a minute, are you serious? If you guys don't have a kingdom, I should convert to your religion? He says it like that too. He says, I should convert to your religion? I thought that was funny. Okay. Anyways, I also think it's funny that, so that's how, can you imagine what Russia would be like if they had converted to Judaism in 1988? That would be a totally different story, but that's how close they came. He also came somewhat close to Islam. But you know what eventually turned him off Islam? It came very close. What was it that made the Russians not choose Islam according to the Buddhists? Any famous drinking? Thank you, Mr. Rodriguez. Absolutely. Right? He says, oh, that's it. This is it. Let's make a l'chaim. I think I'm going to become a Muslim. And he says, sorry. We don't make l'chaim in Islam because we don't drink alcohol. And he says, what? That's not for us. He says, we Russians have to have our little cups, by which he means shot glasses. And so that's how close he comes to Islam as well. And then the church author of the text adds a few other salient details. Again, besides, he says, it's such a scary throwaway phrase. And besides, the Muslims tend to rub their beards with excrement anyways, which he just made that up on the spot. I think it was just to try and add a little color to it. Anyways, you do have Khazars appearing in lots of documents like this one. So there's no surprise that there are all these Jews living in Kiev. It's just one of those weird things that Jews themselves tend to basically ignore them. Only travelers will report on this exotic Jewish community, but otherwise it doesn't garner much attention. The decline of the Khazar Empire was probably mostly because of their ongoing warfare with the Kievan Rus people, which will be regarded by the Russians as their cultural progenitors, but also by the Ukrainians and by the Belarusians. So they have these ongoing wars, and ultimately, especially when the Tatars come in from the east, the Khazarian Empire is overrun and it disappears about the year 1240, and then it never reappears. Now, what happens to all these Jews? This, by the way, is a picture of Khazar burial mounds. They have these. They look kind of like, just mounds.
Of course.
So what happened to them? These are now pure suppositions. We don't actually know, but what seems to be reasonable is they probably simply assimilated into the surrounding peoples. They probably simply, saw the end of their political identity and the coherence of Jewish ideology with the state, and they simply stopped being Jewish and picked up being pagan like they were 500 years earlier. If this is true, it's indicative of the relative weakness of the conversion, that they did not really, held on to it very strong and fast, and they simply disappeared as a result. Some theorists opine that they are the progenitors of various groups of Jews, such as, let's say, the mountain Jews that trace their origins to this region. And these things are possible, but in the absence of more verifiable data, it's impossible to say whether or not it is true. There is a theory, Arthur Kessler is associated with it, and some people who have a very, a biased agenda in particular, that in fact the Khazars are the progenitors of Ashkenazi Jewry, meaning if you have just a look at Jews today, at least in terms of superficial racial characteristics, you've got a wide range from, dark-skinned Africans, small number of Asian Jews, Oriental Jews, and North Africans with a kind of a Mediterranean complexion. And then you've got all these light-skinned, sometimes blue-eyed, blonde-haired Ashkenazi Jews who clearly trace their origins to the Rhine. Yes.
I lived in Hungary for
Maybe
a
all
few
men are like
years,
this,
and
baffled
the
by women.
Hungarians
I
claim
just don't know.
that the
Perhaps
Khazars
that's
are the
not such a
origins
revelation.
of the ancient
I wish Kate were home.
Jews,
She would
the
know.
Jews, the
She's been in
original
Barbados
Jews
far
in
too long.
Hungary
She
are
should be back at the end
Khazars.
of the week
That's
after her
interesting.
additional
That's interesting.
vacation.
The observation is that in
I
Hungary,
wonder if it's still
the
lust
argument
at
was
first
that
sight
the
for them.
ancient Hungarian
One of the
Jews
things I
were
love
the
about
Khazarians to begin
I
with.
stopped whiskey.
Emigrated came to
Does
the
that mean there are
Khazars
other
to
things?
stay there.
Well,
I
that's
smiled
definitely.
for the first time
Everything
since
about
seeing
Hungary
Mrs.
is exceptional. The
A
language is
genuine
completely different,
heartfelt
and
face
there's
sporting
a
smile.
theory actually that supports
Christian
that
slips his arms around
because the the Jewish community in Hungary
interesting choice.
was rather unique in that they're the
Hers
only
is
population
below my
of all the Jewries of Europe who feel it.
He
Is
nuzzles my
absolutely
hair and
obligated
feels
to cover every piece of furniture with
desire
plastic
uncurls
as soon
in
as
my
you get
belly.
it. And so
No,
that could be
I
they
shrug out
have
at this
Khazar
embrace.
origins, but
I'm still
so
mad.
there is this theory that the Khazars are the origins of the Ashkenazi. It doesn't have much weight to it. There's no linguistic evidence of the Khazar penetration in Ashkenazi culture, although there are some words that the great Yiddish scholar Max Weinreich argued were Turkic in origin, like, for example, the word Daven. Daven has no Hebrew root and it has no Germanic root, so it doesn't come from Yiddish either. He argued it came from a Turkic root. It's not really related to Slavic either, so there may be some little bits of Turkic in there, but there's no evidence otherwise to indicate that the Jews of Eastern Europe, not so much maybe Hungary, but certainly Ukraine, Poland, and so on, are from the Khazars. What is motivating a lot of people who propound this theory is that they hope that by displacing the origins of Ashkenazi Jewry, which were probably the most prominent Jewish population in Europe and in America. About 3/4 of American Jews are of Ashkenazi origin. They could somehow delegitimize the biblical ancestry of the Jews. In other words, by saying, you think you're descended from the forefathers in the Bible, forget about it. You're actually a Khazar. You're actually descended from the conversions of the Khazars to Judaism. And that's, in many cases, that's really what's motivating this particular argument, and not necessarily the scholarly data behind it. If you happen to wander around like some of the white supremacist websites on the web, which I don't recommend you do, or at least you should definitely have a shower afterwards, but the websites will frequently talk about, today's Jews are not the real, don't think they're like the descendants of Moses and all those guys in the Bible. It's a completely different people that has overtaken their name and their heritage. The true Jews today are, of course, the Christians and us guys. And those Jews who claim to be Jews don't come from Jews at all. That's the argument. It's fairly specious, but nevertheless it exists. So the legacy of the Khazars. As I mentioned, the trilateral debate, it appears in several countries. Yeah, I put Chinese food up there. But the trilateral debate appears in several cultures, so the story of the conversion of King Bulan may actually have origins in reality, and it clearly had an iconic sort of stickiness that was absorbed by many other cultures, including the Russians. However, the demographic impact on later Jewish civilizations, and certainly their cultural impact, is highly attenuated. We have really no significant evidence of the Khazars ever passing through Jewish history, except through, these scattered little bits of data in the Cairo Geniza or travelers' accounts. We have no great Khazar authors, we have no great Khazar traditions that we can identify, and they simply appeared
staring at the patch
like
of hair
a bright flash on the horizon, and then they simply disappeared shortly thereafter.
driven by desire.
Okay, so that's about it for tonight. I hope you enjoyed the lecture.
So close.
Next week is going to be a really big one. We're going to talk about a colossal figure in Jewish history, the great Moses Maimonides, the Rabbi. Was a fascinating life story and a tremendous contribution to Jewish culture. So I look forward to speaking with you then. Thank you very much.
Oh my, us. A magical combination. A small, potent pronoun that clinches the deal. I raise my head to stare at his beautiful yet serious face. I'm going to touch your face, I breathe, and see his surprise reflected briefly in his eyes before his acceptance registers. Lifting my hand, I caress his cheek and run my fingertips across his stubble. He closes his eyes and exhales, leaning his face into my touch. He leans down slowly, and my lips automatically lift to meet his. He hovers over me. Yes or no, Anastasia? He whispers. Yes. His mouth softly closes on mine. Close, worse and my lips apart as his arms unfold, pulling me to him. His hand moves up my back, fingers tangling in the hair at the back of my head, tugging gently.
So ground rules, we start right on time, no hard questions. One other thing, in Florida,
Taylor coughs.
stupid jokes went over very well. I'm not so sure that stupid jokes will go over as well in Brooklyn, so I'm going to try and refrain from making too many of them in this audience. But you will correct me if there is room for a stupid joke. I'm sure I can accommodate you. So why don't we get started right away with the lecture? First of all, just for those of you who have not been watching the lectures from afar, I should tell you just a little bit about myself. See an older picture of me before I grew my beard. Thanks, I appreciate it. My role here is I'm one of the deans on this campus, primarily involved with academic affairs. I hold a PhD in Jewish history from the University of Toronto, which I earned in 1995 for a dissertation on the Jews of Ukraine, later published. I had a wonderful experience as a graduate student. I had the good fortune of spending a lot of time with some of the world's greatest universities, doing postdocs and visiting professorships at Hebrew University, Cornell, Harvard, Oxford, and so on. And at the same time, I developed a personal interest in Judaism, and so I studied in many great yeshivas, primarily designed for people with limited backgrounds, such as Or Sameach in Jerusalem, Toronto, and in a small suburb of Jerusalem in Rockland County called Muncie, New York. I am very proud to have the distinction of being the only person ever, I believe, to have published a book both with Harvard University Press and with Feldheim Publishers, which says a lot, I think, about how I sort of try to bring together these two elements of my interest and my personality. And that's what will hopefully inform our methodology in these lectures here tonight. The nature of the lectures are primarily biographical in nature, primarily because, I said that 3 times, the lectures are going to be primarily biographical in form, mainly because that's a very popular format. People seem to like learning about specific individuals in history, their specific stories, and so on. And so that's going to be the kind of launch pad for longer discussions of Jewish history. But in reality, I'm trying to follow the format of the 2 survey courses we offer here at Touro College, History 155 and 156, which are basically the history of the Jews from the period of the Mishnah, more or less, up until the present day. And these courses dovetail with the material we're discussing here. As I mentioned earlier, we put all these lectures up on the web, so you can click them on your former friends at any time, and they get quite a wide audience out on the web. About, thank God, 18,000 people a month currently watching videos. The other day, when I was Googling myself, something which I do quite often, I calculated that approximately 4 people are watching a Henry Abramson lecture at every minute of the day. That was a
I wish
statistic
my
I really
mother had
enjoyed.
been
I
that
made sure that all my
organized.
kids learned it.
Dr.
And so
Grace
on. Anyways,
is recognized to the accomplishments
that's
of
about
children.
it for the introduction. Shall we go
She
straight
must
to the
be
material?
very proud of you.
Okay, so we're going to talk about
A dark thought
Yehuda or
flashes across
Judah
Christian's
Maccabee,
face.
fascinating
He looks
figure in
momentarily
Jewish history
uncomfortable.
and a
Regards
tremendously
me warily,
overlooked
as
figure,
if he's in
amazingly.
uncharted
In
territory.
fact, he gets very short
Have you
shrift
decided
in
which
most
one it
Jewish
is?
sources, and he was
Who do I need to come?
virtually
Pick something.
unsighted until
tone
the
is suddenly
11th
brusque.
century, when a book called the Yosipon
Sounds
was
angry.
circulated in Europe, and then of course later published in the 15th century with much more acclaim in a Yiddish
Not
translation.
yet.
Yosipon is
Did you choose
basically
all
a
those
kind of
clothes?
a bastardization of Josephus, famous Roman historian that we'll have the opportunity to look at later. His name, Yehuda Maccabee, despite all the Hanukkah rituals that we've celebrated, his name is not mentioned in the Talmud at all, and hardly appears in the annals of our Jewish history outside within the rabbinic corpus. A rather fascinating thing, given his incredibly outsized role in Jewish history. Nevertheless, he receives short shrift overall. He was a second century military commander who, of course, was the major figure behind the conquest of the Hasmonean movement that reestablished Jewish sovereignty in the state of Israel, land of Israel, excuse me. And as you can see, he was actually, despite his relative the paucity of sources that we have with regard to Jewish material, he's quite enamored to Christian historians, as we see in this 10th century illuminated manuscript. And many others, he is seen as a figure defending religious liberty and standing for the rights of religious expression for many persecuted Christian populations throughout history. The sources that we'll be using for today's discussion, as I mentioned earlier, perhaps the greatest lacuna of source material for Maccabee is the Talmud, which skims over the Maccabean history, concentrating primarily on the legal implications of the miracle associated with the rededication of the temple, but offering very little by way of real historical information. So the Talmud and its supporting documents are unfortunately not especially useful for us in this endeavor. We'll be relying much more heavily on a book called the Book of the Maccabees. There are actually several volumes of this book, which did not appear in the Hebrew Bible. This is an extra biblical text. It was incorporated into certain Christian canons, but it was not accepted as part of the Tanakh or the Hebrew Scriptures. It definitely is authored by a Jewish figure, very sympathetic to the Maccabean cause. It clearly originally written in a Semitic language, most likely Hebrew or perhaps Aramaic, although we have now a Greek translation as the oldest surviving fragments. The great knowledge of the terrain of Israel, familiarity with intricacies of religious politics indicates clearly someone who was the author was someone who was well versed in Jewish culture, combined with the significant lack of knowledge about foreign crimes, indicates definitely someone who was sympathetic to Yehuda Maccabee and his revolt. I'm speaking primarily about the first book of Maccabees, probably about the author work the other books. This is a tremendous trove of information on the whole period. It gives us really a very dramatic form. It's actually quite elegiac and beautiful to read. It gives us a whole sense of the trajectory of the revolution that occurred under the Maccabees. Why was it the Jewish scriptures, especially because, it's a real, it's actually a very moving piece of historical literature, and in many ways it fits philosophically with the tone of books that were in centuries, such as the Book of Samuel, the Book of Kings, and so on, the historical books of the Tanakh. There's a complicated question which will take us outside the scope of our more narrow historical concerns, but the rabbis, when they were deciding which books to canonize, which took probably several centuries, they looked very carefully at every detail of the expression within those books. And there are just certain areas where Maccabees doesn't cut it. And so as a result, it was relegated to these foreign It's only in the outside books, and it was simply not accepted into the Jewish canon per se. As I mentioned, though, it is in the Apocrypha, so usually non-Christians continue to use it. It is not in the King James, so when you go to a hotel room and you open up the door, the little drawer by the bed, you find, some notepads and a revolver and a suicide, and there it is. The Bible, it's not going to be the Bible. Okay, this has basically the whole story of his primary sources for what happened at that time. We will also rely somewhat on Josephus, who is a roughly contemporary, probably the author. Not these, but not entirely sure. This is an extremely problematic Jewish source, primarily because he switched sides. He ultimately decided to abandon the Jewish cause in the rebellion of the Romans, and he occupied a very high-level position in the Roman hierarchy in Judea, and he wrote quite prolifically about the Jewish experience. He was really the go-to guide for the Romans on understanding who were the Jews and what made them tick. He wrote the Roman-Jewish Wars, which is one of our primary sources for how the Romans destroyed the temple and so on in the first century. And he also wrote the Antiquities of the Jews, which is a massive multi-volume discussion of Jewish history from creation right up until Roman conquest. Unfortunately, we only have Josephus' Latin translation, except for Greek, original extant. He wrote it at the same time a version in Aramaic, which might have been quite a bit more sympathetic to the Jewish cause and might have cast an entirely different light on what kind of historian he really was, but we read him only through the lens of what Josephus wanted the Romans to think about us. And it's by the way, one of the really nice things I like about teaching at Turtle College is that, when I taught at other colleges, I could never use the first person plural. I could never talk about us, how, Josephus wrote about we Jews. That kind of thing. When I was in secular colleges, I had to simply be the third person. It was Israelites, things like that. So, but I can say us now. Anyways, even though us, I'm using in the big sense of us, including people who are sympathetic to Jewish history and things like that. So anyways, here's Josephus. He borrowed very heavily from the Maccabees, so his treatment may really say more about how good a plagiarist he was than how good a historian, but nevertheless we will have some details from it. This is a typical 19th century rendition of Josephus. Again, very popular among Christian readers because there was one passage interpolated into Josephus that was a reference to the Messianic era that Christian readers really enjoyed because he's a contemporary writer from the period. Probably not an original passage in Josephus, but nevertheless he sold a lot of copies. And this is what your typical 19th century reader thought that a Jew from first century Israel would look like, and his clothing and so on. This is actually what he looks like, based on an ancient Roman bust, and you can definitely see in the profile some distinctive Semitic features. Okay, so those are our main sources for our presentation. Let's look at the background to ViralRabbi's career. The most important element of the background, it begins with Alexander. Alexander the Macedonian, Alexander the Great, shown here in a contemporary bust. One of the world's most brilliant military leaders, who cut a swath throughout the ancient world, beginning in Macedon and northern Greece, and going straight across the entire eastern Mediterranean basin, all the way out to what would be contemporary Kashmir, and subjugating all of the empires that he traversed. A phenomenal level of military achievement the world had not seen beforehand. This was in the late 4th century before the Common Era. And what's especially significant for our purposes is that he brought with him Greek culture, which is an extremely powerful culture that made an indelible impact upon the nations and peoples that it encountered. And perhaps the greatest impression was made on none other than the Jews. The Jews were absolutely enthralled with the culture and everything that it meant, and the entire comic period that we're going to discuss today is one in which we are trying to find our own balance vis-a-vis the overwhelming impact of agriculture. Let's have a look at a map. This shows you Alexander's tremendous journey from Macedon up in the northwest here, going all the way across the Middle East through Egypt, taking his armies wandering out here out to Bactria, which is today in Iraq, Afghanistan region. And eventually, he wanted to actually push further, but his soldiers were gone. They'd been on the road for quite a long time. And in his early 30s, he died before he could return. Most likely from alcohol poisoning. Very rowdy, kind of highly individual, making his way across Europe. Now, in terms of his culture, what exactly is Greek culture? What was so fascinating to the Jews? The Greeks were scientific thinkers. Greeks worked with things like the axioms of who just worked out some basic mathematical theorems that was so useful that you never would have lived the same way again without thinking about they developed the science of architecture, they developed aesthetics, they made up rulers for beauty, they figured out what does beauty look like, and they could actually codify these things in words. They were poets, they were photographers, they were phenomenal actors in the intellectual sphere. Perhaps the most significant of them was the early figure Socrates, who was most famous for knowing that he knew nothing. Right? He also told you know yourself, that was one of his most important maxims. In the early ages, about 500 years before the Common Era, he began a school of philosophy that had tremendous implications and continues to reverberate throughout contemporary thought and today. In particular, his student Plato, who is shown here on the left in this famous 16th century fresco by Raphael. Plato is pointing to the sky, indicating that there is a higher reality than that which we experience on this world. And his student on the left, Aristotle, who's saying, no, everything is on this world, everything is physical, and they continue to debate. And we have this school of thought from Socrates to Plato to Aristotle, which ultimately encompasses all philosophical thought ever since. As the great philosopher, I think it was Alfred North Whitehead, once said, all philosophy is merely footnotes to Plato. So the Greeks gave us this, and among many other things, mathematics, science, politics, their sense of ethics, and so on, really determined by Greek values. They also offered us, among other things, the sense of the beauty of the human body. And this is where I've adapted this lecture a little bit from Flatbush. The Greeks, of course, were very famous for creating the Olympics, and the adulation of the beauty of the human body engaged in sport, which they took very seriously, and they would regularly have, sporting matches only for men. But wrestling was considered the prime sport because it was just, no devices, no tools whatsoever, just the skill and musculature of one man against each other. And these were actually religious affairs for them to engage in wrestling. So I had some pictures of wrestlers up here, and I asked my secretary, what do you think? Can I show this in Flatbush? She was saying, no, not that one, not that one, not that one. It took us about 2 hours. Eventually, we got through all the wrestling pictures. So anyways, you have to use your imagination. Not too much, but it's a Flatbush adaptation. So these are the things that Alexander gave us. Now, as Jews, we loved it. We just absorbed it. Nothing could be better than it. The Greek way of thinking, the logic of Greek. In fact, the word logic itself is Greek from the word logos, meaning words. We were just fascinated with it. And anyone with even a cursory familiarity with the Mishnah and the Talmud sees how deep Greek culture reached into our way of thinking. And we're constantly borrowing concepts, words, personal names, like Antigonus. Each so-called Antigonus is clearly a Greek name, and there are thousands of Greek names throughout. So we encountered this culture, and we found it to be of tremendous utility. We thought this is an exceptional course, and we love it. Because we love it too much for our own good. It's a fascinating story in the Gemara, and there's a version of Josephus as well, where Alexander meets It's one of the high officials of the Jewish people, and he recognizes as a figure from his dreams that, it kind of impulse, pictures kind of thing. That whenever I saw this person in my dream, that I would, succeed. So on. In reality, Alexander just failed to destroy Jerusalem, which was in itself such a kindness to the Jews. He was like, hey, if you're not going to destroy Jerusalem, we're going to name all our kids this year happy. And in fact, I was Alexander myself, named after my baby Alexander, also named Alexander, the name Senators from that. It's one of those really unique names that made its way into the Jewish tradition. That's a fascinating question. Where the Greeks anti-Semitic? That's such a big question. I will go to a Greek next week when we look at Against Asher. It's a very important book by Josephus, in which it's the first philo-Semitic apology ever written in human history. Jews defending their behavior primarily because this nasty attack against our culture from Greek sources. There's no question that there were elements of Greek culture that were hostile to Judaism. There were elements of Greek culture that were antithetical but neutral to Judaism. The main question is, how do we understand anti-Semitism as a phenomenon? And I'll answer your question briefly now, and next week I will spend a lot more time on it. But briefly, if we understand anti-Semitism to be the activity between national groups, ethnic groups, then yes, we definitely see Greeks are anti-Semitic, but the fact is everybody's anti-Semitic, even Jews are anti-Semitic. It's normal for human populations to misunderstand each other's cultures and to have a certain amount of disregard for them. It's a normal kind of ethnocentrism that we all carry around. For example, when I lived in Florida, living in my beach, and my neighbor across my backyard was a Cuban guy who used to roast whole pigs in his backyard. Something which I just could not understand, and it irritated me, especially because it smelled pretty good. I felt inside myself that it was kind of like that. Boy, I don't like Cubans because they, roasted pigs in their backyard. So would you say that I was anti-Cuban because of that? Maybe the leap from I don't like my neighbor roasting pigs in his backyard to I don't like all Cubans. But it's normal for people not to like each other. Japanese don't like Koreans, and Iroquois don't like Cayuga. That's personally normal, and that's the Greek word. But if you want to see anti-Semitism is something pathological, something that is specifically, bitterly, rigorously directed at Jews. It's impossible to say the Greeks were like that. They dislike the Jews, but they also like the barbarians, the Scythians, the Parthians, you name it. But when we get to the first century, then we see the development of a specific antipathy that can only make sense for Jews. And I would argue that there is now hundreds of Jews who are not anti-Semitic. Nevertheless, more on this next week. Let's talk about how this worked out. Just because they were not necessarily anti-Semitic in a pathological manner, was definitely not comfortable to the Jewish under Antiochus Epiphanes. So let's just go back to this map for a second here for a second. So Alexander, after he died at a very young age, his empire was divided up among several generals. And of the two that are most important for us, Ptolemy controlled Egypt here, and Seleucus controlled Syria and Turkey and so on. Israel was just barely in the borderland here under the Seleucid Empire, and there was quite a bit of conflict with Ptolemy from time to time that affected the Jews. So in this regard, Antiochus Epiphanes IV, who was the Seleucid emperor at that time, decided to try to do away with the ethnic specificity of Jews. And in this regard, he was supported very actively by Jews who believed in Hellenism as a worldview, as a Velvet. This is something that's actually kind of glossed over with children's stories about Hanukkah. The reality is that Hanukkah, more than anything else, was a civil war. This was a pitched, terrible, brutal battle between traditionalist Jews who wished to hold tight to a form of Judaism reason they had understood from time immemorial, and reformist Jews who wished to make Jews into something that would be much more palatable to Hellenism. Hellas, by the way, is the Greek word for Greece. So Hellenism means, a Greek-style culture. And so Antiochus Epiphanes, advised by Jewish Hellenists who really wanted to emulate Hellenistic philosophy and way of life as a whole, agreed to implement a whole series of measures. And again, Antiochus is no friend of the Jews, but he's not so occupied with them. I mean, as a tiny little part of his empire, this was a movement that was really coming from the grassroots in Israel itself. People like Menelaus, who figure prominently and negatively in the Maccabees. And one of the difficulties that the Jews specifically face is that since they were right on the border between Egypt and the Seleucid Empire, there was a desire to kind of make sure that they fit in. Make sure that they kind of like were synonymous with our culture, because if we didn't share the same values, then there was always a risk that perhaps they would go over to the Ptolemaic Empire and that we would engage in war battles. So the Antiochus Epiphanes felt that, you know what, we are going to make sure that Jews behave and that their standards of behavior are consistent with Greek values. And so, following Menelaus, Antiochus authorized a whole series of bans on traditional Jewish practice, which were vigorously enforced. A ban on circumcision, primarily because if you think about wrestling, wrestling in particular, circumcision was seen as a form of mutilation, kind of like a desecration of the beauty of the human form. A lot of Jews, as mentioned right out there in the first chapter of the book of Maccabees, a lot of Jews wishing to ape Greek values actually underwent very primitive and quite painful operations to reverse the circumcision. So they could participate in the athletic games, and you can imagine them walking into the stadium in the movie, and all the Greeks in there were Hellenistic Jews saying, look at this guy, here's a perfectly beautiful young man, and look how they touched him up. They ruined it. So they were actually endured these painful processes to try and reverse their physical appearance. It's referred to in Mishnah Avos as Mephibus Avos, trying to deny the covenant of Abraham, which is an allusion to the circumcision. Sabbath was banned because they realized that the Sabbath was an incredibly important institution for the maintenance of Jewish culture. One day in 7, the Jews take off, they refuse to engage in any kind of commerce, and they simply engage in study of Torah and relationships with people who are closest to them and so on. So they tried to ban the Sabbath. Banning Torah study, public Torah study, all these things were designed not so much to destroy the Jews as people, but to try to destroy them as a people, to try and remove their distinctiveness so they could fit in within the general realm of the Hellenistic values. The Jews, of course, took this very badly, and they sparked a rebellion. The rebellion was mounted by none other than Matisyahu. Not the Matisyahu shown here, but I couldn't find a good picture of him, so I always that might be much harder. She looks a little bit more like Rabbi was a Kohen. Sanctions known as a high priest by Gadol. He's referred to as the Hashmonai or Hashmonai. The term is an uncertain derivation. Josephus refers to his father's name as Asmodeus, which might be the reason that he's called the Hashmonai, or he may have come from one region or a village somewhere in Israel. It's a strange kind of designation for his family because most Catholics were not Jews at that time. At any rate, while he was in town, this was never Israel, but the local Jewish governor brought a sacrificing altar. Pigs were now considered appropriate animals to sacrifice and are relative to the Jewish tradition. And as the author of the book of Maccabees tells us, Matisyahu would not stand for it. And when a Jewish Hellenist came forward to comply and slaughtered a pig on the altar that they set up there, Netanyahu got up and slaughtered the Jewish quisling instead and stretched his body out on the altar, and this resulted in a general rout. There was a battle between the traditionalist Jews who disapproved of this idolatrous practice, and there's Hellenistic Jews and their Syrian supporters. Netanyahu ended up being successful. At this point, he did several key things. First of all, he took the battle to the hills. He engaged in one of the earliest situations we have in Western history of guerrilla warfare. This is a battle that lasted years that was primarily urban versus rural. The urban centers in Israel, including Jerusalem, were dominated by the pro-Hellenistic circles, whereas the rural countryside was much more traditionalist, much more in favor of the old-time religion and so on. And so in the rural hinterland, taking advantage of their superior knowledge of the terrain, the Hashmonaim who were rebels would simply hide out, and they would engage in small attacks on Hellenistic Jews, that is, and on their supporters. In particular, Netanyahu would come into like villages, and if there was an altar set up, he would tear it down, he would slaughter any Jews who tried to stand in the way, forcibly circumcise uncircumcised children, boys only, and one of the more radical steps that may have been part of the hesitancy to refer to the Hashmonaim in the Talmud is the fact that he specifically authorized the use of military force on Shabbat. This is something that was not clearly defined in Jewish halakha at this point. There was this general had several massacres that occurred beforehand because the Jews knew that the Jews refused to take up arms on the Sabbath, and then they would, like pacifists, simply be killed outright. Netanyahu said, absolutely not. We have the right to take up arms on Shabbat to defend ourselves, and this was a rather radical step for the time that later became enthroned in Jewish practice. He had 5 sons. The third son was our hero for tonight, and he appointed him as his successor. So why don't we go to him now? So Yehuda, referred to as Hamakabi, the hammer. The name Hamakabi, like the name Hashmonaim, is also of uncertain derivation. There's some sort of fantastic interpretations that say it's an acronym for the phrase Hashem, who is like you among the mighty, O God. Others say that it has to do with his weapon of choice. Others say, and some scholars say, it has to do with the shape of his head, that he was kind of like block-headed or hammer-headed. We'll never know exactly why he was called Hamakabi, the hammer, but nevertheless, he was a brilliant military leader of phenomenal world capacity, and he really took this small rebel force to an incredible level in Israel over a series of many battles over years. As I mentioned earlier, he began with guerrilla warfare, engaging in these small kind of like attacks on local settlements, where he would essentially do these raids in and then escape back out to the hills. But he organized his troops eventually, as he got more and more popular with the rural Jews in particular, into regular military formations. And so he was able to accommodate a very large force within pretty much contemporary military standards at the time, and able to withstand far greater threats. He also was really quite dedicated to traditionalist interpretations of the Torah, which gave him even more appeal among the traditionalist Jews. For example, he was very strict about not allowing into his army recent rules. If a man had just been married, he followed the dictum to Rabbi and insisted that he not be allowed to participate in the war. We know that they fasted on the eve of great battles, also very traditionalist kind of practice, and he seemed to be a very traditionalist upholder of the law. It's amazing the series of battles that he fought. First against local forces that were basically mercenaries, not professional soldiers, not really taken trained lifetime soldiers. One afternoon until finally he was beating much larger troops that were coming all the way down from Syria to defeat him. I won't go into the details of each one of those battles, as we are very military history, but I'll focus on a couple of things. Here's an interesting medieval rendition of some of the Maccabean battles. It's dramatically anachronistic. It looks like, 13th century sort of warfare siege tool, and the artist's imagination of what castles look like and so on. But this one, this is a depiction of one of the later battles. This comes from the 14th century, a document called the Spectator Salviatonius, in which a Christian author, describing the book of Maccabees, describes the death of the youngest son of Eliezer. This is the younger son, right? It's one of the sons, anyways. Yeah, he's younger brother Eliezer. One of the most pitched battles with the Syrians, and at this point, remember, it's no longer the local Jews. Now they appealed for help from Syria, moving them down in. They brought in elephants, which were these incredible animals. According to the author of the Maccabees, who probably was not a contemporary, did not see the actual battles, he described each elephant as housing 32 soldiers on top of it. And the riders of dying animals. That's probably an exaggeration. But you can see from this 14th century manuscript that this is what the author thought an elephant must look like. It has an elongated nose, something like that, but really he only had an association with a horse, so I think he made kind of like a pastiche of those animals. And this very dramatic battle. Sees one elephant that's somewhat taller than the others, and it has more armor on it, more regalia, and he assumes that the emperor must be riding that particular elephant, and so very bravely he goes under the elephant with his spear, stabs it from below, and succeeds in killing the elephant, which then collapses and kills him in turn. So it sort of self-immolates under this elephant in a very dramatic act of war. Unfortunately, Antiochus was nowhere near the battle. It happened to be a little bit nicer decoration on the elephant, but this was the tragic death of Eliezer. Here's another 19th century rendition of that act. You see Eliezer over here, stabbing the elephant. And again, you have a perhaps more realistic representation of how many people can sit on the top of an elephant. But this, I think, gives you more of a sense of the nature of these battles and what must have been at the time. She has a phenomenal series of battles, and he was victorious in almost all of them. First through the guerrilla warfare tactics, the kind of strike and retreat, sometimes using a transmitted signal, like for example, knowing he was being hunted, abandoning the camp, letting and drawing his attackers into his camp, and meanwhile tracking around behind them, destroying their own camp before behind them. Really a series of tactics that are beyond our scope at this point. And this is, of course, where we get to the Hanukkah miracle, which does not receive a lot of attention in the sources that we have. We'll discuss more in sources. And what we know from the extra rabbinic sources is that as part of their long-standing dissatisfaction with the Hellenistic Jews who had profaned the temple and had brought altars into it, foreign altars, foreign idols, practiced animal sacrifice there. When the Yehuda was able to finally take Jerusalem, a major prize in the year 164 before the Common Era, they cleaned out all of the foreign Greek gods, and of course recall that the Greeks worshipped plastic representations of their gods. They worshipped physical, statues that represent their gods, which is completely anathema to Jewish sensibilities. So he cleaned it all out, and then on the very anniversary of the day when the temple was first profaned, which was the 25th of Kislev, he celebrated a rededication ceremony. The rededication ceremony was a party that went on for 8 days, as of course observed at the temple time, and according to the rabbinic stories that of course are central to observance of Hanukkah today, a single cruse of oil Light
I reached out to
menorah
collect my
lasted
fat
for the
rat
entire
and
period.
silver collected first.
This story is not well supported by the extra-rabbinical sources, but is of course central to the account of the entire story, and it also gives an insignia of divine approval to the entire
Turns as I stand,
enterprise of the
my
Maccabees.
mouth dries.
Okay, now that's his battles, and usually his
Black
question.
bow tie, and his expression is more than awe. Strolls forward and kisses my hair. Anastasia. I flush at this compliment in front of Dora and Rabbi.
So then, what really
I murmur.
does anyone really know how much oil is
Christian nods to
there?
Taylor. Heads into the foyer.
I mean, like,
It's
what
great. Christian is
Well, that is almost a hard question, but I will try to answer it anyways. There's two ways to look at this. There's As an article of religious faith, we believe the words of the sages, and that is an extremely valuable enterprise that I myself participated in quite actively. As a professional historian, on the other hand, we have a different set of criteria, a different set of documentation, and if we don't have something represented in the traditional documentation, we have to kind of bifurcate ourselves and say, well, this is what it says in these documents, and this is what it says over here, and somehow we have to come to terms of this is really the human condition in the Jewish world. We have biologists here, for example, who are intimately familiar with the theory of evolution, and they are also religious people intimately familiar with the account of Genesis. So they have to somehow work with both of these data sets and incorporate them into our lives in a way that does not cause severe mental illness. So that we can do, Baruch Hashem, and we can do it also with Hanukkah too. All I'm saying is that there's not a lot of discussion of what Jews today seem to think is the Moishe of Hanukkah, the 8 days of oil. That's not well treated in the historical sources. They don't talk about it. But what is really important for sure that everybody will agree on, this is a phenomenal national revival. This is a point where all other societies coming into contact with Greek culture, they just melt before it. There's no resistance. They're completely absorbed into Greek culture because it's so powerful. And we too, when we encounter it, we say, oh my gosh, this is great. Look at all this poetry, and look at all this art, and look at all this science. But we nevertheless sort of drew the line and said, okay, but if we allow ourselves to immerse in this completely, we will disappear. And the miracle is that we fought, we literally pitched battle with each other, trying to find a place for us to exist and still benefit from what's possible about Greek culture. And that's, for me, that's the kind of a message.
But here's the national holiday. It's a holiday that wants to value the spiritual more than the physical.
Okay, that's an excellent question. So why did this story of the oil become central to Jewish practice? So I think there's a lot of reasons. And you really hit the nail on the head. Celebrating a civil war is a difficult thing to do. It's true in America, we went through a bloody civil war, a terrible civil war in the 1860s. It's left a huge scar on the American psyche. And there are people who will reenact it, but nobody really celebrates it. Nobody, maybe liberated slaves might see a cause for celebration because they're big winners in the end. But it's a difficult thing to make a holiday about a civil war. It's much easier to make a holiday about something that is celebration of the divine approval of a particular course of action, which ultimately resulted in the survival of Jewish people. So I think that the rabbis focused on those elements that were really most important for the preservation of Jewish religiosity, and historians are more interested in the blood and gore. Yeah, definitely. For a short lecture like this, it's more complicated. The liturgy definitely celebrates the military history. Let's go on. Okay, so what about Jewish politics? Jewish politics is also very complicated. So we have to understand that this revolt, which is happening in a tiny corner of this Jewish empire, is for the most part ignored by Antiochus Epiphanes. He has other things to worry about. He has wars going on all over his empire, and a few unhappy peasants. I mean, big deal. He just slides over it. But there are a couple of moments where he has to give pause and make some adaptations. And TRUMAN was actually a very sophisticated thinker on the geopolitical scale, much larger than this small one. I mean, again, it's just like Israel today. It's a tiny little piece of territory, and yet nevertheless it is so magnified in world politics. So, for example, when Antiochus Epiphanes dies suddenly, he leaves his son behind, his minor son as the next ruler. There was some dispute between two rivals for the regency, meaning who is going to take over this Seleucid empire while the boy king was very young. And as a result, there was an opportune moment for the Lysias, one of the generals besieging Rabbi, to come to terms with them and make a treaty. And right away, he was very happy to make peace. And they signed a kind of a status quo agreement in which Lysias agreed to abandon the attack, in which Yehuda was, as usual, overwhelmingly outnumbered, and as a result, and essentially gave Judaism back to the Judeans. And so the first real political success of Yehuda Maccabee was not the defeat of the Syrians, but the religious retreat of the Syrians. They did not give up their political control over Israel, but they said, you know what? Maybe we were a little bit too hasty in trying to force Titanism on you. Maybe you guys are too much. You guys go ahead, you observe your Sabbath, and circumcise your sons, and that will everything be fine. And Yehuda says that's great, and he accepts that compromise. He comes back waiting to bite him out, because after all, Yehuda was fundamentally a very deeply religious military leader, and he ultimately was fighting for the religious freedom of traditionalist Judaism. At that point, however, he lost an important set of allies. It's called ootd, who described in the book of Maccabees as his first and most fervent followers, the ones who went with him into battle in order to ensure religious freedom. And what happened was Lysias appointed a new high priest. Archelaus was deposed, and a new high priest was appointed, who was, he had the right ethos, he had the right lineage, but Yehuda felt that he had inappropriately participated in too many Hellenistic activities before the wars. And so Yehuda felt that the new candidate for the high priesthood, and don't forget, this is still a faith that's centered on temple activity. This is the most important person in the religious world of the Jews. Yehuda felt that he was tempted inappropriately for the office. His chassidut, his real faithful supporters, they said they disagreed. And they said, come on, this is good enough. He is really a Kohen, he comes from a priestly family, and okay, he has a past, but he's done shul for it, and he's going to be okay. And they were tired of war, and they abandoned Yehuda. And there was left with a tiny amount, that just a rough number of survivors, about 600 who stayed with him, while he insisted on continuing to do battle until the Syrians gave him everything, including a Kohen Gadol under the battle. Nevertheless, managed to mount some tremendously successful battles, being hopelessly overwhelmed, but that simply could not last. And in the year 165, largely abandoned by his own closest followers, and advised not to attack the Syrians anymore, he went to the battle one last time and was killed. That represents really the end of his trajectory as a military leader. Extremely brilliant in terms of his one more point as well. I forgot to mention that Yehuda pulled out one last card before he died that turned out to be extremely politically astute. I don't believe in his own death because of the hostility of the Syrians, but Yehuda contracted and rebuilt Yehuda saw that Rome was an empire that was waxing, that was growing powerful, and that they were so key to any future conflict with Seleucids. And so Yehuda agreed to an arrangement with the Roman emperor. And this is something you can simply cannot ignore. Starting to have some moderately successful leaders that might pull off on a certain level through concessions, but if he's going to make an alliance with a major power in the Mediterranean, all of a sudden it changes everything, and as a result they renew their attacks on Israel. This was at the same time when Hasidim were saying, please, enough already. We have a high priest, okay, he's not the best one, but at least there's no more sacrifices of pigs in the temple. He really understood his ground and maintained insistence completely on the religious purity of ideology and characterized his entire life, but ultimately that resulted in his downfall. Jonathan continued the struggle, ultimately the Hashmonaim really were victorious and established a military foothold that was a state in Israel, largely through the association with the Romans, but it was his military prowess that made this possible to begin with. So in conclusion, as we think about the legacy of Yehuda HaMaccabi, a phenomenal military leader who enjoyed tremendous popularity among Jews only in the Middle Ages, much more popularity among Christians who read the book of the Maccabees, and he remains one of a small number of Jews who excelled in the military field from biblical times to the present. Thank you very much for your endurance and your attention. I hope that you enjoy this lecture and that other friends will fill this room a little bit more next week if we can. And I'm very grateful to have the opportunity to speak. I'll close the lecture for now. You can applaud if you want. It's really loud, so I'm going to grab up my microphone. And I'll figure out the questions.
And let me go over to the group for young women, all expensively attired and impeccably groomed. Mia makes hasty introductions. 3 of them are sweet and kind, but Lily, I think her name is, regards me sourly from beneath the red mask. Of course, we all thought Christian was gay, she says slyly, concealing her rancor with a large, fake smile. Mia pouts at her. Lily, behave yourself. It's obvious he has excellent taste in women. He was waiting for the right one to come along, and it wasn't you. Lily blushes the same color as her mask, as do I. Could this be any more uncomfortable? Snaking his arm around my waist, Christian pulls me to his side. All 4 women
Hello
flush,
everyone, hope you're
grin,
well.
and fidget.
I'd like to talk today about Soviet Jewish history, and unlike most of the other things I talk about in this series, I actually know a little bit about this because I did my dissertation work on the Jews of Ukraine during the period of the revolution at the beginning of the 20th century. So I'll try to talk fast and really only say the things that are most important so you get the essential lecture of Jewish history. Okay, so let's think about what do we mean when we say Soviet Jewish history. The Soviet Union was a transformed Russian empire that emerged after World War I. It had a revolution in 1917 that overthrew the Tsarist Empire, also known as the Russian Empire, and it lasted until 1991 when it finally fell apart for a variety of reasons that maybe we'll have a chance to touch on. It's not really appropriate to refer to it as Russia per se because the area is made up, by the way, it's a large area, it covers 1/6 of the Earth's land surface. We're talking about a massive amount of territory, and it covers many different ethnicities who are not at all Russian, and in fact many who are not at all happy about being included in Russia in one form or another. So we're speaking about the Soviet Union, prior to that the Russian Empire or the Tsarist Empire. So anyways, there was a revolution at the beginning of 1917 as people were very upset with the costs of war, with the declining economy, and that overthrew the Tsar and put in place a provisional government. That provisional government lasted for about half a year and then was overthrown again at the end of the year. Now you may notice I haven't mentioned specific months because the Russian Empire was literally behind the rest of the world by 11 days in the 20th century. They used an older calendar that had been revised by Western Europe a millennia earlier, and so what they called February was actually what the rest of the world called March, and what they called October was called by the rest of the world November. That just gives you a sense of how different Russia was in many ways. At any rate, you have a first revolution in the beginning of 1917, a provisional government that was not especially effective, and then that concludes with another revolution, which is really the communist revolution. The communist revolution, led by a man named Vladimir Ilyich Lenin, represented an attempt to take the socialist principles of the Jewish author Karl Marx. Jewish meant anti-Semitic. He was highly used as the classic example of a self-hating Jew, and I have a lecture on that. You can check it out if you like. Anyways, they attempted to put socialist principles into practice with this idea of shared wealth, this idea of shared resources, of nationalizing industry, of deprivatizing, collectivizing agriculture, all kinds of things like that. In the first couple of years after the revolution, this was really impossible because World War I was still going on, and while they were hemming and hawing, the Germans were occupying a large portion of the Russian Empire. So they were engaged for the first couple of years in a period they called war communism, which represented an attempt to dramatically and rapidly introduce communism to the population, which it was really quite upset about in many ways. There was a heavy atheistic campaign, which would later be expressed in a magazine with the interesting title Bezbozhnik, which means the godless. The Hebrew title, or the Yiddish title, was Apikoros, the heretic, in which there was a tremendous amount of violence done to religious individuals and their institutions, churches blown up, things like that, synagogues ransacked for holy books and then transformed into public halls for theaters, things like that. War communism ended about 1920 when the war and the Civil War had slowed down. I'll mention the Civil War in a second. And that was followed by a period called New Economic Policy, in which a lot of the communist doctrinaire ideas of war communism were sort of stepped back because the population was simply not having it. And these kind of restrictive policies were relaxed for a while. Now, let me talk very briefly about the Revolutionary Years and the Civil War, because it's an extremely important period in Jewish history. Basically, when the Russian Empire fell apart at the beginning of 1917, and especially when the Communist Revolution happened at the end of 1917, Jews were in a very unusual situation. They constituted a significant minority in the overall population, but an especially important minority in the urban centers. As we've discussed many times before, Jews tend to be concentrated in urban areas, and they tend to also be quite literate. And as a result, you've got these islands of Polish, Jewish, Russian cities surrounded by, for example, Ukrainian peasants or Polish peasants and things like that. And the Jews were a very important element in the actual life of these cities, and their high literacy rate meant that they had especially important roles to play in the functioning of this burgeoning new post-Russian Empire government. Several of these emerging states that were built up temporarily after the fall of the Russian Empire, most significantly Ukraine, but also in many ways the Baltic states of Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia, and of course Poland, experimented with giving communal rights to Jews in exchange for their help with nation building. Ukraine had by far the most aggressive and ambitious program, declaring Yiddish a national language, establishing a Ministry of Jewish Affairs that would sit within the government. A fascinating period that I actually spent a lot of time writing about, and you can check out my book. It's probably still in print somewhere. I think it's being translated into Ukrainian right now. At any rate, that whole kind of bold and exciting creativity ended in tremendous tragedy because the Mississippian governments could not control the violence in the countryside, and the violence was incredibly overwhelming. There were many different armed bands roving across the countryside, particularly in Ukraine, that were associated with one force or another, including so-called white armies, which wanted to bring back the Tsar, to roll back the communist revolution, the pro-Ukrainian Directory armies that wanted to keep in place the new Ukrainian government, anarchists that were especially significant in the certain regions around the Dnieper River. You had the Red Army was also quite active in that region. Of course, they eventually would be ultimately successful. And there were bands of hooligans and all kinds of groups that were just wandering around. And since there was no government, no power that could really effectively control the violence, it exploded in a sea of blood. By conservative estimates, there were about 50 to 60,000 Jews killed. It's quite likely that the number is significantly larger, although we lack really solid census data to get a solid handle on it. Be that as it may, there's no question that the violence of the year 1919 eclipsed anything that happened in the last 1,000 years prior to it, including the 1648 Chmelnytsky massacres, including the Crusades and so on. It was a period of tremendous and horrible violence perpetrated not only against Jews, but also against other minorities such as Mennonites, Poles, and others. And as a result, it's unfortunate just to step back and think about this historiographically for a minute. This violence has largely been occluded by the much more horrific violence of the Holocaust. But there's no question that the two periods are very closely related, and many historians have begun to have a close look at 1919 in particular to understand how that influenced the later growth of violence in the region. At any rate, the Red Army ended up victorious. Many Jews began to support the Red Army and by extension the communist movement, primarily because they were the only army that was able to establish order in the region, and order is extremely important for all minorities because that's the only way they can have a safe living space. And the Soviet Union began apace in the 1920s. I've already mentioned now, let's go back to our kind of timeline. So you had the war communism period, which is kind of like 1917, 1918 to 1920 or 1921, depending on how you want to count it. Then you have the new economic policy, which is like 1921 to about 1924. And unfortunately, during this time, which was kind of like a relaxation of communist principles, Vladimir Lenin had a stroke, and he spent about 2 years being really incapacitated, and his deputies began to jostle with each other for control. Most important were Trotsky and Stalin, and ultimately Trotsky lost and Stalin became the leader of the Soviet Union, which he led until his death in the early 1950s. Stalin was no friend of the Jews. Stalin was an incredible anti-Semite, particularly in the sense of wanting to destroy their national specificity. He did have, the ability to work with individual Jews who had adopted communist ideals, but the idea of a Jewish community, the idea of religion, was anathema to him. Even though he himself was a former seminarian, there's a whole story involved with that. At any rate, during the 1920s, while there was still this sort of struggle as to who would control the Soviet Union, there was a flourishing of cultural activity among many minorities, not only the Jews, but also the Ukrainians, Latvians, Lithuanians, Poles, all these various national minorities had an unusual period of creativity that was determined by a policy called colonizatia, or rootification, roots in the sense of like plants. The idea being that Marxism recognized the authenticity of indigenous cultures, which in this case we refer to, for example, Yiddish Jewish culture, devoid of all religious elements. So a tremendous amount of money and energy was poured into trying to encourage Jews and other minorities to develop their cultural activities insofar as they were consistent with the values of communism, which meant, of course, stripping them of any religious environment, stripping them of any kind of hostility with other nationalities, because this was to be the period of družba narodov, the friendship of peoples, things like that. And it was like a huge renaissance of Yiddish culture in particular. This extended throughout the 1920s until Stalin really gained control, and he put his foot down. By 1930, all of these various sections of the Jewish Party, including the Jewish section of the Communist Party, abbreviated on the term Yevsektia, the Jewish section of the Communist Party, they were shut down and you go into a period of darkness as Stalin begins to initiate the so-called purges. The purges were a horrible, terrible time in Soviet history when Stalin encouraged individuals to rat on their neighbors, in some cases even rat on their spouses, their parents, their siblings, incredible, horrible things, where people would be accused of being saboteurs, of wrecking the economy. There's a lot to say about this. I'm going to skip through it. And basically, the entire Soviet Union turned into this sort of prison camp where people were suspicious of their neighbors, suspicious of their family members, and anytime a person got ratted out, they would be called in to speak to the precursor of the KGB, known at that time as the NKVD, and they would be interrogated, sometimes tortured, and forced to divulge the name of 10 other records. Then these other so-called records, who really had nothing to do with the downfall of the economy, would then be similarly arrested. They would also be interrogated, tortured, and they would reveal another 100 people. And the whole society was going into a spiral of destruction throughout the 1930s. This was interrupted primarily by World War II.
Before I can excuse myself,
And
the
we have
master of
already said about that in the lecture on the Holocaust, but basically, Stalin signed an agreement with Hitler that lasted from 1939 till 1941, in which they both agreed to divide regions that separated them, Poland, Ukraine, the Baltic states, and then Hitler double-crossed Stalin in 1941, and that began the so-called Great Patriotic War of the Soviet Union. At that time, between 1941 and the end of the war, a few years later, Stalin sort of breaks on his anti-Semitic campaign and his other anti-nationalistic campaigns because he wanted to, try to bring all the minorities together under the anti-war effort. And that was successful for the Soviet Union, which eventually defeated the German army. But in the end, they had to reconstruct the country, and Stalin went back to his old anti-Semitic, anti-nationalistic policies. His death in 1953 was a stunning development for many Soviet citizens who believed that he was the great leader, a kind of reincarnated Tsar, and his death left all but dissidents really shattered. It's an amazing phenomenon. We will not for this conversation. Anyway, we go into the next phase of Soviet Jewish history. Now at this point, of course, the state of Israel exists, and many Jews are seeking to leave the Soviet Union to come to Israel, and many also want to come to the United States. But in a strange kind of quirk of Soviet thinking, those Jews and other nationalities who wish to leave the Soviet Union are in themselves sort of an advertisement for the failure of communism. Because why do they want to go? If everything's perfect here, if this is the workers' paradise, why would anyone want to go? Obviously, their departure looked bad in the Soviet Union, and so many Jews who applied for exit visas were refused, and they were called refuseniks because they were denied the ability to leave the country to emigrate to Israel or America. So, as a result of tremendous pressure from the West, especially Jewish communities here in the United States, ultimately, and there's many other factors involved, trade issues, economic issues, military issues, ultimately the Soviet Union was forced to relent, and a trickle of Jews in the 1970s eventually became a river, and finally a thundering stream by the time you get to the 1980s. Many of those Jews migrated to Israel, which fundamentally changed the demographic there in very significant ways. Many of them moved to Brooklyn as well, and so that enriched the Jewish civilization in this great city. Ultimately, the end of the Soviet Union came in the late 1980s when Mikhail Gorbachev came to power, and for a host of reasons, once again, beyond the scope of these short lectures, he decided that the right approach would be to impose perestroika, or restructuring, and glasnost, or openness, trying to bring communist policies more in line with standards of Western Europe and the United States. This proved to be impossible because many of the various non-Russian nationalities living in the Soviet Union really demanded independence, and so by the early 1990s, starting with the Baltic states and with Ukraine, these states seceded, and the Soviet Union fell apart and was was
by J.
reborn
Trout.
as Russia proper, much smaller in territory than the Soviet
Seattle
Union,
Area
nevertheless
Soaring
still
Society.
quite a huge state.
Weekend break
And
for
the
two
Jews, of course, were at this point
Hotel
free to be.
Portland.
But at the same time, there is a renaissance of Jewish culture in many of these post-Soviet states. We'll have to leave that for another lecture. Okay, that's your quick essential lecture on Soviet Jewish history. I look forward to speaking to you soon.
Stand clear of the closing
Lord
doors,
in
please.
St. Lucia, Dr. and Mrs. Laren. 1 week at Lake Adriana, Montana. Sleeps 8. Mr. and Dr. Gray. Holy shit. I blink up at Christian. You own property in Aspen? I hiss. The auction is underway, and I have to keep my voice down. He nods, surprised at my outburst and irritated, I think. He puts his finger to his lips to silence me. Do you have property elsewhere? I whisper. He nods again and inclines his head to one side in a warning. The whole room erupts with cheering and applause. One of the prizes has gone for $12,000. I'll tell you later, Christian says quietly. I wanted to come with you. He adds rather sulkily. Well, you didn't. I pout, and I realize that I'm still querulous, and no doubt it's the frustrating effect of the balls. My mood darkens after seeing Mrs. Robinson on the list of generous donors. I glance around the tent to see if I can spot her, but I can't see her telltale hair. Surely Christian would have warned me if she was invited tonight. I sit and stew, applauding when necessary, as each lot is sold for astonishing amounts of money. The bidding moves to Christian's place in Aspen and reaches $20,000. Going once, going twice, the MC calls. And I don't know what possesses me, but I suddenly hear my own voice ringing out clearly over the throng. $24,000. Every mask at the table turns to me in shocked amazement. The biggest reaction of all coming from beside me. I hear his sharp intaken breath, feel his wrath washing over me like a tidal wave. $24,000 to the lovely lady in silver. Going once, going twice. Sold. Chapter 7. Holy shit, did I really just do that? It must be the alcohol. I've had champagne, plus 4 glasses of 4 different wines. I glance up at Christian, who's busy applauding. Crap. He's going to be so angry. And we've been getting along so well. My subconscious has finally decided to make an appearance, and she's wearing her Edvard Munch, the Scream, face. Christian leans over to me, a large, fake smile plastered across his face. He kisses my cheek and then moves closer to whisper in my ear in a very cold, controlled voice. I don't know whether to worship at your feet or spank the living shit out of you. Oh, I know what I want right now. I gaze up at him, blinking through my mask. I just wish I could read what's in his eyes. I'll take option 2, please. I whisper frantically as the applause dies down. His lips part as he inhales sharply. Oh, that chiseled mouth. I want him on me now. I ache for him. He gives me a radiant, sincere smile that leaves me breathless. Suffering, are you?
Here's a map.
We'll have to speak with you about that. He murmurs as he runs his fingers along my jaw. His touch resonates deep inside where that ache has spawned and grown. I want to jump him right here, right now, but we sit back to watch the auction of the next lot. I can barely sit still. Christian drapes an arm around my shoulders, his thumb stroking my back, pushes tingles down my spine. His free hand clasps mine, bringing it to his lips, letting it rest on his lap. Slowly and surreptitiously, so I don't realize his game until it's too late. He uses my hand up his leg against his erection. I gasp, and my eyes dart in panic around the table. All eyes are fixed on the stage. Heavens from my past. Full advantage, I slowly caress him, letting my fingers explore. Christian keeps his hand over mine, hiding my bold fingers, while his thumbs skate softly over the nape of my neck. His mouth opens as he gasps softly, and it's the only reaction I can see to my inexperienced touch. But it means so much. He wants me. Everything south of my navel contracts. This is becoming unbearable. Believe my late Adriana in Montana is the final lot for auction. Of course, Mr. and Dr. Gray have a house in Montana, and the bidding escalates rapidly. But I am barely aware of it. I feel the ground beneath my fingers. It makes me feel so powerful. Sold for $110,000, the MC declares victoriously. The whole room bursts into applause, and reluctantly I follow as does Christian, groaning on fire. He turns to me and his lips twitch. He bounds with the rapturous cheering. Yes! I mouth back. Anna! He calls. It's time! What? No! Not again? Time for what? The first dance auction! Come on! She stands and holds out her hand. I glance at Christian, who is, I think, scowling at me, and I don't know whether to laugh or cry, but it's laughter that wins. I succumb to a defining bubble of schoolgirl giggles as we are thwarted once more by the tall, powerhouse that is Gray. Christian peers at me, and after a beat, there's a ghost of a smile on his lips. The first dance will be He murmurs lasciviously into my ear. My giggles subside as anticipation fans the flames of my My inner goddess performs a perfect triple salchow to her ice skates. I look forward to it. I lean over and plant a soft, chaste kiss on his mouth. Glancing around, I realize that our fellow guests at the table are astonished. Of course, they've never seen Christian with me before. He smiles broadly and looks happy. Come on, Anna! He nags. Taking her outstretched hand, I follow her onto the stage, where 10 more young women have assembled, and I note with vague unease that Lily is one of them. Gentlemen, the highlight of the evening. The MC booms over the babble of voices. The moment you've all been waiting for. These 12 lovely ladies have all agreed to auction their first dance to the highest bidder. Oh no, I blush from head to toe. I hadn't realized what this meant. How humiliating. It's for a good cause. Eva hisses at me, sensing my discomfort. Besides, Christian will win. She rolls her eyes. I can't imagine him letting anyone outbid him. He hasn't taken his eyes off you all evening. Yes, but this is a good cause, and Christian is bound to it. Let's face it, he's not short of a dime. Let me spend more money on you. My subconscious snarls at me, but I don't want to dance with anyone else. I can't dance with anyone else. And it's not spending money on me. He's donating it to the charity. Like the $24,000 he's already spent? My subconscious narrows her eyes. Shit. I seem to have gotten away with my impulsive bid. Why am I arguing with myself? Now, gentlemen, pray gather round and take a good look at what could be yours for the first dance.
What?
12 comely and compliant wenches. Jeez, I feel like I'm in a meat market. I watch, horrified, as at least 20 men make their way to the stage area, Christian included, moving with easy grace between the tables and pausing to say a few hellos on the way. Once the bidders are assembled, the MC begins. Ladies and gentlemen, In the tradition of the masquerade, we shall maintain the mystery behind the masks and stick to first names only. First up, we have the lovely Jada. Jada is giggling like a sweet little kid. Maybe I won't be so out of place. She's dressed head to foot in a baby taffeta with a matching mask. Two young men step forward expectantly. Lucky Jada speaks fluent Japanese, is a qualified fighter pilot, and an Olympic gymnast. The MC winks. Gentlemen, what am I bid? Jada gapes, astounded at the MC. Obviously, he's talking complete garbage. She grins shyly back at the contenders. $1,000, one calls. Very quickly, the bid escalates to $5,000. Going once, going twice. Sold! The MC declares loudly, to the gentleman in the mask. And of course, all the men are wearing masks, so there are hoots of laughter, applause, and cheering. Jada beams at her purchaser and quickly exits the stage. See? This is fun! Whispers Mia. I hope Christian wins, though. We don't want to brawl. She adds, brawl? I answer, horrified. Oh, yes. He was very hot-headed when he was younger. She shudders. Christian? Brawling? Refined, sophisticated, light, tutor, choral music Christian? I can't see it. The MC distracts me with his next introduction. A young woman in red, with long, jet black hair. Gentlemen, may I present the wonderful Mariah? What are we going to do about Mariah? She's an experienced matador, plays the cello to concert standards, and she's a champion pole vaulter. How about that, gentlemen? What am I bid, please, for a dance with the delightful Mariah? Mariah glares at the MC, and someone yells very loudly, $3,000! It's a masked man with blonde hair and beard. There's one counterbid, but Mariah sells for $4,000. Christian is watching me like a hawk. Brahma Trevilian Gray. Who would have known? How long ago? I ask Mia. She glances at me, nonplussed. How long ago was Christian brawling? Early teens? Drove my parents crazy. Coming home with cut lips and black eyes. He was expelled from 2 schools. He inflicted some serious damage on his opponents. I gape at her. Hasn't he told you? She sighs. He got quite a bad rep among my friends. He was really persona non grata for a few years, but it stopped when he was about 15 or 16. She shrugs. Holy fuck. Another piece of the jigsaw falls into place. So, what am I bid for the gorgeous Jill? $4,000. A deep voice calls from the left side. Jill squeals in delight. I stopped paying attention to the auction. So, Christian was in that kind of trouble in school, fighting. I wonder why. I stare at him. Lily is watching us closely. And now, allow me to introduce the beautiful Anna. Oh shit, that's me. I glance nervously at Mia, and she shoos me center stage. Fortunately, I don't fall over, but stand, embarrassed as hell, on display for everyone. When I look at Christian, he's smirking at me, the bastard. Beautiful Anna plays 6 musical instruments, speaks fluent Mandarin, and is keen on yoga. Well, gentlemen? Before he can even finish his sentence, Christian interrupts him, glaring at the MC through his mask. $10,000. I hear Lily's gasp of disbelief behind me. Oh, fuck. 15. What? We all turn as one to a tall, impeccably dressed man standing to the left of the stage. I blink at him. Shit. What will he think of this? but he's scratching his chin and giving the stranger an ironic smile. It's obvious Christian knows him. The stranger nods politely at Christian. Well, gentlemen, we have high rollers in the house this evening. The MC's excitement emanates through his harlequin mask as he turns to beam at Christian. This is a great show, but it's at my expense. I want to wail. 20, counters Christian quietly. The battle of the crowd has died. Everyone is staring at me, Christian, and Mr. Mysterious by the stage. 25, the stranger says. Could this be any more embarrassing? Christian stares at him impassively, but he's amused. All eyes are on Christian. What's he going to do? My heart is in my mouth. I feel sick. $100,000, he says, his voice ringing clear and loud through the tent. What the fuck? Lily hisses audibly behind me, and a general gasp of dismay and amusement ripples through the crowd. The stranger holds his hands up in defeat, laughing, and Christian smirks at him. From the corner of my eye, I can see Mia bouncing up and down with glee. $100,000 for the lovely Anna. Going once, going twice. The MC stares at the stranger, who shakes his head with mock regret and bows chivalrously. Sold! The MC cries out triumphantly. In a deafening round of applause and cheering, Christian steps forward to take my hand and help me from the stage. He gazes at me with an amused grin as I make my way down, kisses the back of my hand, then tucks it into the crook of his arm and leads me toward the tent's exit. Who was that? I ask. He gazes down at me. Someone. Right now, I want to show you something. We have about 30 minutes until the first dance off finishes. Then we have to be back on the dance floor so that I can enjoy that dance I created. A very expensive dance, I muttered, squeezingly. I'm sure it'll be worth every single cent. He smiles down at me winningly. Oh, he has a glorious smile, and the ache is back, blossoming in my body. We're out on the lawn. I thought we were heading to the boathouse, but disappointed, we seem to be heading to the dance floor where the big band is now setting up. There are at least 20 musicians and a few guests are milling about, furtively smoking. But since most of the action is back in the tent, we don't attract too much attention. Christian leads me to the rear of the house and opens a French window leading into a large, comfortable sitting room that I've not seen before. He walks through the deserted hall toward the sweeping staircase with its elegant, polished wooden balustrade. Taking my hand from the crook of his arm, he leads me up to the second floor and up another flight of stairs to the third. Opening a white door, he ushers me into one of the bedrooms. This was my room, he says quietly, standing by the door and locking it behind him. It's large, snug, and sparsely furnished. The walls are white, as is the furniture. A double bed, a desk, and chair. Shelves crammed with books and lined with various trophies for kickboxing by the look of them. The walls are hung with movie posters, The Matrix, Fight Club, Truman Show, and 2 framed posters featuring kickboxers. One is named Giuseppe De Natale. I've never heard of him. But what catches my eye is the white bulletin board above the desk, studded with myriad photographs, mariners' pennants, and ticket stubs. It's a slice of young Christian. My eyes come back to the magnificent man now standing in the center of the room. He looks at me, darkly, brooding and sexy. I've never brought a girl in here, he murmurs. Never? I whisper. He shakes his head. I swallow convulsively, and the ache that has been bothering me for the last couple of hours is roaring now, raw and wanting. Seeing him standing there on the royal blue carpet in that mask, it's beyond erotic. I want him. Now. Any way I can get him. I have to resist launching myself at him and ripping his clothes off. He waltzes over to me slowly. We don't have long, Anastasia, and the way I'm feeling right this moment, you won't need long. Turn around. Let me get you out of that dress. I turn and stare at the door, grateful that he's locked it. Bending down, he whispers softly in my ear.
I was going to say I put on boot instead
I
of
groan as my body clenches in response. He's not even touched me yet. He grasps the top of my dress, his fingers sliding against my skin, and the touch reverberates through my body. In one swift move, he opens the zipper. Holding my dress, he helps me to step out of it, then turns and drapes it artfully over the back of the chair. Removing his jacket, he places it over my dress. He pauses and stares at me for a moment, drinking in. I'm in the basque in matching panties, and I revel in his sensuous gaze. You know, Anastasia, he says softly as he stalks toward me, undoing his bow tie so it hangs from either side of his neck, then undoing the top 3 buttons of his shirt. I was so mad when he bought my auction lot. All manner of ideas ran through my head. I had to remind myself that punishment is often but then volunteer. He gazes down at me through his mask. Why did you do that? He whispers. Volunteer? I don't know. Frustration? Too much alcohol? Worthy cause?
Boost the show. I'm getting boosted. I'm just going to go in and I'm going to say, I'd like a booster for the booster. I don't think the booster's good enough. They're going to be like, no, booster's good enough. Like, no, booster. They're like, we don't even know how to do this. This is CVS pharmacy. It's going to be like, they're like, we don't know how to do this.
His mouth presses
This
into
is
a
CVS pharmacy.
What I want that tongue.
We are not Pfizer.
I vowed to myself I will not
I went to high school right down the street.
I beg. But then I realized
I went to high school right down the street. I did not develop this. I don't know how to boost your
He
booster.
smirks knowingly at me.
I get off at 9 p.m. Got it?
But I
Really?
don't
Yeah,
care,
I get off early
because
tonight.
he's
Good
absolutely
boy.
right.
Wow, how did
Yes,
that happen?
I
And
agree.
so that's what we're going to talk about today.
So there
Let's
might
look
be
at it.
certain
So,
latitude.
first of
Hey, almost got it.
If I do
How about
this,
you put me in
you must promise me one thing. Anything.
Hey, almost.
You will say the word if you need to,
How about you put me
and I will just make love to you, okay? Yes. I'm panting. I want
Hey,
his
panting.
hands on me. He swallows, then takes my hand and moves toward the bed.
Get your shit.
Throwing the duvet aside, he sits down, grabs a pillow,
What'd you
and
want?
places it beside him. He gazes up at me standing beside him and suddenly tugs hard on my hand so that I fall across his lap. He shifts slightly so my body is resting on the bed, my chest
perhaps
on
you've
the
not come
pillow,
across the
my
story
face to
because
one side.
this book is
Leaning over, he sweeps my hair over my shoulder and runs his fingers through the plume of feathers on my mask.
Look at this one. It's got lots of.
Put your hands behind your back. He murmurs. Oh. He removes his bow tie and uses it to quickly bind my wrists so that my hands are tied behind me, resting in the small of my back. You really want this, Anastasia? I close my eyes. This is the first time since I met him that I really want this. I need it. Yes, I whisper. Why? He asks softly as he caresses my behind with his palm. I groan as soon as his hand makes contact with my skin. I don't know why.
Sorry, written by
Tell me not to
great
overthink
Spanish
it.
Jewish poet.
After a day like today, arguing about the money,
This
Layla, Mrs.
is a
Robinson,
12th
the
century
dossier on me,
that is
Roma,
quite a bit
this
later
lavish
than
party,
the actual
the
published book on
masks,
Zurich,
the
which is
alcohol,
dated
the
to the year
silver balls,
1720.
the
But
auction.
it essentially tells the story of why this king
Do I need a
of
reason?
Caesarea converted to Judaism.
Don't need,
Now,
he says.
what's really important to
I'm
understand
just
about
trying to
this, though,
understand you.
is that Rabbi Yehuda Halevi
His left hand
not
curls
trying
around
to
my
write
waist,
history.
holding me
This
in
is
place as his palm leaves my behind and lands hard,
comparative
just above the
literature.
junction
It's
of my
not
thighs.
intended to be
The hand connects
accurate
directly to
historical
the angle
account
of
of
that.
the version. The story goes like this. As presented in the summary, but basically,
He hits me again, exactly the same
is what
place.
happened.
I groan
This
again.
king Mulan,
Butt
the
position.
pagan,
Murmurs.
is
Do you
capital
know
of
English?
which is the northern part of the Caspian Sea.
Oh
He
my.
wonders about, what
Maybe
is
not.
this
Different than the
Why?
last
Because
time.
somebody
So
got those motherfuckers. You're
here from all
so
fucking Twitter.
necessary.
Stupid.
He caresses my
Really?
behind with his long,
That's a matter of
hands, and
butt
I'm helpless.
business.
Trust God that
It's kind of like,
Christ is
okay,
the
that's a
night
matter
and
of,
of my own free will.
I gotta
He
be a
hits me
physician.
again,
It's not like
slides
Knesset
to the
member
side,
A.
and again,
Knesset
the
member
other
but
side.
I gotta do
Then
that.
pauses
That's
as
a
he
mess.
slowly feels my panties down.
And he has all of the figures discussed
Trust trails his palm across my behind
elements
again,
of their faith, and ultimately
my spanking.
here's all of the
Why?
sides of
She's
Judaism
being
makes
smacked,
sense.
taking
And
edge
Why
off
aren't you
my
writing
skin.
an ant?
his entire nation follows him.
It'd be like,
Judaism.
I don't know.
That's the basic story.
I surrender myself to the rhythm of
Now,
blows.
why
I use to squiggle shit. So no one
very
you
special
guys
environment.
tell me what the fuck the right is. It's like
His voice
this
low
thing
and
is
harsh.
Knesset member. But
Caresses my behind again,
Is an opportunity
trails his
Position.
finger down toward my sex, and slowly sinks 2 fingers inside me, moving them in a
and
circle,
by couching it
around
within
and
a
around
historical
and around.
fact, the conversion of the Khazars to
I
Judaism
moan loudly
was
as
able
my
to
body
present
takes
this
over,
rather challenging theological debate
convulsing
within
around
a
his
historical
fingers.
format. But
It's
really, his
so
main goal
intense,
was to present
unexpected.
the truth of Judaism.
did they name it Colin
That's
Piper?
right.
Editors
He murmurs appreciatively.
Are you gonna beat his ass?
She unties my wrists,
sorry,
moving
as
his
a
fingers inside me
historical
as I lie
document,
panting and
phenomenal
spent to work.
philosophy,
Really?
but nevertheless, the basic story is really the core of what
He
happened.
says,
Let's go
and
into
shifts without
No,
removing
the
his
shot.
fingers.
So here's
He uses my
a
knees
map
onto
of
the
the
floor so
entire
that
region.
now I'm
You
leaning
can
over
see
the
that
bed.
the
He kneels on the floor behind
city
me
of
and
Trill,
undoes his
right there
zippers.
on the north of
He
the
slides his fingers
Caspian
out of
Sea,
me,
which is the
and I feel the
Caspian Sea
familiar tear of the foil packing.
German document.
Open your
And
lips.
they really extend quite far. See up towards the top
He
left,
strokes my behind and eases into me.
which according to the
This is
great
going to be
Ukrainianist Elliot
murmurs.
Katsakis from Harvard,
Grabbing my hips, he
he
eases out,
believes that Kiev is
sways
actually
into me.
a Jewish
I
outpost
cry
of
out.
the
Can I
Khazars.
call you Chad?
It's fascinating to think that
He's hitting the belly square on, again
Where
and
is
again,
this?
eradicating it with each sharp, sweet
Yeah.
thrust.
This
The
is cool.
feeling is mind-blowing.
Husband.
Just when I
trading post.
I push back
But nevertheless, you see it goes all
thrust
the way from
for the
Ukraine
thrust.
Oh, that was
right across the
for
border to the Don region of Russia, and well
Trying to
into
still me,
Asia.
She's like, dude,
that I want him too much
put
to
this part of
ride
the
against
What
him,
exactly happened?
matching him thrust
You
for
figured that
thrust.
War from
And
an
shit.
18th century document
nobody
that
knows
was
what it
Hisses
was.
as he comes, and the tortured sound sets me off again,
Thank you.
spiraling into a huge orgasm
Let's
on
fucking
and
Spanish.
on, and brings me out and leaves me spent and
Let's have a
breathless.
picture of you going to
Christian bends and kisses my shoulder.
Yeah,
He
she's
pulls
probably
out
like,
of me.
I only have
Placing his arms around me, he rests his head in the middle of my back.
Sort of a
And we
survey
lie like
of
this,
major
both
Jewish
peering
communities
at the
throughout
bedside.
and he sent a
Look, well,
request out to
picture of
Khazari,
quality.
and he
As our
received
breathing
2
calms,
responses
my
from a
bellyache
king
has
who,
disappeared,
in
and all
fact,
I
he told the
feel
whole
is
story of how
this
Khazari
satisfying
became Jewish
serenity.
in the year 740, and in
Christian
fact,
stirs and
this is
kisses
really
my
the
back.
basis for Yehuda Halevi's story. There are a lot of additional details there, but the kernel of the story is this king Mulan
I
had this
respond,
three-way
savoring
dialogue
the
with
absence of weakness and basking in the afterglow.
Christians, and in
He
fact,
sits
most
back
of
on
them
his
decided to
heels and
become
pulls me
Jewish.
off the
So
bed
we have
onto his lap.
multiple sources
We
that
don't
point
have
to the
long.
same story
Come on.
of the
He kisses my hair and forces me to stand.
but really,
I grumble, but sit back down on the bed and collect my panties from the floor.
we have some evidence from the Cairo-Buddhism, which is
Lazily, I walk to the chair to retrieve my dress. I note with dispassionate interest that I did not remove my shoes during our illicit tryst. Christian is tying his bow tie, having finished straightening himself and the bed. As I slip my dress back on, I check out photographs of the bulletin board. Christian, as a sullen teen, was
that has
conscious
one of the 7 names
with
of
Elliot
God
and Mia on the ski
special
slopes
places
on his
cannot
own
be
in
destroyed.
Paris.
You can't just
The
throw
Arc
away,
de
for example,
Triomphe,
the Torah,
serving as a
Torah's
gateway
challenge,
to his location.
prayer book,
In
or
London,
anything like that cannot
New
be
York,
thrown away.
the Grand
And so
Canyon,
the
the
halacha
Sydney
is
Opera House,
that
even the Great
that these
Wall
things
of
are
China.
stored in a special
Master Gray was
storage
well
area
traveled
called
with
the
a
Isa,
young age.
which is basically a storeroom.
There are ticket stubs to various concerts.
And then from time to time they're
Metallica,
taken out and they are buried
Sheryl
in
Crow,
a Jewish
the
cemetery.
New York Philharmonic performing Prokofiev's Romeo and Juliet.
Not far from Cairo, there
What
was
an
this
eclectic
ancient
mix.
Where's that guy?
very
And in the corner,
synagogue
there's
built
a
in the
passport-sized
9th century
photograph of
that
a young woman.
they had this
It's
custom
in black
there
and white.
that anything written
She
in
looks
Hebrew,
familiar, but for
regardless
the life
of
of
whether
me,
or not it
I
had
can't
sanctity,
place her.
was stored in
Not
the
Mrs.
attic,
Robinson,
which is shown
thank
here in this
heavens.
kind of
Who's this? As he slips on his jacket and straightens his bow tie.
autographs of Maimonides himself and all kinds of other
Then
really
why is
famous
she under
works.
bulletin
But
board?
they included, marriage contracts, business contracts.
He raises his chin like a
Shopping
small
lists,
boy,
like, honey, would
and
you
I
please
grin
pick
and
up some
straighten
love
it
if I showed the way from the
Now,
shop?
it's
All these kinds
perfect.
of documents were stored in the Cairo
Murmurs
museum.
and grabs
And then at some point, probably in the 12th to the 13th century, it was sealed up. And it
much.
remained sealed
Thank you, Mr.
until
Gray.
the 19th century, when it was opened up and we found about 250,000
The gas Christian grins at made it just in time.
This
And
is
leads me
by the
on
way,
to the checkered floor.
100,000 documents.
And now,
All of
ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the first dance. Mr. and Dr. Gray,
We'll
are
talk
you ready?
specifically about what does the Cairo
Eric
say
nods in
about the
agreement,
Khazars,
his
because,
arms
of course,
around
it
Grace.
overlaps with that period.
Ladies and
One
gentlemen of the
fascinating
first
documents
dance
is
auction,
this one
are
here,
you ready?
the Kievan
We all
letter,
nod in agreement.
which
Mia
it
is
has
with someone I don't recognize.
some pieces are
I
missing.
wonder what
It's
happened
difficult
to
make
Sean.
out certain letters, but
Then
many scholars
we shall
think,
begin.
Take
it away, Miss Sam. A young man strolls onto the stage amid warm
argue that it comes
applause,
from
turns to the band behind him,
yeah, probably the
snaps
11th
his
century.
fingers.
And
The familiar
essentially,
strains of
it is a
I've got
document
you under my
that
skin
is called a
fill the
TRUMAN
air.
in modern Hebrew, or certificate.
Christian
The
smiles down
document
at me,
says,
takes
the
me in
bearer
his
of this
arms,
document
and
is a
starts to
fine,
move.
upstanding man, and
He
he needs
dances
your
so
support.
well,
So please,
making it easy to follow.
give him, be
We
generous
grin at
with
each
him.
other like
And
idiots
essentially,
as he
we
whirls
still
me
have
around
those
the
documents
dance floor.
today. If you live,
I
for
love this
example,
song.
in any Jewish
Christian
community,
murmurs,
if you live in a
gazing
single
down at me.
family dwelling on the
Seems
street,
very fitting.
you will get,
He's no
charity
longer
collectors knocking on
grinning,
your
but
door and
serious.
presenting you with
You're
letters.
under my
That's
skin,
usually
too.
laminated,
I
and they usually have
respond.
signatures from
Or
the,
you were in your bedroom.
the people of the
He
community
purses his
that
lips,
say,
but he's unable to hide
this
his
person
amusement.
deserves your support. He has 17
admonishes
children. He
me
has to marry
teasingly.
them off. He does this.
I
He
had
supports
no
the
idea
yeshiva. He
you'd
does
be so
whatever it is.
rude.
And so this is
Mr.
essentially,
Gray,
1,000 years ago, they're doing
I
exactly
think
the
it's all
same
my
thing with these
recent
kind of documents.
experiences.
What's
They've
interesting when you
been
analyze this
education.
particular document, though, is you look in the bottom left there, you see something
Christian
written
is
in
serious
Turkic,
again, and it could
not
just
written in
be the
Hebrew,
two
but
of us
written
and
in
the
Turkic,
band.
which is the language of
Our
the
own
Khazars.
private
And
message.
it is translated as
As the song finishes,
I
we
have
applause.
read.
Sam, the singer, bows
It's not
graciously.
arguing that what you're seeing is that this document is obviously written
I
by
recognize the man who bid on the auction. Christian grudgingly lets me know, but he's
and then the officials of the sign that
Christian grins and wanders on to one side of the dance floor. How do you do, Anastasia?
which
Dr.
indicates
Flynn says smoothly.
low
And I
level
realize he's British. Hello,
not
I stutter. The band strikes up another song, and Dr. Flynn pulls me into his arms. He's much younger than I imagined, though I can't see his face. He's wearing a mask similar to Christian's. He's tall, but not as tall as Christian, and he doesn't move Christian's easy grace. What do I say to him? Why is Christian so fucked up? Why did you get on him?
we saw this man
It's the only
earlier
thing I want to ask him. But somehow, he wants me to. I'm glad you called me.
Islam is rushing up into the Khazarian region.
I was. I
Islam
whisper.
is becoming faith.
I hope I always not to get
The Khazars are pagans. They
Warm
are
smile. seem a little more at ease. Dr. Flynn, you're the shrink. You tell me. He grins. That's the poem.
Christianity is spreading.
I giggle. I'm worried that I might be real, so I'm a little self-conscious and intimidated. And really, I only want to ask you about the sheep.
It is steadily
He smiles. Good. This is a poem, so it won't. He whispers his spirit slightly.
the argument is that people realize if
Besides, teases.
that we will Christmas our religious
I gasp. Shop.
along with that
He's a Baptist church anesthesia. I blush, embarrassed, and then feel slightly resentful. He's making a joke at Christian's expense.
similarly
Just confirmed what I've been saying to Christian, that you're an expensive charlatan. I admonish him. Dr. Flynn snorts with laughter. No, it's something different. You're British? How did you find yourself here? Have you seen the police? Not give much away. That's very self-deprecating.
Your connection first.
Muslims will have to
Oh,
respect
and I could
integrity of
conceivably say
some Christians as well.
that I'm a dull person too,
Our
Dr. Flynn?
identity, the context of the script is other to take
But you don't give much away.
There's
There's not much to give away.
And in fact, the
I smile.
Khazars did
I
maintain their
sincerely doubt that.
independence as a Jewish nation
Unexpectedly
for about
frowns.
500 years.
I flush, but
Still, we
these
have lots of other
adventures of
questions
Christian
like,
is once more by my
wow,
side.
they became Jewish.
Dr. Flynn
What
releases me.
happened? Why did they become Jewish
It's
besides
a
the
pleasure
Jews?
to meet you,
How
Anastasia.
Jewish were they? How come we
Gives
don't
me
get
his
any
warm
more
smile
about them?
again.
I mean, these are all
And I
really big
feel that I've
questions.
passed
Let's
some
right
kind
now.
of hidden test.
So there's evidence
Christian
from
nods
many
again.
travelers that
Christian.
in fact the level
Dr. Flynn returns his nod, turns on his heel.
travelers like
Disappears in the
Benjamin
crowd.
Mandela, Patake Bregentsburg,
Christian pulls me
talk
into
about
his
the
arms for the
Khazars,
next
and they
dance.
don't seem to have a lot to say about
He's
it.
much
Doesn't
younger
seem
than
to
I
really
expected.
excite
I murmur
their
to him,
attention that there
and
is this
terribly
Jewish Khazar.
indiscreet.
Not to mention the chaotic response
Christian
that has
cocks his head to
survived
one side.
from Babylon, which is not so far from
Oh,
Khazar.
yes.
We don't have as much reference to the Khazars. They don't seem to be
Christian
really
tenses.
on the radar
In that
of the rest of the Jewish
I'll get
world,
your
so
back.
much so that we really only
I'm
hear
sure
about
you
them
want nothing more
in the
than
10th century with
he
Gastai
says
and
softly.
There's
I stop.
significant questions
He didn't
that
tell me
they
anything.
did practice very
My voice
basic
fills
rituals
with
like
panic.
circumcision.
Christian
And that's
blinks
like
before
one of the
relief floods his
most
face.
fundamental Jewish
Pulls
rituals
me
as
into his
Jews
arms
became
again.
assimilated as one of the
Then,
very last
let's enjoy
rituals
this
to go.
dance.
Perhaps they were Kara.
He beams down
Perhaps
at
they
me, reassuring
practiced
me,
a
and then
form
spins
of
me
Jewish
around.
expression that denied the
It
possibility
makes no sense.
dark. And
We dance for 2 more numbers, and I realize I need the restroom.
See, for example, this
I won't be long.
Azaria.
As I make my way to the powder room, I remember I left my purse on the Jewish symbol, so I head down to the tent.
Later,
When I enter, it's still lit and quite deserted, except for a couple of
bottom
nearby
line is
who really ought to get a room. I reach for my bag. Anastasia, a soft
Many
voice
scholars feel that
fellows me,
perhaps the
and I turn to see a
reality of
woman
the
dressed
cosmic
in a
environment
long,
is such that
tight, black velvet gown.
the top layer of
It covers
society,
her face and her
for
nose.
example,
It also covers her hair.
Judaism, and the rest of the population just maintains a nominal
Elaborate gold
attachment to
filigree.
Judaism. All these things are
I'm
possible.
so glad you're on your own. She says softly.
Opioids Christ, it's got to stay on hold for this one.
Now, what happened to them?
I'm
So this
sorry.
is kind of an interesting
I don't know who
topic
you
that
are.
many scholars look at.
She pulls the mask from
Perhaps
her
the most
face and
significant
releases her hair.
argument expressed in this book by Arthur Chester, argues
How?
among several other scholars that the
I don't know what social connections are for
when they
known molesters
disappear,
of children.
they essentially
She's
form
smiling sweetly, gesturing for me to sit at the table. And because I am lacking in the sphere of reference, I do as she asks. I know what you think of me.
What just in brief,
I hesitated passively,
argue
giving
that
nothing
the
away. But I'm
Khazars
pleased
came
that you know.
well, because
Telling her,
massive
and she's cutting the
and
chase.
the
Martin is not intrigued as to what she
that's
could have
the
to say.
central argument.
She pauses, glancing over my shoulder.
They're
Taylor's
there
watching
until the
us.
13th century, and all of a
I
sudden
peek around to see him standing intent by the doorway. Sonia is with him. They are looking anywhere but at us. Look, we don't have long, she says hurriedly. It must be obvious to you that Christian is in love. I have never seen him like this. She emphasizes the last word. What? Loves me. No. Why is she telling me? You sure? I don't understand. He won't tell me because he probably doesn't realize it himself. Notwithstanding what I said. The next Christian is not married to any positive feelings and emotions in his time. Well, as far as she knows, again, probably worked that out for yourself. He doesn't mean I am basically Christian loves him. He hasn't said it, and his woman has told him that's how he is. How bizarre. 100 images dance in my head. iPad, lighting, violence, all these actions, possessiveness, $100,000 for a dance? Love? And hearing from this woman, having her confirm it for me is frankly not welcome. I'd rather hear it from her. My heart is tense. I've never seen him so happy. It's obvious that he has feelings for him. A brief smile flits across her lips. That's right, and I wish you would. That's evidence. But what I want to say is
More likely, the preponderance of smoke is that the Khazars essentially
she stares at me, ice cold, blue eyes points into my skull, tries to get under my mask. It's astonishing, so off the wall that involuntary giggle escapes me. Of all the things she could say to me, this is the least expected.
Some say that one
She splutters in dismay. Last Saturday. My face falls and darkens. The thought of Christian unhappy is not palatable. And last Saturday, I left him. He must have gone to her. The idea makes me crazy. Why am I sitting here listening to this shit from her of all people? I slowly rise, gazing at her intently. I'm laughing at your audacity, Mr. Christian and I have nothing to do with you. And if I were to pretend
I hate this. I hate it.
don't doubt it. And maybe I'll give you a taste of your own medicine on behalf of the 15-year-old child you molested and probably fucked up more than already was. Her mouth falls open. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have better things to do than waste my time. I turn on my heel and turn away from the force in my body. Stop toward the entrance of the tent where Taylor is standing, just as Christian arrives. Flustered, worried.
So, what about the Khazar language? So, possible
I stop, facing him as he catches up with me. What's wrong? He gazes down at me. Concern etched on his face. Why don't you ask for X? I hiss absently.
however, it's very
His
clear
mouth
that they
closes
are
and his eyes cross.
I'm non-Jewish
He says,
that of
his
course
voice
that
soft, but with the undertone of
Khazar
something
existed.
far more
Are
menacing.
aware of them,
Aware of each other.
but perhaps the most interesting language in
I'm
Khazar
right, I don't
is Russian culture.
She's threatening to come after me if I hurt him again. Probably he'll win. I snap at him. Relief flashes across his face. His mouth softening with humor. Surely the burden of that isn't lost on him. He says, and I can tell he's trying hard to stifle his anger. This isn't funny, Christian. I'll talk. I cross my arms, my anger spiking again. He blinks at me, surprised by my outburst. Look, I know you're tied up with her financially, forgive the pun, but give her up, stop seeing her. I need the restroom. I glare up at him, my mouth set in a grim line. He sighs and pulls his head to one side. Ponders, wearing a mask or just him? Please don't do that. I didn't know she was here.
But at the last minute, he says, sorry, it's okay. Let's wrap it up. I want to become Jewish. Where do I sign up? Before I do, just tell me, where's your homeland? The counselors say, sadly, Israel was our homeland, but she's taken away from us because of our many sins. And a lot of people say, what? You guys live in exile? Forget it. I don't want that to happen to me. And so therefore, he also comes very close to Islam, but in rather human. Whereas Roman, he sort of says, Muslim, he says, okay, great. Islam, that's the way to go. Sign me up. Let's first drink a l'chaim.
He leads me across the lawn towards the temporary restaurants. Mia said they had been delivered to me.
What? Are you kidding?
But I had
Russians
no idea
love
they
our
were
little
Deluxe versions.
which means, shock classes. There's no way we're becoming Islamic. And this result turns away.
When I come out, my mood has moderated. I have decided
I swear to God, if no one finds out about this,
Orthodox and he also
about my
Orthodox 988.
Christian is on the phone some distance away and after being shot at people laughing and chatting nearby.
And later,
As I get closer,
the civilizations in Belarus,
very
Ukraine,
terse.
and Russia become
Why did you change your mind?
So that's perhaps the most interesting legacy of the Khazars in the
This is the first regular relationship I've ever had, and I don't want to jeopardize it for something that's supposed to concern me. Pauses.
Hi, my name's Dahila. No one knows what the fuck that means.
Frowns deeply as he
Go
says
Hill.
this.
Hey, but I got one
Glancing
of
up, he sees me regarding him. I have to go. He presses the off button. I cock my head to one side and raise an eyebrow at him. Why is he phoning her? How's the old news? Frankie, he replies sardonically. You want to dance some more? Or would you like to go? He glances at his watch. The fireworks start in 5 minutes. I love fireworks. He'll stay and watch them. He puts his arms around me and pulls me close. Don't let her come between us. She cares about you, I mutter. Yes, and I heard, as we friend. I think it's more than a friendship. His brow furrows. Anastasia. Elena and I. It's complicated. We have a shared history, but it is just that. History. As I've said to you time and time again, she's a good friend. That's all. Please, forget about her. He kisses my hair, and in the interest of not ruining our evening, I let it go. I am just trying to understand. We wander hand in hand back to the dance floor. The band is still in full swing.
What are
Anastasia.
Jews going to do when
I turn to find
Dan's going
Carrot
to find out
standing
that
behind
they know
us.
Spanish?
I wonder if you would give honor of the next dance. Carrot holds his hand out to me. Christian shrugs and smiles, releasing my hand, and I let Carrot lead me onto the dance floor. Sam, the band leader, launches into "Come Fly With Me," and Carrot puts his arm around my waist and gently whirls me into the throng. I wanted to make a generous contribution for charity, Anastasia. From his tone, I suspect this is his roundabout way of asking whether I can afford it. Mr. Gray, call me Karen. I'm delighted to be able to contribute. I unexpectedly came into some money. I don't need it, and it's such a worthy cause. He smiles down at me, and I seize the opportunity for some innocent inquiries. Carpe diem, my subconscious hisses from behind her hand. Christian told me a little about his past, so I think it's appropriate to support your work. I add, hoping that this might encourage Garrick to give me a small insight into the mystery that is his son. Garrick is surprised. That's unusual. You certainly have had a very positive effect on him, Anastasia. I don't think I've ever seen you so I blush. Sorry, I didn't mean to embarrass you. Well, in my limited experience, he's a very unusual man. I murmur. He is. Garrick agrees quietly. Christian's early childhood sounds hideously dramatic from what he's told me. Garrick frowns, and I worry if I've overstepped the mark. My wife was a doctor on duty when the police brought him in. He was skin and bones, and badly dehydrated. He wouldn't speak. Garrick frowns again, lost in the awful memory, despite the up-tempo music surrounding us. In fact, he didn't speak for nearly 2 years. It was playing the piano that eventually brought him out of himself. Oh, and his arrival, of course. He smiles down at me fondly. He plays beautifully, and he's accomplished so much. You must be very proud of him. I sound distracted. Holy shit. Didn't speak for 2 years. Immensely so. He's a very determined, very capable, very bright young man. But between you and me, Anastasia, it's seeing him like he is this evening. Carefully, acting his age. That's the real will for his memory. We were both commenting on it today. I believe him to make that. I think I blushed my words. What am I supposed to say to this? He's always been such a loner. We never thought we'd see him with anyone. Whatever you're doing, please don't stop. We'd like to see him happy. He stops suddenly, as if he's overstepped the mark. I'm sorry. I don't mean to make you uncomfortable. I shake my head. I'd like to see him happy too, I mutter, unsure of what else to say. Well, I'm very glad you came this evening. It's been a real pleasure seeing you two together. As the final strings of Come Fly With Me
Make him a podcast. It's like,
Garrick
that's not, that's like,
bows, and I curtsy, mirroring
a George
the
Clooney's
ceiling.
movie.
That's no dancing with
The
old men. Christian is at my
biggest
side again. Garrick laughs.
Snapchatter this week, and it's like,
Old son.
his movie made. He had his show that made it.
Garrick winks at me playfully and saunters into the crowd.
It would be one thing if his podcast had a show,
My dad likes you.
but for him to have his show,
Mutters as he watches his father.
now it's his big podcast.
What's not to like? I peep
Hey, George
perpetually
Clooney.
my lashes.
Yeah.
Well-made.
That's not instant media.
He pulls me into an embrace and the band starts to play. It had to be dance. He whispers seductively. With pleasure, Mr. Gray. I smile in response, and he sweeps me across the dance floor once more. At midnight, we stroll down toward the shore between the tent and the boathouse, where the other partygoers are gathered to watch the fireworks. The MC, back in charge, has permitted the removal of masks, the better to see the display. Christian has his arm around me, but I'm aware that Taylor and Sawyer are close by, probably because we're in the crowd now. They are looking anywhere but at the dockside where the two technicians dressed in black are making their final preparations. Seeing Taylor reminds me of Layla. Perhaps she's here. Shit. The thought chills my blood, and I huddle closer to Christian. He gazes down at me as he pulls me closer.
Look, they show all the pictures.
Okay, baby. Cold. I'm fine. I glance quickly behind us and see the other two security guys, whose names I forget, standing close by. Moving me in front of him, Christian puts both his arms around me over my shoulders.
What should I call it? Nostalgia.
Suddenly, a stirring classical soundtrack booms over the dock, and two rockets soar into the air, exploding with a deafening bang over the bay, lighting it all in a dazzling canopy of sparkling orange and white that's reflected in a mirrored shower over the still calm water of the bay. My jaw drops as several more rockets fire into the air and explode in a kaleidoscope of color. I can't recall ever seeing a display this impressive, except perhaps on television, and it never looks this good on TV. It's all in time to the music, volley after volley, bang after bang, and light after light, as the crowd answers with gasps and boos and ahs. It is out of this world. On the pontoon in the bay, several silver fountains of light shoot up 20 feet in the air, changing color through blue, red, orange, and back to silver. And yet more rockets explode as the music reaches its crescendo. My face is beginning to ache from the ridiculous grin of wonder plastered across it. I glance at 50, and he's the same, marveling like a child at the sensational show. For the finale, a volley of 6 rockets shoot into the dark and explode simultaneously, bathing us in a glorious golden light as the crowd erupts into frantic, enthusiastic applause. Ladies and gentlemen, the MC calls out as the cheers and whistles fade. Just one note to add at the end of this wonderful evening. Your generosity has raised a total of $1,853,000. Spontaneous applause erupts again, and out on the pontoon, a message lights up in silver streams of sparks, forming the words, "Thank you from Coping Together," sparkling and shimmering over the water. Oh, Christian, that was wonderful. I grin up at him and he bends down to kiss me.
Are you done?
Time to go, he murmurs, a broad smile on his beautiful face, and his words hold so much promise. Suddenly, I feel very tired. He glances up again, and Taylor is close, the crowd dispersing around us. They don't speak, but something passes between them. Stay with me a moment. Taylor wants us to wait while the crowd disperses. Oh, I think that fireworks display probably aged him 100 years, he adds. Doesn't he like fireworks? Christian gazes down at me fondly and shakes his head, but doesn't elaborate. So, Aspen, he says, and I know he's trying to distract me from something. It works. Oh, I haven't paid for my bid, I gasp. You can send a check. I have the address. You were really mad. Yes, I was. I grin. I blame you and your toys. You were quite overcome this deal. A most satisfactory outcome, if I recall. He smiles salaciously.
Now that we've had a look at the
Where are they?
background of
The silver balls? In my bag? I like them back. They are far too potent device to be left in your notice's hands. Worried I might be quite overcome again? Maybe with somebody else? His eyes glitter dangerously. I hope that's not quite he says, a cool edge to his voice. Oh, don't you trust me? Implicitly.
course of Jewish
Now,
history and
can I have it back?
obviously, this
I'll
was
think
a
about
What
it.
did you get?
He narrows his eyes.
Never again, never again,
There's music once more from the dance floor, but it's DJ playing a thumping dance number.
never again,
Makes the
never
house not
again,
hesitant.
never
I'm really tired, Christian. I'd like to go, if that's okay. Christian glances at Taylor, who nods, and we set off toward the house, following a couple of drunken guests. I'm grateful when Christian takes my hand. My feet are aching. This is tight and tight refinement of my shoes. Then comes bounding up to us. You're not going, are you? The real music's just beginning. Come on, Anna. She grabs my hand. Yeah? Christian launches her. And the stage is tired. We're going home. Besides, we have a big day tomorrow. Tia pouts, but surprisingly doesn't push Christian. You must come by sometime next week. Maybe we can hit the mall? Sure, Mia. I grin. Though, in the back of my mind, I'm wondering how, since I have to work for a living. She gives me a quick kiss, then hugs Christian fiercely, taking us both by surprise. More astoundingly still, she places her hands directly on the lapels of his jacket. He just gazes down at her, indulgently. I like seeing you this happy, she says sweetly, and kisses him on the cheek. Bye! You guys have fun! She skips off toward her waiting friends, among them Lily, who looks even more sour-faced without her mask. I bet that I live where Sean is. Lily said you mentioned Come. Christian leads me through a gaggle of guests to Grace and Karen, who wish us fond and warm farewells. Please do come again, Anastasia. It's been lovely having you here, says Grace kindly. I'm a little overwhelmed by both her and Eric's reaction. Fortunately, Grace's parents have retired for the evening, so at least I am spared their enthusiasm. In a relaxed, weary silence, Christian and I walk hand in hand to the front of the house, where countless cars are lined up waiting to collect guests. I glance up at him. He looks happy. It's a real pleasure to see him this way, though I suspect it's unusual after such an extraordinary day. Are you ominous? He asks. Yes, thank you. I clasp my satin wrap. I really enjoyed this evening, Anastasia. Thank you. Me too. Some parts more than others. I grin. He grins and nods, and his brow creases. He warms in a way that makes my blood sink. What did you mean about the big day tomorrow? I ask, to distract myself.
LGBTQ+RABBI ROTHSCHILD #ViralRabbi drev prisutdeling Guinness World Record
Dr. Grace, I
484 straight days.
Why? Because it grows. He says quietly. His eyes glint in the soft light of the big lanterns, gauging my reaction. It's my body, I mutter, annoyed that he hasn't asked me. It's light, he whispers. I gaze up at him as various guests pass by, ignoring us. He looks so earnest. Yes, I think it's his. He knows it better than I do. I reach up, and he flinches ever so slightly and stays still. Grasping the corner of his bow tie, I pull it so it unravels, feeling the top button of his shirt. Gently, I undo it. Look hot, Jesus, I whisper. Actually, he looks hot all the time, but really hot like this. He smiles. I need to get you home. At the car, Sawyer hands Christian an envelope. He frowns at it and glances at me as Taylor ushers me into the car. Taylor looks relieved for some reason. Christian climbs in and hands me the envelope, unopened, as Taylor and Sawyer take their seats in the front. It's addressed to you. Word staff gave it to Sawyer. No doubt he'll get another ensnared heart. Christian's mouth twists. It's obvious this is an unpleasant concept to him. I stare at the note. Who is this from? Ripping it open, I read it quickly in the dim light.
These are, for example, like we discussed
It's from her.
texts
Why won't you leave me alone?
Christian canon.
I may have misjudged you, and you have definitely misjudged me.
We have the church
Call me
fathers.
to fill in the blanks. We could have lunch. Christian doesn't want me talking to you, but I would be more than happy to help. Don't get me wrong, I approve, believe me. But so help me, if you hurt him, he's been hurt enough. Call me 206-279-6261. Mrs. Robinson. She signed it Mrs. Robinson? You told her. Bastard. You told her? What? Then I called her Mrs. Robinson. I snapped. It's from Eleanor? Christian is shocked. This is ridiculous. He grumbles, running a hand through his hair, and I can tell he is irritated. I'll deal with her tomorrow, or Monday. Mutters bitterly. And though I'm ashamed to admit, a very small part of me is pleased. My subconscious nods sagely. Elena is pissing him off. And this can only be good, surely. I decide to say nothing for now, but stash her note in my bag, and in a gesture guaranteed to lighten his mood, I hand him back the balls. Until next time, I murmur. He glances at me, and it's hard to see his face in the dark, but I think he's smirking. He reaches for my hand and squeezes it. I gaze out of the window into the darkness, reflecting on this long day. I've learned so much about him, gleaned many missing details, the salons, the roadmap, his childhood, but there's still much more to discover. And what about Mrs. R? Yes, she cares for him. I can see that. And he cares for her, but not in the same way. I don't know what to think anymore. All this information is making my head hurt. Christian wakes me just as we pull up outside Escala. Do I need to carry you in? He asks gently. I shake my head sleepily. No way. As we stand in the elevator, I lean against him, putting my head against his shoulder. Sawyer stands in front of us, shifting uncomfortably. It's been a long day, Anastasia. I nod. Tired. I nod. You're not very talkative. I nod and he grins. Mildly upset. He takes my hand as we exit the elevator, but we stop at the foyer when Sawyer holds up his hand. In that split second, I'm instantly wide awake. Sawyer talks into his sleeve. I had no idea that he was wearing a radio. He says and turns to face us. Mr. Gray, the tires on this steel's out have been slashed and paint thrown all over it. Holy shit, my car! Who would do that? And I know the answer as soon as the question materializes in my mind. Layla. I glance up at Christian, and he blanches. He is concerned that the perp may have entered the apartment and still be there. He wants to make sure I'm Christian whispers. What's Taylor's plan? He's coming up in the service elevator with Ryan and Reynolds. No, sweet. They give us the all clear. I'm to wait, sir. Thank you, Sawyer. Christian tightens his arm around me. This day just gets better and better. He sighs bitterly, nuzzling my hair. Listen, I can't stand here and wait. Sawyer, take care of Miss Steele. Don't let her in until you have the all clear. I am sure Taylor is overreacting. She can't get into the apartment. What? No, Christian, you have to stay with me. I plead. Christian releases me. Do what you're told, Anastasia. Wait here. No. Sawyer, Christian says. Sawyer opens the foyer door to let Christian into the apartment, then shuts the door behind him and stands in front of it, staring impassively down at me. Shit. Christian? All manner of horrific outcomes run through my mind, but all I can do is stand. Chapter 8. Sawyer talks intensely again. Mr. Gray has entered the apartment. He flinches and grabs the earpiece, pulling it out of his ear, presumably receiving some powerful invective from Taylor. Oh no, Taylor is worried. Please, let me go in. I plead. Sorry, this won't take long. Sawyer holds both hands up in a defensive gesture. Taylor and the guys are just coming into the park now. Oh, I feel so impotent. Standing stock still, I listen avidly for the slightest sound, but all I hear is my aggravated breathing. It's loud and shallow. My scalp prickles. My mouth is dry. I feel faint. Please, let Christian be okay. I pray silently. I have no idea how much time passes, and still, we hear nothing. Surely no sound is good. There are no gunshots. I begin pacing around the table and examine the paintings on the walls to distract myself. I've never really looked at them before. All figurative paintings, all religious. The Madonna and Child, all 16 of them. How odd. Christian isn't religious. All of the paintings in the great room are abstracts. These are so different. They don't distract me for long. Where is Christian? I stare at Sawyer and he watches me impassively. What's happening? No news this deal. Abruptly, the doorknob moves. Sawyer spins like a top and draws a gun from his shoulder holster. I freeze. Christian appears at the door. All clear, he says, frowning at Sawyer, who puts his gun away immediately and steps back to let me in. Taylor is overreacting. Christian grumbles as he holds out his hand to me. I stand gaping at him, unable to move, drinking in every detail. His unruly hair, the tightness around his eyes, the tense jaw, the top two buttons of his shirt undone. I think I must have aged 10 years. Christian frowns at me in concern, his eyes dark. It's all right, baby. He moves toward me, enveloping me in his arms, and kisses my hair. Come on, you're tired. Bed. I was so worried, I murmur, rejoicing in his embrace and inhaling his sweet scent with my head against his chest. I know, you're all jumpy. Sawyer has disappeared, presumably into the apartment. Honestly, your exes are proving to be very challenging, Mr. Gray. I mutter wryly. Christian relaxes. Yes, they are. He releases me and, taking my hand, leads me across the hallway and into the great room. Taylor and his crew are checking all the closets and cupboards. I don't think she's here. Why would she be here? It makes no sense. Exactly. Could she get in? I don't see how. But Taylor is overcautious sometimes. Have you searched her in the room? I whisper. Christian glances quickly at me, his brow creasing. Yes, it's locked, but Taylor and I checked. I take a deep, cleansing breath. Do you want to drink or anything? Christian asks. No. The tea is sweet and I just want to go to bed. Come, let me put you to bed. I'm exhausted. Christian's expression softens. I frown. Is Isn't he coming too? Does he want to sleep alone? I'm relieved when he leads me into his bedroom. I place my clutch bag on the chest of drawers and open it to empty the contents. I spy Mrs. Robinson's note. Here, I pass it to Christian. I don't know if you want to read this. I want to ignore it. Christian scans it briefly and his jaw tenses. I'm not sure what blanks she can fill in. He says dismissively, I need to talk to Taylor. He gazes down at me, but begins in address. Are you going to call the police about the car? I ask as I turn around. He sweeps my hair out of the way, his fingers softly grazing my naked back, and tugs down my zipper. No, I don't want to be involved. Later needs help, not police intervention. And I don't want her here. We just have to double our efforts to find her. He leans down and plants a gentle kiss on my shoulder. Go to bed, he orders. And then he's gone. I lie, staring at the ceiling, waiting for him to return. So much has happened today. So much to process. Where to start? I wake with a jolt, disoriented. Am I been asleep? Blinking, where the hallway passes through the slightly open bedroom door, I notice that Christian is not with me. Where is he? I glance up. Standing at the end of the bed is a shadow. A woman, maybe, dressed in black. It's difficult to tell. In my befuddled state, I reach across and switch on the bedside light, then turn back to look, but there's no one there. I shake my head. Did I imagine it? Dream it? I sit up and look around the room, a vague, insidious unease gripping me, but I am quite alone. I rub my face. What time is it? Where's Christian? The alarm clock shows it's 2:15 in the morning. Climbing groggily out of bed, I set off to hunt him down, disconcerted by my overactive imagination. I am seeing things now. It must be in reaction to the dramatic events of the evening. The main room is empty, the only light emanating from the 3 pendulum lamps above the breakfast bar. But his study door is ajar, and I hear him on the phone. I don't know why you're calling at this hour. I have nothing to say to you. Well, you can tell me now. You don't have to leave a message. I stand motionless by the door, eavesdropping guiltily. Who is he talking to? No, you listen. I asked you, and now I'm telling you. Leave her alone. She has nothing to do with it. Do you understand? He sounds belligerent and angry. I hesitate to nod. I know you do, but I mean it, Eleanor. Leave her the fuck alone. Do I need to put in triplicate for you? Are you hearing me? Good. Good night. He slams the phone down on the desk. Oh, shit. I knock tentatively on the door. What? He snarls, and I almost want to run and hide. He sits at his desk with his head in his hands. He glances up, his expression ferocious, and his face softens to me when he sees me. His eyes are wide and cautious. Suddenly, I'm so tired, and my heart constricts. He blinks, and his eyes sweep down my legs and back again. I am wearing one of his t-shirts. You should be excited for silk next to him. He breathes. But look at my t-shirt. Oh, an unexpected compliment. I missed you. Come to bed. He rises slowly out of the chair, still in his white shirt and black dress pants. But now, his eyes are shining and full of promise. There's a trace of sadness, too. He stands in front of me, staring intently, but not touching me. No, he murmurs. Something happened to you, because of me. His voice trails off, his brow waxing, and the pain that flashes across his face is almost palpable. He looks so vulnerable. His fear very much apparent. Nothing's going to happen to me, I reassure him. My voice is sinking. I reach up and stroke his face, running my fingers through the stubble on his cheek. He's unexpectedly soft. I whisper, unable to hide the wonder in my voice at this beautiful, unkept man who stands before me. I trace the line of his bottom leg and trail my fingers down his throat to the faint smudge of lipstick at the base of his neck. He gazes down at me, still not touching me. His lips parted. I run my index finger along the line. He clenches his eyes. His soft feet opens. My fingers reach the edge of the shirt, and I run them down to the next fastening button. I'm not going to touch you. I just want to undo your shirt. I whisper. His eyes open wide, regarding me in alarm, but he doesn't move, and he doesn't stop me. Very slowly, I unfasten the button, holding the material from the skin, and tentatively down to the next button. The process, slowly, concentrating on what I'm doing. I don't want to touch him. Well, I do, but I won't. On the fourth button, the red line appears, and I smile shyly up at me. Back on home territory. I trace the line with my fingers before undoing the final button. I pull his shirt open and lift his cuffs, removing his black, polished stone cufflinks one at a time. Can I take your shirt off? I ask, my voice low. Thighs still wide, as I reach up and pull his shirt over his shoulders. He raises his hand so he's standing in front of me naked, from the waist up. With his shirt off, he seems to recover his equilibrium. He smirks down at me. What about my pants? He asks, raising an eyebrow. In the bedroom, I want you to be your best. No, you are insatiable. I can't lie. I grab his hand, pull him from his study, and lead him to his bedroom. The room is chilly. About the door, he asks, frowning down at me as we arrive at his room. No, I don't remember doing that. I recall scanning the room when I woke. The door was definitely closed. Oh shit. All the blood rushes from my face, and I stare at Christian as my mouth falls open. What? He snaps, glaring at me. When I woke, there was something here. I whisper. I thought it was my imagination. What? He looks horrified and dashes to the balcony door, peers out, steps back into the room and locks the door behind him. Are you sure?
Why am I supposed to give
He
this
asks, his voice tight. A woman, I think. It was dark. I'd only just woken up. Get dressed. He smiles at me on his way back in. How? My clothes are upstairs. I convert. He pulls open one of the drawers in his chest of drawers and fishes out a pair of sweatpants. Put these on. They are far too big, but he is not to be argued with. He swipes a t-shirt too. He quickly pulls it over his head. Grabbing the bedside phone, he presses two buttons. She's still fucking here. He hisses down the phone. Approximately 3 seconds later, Taylor and one of the other security guys burst into Christian's bedroom. Christian gives them the brief of what has happened. How long ago? Taylor demands, staring at me all businesslike. He's still wearing his jacket. Does this man ever sleep? About 10 minutes? I mutter, for some reason feeling guilty. She knows the apartment like the back of her hand, says Christian. I'm taking Anastasia away now. She's hiding here somewhere. Find her. When is Carol back? Tomorrow evening, sir. She's not to return until this place is secure. Understand? Christian snaps. Yes, sir. Will you be going to Bellevue? I'm not leaving this problem to my parents. Book me somewhere. Yes, I'll call you. Aren't we all overreacting slightly? I ask. Christian glowers at me. She may have a point. He growls. Christian, she was standing at the end of the bed. She could have shot you in if that's what she wanted to do. Christian pauses for a moment to rein in his temper. In a menacingly soft voice, he says, I'm not here to take the risk. Taylor, anesthesia needs shoes. Christian disappears into his closet while the security guy watches me. I can't remember his name. Ryan, maybe. He looks alternately down the hall into the balcony windows. Christian emerges a couple of minutes later with a leather messenger bag, wearing jeans and his pinstriped blazer. He drapes the denim jacket around my shoulders. Call me. He clasps my hand tightly, and I have to practically run to keep up with his long strides into the break room. I can't believe she could hide somewhere in here, I mutter, staring out the balcony doors. It's a big place. You haven't seen it all yet. Why don't you just call her? Tell her you want to talk to her. Anastasia, she's unstable and she may be armed, he says irritably. So, just run? For now, yes. Supposing she tries to shoot Taylor? Taylor knows and understands guns, he says with distaste. He'll kill her with a gun and shapes. Ray was in the army. He taught me to shoot. Christian raises his eyebrows and for a moment looks utterly bemused. You with a gun? He says incredulously. Yes, I am affronted. I can shoot, Mr. Gray, so you'd better beware. It's not just crazy ex-subs you need to worry about. I'll bear that in mind, Miss Steele, he answers dryly, amused. And it feels good to know that even in this ridiculously tense situation, I can make him smile. Taylor meets us in the foyer and hands me my small suitcase and my black Converse sneakers. I am stunned that he's packed me some clothes. I smile shyly at him with gratitude, and his returning smile is swift and reassuring. Before I can stop myself, I hug him hard. He is taken by surprise, and when I release him, he's pink in both cheeks. Be careful, I murmur. Yes, Miss Steele, he mutters, embarrassed. Christian frowns at me and then looks questioningly at Taylor, who smiles very slightly and adjusts his tie. Let me know where I'm going, Christian says. Taylor reaches into his jacket, pulls out his wallet, and hands Christian a credit card. You might want to use this. Get there. Christian nods. Good thinking. Ryan joins us. Sawyer and Reynolds know nothing, he says to Taylor. Accompany Mr. Gray and Miss Steele to the garage, Taylor orders. The garage is deserted. Well, it is nearly 3 in the morning. Christian ushers me into the passenger seat of the R8 and puts my case and his bag in the trunk at the front of the car. The Audi beside us is a complete mess. Every tire slashed, white paint splattered all over it. It's chilling and makes me grateful that Christian is taking me somewhere else. A replacement will arrive on Monday, Christian says bleakly when he's seated beside me. How could she know it was my car? He glances anxiously at me and sighs. She had an Audi A3. I buy one for all my submissives. It's one of the safest cars in its class. So, not so much a graduation present then.
Let's go straight to the material.
Station. Despite what I hoped, you have never been
First
my
of all, let's look at
submissive.
this background
So,
image,
technically,
which is a
it is
reduction of the so-called Strasbourg
She
signal.
pulls out of the parking space and
Representation
leads to the exit.
outside of a major
Despite
cathedral
what I
in
hoped,
Strasbourg that shows church
my subconscious shakes her head sadly.
This is obviously a
This
medieval
is what we
depiction,
come
actually
back
it's
to
a modern
all the
reproduction
time.
of a medieval
Are you
depiction.
still
But
hoping?
is it a theme that is extremely important to
The
this
in-car
topic
phone
and will
buzzes.
become even more
Ray,
important if we
Christian
period.
snaps.
Basically,
Vermont
on the
Olympic
left,
in
you
my
see
name.
the ecclesia, the church, and she is always portrayed in many hundreds of examples we have
Taylor
of this
pauses.
sort of theme
Yes, sir.
as an
He says
upright,
quietly.
crowned figure.
And Christian
Her
hangs
staff
up.
is is unbroken.
The streets of
She's
Seattle are
chalice,
deserted,
grail.
and Christian roars up Fifth
Gaze
Avenue
is
toward
steady in.
I-5.
Are
Once on
properly
the
arranged and so
interstate,
on.
he
And
floors
she's
the gas
looking
pedal,
with
heading
perhaps
north.
some disdain
He
at the
accelerates so
fallen
quickly,
synagogue. You see
I
that are
momentarily
it's
thrown back in my
uncovered,
seat.
representing
I
the loss of
He's deep in thought,
modesty.
breathing
Her
in dead
staff is broken,
silence.
representing a loss of
He hasn't
temporal
answered my
power,
question.
physical
He
power,
glances
and state.
frequently at the
She is
mirror,
blind,
and I realize he's checking
indicating
that
that
I'm
she
not
is
being
blinded
followed.
to the truth of
Perhaps that's
Christianity.
why we're on
And
I-5.
falling
I
from her
thought
left
the fair
hand
was in
are
Seattle.
representations of the
I
two
gaze out of
tablets
the
of the
window,
law,
trying to
indicating that
rationalize
she's
my exhausted, overactive mind.
her whole
She
posture is
wanted to
one
hurt
of
me.
decline.
She had
She is
ample
falling
opportunity in the
picture,
bedroom.
which I don't have unfortunately to show you right now, but
No,
she's actually
it's not
falling
what I
away
hoped
from the
for.
rock.
Not
And the
anymore.
overall
I
message
thought
that
that
this
was obvious.
couple
Christian
portrays is
interrupts
that
my
the
introspection.
synagogue
His voice
has
is
lost
soft.
its authority
I
and
look at him,
the church has
pulling his denim
replaced
jacket
it.
tighter around me,
Return to
and
that
I
topic
don't
in
know if
just a
the
few
chill
minutes.
is emanating from within me
Yes,
or
many
from outside.
Of course, we'll look at many
I
more
worry
examples
that,
of Ecclesian synagogue, which have a lot
that
of
I'm not
different
enough.
variations and themes as well. But the
More
idea
than
is
enough.
that
The love of God, Anastasia. What
early
do I have
Christians,
to do?
really into the second century of Christianity,
Tell me about
particularly this
yourself.
idea becomes very
Tell me
prominent
you love
that
me.
God has abandoned the Jews
Why did you
and
think
has
I believed
transferred
when I
his
told you
favor
Dr. Flynn had
to
told me all there was to know about me?
Okay, so let's have a look at the
He sighs heavily,
material.
closing his eyes for a
What
moment.
are our
And for
sources
the longest
for this
time,
period?
he doesn't answer.
One of the most rich treasure
What
troves of
is to
sources
understand
for
the
the study
depths of
of
my
early
depravity,
Christianity is,
Anastasia.
of course,
And it's
the
not
corpus of
something I
early
want to
Christian
share.
literature, which includes the Old
And you
Testament,
really think I
the
believe if I
so-called
knew?
addendum to
My voice
the
is high,
Hebrew scriptures, now called
incredulous.
the Old Testament,
Doesn't he understand
which
that I
describe
love him?
the life of Jesus
Thinks
and
so
the life
little
of
of
his
me?
followers and their teachings and so
I
on.
know.
In particular,
He
important
says
are
sadly.
the four personal
Christian.
as the Gospels,
I think that's very
which are
unlikely.
purportedly written
I
by
can't imagine being without
Jesus
you.
personally. And this is not the place to get into more extensive literary
I don't want to
criticism,
go there again.
but it's unlikely
Eleanor
that
said
the
she
texts
saw
that
them
we
last
have today
Saturday.
were really
I
written
whispered
during
quietly.
Jesus' lifetime
She
by
didn't.
his followers, although there may be
frowns.
some core
You
elements
didn't go
which
see her when I
were
left?
faithfully
No.
handed down in
He
oral
snaps,
tradition and
irritated.
later transcribed.
I just told you I
So
didn't.
these four
And I don't
Gospels
like to be
have
doubted.
incredibly
He scolds. I didn't
thing
go
to say
anywhere
about
last weekend.
Jesus
I
within the
sat
context of
and made
early
the glider
Judaism
you gave me.
and early Christianity. They differ
He
on some
adds
key
quietly.
details, and that's
My
the
heart
basis
clenches
for
again.
a large engine of scholarly
Mrs.
research
Robinson
against some
said
links
she
that we're
saw
not
him.
going to do today. But
Did she?
nevertheless, the Gospels are perhaps our most important source for this period.
Why?
We also have an extremely
Contrary to what
important
Eleanor thinks,
resource in
I
the
don't rush to
Talmud,
her with all
which
my
records
problems,
again
Anastasia.
many oral
I don't
traditions
rush
that
to
were
anybody.
written later.
May have
Like
noticed.
the Christian sources, the Talmud is somewhat deficient as a
tightens
source
his hold
because
on the steering
it's
wheel.
highly tendentious. I mean, the
Herrick told
Christian
me how
sources
for 2
obviously
years.
want to magnify the role, importance
Christian's
of
mouth
the
presses
Jesus,
into a hard
whereas
line.
the Talmud wishes
I
to
kind of
contract
prepped him for
that authority
information.
and that respect.
Embarrassed,
We'll look
I
towards
stare
the
at
end
my
of today's class
fingers.
at a couple of examples of
So,
that.
what else
So
did
the
Daddy
Talmud
say?
also written much
He
later
said your mom was a
than
doctor
the
who examined
Gospels.
you when you
Many
were
of
brought
the
into the
versions that
hospital
we have today date
after
from
you
the
were
3rd
discovered
through
in your
5th
apartment.
century, hundreds of years after the life of
Christian's
Jesus.
expression
Although
remains
again, they
blank.
may be relating
Careful.
some
He said learning the piano
we also have
helped.
some interesting
And Mia.
references, not necessarily
His
directly
lips
to
curl in a
Christianity,
fond
but
smile at the
nevertheless
mention
to
of her name.
insight.
After a moment, he
The
says,
spirit of the time.
she was about
By
6
looking at the
months
Dead
old
Sea
when she
Scrolls
arrived.
that we
I was
discussed in
thrilled.
an earlier
Elliot less so.
chapter.
He
Finally,
already had to
some
contend
scattered
with my
and
arrival.
tantalizing references
She
in
was
Roman
perfect.
sources such as
His
Josephus,
deep,
which
sad
are beyond the
awe
scope
in
of
his
today's
voice is
topic.
effective.
But nevertheless, we have
Less
these
so
two main
now,
sources, the
of course.
early Christian documents,
Letters.
the early Jewish
And I recall
documents.
her successful
At the very
attempts at
beginning,
the
of
wall
course,
to thwart
the
our
term
lascivious
Christian had
teachings.
not been coined,
It makes me
and
giggle.
the early Christians
Christian
were all
gives me a
Jews, and
sideways
so it's
glance.
difficult to tease out what's
Like
Christian,
me,
what's
this
Jewish
year.
at a certain level. But
She
those
seems
are our major
determined to
sources
keep us
for
apart.
discussion.
He laughs mirthlessly. Yes.
So let's go over his life story very briefly.
He reaches across and
Let's
squeezes
skip
my
over the
hand.
parts that you probably get by passing by.
He He smiles, then
monuments
glances in the rearview
December
mirror once
his
more.
life, but basically it seems that he was something
He
of a
turns off
rebellious
I-5 and heads back to
Pharisee.
Central Seattle.
There's no question that Jesus
Can I
himself
ask you
was
something
deeply
about Alma?
enmeshed in Pharisaic
We are
teachings.
stopped at some
Most
traffic
of his
lights.
most significant
He gazes at me
discussions,
warily.
theological disputes,
Yes.
are with Pharisees
Yes.
concerning Pharisaic
And I don't let
doctrines.
his
So he
irritability deter
definitely
me.
was part of that
He
larger
told me ages ago that she
figures.
loved you in a
He
way he
frequently
found
quotes
acceptable.
early
What
Mishnaic
did that
figures
mean?
such as Hillel
Isn't
in
it
particular,
obvious? He
and
asks.
his
Not to
his
me.
most
I was
let's say
out of
acerbic
control.
comments
I
are
couldn't bear to
directed,
be
at least in
touched.
the
I
version of
can't
the
bear
Gospels
it
that we
now.
have,
For
towards
14,
Pharisees,
15-year-old
not because he is
adolescent
furthest
boy
away from
was
them,
raging.
quite the opposite, it's
It was a
because he is
difficult time.
closest to them.
She showed
For
me a way
example,
to
if you
let
look
off
at your
steam.
families who have siblings, you're more
He
likely
has said you
to
are a brawler.
reserve your most cunning
Christ.
and
What is it with my loquacious
caustic
family?
remarks for your siblings,
Actually,
not because they're distant from you. You wouldn't say
he
such
stopped
things,
at
for
more
example,
lights and he
to
narrows
some
his eyes
interested
at
men
me.
on the bus, but you say them to your sibling because you love your sibling and you would say
He
what you
shakes
think,
his head in mock
good or
disgust.
for ill, and
He
they
had
will forgive
volunteered
you.
that
So much
information.
of Jesus'
In fact,
dialogue
she
with
was
the
very
rabbis
forthcoming.
should be understood within
She was
this
worried he'd
context.
start a
They
brawl
were
and
having
pretend to
very
be
heated,
the auction.
passionate
I
disagreements
muttered
over
indignantly.
the nature of God,
Maybe
God's
there was no danger
for
of that.
humanity,
There was
the
no way to
requirements
let
of one
anyone
human
else
being
stand
to
for you. He let
another,
Dr.
but
Flynn,
nevertheless it was like really an
his
intra-family, intra-family dispute, and not something that
Christian pulls
was much
into
more
the
distant.
impressive
His
3-feet
principal
driveway of the
teachings
Fairmont Olympic
really
Hotel.
can be derived
He
not
parks
only
near
from
the
the
front
teaching
door,
of Hillel,
beside a
although there
quaint
were some
stone fountain.
significant modifications. For example,
He
Hillel's
climbs out of the
teaching
car and retrieves our luggage. A valet rushes toward us, looking surprised, no doubt at our late arrival. Christian tosses him the car keys. Name of Taylor, he says. The valet nods and can't contain his glee as he leaps into the R8 and drives off. Christian takes my hand and strides into the lobby. As I stand beside him at the reception desk, I feel utterly ridiculous. Here I am, in Seattle's most prestigious hotel, dressed in an oversized denim jacket, oversized pants, and an old t-shirt, next to this elegant flaming yacht. No wonder the receptionist and me feel one together as if religion doesn't matter. Of course, she's overawed by Christian. I roll my eyes as she flushes her lips and stutters. Her hands are shaking. Your hands with your backs, Mr. Taylor? She asks, going scarlet again. No,
Context,
Mrs.
but right now,
Taylor,
he's an example of the relationship
Mrs. Taylor. But I'm
Hillel
not wearing a
and
ring.
Jesus. In many
I
cases,
put my hands
Jesus
behind my back.
communicates Hillel directly,
You're in the
without actually
cascade,
reading the Gospels,
Mr.
but
Taylor.
scholars
11th
can
floor. Our bellboy will help you with your bags.
through literary
You're fine,
archaeology and find the time
Christian says
sources.
curtly.
His
Where
principal
are the
teachings
elevators?
were very
This
populist.
fleshy princess
One of the
explains.
criticisms that he
Christian
had to
grasps
endure
my
was the
hand
fact
once
that
more.
he reached out
I glance
to
briefly around the
all
impressive,
classes of
sumptuous
society,
lobby,
the
full of
dispossessed,
overstuffed chairs,
the
deserted
discarded,
save for a
the
dark-haired
sometimes
woman sitting on a cozy
ritually
sofa, reading
unfit,
tidbits to her
and
whiskey.
he was really,
She
as
glances
far
up
as we
and
can tell
smiles
from
at
our
us as
sources,
we
an
make our way to the
popular
elevators.
preacher,
So,
was
the
not
hotel
afraid
allows
to take
pets?
on authority.
Odd for a place
His
so
relationship
grand.
with other groups was
The
constant.
suite has 2
He
bedrooms,
was
a formal
not
dining room, and comfy,
a fan
with a
of the
grand
Sadducees
piano.
whatsoever,
A log
and his
fire
disruption
blazes
of
in a
the
massive
activities
grate.
at the temple was definitely seen as a
Bigger than
bad
my apartment.
Dude,
So,
dude,
Mrs.
Kevin McDougal, of course. Come on,
Christian
everybody.
mutters, locking the front door securely. In the bedroom, he puts my case and his satchel on the ottoman at the foot of the king-sized 4-poster bed, and leads me into the main room where the fire is burning brightly. It's a welcome sight. I stand and warm my hands while Christian fixes us both a drink. Armagnac? Please. After a moment, he joins me by the fire and hands me a crystal brandy glass. It's been quite a day. I nod and his gaze is searching, concerned.
In good
I'm
times
okay,
and bad
I
times.
whisper reassuringly. How about you? Well, right now I'd like to
Today
drink
has
this,
been
and then,
like nothing I could have ever
if I'm not too
imagined.
tired,
Did you get
This
bumped?
has taught me I must go this like a step further and not to stop until I
I think that can be arranged.
I have these two books.
I smile shyly at him as he
One
shuffles out
is
of his
our
shoes and
newest
peels
book
off his
that's coming out.
socks.
It's called All About
Mrs. Taylor,
Cookies.
Does it have anything about salads in it?
he whispers.
Oh my
I'm like
God,
Cobb
I
salad
watched
if
the
you
Into
make
my
inspiration,
glass.
my
The
friend.
Cobb
ambiance
salad.
is delicious.
Oh, baby, I hear the
Burnt
heat.
water
I'm in
as
pasta.
it glides softly down my throat. When I glance up at Christian, he's sipping his brandy, watching me, his eyes dark. After the day like today, or this or the other, not
So,
one,
like, being
but
stubborn about
multiple.
positive.
I
This is a really important piece. Thank you so much for having me. This is like the coolest thing ever. I
Was
enjoy
enjoy
having
the very
you.
good reasons to stay.
And she just sits right there like a baby.
Wait, engagements? Yeah.
But not
And
knowing
I
these
just
things,
said earlier.
no matter what
This
we know,
okay.
I'll
Yes.
call you
Girl.
Girl.
This is
His mouth twists.
Look what we got. Look what we got as a lead-in, kids.
His brow
Look
loosens
what
as
we
he
got
grabs
as a
his
lead-in. Hey, Linda. Pretty,
That's
pretty.
how I feel.
I got you, girl. Come on back here anytime you want. What do you
Like,
need?
it's purposefully
I
put on
scowl
the
and
fucking.
look at her.
Or you need another baking tip, or you just need a reminder.
Where are you going to hang Jose's portraits of me? I try to light him. That depends. His lips twitch.
It eats sweet
This
chili.
is obviously a much more palatable topic of conversation for him. On what?
What? I'm scared.
He says mysteriously.
I have that. I'm gonna be
So I don't
the
have to
CEO
decide
of the
straight away.
company. Their guy who says
I cock my head to one side and narrow my eyes. Look as sternly as you like, Mrs. Taylor. I'm saying nothing. Jesus. I may torture the truth from you. He raises an eyebrow. Really, Anastasia? I don't think you should be honest with me. Oh my. Is that what he thinks? I fix my glass on the mantelpiece.
Have you ever seen it? No, but that's
Much
the
to
thing
Christian's
I'm
surprise,
you
take his glass
Why?
and place it beside mine. We'll just have to see about that. I murmur, very bravely, emboldened by the brain, no doubt. I take Christian's hand and pull him toward the bedroom. At the foot of the bed, I stop. Christian is trying to hide his amusement. Now that you have me in here, Anastasia, what are you going to do?
What's in New York?
He teases, his voice low. I'm going to start by undressing you. I want to finish what I started earlier. I reach for the lapels on his jacket, careful not to touch it. He doesn't flinch, but is holding his breath. Gently, I push his jacket over his shoulders, and his eyes stay on mine. All traces of humor gone, as they grow larger, burning into me. Weary.
That's why some things help to fight constipation.
There are so many interpretations of his look. What is he thinking?
But her doctor can
I place his jacket on the ottoman. Now
It
you
makes sense
should.
to
I whisper,
that she can treat
and lift it by the hem.
and
He
that's why she said
cooperates,
yes to
raising his
anything
arms and backing away, making it easier for me to pull it over his head. Once off, he gazes down at me intently, wearing just his jeans that hang so provocatively from his hips. The band of his concentration is too. My eyes move hungrily up across his taut stomach to the remains of the lipstick line, faded and smudged, and onto his chest. I want nothing more than to run my tongue through his chest hair and savor his taste. Stop it, he whispers, eyes closing. I want to kiss him here. I run my finger from hip bone to hip bone across his belly. His lips part as his nails sharply not softly. I take his hand. Better lie down. And lead him to the side of the four-poster He seems bewildered, and it occurs to me that perhaps no one has taken notice since.
Watch you get to
No, don't go there. Within the covers, he sits on the edge of the bed, gazing up at me, waiting. His expression wary,
Is it this?
serious. I stand before him and slip off his denim jacket, and let it drop to the floor. Then I shuffle out of his sweatpants. He rubs his thumb over the tips of his fingers. He's itching to touch me. I can tell, but he suppresses the urge. Taking a deep breath, beyond courageous, I reach for the hem of my t-shirt and lift it over my head, so I'm naked in his forehead. His eyes don't meet mine, but he swallows, and his lips part. Aphrodite, Anastasia, he murmurs. I clasp his face in my hands, tip his head up, and bend to kiss him. He rolls low in his throat. As I place my mouth on his, he grabs my hips, and before I know it, I am pinned beneath him, his legs forcing mine apart so that he's cradled against my body between my legs. He's kissing me, ravaging my mouth, my tongues entwined. His hand trails from my thigh, over my hip, along my belly to my breast, squeezing, moving, and pulling enticingly on my nipple. I groan and tilt my pelvis involuntarily against him, finding a delicious friction against the seam of his fly and his growing erection. He stops kissing me and gazes down at me, confused and breathless. He flexes his hips, and his erection pushes against me. Yes, right there. I close my eyes and moan, and he does it again. This time I push back, relishing his answering moan as he kisses me again. He continues a slow, delicious torture.
We're so excited to follow her and see how the space inspires her.
He's right. Getting lost in him. It's intoxicating to the exclusion of everything else. All my worries are obliterated. I am here in this moment. My blood singing in my veins, dropping loudly through my ears, mixed with the sound of our panting breaths. I bury my hands in his hair, holding him to my mouth, consuming him, my tongue as avaricious as his. I trail my fingers down his arms, down his lower back, through his band of his jeans, and push my intrepid, weak hands inside, urging him on and on. And everything except ice. You're going to unman me, Emma. He whispers suddenly, bending away from me and bearing up. He briskly pulls down his jeans and hands me a foil packet. You want me, baby? And I sure as hell want you. You know what to do. With anxious, dexterous fingers, I wriggle to the foil and unroll the condom over him. He grins down at me, his mouth open, eyes misty gray and full of carnal promise. Leaning over me, he rubs his nose against mine. His eyes close, and deliciously, slowly, he enters me. I grasp his arms and tilt my chin up, reveling in the exquisitely full feeling of his possession. He runs his teeth along my chin, eases back, and slides into me again. So slow, so sweet, so sweet. His body pressing down on me, his elbows and his hands on either side of my face. You are the best therapy. He breathes, moving at an aching, leisurely pace, savoring every inch of it. Please, Christian, Pastor, I tremor, wanting more now. Oh no, baby, I need this slow. He kisses me sweetly, gently, biting my lower lip and absorbing my soft moans. I move my hands into his hair and surrender myself to his rhythm, as slowly and surely my body climbs higher and higher and plateaus, and falls hard and fast as I come around him. He breathes as he lets go, my name a benediction on his lips as he finds his release.
What's going on through my head is that I am just super duper
His
excited.
head rests
I
on my
haven't
belly,
been in my room
his
in
arms
such a long
wrapped around
time.
me.
It's
My
honestly
fingers
like
forage in his unruly hair, and we lie like this for I don't know how long. It's so late, and I'm so tired. But I just want to enjoy the quiet, serene afterglow of being loved with Christian Grey. Because that's what we've done.
something
Gentle,
I was
sweet,
in
loving.
ways. It was honestly
He's come a
exactly
long
what I
way,
wanted.
as have I, in such a short time. It's almost too much to absorb.
Oh, really, my
With all this
God.
pumped up stuff, I'm losing sight of his single, honest journey with me. Murmurs and kisses my belly. I'm not going anywhere, Christian. And I seem to remember that I wanted to kiss your belly. I grumbles.
Makeup area, desk area.
He grins against my skin.
closets.
Nothing stopping me now.
I love walking in and seeing
I don't
those
think I can
huge fluffy
move.
seats right
I'm
beside
so
that.
tired. Christian sighs and shifts reluctantly, coming to lie beside me with his head on his elbow and dragging the covers over us. He gazes down at me, his eyes glowing, warm, loving. Sleep now, baby. He kisses my hair and wraps his arm around me, and I drift. When I open my eyes, light is filling the room, making me blink. My head is fuzzy from lack of sleep. Where am I? Oh, the hotel. Hi, Christian murmurs, smiling fondly. He's lying beside me, fully dressed, on top of the bed. How long has he been here? Has he been studying me? Suddenly, I feel incredibly shy as my face meets under his steady gaze.
Come on.
Hi, I murmur, grateful that I am lying on my front. How long have you been watching me?
Detail that
I could watch you sleep for
just
hours.
treatments
I've
down
only
to
been here about 5 minutes. He leans over and kisses me gently. Dr.
little
Green will be here
decorations on the
shortly.
nightstands.
Oh,
It's like they
I'd forgotten about Christian's inappropriate intervention. Did you sleep well? He inquires mildly. It certainly seemed like it to me, with all that snoring. Oh, my phone keeps me 50. I do not snore.
so proud
I
of her.
pout
She
petulantly.
deserves this.
No, you don't. He grins at me. The faint line of red lipstick is still visible around his neck. Did you shower?
Proud of herself.
No.
She dreams big
Waiting
and
for you.
like hoping we're
Oh,
going to keep this dream.
okay.
Because every time we think
What
she
time
can't,
is it?
she does.
10:15.
So whoever else is
I
coming,
didn't have the heart to wake you earlier.
George, the rest of you has
Have
meant
a
so
heart
much
at all.
to me.
He smiles sadly, but doesn't answer. Breakfast is here.
This is an experience like no other because
Oh.
this truly did change my life.
I'm getting
There's no
out
words.
here.
There's no words.
He swats me sharply on my behind, making me jump, and rises from the bed. Christian's version of warm affection. As I stretch, I'm aware I ache all over, no doubt as a result of all the sex, dancing, and teetering in expensive high-heeled shoes. I stagger out of bed and make my way into the sumptuously appointed bathroom while going over the events of the previous day in my mind. When I come out, I don one of the old fluffy bathrobes that hang on a brass peg in the bathroom. Layla, the girl who looks like me, that's the most startling image my brain conjures for conjecture. That and her eerie presence in Christian's bedroom. What did she want? Me? Christian? To do what? Why the fuck has she wrecked my car? Christian said I would have another Audi, like all of his submissives. The thought is unwelcome. Since I was so generous with the money he gave me, there was not a lot I could do. I wander into the main room of the suite. No sign of Christian. I finally locate him in the dining room. I take a seat, grateful for the impressive breakfast laid before me. Christian is reading the Sunday papers and drinking coffee. His breakfast finished. He smiles at me. Eva, you're going to need your strength today. He teases. Why is that? Going to lock me in the bedroom? My inner goddess jerks awake suddenly, all disheveled, just about to look. Okay, it's not all good. I thought we'd go out today. Get some fresh air. Is it safe? I ask innocently, trying and failing to keep the irony from my voice. Christian's face falls and his mouth presses in mine. It is. And it's not a joking matter. He adds sternly, narrowing his eyes. I flush and stare down at my breakfast. I don't feel like being scolded after all the drama and such a late night. I eat my breakfast in silence, feeling petulant. My subconscious is shaking her head at me. 50 doesn't joke about my safety. I should know this by now. I want to roll my eyes at him, but I refrain. Okay, I'm tired and testy. I had a long day yesterday and not enough sleep. Why, oh why, does he get to look as fresh as it is? Why is not fair? There's a knock on the door. That'll be the doctor.
Are those like
Mr.
fucking
Brothers,
numbers?
obviously still smartphone on my eye, stalks from the table. Can't we just have a calm, normal morning? I sigh heavily, leaving half my breakfast, and get up to greet Dr. Depo Pereira. We're in the bedroom, and Dr. Green is staring at me open-mouthed. She's dressed more casually than last time, in a pale pink cashmere twin set and black pants, and her fine blonde hair is loose. And you just stop taking it? Just like that? I flush, feeling beyond foolish. Yes? Could my voice be any smaller? You could be pregnant, she says, matter-of-factly. What? The world falls away at my feet. My subconscious collapses on the floor, retching. I think I'm going to be sick too. No. Here, go pee in this. She's all business today, taking no prisoners. Meekly, I descend to the small plastic container she's offered and wander in a daze into the bathroom. No, no, no. No way. No way. Please, no. No. What will 50 do? I go pale. You'll freak. No. Please. I whisper a silent prayer. I hand Dr. Green my sample, and she carefully places a small white stick in it. When did your period start? How am I supposed to think about such minutiae when all I can do is stare anxiously at the white stick? Wednesday? Not the one just gone. The one before that. June 1st? And when did you stop taking the pill? Sunday. Last Sunday. She purses her lips. You should be okay, she says sharply. I can tell by her expression that an unplanned pregnancy would not be welcome news. So, medroxyprogesterone is a good idea if you can't remember to take the pill every day. She gives me a stern look, and I quail under her authoritative glare. Picking up the white stick, she peers at it. You're in the clear. You've not ovulated yet, so provided you've been taking proper precautions, you shouldn't be pregnant. Now, let me counsel you about this shot. We discounted it last time because of the side effects, but quite frankly, the side effects of a child are far-reaching and go on for years. She smiles, pleased with herself and her little joke, but I can't begin to respond. I'm too stunned. Dr. Green launches into full disclosure mode about side effects, and I sit paralyzed with relief, not listening to a word. I think I'd tolerate a number of strange women standing at the end of my bed rather than confess to Christian that I might be pregnant. Anna, Dr. Green snaps, let's do this thing. She pulls me out of my reverie, and I willingly roll up in my sleep. Christian closes the door behind her and gazes at me warily. Everything okay? He asks. I nod. He tilts his head to one side. His face tense with concern. Anastasia, what is it? What did Dr. Morgan say? I shake my head. You're good to go in 7 days. I mutter. 7 days. Yes. Anna, what's wrong? I swallow. It's nothing to worry about. Please, Christian, just leave it. Christian moves in front of me. He grasps my chin, taking my head back and stares into my eyes, trying to decipher my panic. Tell me, he snaps. There's nothing to tell. I'd like to get dressed. I pull my chin out of his reach.
It was on the rope.
He sighs and runs a hand through his hair, rounding at me. Let's shower, he says eventually. Of course, I mutter, distracted, and his mouth twists. Calm, he says sulkily, grasping my hand firmly. He stalks toward the bathroom as I trail behind him. I am not the only one in the bathroom, it seems. Firing up the shower, Christian quickly strips before turning to me. I don't know what's upsetting you, or if you're just bad-tempered through lack of sleep, he says while unfastening my robe. But I want you to tell me. My imagination is running away with me, and I don't like it. I roll my eyes at him, and he glares at me, narrowing his eyes. Shit. Okay, here goes. Dr. Green scolded me about missing the pill. She said I couldn't be pregnant. What? He yells, and his hands freeze as he gazes at me, suddenly ashen. But I'm not. She did a test. It was a shock, that's all. I can't believe I was that stupid. He visibly relaxes. You're sure you're not? Yes. He blows out a deep breath. Yes, I can see that news like that would be very upsetting. I frowned. Upsetting? I was more worried about your reaction. He furrows his brow at me, puzzled. My reaction? Well, naturally, I'm relieved. It would be the height of carelessness and bad manners to knock you up. Then maybe we should abstain. I hiss. He gazes at me for a moment, bewildered, as if I'm some kind of science experiment. You are bad-tempered this morning. It was just a shock, that's all, I repeat petulantly. Clasping the lapels of my robe, he pulls me into a warm embrace, kisses my hair, and presses my head against his chest. I'm distracted by his chest hair as it tickles my cheek. Oh, if I could just nuzzle him. I'm not used to this. My natural inclination is to beat it out of me, but I seriously doubt it will work. Shit. No.
Hey, dog shit.
This helps.
It's already gone by the sun.
I hug Christian tighter.
142 passes without an answer. Okay, get rid of those numbers.
Christian naked and I wrapped in a robe. I am once again floored by his honesty.
Who's the last guy?
He's asking me. That should be said. Let's shower. Says eventually. Stepping back, he feels me out my robe, and I follow him into the cascade of water. Covering my face up to the horn. There's room for both of us up to the shower head. Christian reaches for the shampoo and starts washing his hair. He hands it to me, and I follow suit. Oh, this feels good. Closing my eyes as he comes cleansing warming water. As I rinse off the shampoo, I feel his hand on it, soaking my back, my shoulders, my arms, under my arms, my breast, my back. He gently turns me around, pushing against him as he continues down my back, my stomach, my back, my knees, my knives, my behind. He turns me around to his side. He says quietly, "The body wash. I want to wash off." My eyes open and flurry and darkly into his, staring at me intently, scooping me back.
You think you're gonna lose?
His wide gray eyes.
I always think they're gonna win every game ever played, any games they win ever in. Like, all of them.
Okay. I murmur.
Ever.
Trying to
Well, I think so. It's definitely. You think they'll win this game? Look at that summer season. Huh? Are you done? Dude, these plays suck. Oh my god.
Still, as he closes his eyes,
I hate
his
watching
face
this.
impassive.
Why? Because
Laughing.
it's
I know
Twitch
it's
has
not
just been
us.
doing the same stuff.
He hugs me to a hip.
They're like, they're fucking
I
shit.
carefully follow the
So
line
bad.
down the side of his chest, silky and rubbing softly.
I
Swallows,
used to force it to
his
go.
jaw tense as he his teeth are clenched. Oh, my heart strips, broken at pieces. Oh, God. I want to cry. stopped to add more soap to my hand and really relaxed in front of me. I can't look at him. I can't bear to see his pain. It's too much. It's my turn to swallow. Rabbi, I murmur, and the tension is loud in my voice. Yes, he whispers, his voice husky and braced with fear. Gently, I place my hands on either side of his chest. He freezes again. It's too much. I am overwhelmed by his trust in me, overwhelmed by his fear, by the damage done to this beautiful, fallen, flawed man. Tears pool in my eyes and spill down my face, lost in the water from the shower. Oh, Christian. Take a step. His diaphragm moves rapidly in each shallow breath. His body is rigid, tension radiating off him in waves as my hands move along the line, erasing it. Oh, if I could just erase his pain, I would. I'd do anything. And I want nothing more than to kiss every single scar I see, to kiss away those hideous years of neglect. But I know I can't, and my tears fall unruly down my cheeks. No. He murmurs, his voice anguished as he wraps me tightly in his arms. Please, don't cry for me. And I burst into full-blown sobs, burying my face against his neck, as I think of a little boy lost in a sea of fear and pain, frightened, neglected, abused, hurt beyond all endurance. Pulling away, he clasps my head with both hands, tilts it backward, and leans down to kiss me. Don't cry, Nana, please, he murmurs against my mouth. It was long ago. I'm aching for you to touch me, but I just can't bear it. It's too much. Please don't cry. I want to touch you too, more than you'll ever know. To see you like this, so hurt and afraid, Christian, it wounds me deeply. I love you so much. He runs his thumb across my bottom lip. I know. He whispers. You're very easy to love. Don't you see that? No, baby, I don't. You are, and I do, and so does your family. So do Alana and Layla. They have a strange way of showing it, but you do. You are worthy. Stop. He puts his finger over my lips and shakes his head, an agonized expression on his face. I can't do this. I'm nothing, Anastasia. I'm a husband, man. I don't have a heart. Yes, you do. And I want it. All of it. You're a good man, Christian. A really good man. Don't ever doubt that. Look at what you've done. What you've achieved. I sob. Look at what you've done for me. What you've turned your back on. For me. I whisper. I know. I know how you feel about me. He gazes down at me, his eyes wide and panicked. And all he can hear is the steady stream of water as it flows over us in the shower. You love me.
He had 23 straight shows.
His eyes
Longest
widen
streak in school
further,
history.
and his mouth
The
opens.
longest in
He takes a huge breath, as if winded. He looks tortured, vulnerable. Yes, he
He was
whispers.
a pronounced in SBS 222 months ago. He was also the only kid that had
Chapter
been
9.
for his career.
I cannot contain my jubilation. My subconscious gaze at me in stunned silence, and I wear
Kids
loose
are
lip
safe for an
as I
inner
gaze
motion
long
on the spot.
into Christian's tortured
Like,
eyes.
the football team there, though.
His
The
soft
whole football team,
confession
they're like
polished on
real
some
football teams.
elemental
They're not
level,
like fucking
as
around
if
at all.
seeking
They are
absolution.
real. They're better than high school
Small
football
words
teams,
on my Nana
but not
head.
quite college football.
Tears prick my eyes once more.
Really? They're better.
Yes,
Really?
I know that.
Most of these kids played high school
Such a
football,
liberating
and now they're older
sensation,
and bigger.
as if a crushing millstone has been tossed aside.
Oh, the kids who play. Oh, they all play.
Fucked up man.
I don't
I
really
once
know
thought of
anyone.
as my romantic
Just never
hero.
played on the strip
Strong,
either.
solitary,
Really,
mysterious.
yeah.
possesses all these traits, but he's also fragile, alienated, and full of self-loathing. My heart swells with joy, but also pain for his suffering. And I know in this moment that my heart is big enough for both of us. I hope it's big enough for both of us. I reach out to clasp his dear, handsome face and kiss him gently, pouring all the love I feel into this one sweet connection. I want to devour him beneath the hot, cascading water. Christian groans and encircles me in his arms, holding me as if I'm the air he needs to breathe. Oh, Anna, he whispers hoarsely, I want you. I'm not here. Yes, I murmur fervently into his mouth. He switches off the shower and takes my hand, leading me out and enfolding me in my bathroom. Grabbing a towel, he wraps it around his waist, and takes a smaller one and begins to gently dry my hair. When he's satisfied, he swabs the towel around my head so that in the large mirror over the sink, I look like I'm wearing a veil. He's standing behind me and our eyes meet in the mirror, smoldering gray to gray. And he gives me an idea. Can I reciprocate? I ask. He nods, though his brow creases. I reach for another towel from the plethora of fluffy towels stacked beside me. And, standing before him on tiptoe, I start to dry his hair. He bends forward, making the process easier, and as I catch the occasional glimpse of his face beneath the towel, I see he's grinning like a small boy. It's a long time since anyone did this to me. A very long time. He murmurs, but then frowns. In fact, I don't think anyone's actually dried my hair. Surely, Grace did. Dried your hair when you were young? He shakes his head, hampering my progress. She respected my boundaries. I was very self-sufficient at the time, he says quietly. I feel swiftly as if a small, copper-haired child looking after himself because no one else cares. The thought is sickeningly sad, but I don't want my melancholy to hijack this philosophy into the scene. Well, I'm honored. I gently tease him. Then, still, or his eye, water. That goes without saying, Mr. Gray. I respond heartily. I finish with his hair, reach for another small towel, and look around to stand behind me. Our eyes meet again in the mirror, and his watchful, questioning look calls me. Can I try something? After a moment, he nods, warily, and very gently. I let the soft claw move down his long collar, soaking up the water that is beating off his skin. Glancing up, I check his expression over here. He blinks at me, his eyes burning into love. I lean forward and kiss his bicep, and his lips hug infinitesimally. I dry his other arm in a similar fashion, trailing kisses around his bicep, and a small smile plays on his lips. Carefully, I wipe his back and use the lipstick line to still his mood. I hadn't gotten around to washing his back. Hold back, he says quietly, with the towel. He takes a sharp breath and screws his eyes closed as I briskly dry him, careful to touch him only with the towel. He has such an attractive back, broad, sculptured shoulders, all the small muscles clearly defined. He really looks after himself. The beautiful sight is marred only by his scars. With difficulty, I ignore them and suppress my overwhelming urge to kiss each and every one. When I finish, he exhales, and I lean forward, rewarding a kiss on his shoulder. Putting my arms around him, I dry his stomach. Our eyes meet once more in the mirror. His expression of interest, though wary. Hold this. I hand him a smaller face towel. He gives me his calmest frown. Remember, Georgia? You didn't touch myself using your hands. I asked. His face darkens. but I ignore his reaction and put my arms around him. Gazing at his mobile mirror, his my covered hair, almost as if from an Old Testament. I reach for his hand.
Look, I got those on my chest. Look, they're curling up, bro. It's like pulling a little bit of oil.
Squeezing the towels.
Yeah. Somebody's been licking the
Across his body. Once, twice, and again. He's completely immobilized, rigid with tension, except for his eyes, which follow my hand clasped around his. My subconscious looks on with approval, her normally pursed mouth smiling, and I am the supreme puppet master. His anxiety ripples off his back and waves, but he maintains eye
Remember
contact,
when it was like my
though
outside
his
pet
eyes are
grandma?
darker,
And they were by
more
their house?
deadly,
And they were like, hey,
showing
to
their
the
secrets, maybe.
And it was like, no,
Is
that
this a
tree.
place I want to go?
And
Do I want to confront his demons? I think you're dry now, I whisper, as I drop my hand into the depths of his eyes in the mirror. His breathing is accelerated, lips parted. I need you, Anastasia, he whispers. I need you too. And as I say the words, I am struck from the dark. I cannot imagine being without Christian, ever. Let me love you, he says hoarsely. Yes, I answer, and turning, he hauls me into his arms, his lips seeking mine, beseeching me, worshiping me, cherishing me, loving me. He trails his fingers up and down my spine as we gaze at each other, basking in our post-mortal bliss. We lie together, me on my front, hugging my pillow, he on his side, and I am treasuring his tender touch. I know that right now, he needs to touch me. I am a balm for him, a source of solace, and how could I deny him that? I feel exactly the same about him. So, hand me gentle, I murmur.
To be right next to him.
So still. I grin. You weren't particularly the first time we did this. No, he smirks. When I robbed you of your virtue. I don't think you robbed me, I mutter haughtily. I am not a helpless maiden. I think my virtue was offered up pretty freely and willingly. I wanted you, too. And if I remember correctly, I rather enjoyed myself. I smiled shyly at him, biting my lip. So did I, if I recall, Miss Steele. We aim to please, he drawls, and his face softens to serious. All trace of humor has vanished as he gazes at me. Yes, I am, I murmur back at him. I wanted to ask you something. Go ahead. Your biological father, do you know who he was? His thought has begun. His brow creases, and then he shakes his head. I have no idea. He wasn't a savage, he was a pit. How do you know? Something my dad, something Peter said to me. I gaze at my victim expectantly. So hungry for information, Anastasia. He sighs, shaking his head. He too discovered the crack boy's body, folded into the quarters. It took him 4 days to make the discovery, though. He shut the door with a bang. He left it behind. Her body. His eyes cloud in memory. I inhale sharply.
Taylor.
The horror is too grim to contemplate.
We'll
He
see,
said a
like,
minute later. He denied flat out I had anything to do with her. Eric said he looked nothing like. Do you remember what he did look like? Anastasia.
He can do no wrong.
Yes.
Really? If you play on a clutch coat, if you play on a clutch
Christian's
coat,
face
did he?
darkens and hardens, becoming more angular, his eyes frosting with anger. He will talk about
Really?
something else. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to upset you. He shakes his head. It's old. Not something for what to think about. So, what's this surprise then? I hate to change the subject before it goes all filthy. His expression lightens completely. The face going out for some fresh air. I want to show you something. Of course. I marvel how quickly he turns, material as ever. He grins at me with his boyish, carefree, unholy 27 smile, and my heart lurches into my mouth. So it's something close to his heart. I can tell.
Some of the
He
best
swats
shakes
me
of all
lightly on
time.
my tongue. Get dressed. I hope the tailor's punch some.
What about him?
He rises and pulls on his box of grapes. Oh, I could sit here all day.
Where did he play?
Wander around the room.
He was one of the 80 greatest wrestlers.
Ever. I gaze at him, grinning. Just admiring
He
the
was
view.
second round.
He rolls his eyes at me.
Bullshit. He kicked the
As we dress, I notice that we move with the synchronization of two people who know each other well, each watchful and completely aware of the other, exchanging the occasional shy smile and sweet touch. And it dawns on me that this is just as deep for him as it is for me. Dry your hair. Christian orders once we're dressed. Domineering as ever, I smile at him. He leans down to kiss my hair. That's never going to change, baby. I don't want you to see.
champion.
I roll my eyes at him. His mouth crisps finishes
Who has the record?
my palms still twitch.
No,
I am glad to hear it, Mr. Gray. I was beginning to hear you lose your edge.
Eric did.
I could easily demonstrate that.
Damn, even Christian is my big fucking heart.
Christian drags a large, single red sweater out of his bag and drapes it onto his shoulders.
Well,
His
that's
white
NFL.
t-shirt and jeans, his armful rumpled hair,
No.
and now this. He looks as if he stepped out of the pages of a high-end glossy magazine. No one should look this good. And I don't know if it's the momentary distraction of his interviews or the knowledge that he loves me. But his threat no longer fills me with dread.
June 3rd,
This
summer
is
of
my
the same year.
shape.
See,
This is the way it is.
I took
As I reach for the hairdryer, a tangible ray of hope crosses. We will find a middle way. We just have to recognize each other's
the fucking
needs
record.
and accommodate them.
Every Sanders, 2000.
I gaze at myself in the dressing room mirror. I'm wearing the pale blue shirt that Taylor
Nobody's
bought
touching
and packed for me. My hair is a mess. My face flushed. My lips swollen. I touch them, remembering Christian's sincere kisses, and I can't help a small smile as I stare.
John Plant.
Yes, where are we going exactly? I ask as we
Why do you
leave the
say
lobby
Jack
of the
Box?
ballet.
Sunday.
Christian taps the side of his nose and winks at me conspiratorially, looking like he's desperately trying to reach me. I
Is that
think
one?
it's very ugly. Feels like this when we're sliding. Perhaps that's what we're doing.
Like the Bruce Campbell.
I reach him back at him. He stares down his nose at me using that superior way he has in his lopsided slant.
What that line?
Leaning down, he kisses me gently. Murmurs, yes, I know exactly. Because you say you know the Valley zooms up in Christian's car, presenting an enormous grin. Everyone is so happy today. Free course, bubbles as he lifts the keys. Christian winks and kisses the large tip. I frown at him. Honestly. As we cruise through traffic, Christian is deep in thought. A young woman's voice comes over the loudspeakers. It has that full-pitched, mellow timbre, and I lose myself in her sad, soulful voice.
Oh, good play. Good play. Did he have you kicked?
Distracting me from the song. Oh, why? intrigued to know the surprise. My inner goddess is bouncing about like a 5-year-old. Sure, I murmur. Something is amiss. Suddenly, he looks grimly determined.
No, she's
He pulls into the parking lot of a large car dealership, stops the car, and turns to face me.
I remember
His
years
expression
ago when I
weary.
used to do sport. This is
He
one of them.
says, I need it. How? On a Sunday? What the hell? This is a sob dealership.
My guess is thank you for
Not
my
out
guess.
is used to be.
Thank you, sweet.
The only thing I can think of to say. And bless him,
It's a total
he
fucking
actually
lie.
blushes.
It's
Christian
Indianapolis.
embarrassed.
It's really
This is a first. I thought you might like selfies. He mutters.
like,
He's almost squirming. Oh, please. This is too valuable an opportunity not to tease him.
why do you think
I
he's somewhere
snorted.
there?
A sob? Yeah, a line for him. Come.
She
What
might
is
not
it
have
with
it.
you and foreign cars?
Maybe she's just going
Germany
back to
is
supposed to
the
be there.
easiest cars in the world. Thanks to Germany. I thought you'd already ordered me another Audi A3. He gives me a dark confused look.
Oh my
I
God.
cancel that. Climbing out of the car, he strolls to my side and opens my door. I owe you grudges. He says, and holds his hand out for me. Christian, you really don't have to do this. Yes, I do. Please.
That's denied the long-standing rumor that he's related to fellow actor Omar Epps, saying, I'm Mike Epps and Omar Epps related. No, I think we got the same
Do
master,
I
though.
want a sob? I quite liked the Audi's submissive special.
That's
It
fun.
was very nifty.
Omar Epps, was he in the
Of course,
thing
now
Omar?
it's under a ton of white paint. I shudder.
No. He was
She's
the
still
Jews.
out there.
That was a good one.
I take Christian's hand, and we wander into the showroom.
Come on.
Troy
I gotta
Turnian's
see what
the
that's
salesman is all over 50 like a cheap suit. He can smell a sale. His accent sounds oddly mid-Atlantic.
Who's that guy?
British? It's difficult to tell. A salsa. Pre-owned.
He's from Brooklyn.
He rubs
He's a
his
nerdy
hands
casual.
fully. Ew. Christian's lips set into a hard line.
Yeah, there you go.
Did you have a little mindset? And he's smarmy too. 9.2.0 sports fan. An excellent choice. Color anesthesia. Christian inclines his head. Black? I shrug.
You think
You
he's
really don't need to do this. He frowns. Looks like I resist the temptation to roll my eyes. You have a black car. He scowls at me. Canary yellow then. I shrug. Christian makes a face. Canary yellow is obviously not his
I
name.
remember when they go
What color do you want me to have? I ask, as if he's a small child, which he is in many ways. The thought is unwelcome, sad and sobering at once. Silver or white. Silver then.
wait,
You know, I'll take the Audi, I add, chastened by my thoughts. Troy pales, since he is losing a sale. Perhaps it would be brutal then, he asks, clapping his hands with enthusiasm. My subconscious is cringing in disgust, mortified by the whole buying a car business. But my inner goddess tackles her to the floor. Convertible? Drool! Christian frowns and tears at me. He asks, raising an eyebrow. I flush. It's like he has a direct hotline to my inner
Give
goddess,
it official
which,
year
of
of
course,
alumni and
has.
executives.
It's most inconvenient at times. I stare down at my hands. Christian turns to Troy. What are the safety stats on the convertible? Troy, sensing Christian's vulnerability, heads in for the kill, reeling off all manner of statistics. Naturally, Christian wants me safe. It's a religion with him, and like the zealot he is,
Really?
he listens intently to Troy's well-honed pattern. If he really does care. Yes, I do. I remember his whispered, choked words from this morning, and a melting glow spreads like warm honey in my veins. This man, God's gift to women, loves me. I find myself grinning ruefully at him, and when he glances down at me, he's amused yet puzzled by my expression. I want to hug myself. I am so happy. Whenever you're hot on, I'd like something to stew. Murmurs as Troy heads off to his computer. I'm high on Mr. Gray. Certainly oxygen. He kisses briefly, and thanks for accepting the car. That was easier than last time. Well, it's not an Audi A3. He smirks. That's not the car for you. I liked it. Sir, with I3, I've located one at our Beverly Hills dealership. We can have it here
Much as
in a
we
couple
fake
of
it,
days.
they go deep.
Troy
My entire life, the universe has thrown at us.
Or is it Taylor's? The thought is unnerving. I wonder how
They must throw it. They must throw it deep.
I rub my forehead. Yes, there's all of Christian's baggage. He'll come this way, mister. Troy glances at the name on the card.
The amount of fucking projects I've never seen, no.
Christian opens my door, and I climb back into the passenger seat. Thank
I've seen
you.
every
I say,
radical
just
metal
beside me. He
that
smiles.
I've used before.
The music starts again as Christian starts the engine. Who's this? I ask. Eva. She has a lovely voice. She
Is it a good
does.
throw?
She did. Oh, she died young. Oh, are you hungry? Finish all your breakfast. He glances quickly at me, disapproval outlined on his face. Yes. Lunch first, then. Christian drives toward the waterfront and then heads north along the last 45 minutes. Another beautiful day in Seattle. It's been uncharacteristically fine for the last few weeks. Christian looks happy and relaxed as we sit back listening to Chaos Mix's sweet and soulful voice and cruise down the highway. Have I ever felt this comfortable in this company before? I don't know. I am less nervous at his moves, confident that he won't punish me, and he seems more comfortable with me.
Yes. Watch
He turns left, following the coast road, and eventually pulls up in a parking lot opposite a vast marina. He says in such a way that I know it's not wise to do. And I want you to move around the car. Will this ever get old?
I'm gonna
We stroll arm in arm to the waterfront, where the marina stretches out in front of us. So many boats. They murmur in wonder. There are hundreds of them in all shapes and sizes, bobbing up and down on the
Unless you
long,
have
still
one
waters of the marina. Out on Puget Sound, there are dozens of sails in the wind, moving to and fro. It's a wholesome, outdoorsy sight. The wind has picked up a little, so I pull my jacket around me.
Why?
He asks and pulls me tightly against him. No, just admiring the view. I could stare at it all day. Oh, this way. Christian leads me into a large seafront bar and makes his way to the counter. The decor is more New England than the West Coast. White-limed walls, pale blue furnishings, and boating paraphernalia hanging everywhere. It's a bright, cheery place. Mr. Brave! The barman greets Christian warmly. What can I get you this afternoon? Don't take good afternoon. Christian grins as we both slip onto our stools. This lucky lady is Anastasia Stewart. What the best news place? Dante gives me a friendly smile. He's black and beautiful. His dark eyes assess me, not finding him wanting, it seems. One large diamond stud winks at me from his ear. I like him immediately. What would you like to drink, Anastasia? I glance at Christian, who regards me expectantly. Oh, he's going to let me choose. Please, call me Anna, and I'll have whatever Christian's drinking. I smile shyly at Dante. He's so much better at wine than I am. I'm going to have a beer. This is the only bar in Seattle where you can get an Adams Explorer. A beer? Yes. He grins at me. Two explorers, please, Dante. Dante nods and sets up the beers on the bar. Delicious seafood chowder here, Christian says. He's asking me. Chowder and beer sound great. I smile again. Two chowders, Dante asks. Christian grins at him. We talk through our meal, as we never have before. Christian is relaxed and calm. He looks young, happy, and animated, despite all that transpired yesterday. He recounts the history of Ray Enterprises Holdings Inc., and the more he reveals, the more I sense his passion for fixing problem companies, his hopes for the technology he's developing, and his dream to make land in the third world more productive. I listen, enraptured. He's funny, clever, philanthropic, and beautiful. And he loves me. In turn, he plagues me with questions about Ray and my mom, about growing up in the lush forests of Montana, and my brief stints in Texas and Vegas. He demands to know my favorite books and films, and I'm surprised by how much we have in common. As we talk, it strikes me that he's turned from Hardy's Allen to Hazel. Things slip to high ideal in such a short space of time. It's after 2 when we finish our meal. Christian sets the tab with Dante, who wishes us a fond farewell. This is a great place. Thank you for lunch, I say, as Christian takes my hand and leads me by. Come again, he says, and we stroll along the waterfront. I wanted to show you something. I know, and I can't wait to see it, whatever it is. We wander hand in hand along the marina. It is such a pleasant afternoon. People are out enjoying their Sunday, walking dogs, admiring boats, watching their kids run along the promenade. As we head down the marina, the boats grow progressively larger. Christian leads me onto the dock and stops in front of a huge catamaran. I thought you could see what's inside. This is my boat. Wow. It must be at least 40, maybe 50 feet. 2 sleek light poles, a deck, a room cabin, and towering overhead an impressive mast. I know nothing about boats, but I can tell you this one is special. Wow, I murmur in wonder. Built by my healthcare, he says proudly, and my heart swells. She's been designed from the ground up by the very best civil architects in the world, and constructed here in Seattle at my knowledge. She has hybrid electrical drives, asymmetric dagger boards, a square-topped mainsail. Okay, you promised me, Christian. He grins. She's going to go here. She looks mighty fine, Mr. Gray. Yes, she does. What's her name? He pulls me to the side so I can see her name. The Grace. I'm surprised. You named her after your mom? Yes. He cocks his head to one side, quizzical. Why do you find that strange? I shrug. I'm surprised. He always seems ambivalent in her presence. I adore my mom, Anastasia. Why wouldn't I name a book after her? I flush. No, it's not that. It's just... Shit. How can I put this into words? Anastasia, Grace Trillion Gray came into my life. I owe her everything. I gaze at him and let the reverence in his softly spoken admission wash over me. It's obvious that for the first time,
Great. You guys sick as fuck.
Strange ambivalence toward her. Do you want to hear? He asks, his eyes glowing, excited. Yes, please. I smile.
Who's the kind illuminated?
He looks delighted, and grasping my hand, he strides up the small gangplank to keep me aboard. We stand on deck beneath a rigid
You
canopy.
John Mayer?
To one side, there's a table with a U-shaped Manhattan covered in pale leather, which you must see as we do. I glance through the sliding doors to the interior of the cabin and jump, startled, when I spy someone there. A tall blonde man opens the sliding doors and emerges, all tan, curly-haired, and brown-eyed, wearing a faded pink short-sleeved polo shirt, shorts, and deck shoes. He must be in his early 30s. Back, Christian begins. Mr. Wright, welcome back. They shake hands. Anastasia, this is Liam McConnell. Liam, my girlfriend, Anastasia Steele. Girlfriend? My inner goddess performs a quick arabesque. She's still grinning over the convertible. I have to get used to this. It's not the first time he said it, but hearing him say it is still a thrill. How do you do? Liam and I shake hands. Call me back, he says warmly, and I can't place his accent. Welcome aboard, Miss Steele. Anna, please, I mutter, blushing. He has deep brown eyes. Oh, she's shaping up that. Christian interjects quickly, and for a moment, I think he's talking about me. She's ready to rock and roll, sir.
Yeah.
Means, oh, the boat, the Grace, silly me. Let's get her underway then. $0 delivery fee. You're going to take her out? Yeah. Christian flashes Mac a wicked grin. Quick tour, Anastasia? Yes, please. I follow him inside the cabin. An L-shaped cream leather sofa is directly in front of us, and above it, a massive curved window offers a panoramic view of the arena. To the left is the kitchen area, very well appointed, all pale wood. This is like solutions. Gallery beside. Christian says, waving his hand in the direction of the kitchen. He takes my hand and leads me through the main cabin. It's surprisingly spacious. The floor is the same pale wood. It looks modern and sleek and has a light, airy feel, but it's all very functional, as if he doesn't spend much time here. Bathrooms on either side. Christian points to two doors, then opens the small, oddly shaped door directly in front of us and steps in. We're in a plush bedroom. Oh. It has a king-sized cabin bed and is all pale blue linen and pale wood like his bedroom at Escala. Christian obviously chooses a theme and sticks to it. This is the master cabin. He gazes down at me, eyes glowing. You're the first girl in here. Apart from family, he says. They don't count. I flush under his heated stare, and my pulse quickens. Really? Nothing first. He pulls me into his arms, his fingers tangling in my hair, and kisses me long and hard. We're both breathless when he pulls away. My husband just looks bed, whispers against my mouth. Oh, at sea. But not right now. Come, that will be casting off. I ignore the stab of disappointment as he takes my hand and leads me back through the ceiling. He indicates another door, opposite there, and the top of the room to more cabins. So how many can sleep on board? It's a 6-berth cat. I've only ever had a man on board though. Unless to sail with me. But not when you're here. I need to keep an eye on you. He delves into a chest and pulls out a bright red life jacket.
Who won the...
Putting it over my head, he tightens all the straps. A faint smile playing on his lips. Love strapping me in, don't you?
You're asking me who was the...
He says, a salacious grin playing on his lips.
MVP of Super
Are a
20?
pervert. He raises his eyebrows and his grin broadens. My pervert, I whisper. Yes. Once secured, he grabs the sides of the life jacket and kisses me. Then releases me before I have a chance to respond. Always? Holy shit.
He
Come.
wanted also.
He grabs my hand and leads me outside, up some steps and onto the upper deck to a small cockpit that houses a big steering wheel and a raised seat.
Tennessee State
At the prow of the boat,
University.
Matt is doing something with ropes. Is this where you learned all your rope tricks? I asked Christian innocently. Both bitches up, Olivia, he says, looking at me appraisingly. Still, you sound curious. I let you know this.
They want it longer, longer.
He
I like
smirks
golfing with that.
and I keys back to pass
Intercepted new
as if
socks.
he's upset me. Face falls. Gotcha? I grin. His mouth twists and he narrows his eyes.
I'm just supposed to
I
catch
have
it.
to deal with you
Right.
later, but right now, I'm going to drive with you. He sits at the controls, presses a button, and the engines roar into life.
Look at that one.
Matt comes speeding back down the side of the boat, grinning at me, and jumps down to the deck below where he starts to unfasten the rope. Maybe he knows some rope tricks too. The idea pops unwelcome into my head and I blush.
Look at this block.
My
Oh my
subconscious
God,
glares
glasses.
at me. Mentally, I shrug at her and glance at Christian. I played 50. Picks up the receiver and radios the Coast Guard as Matt calls up that we are set to go. Once
Matt
more,
read the
I am
night.
dazzled by
Good, that's
Christian's
all of
expertise.
this.
Is there nothing that this man
Why
can't
don't they
do?
show the kid you
Then I remember his earnest attempt to chop and dice the pepper in my apartment on Friday. The thought makes me smile. Slowly, Christian eases the grace out of her berth and toward the marina
No, this
entrance.
woman said,
Behind us, a small crowd has gathered on the dockside to watch our departure. Small children are waving, and I wave back. Christian glances over his shoulder, then pulls me between his legs and points out various dials and gadgets in the cockpit. Grab the wheel. He orders, bossy as ever, but I do as I'm told. Aye, aye, Captain. I giggle. Placing his mind, he continues to steer our course out of the marina, and within a few minutes, we are out on the open sea, cold waters of Puget Sound. Away from the shelter of the marina's protective wall, the wind is stronger, and the sea pitches and rolls beneath us. I can't help but grin, feeling Christian's excitement. This is such fun. We make a large curve until we are heading west toward the Olympic Peninsula, the wind behind us. Sail time, Christian says, excited. What? He grins, reacting to the horror in my face. Your eye on the horizon over the bow. Great. Always do this. When the sails go up, the wheel is bad. Just hold for a second. I'll signal like this. He makes a slashing motion across his throat. We cut the engines. This. He points to a large black button. Understand? Yes. I nod frantically, feeling panic. Oh, God. I hadn't expected to do anything. He kisses me quickly, steps off his captain's chair, and bounds up to the front of the boat to join Matt, where he starts unfurling sails, untying ropes, and operating winches and pulleys. They work well together in a team, shouting various nautical terms to each other, and it's warming to see them interacting with someone else in such a carefree manner. Perhaps Matt is his friend. He doesn't seem to have many, as far as I can tell. But then, I don't have many either. Well, not here in Seattle. The only friend I have is on vacation, sunning herself in St. James on the west coast of Barbados. I feel a sudden tinge for Kate. I miss my roommate more than I thought I would when she left. I hope she changes her mind and comes home with her brother Ethan, rather than prolong her stay with Christian's brother, Elliot. Christian and Matt hoist to the mainsail. It billows and billows out as the wind ceases at Hungary, and the boat lurches suddenly, descending forward. I feel it in the wheel. Wow. They get to work on the head sail, and I watch, fascinated as it flies up the mast. The wind catches it, stretching it taut. Hold her steady, baby, and cut the engines. Christian cries out to me over the wind, motioning me to switch off the engines. I can only just hear his voice, but I nod enthusiastically, gazing at the man I love, all windswept and exhilarated, and bracing himself against the pitch and yaw of the boat. I press the button, the roar of the engines ceases, and the Grace soars toward the Olympic Peninsula, skimming across the water as if she's flying. I want to yell and scream and cheer. This has to be one of the most exhilarating experiences of my life. Except perhaps the glider, and maybe the red. Oh, this boat can move. I stand firm, grasping the wheel, fighting the rudder, and Christian is behind me once more, his hands on mine. What do you think? He shouts above the sound of the wind and the sea. Christian, this is fantastic! He beams, grinning from ear to ear. You wait until the spin's over. He pointed his chin toward Matt, who is unfurling the spinnaker, a sail that's a dark, rich red. It reminds me of the walls in the playroom. Interesting color, I shout. He gives me a wolfish grin and winks. Oh, it's deliberate. The spinny balloons out, a large, odd, elliptical shape, putting the Grace in overdrive. Finding her head, she speeds over the sound. Asymmetrical sail, for speed. Christian answers my unasked question. It's amazing. I can think of nothing better to say. I have the most ridiculous grin on my face as we whip through the water, heading for the majesty of the Olympic Mountains and Bainbridge Island. Glancing back, I see Seattle shrinking behind us, Mount Rainier in the far distance. I had not really appreciated how beautiful and rugged Seattle's surrounding landscape is. Verdant, lush, and temperate, tall evergreens and cliff faces jutting out here and there. It has a wild but serene beauty on this glorious sunny afternoon that takes my breath away. The stillness is stunning compared to our speed as we whip across the water. How fast are we going? She's doing 15 knots. I have no idea what that means. It's about 17 miles an hour. Is that all? It feels much faster. He squeezes my hands, smiling. You look lovely, Anastasia. It's good to see some color in your cheeks, and not even blushing. You look like you do in Jose's photos. I turn and kiss him. You know how to show a girl a good time, Mr. Gray. We aim to please, Miss Steele. He scoops my hair out of the way and kisses the back of my neck, sending delicious tingles down my spine. I like seeing you happy. He murmurs and tightens his arms around me. I gaze out over the wide blue water, wondering what I could possibly have done in the past to have fortune smile and deliver this man. Yes, you're a lucky bitch, my subconscious snaps. But you have your work cut out with him, because I'm going to want this vanilla crap forever. You're going to have to compromise. I glare mentally at her snarky, insolent face and rest my head against Christian's chest. Deep down, I know my subconscious is right, but I banish the thoughts. I don't want to spoil my day. An hour later, we are anchored in a small, secluded cove off Bainbridge Island. Mac has gone ashore in the inflatable TV. Or what? I don't know. But I have suspicions because as soon as Mac starts the outboard engine, Christian grabs my hand and practically drags me into his cabin. A man with a mission. Now he stands before me, exuding his intoxicating sensuality, as his deft fingers make quick work of the straps on my life jacket. He tosses it to one side and gazes intently down at me, eyes dark, dilated. I'm already lost and he's barely touched me. He raises his hand to my face, and his fingers move down my chin, the column of my throat, my sternum, searing with his touch, to the first button of my blue blouse. I want to see you. He breathes and dexterously undoes the button. Then he plants a soft kiss on my parted lips. I am panting and eager, aroused by the potent combination of his captivating, his raw sexuality in the confines of this cabin, and the gentle display of ego. He stands back, straight for me, whispers, eyes burning. Oh my, I'm only too happy to comply. Not taking my eyes off his, I slowly undo each button, savoring his scorching gaze. Oh, this is heavy stuff. I see his desire. It's evident on his face and elsewhere. I let my shirt fall to the floor and the button on my jeans. Stop, he orders. Sit. I sit down on the edge of the bed, and in one fluid movement, he's on his knees in front of me, undoing the laces of first one and the other sneaker, pulling each off, followed by my socks. He picks up my left foot and, raising it, plants a soft kiss on the pad of my big toe, then grazes his teeth against it. Ah! I moan as I feel the effect in my groin. He stands in one smooth move, holds his hand out to me, and pulls me up off the bed. Continue, he says, and stands back to watch me. I ease the zipper of my jeans down and hook my thumbs in a waistband as I sashay and slide a denim down my legs. A soft smile played on his lips, and his eyes were really red. And I don't know if it's because he really loved me this morning, and I mean really loved me, gently, or if it was his impassioned declaration, yes, I do, but I don't feel embarrassed at all. I want to be sexy for this man. He deserves sexy. He makes me feel sexy. Okay, it's new to me, but I'm learning under his expert tutelage. And then again, so much is new to him, too. It balances his obviousness a little, I think. I am wearing some of my new underwear, a white fleecy thong and matching bra, a designer brand with a price tag to match. I step out of my jeans and stand there for him in the lingerie he's paid for, but I no longer feel cheap. I feel easy. Reaching behind, I unhook my bra, sliding the straps down my arms, and drop it on top of my blouse. Slowly, I slip my panties on, letting them fall to my ankles, and step out of them, surprised by my grace. Standing before him, I am naked and unashamed, and I know it's because he loves me. I no longer have to hide. He says nothing, just gazes on me. All I see is his desire, his adoration even, and something else. The depth of his need, the depth of his love for me. He reaches down and lifts the hem of his cream-colored sweater, pulls it over his head, followed by his t-shirt, filling his chest, never taking his bold gray eyes off mine. His shoes and socks follow before he grasps the button of his jeans. Reaching over, I whisper, "Let me."
Welcome.
His lips curse briefly into an he smiles. Next, I step toward him, slip my fearless fingers inside the waistband of his jeans, and tug until he's forced to take a step closer to me. He gasps involuntarily at my unexpected audacity, then smiles down at me. I undo the button, but before I unzip it, I let my fingers wander, tracing his erection through the soft rhythm. He flexes his hips into my palm and closes his eyes quickly, relishing my touch. You're getting so bold, Anna. So brave. He whispers, and clasps my face with both hands, then he kisses me. I put my hands on his hips, half on his creamy skin, and half on the low slung waistband of his jeans. I murmur against his lips as my thumbs rub slow circles on his skin. He smiles. I front of his jeans and pull down the zipper. My intrepid fingers move through his hair in his direction and grasp him tightly. He makes a low sound with his nose, rapid washing over me.
Watch it.
Kisses me again, lovingly. As my hand moves over him, around him, stroking him, he squeezes me tightly. He puts his arms around me. His right hand flat against the middle of my back, and his fingers spread. His left hand is in my hair, holding me to his mouth. I want you so much. And steps back suddenly to remove his jeans and boxers in one swift, agile move. He is a fine, fine sight in or out of clothes. Every single inch of him. He is perfect. His beauty desecrated only by his scars. I think sadly. And they run so much deeper than his skin. What's wrong, Nana? He murmurs and gently strokes my cheek with his knuckles. Nothing. Love me now. He pulls me into his arms, kissing me, twisting his hands into my hair. He walks me backwards to the bed and gently lowers me onto it, following me down so that he's lying by my side. He runs his nose along my jawline as my hands move to his hair. Do you have any idea how exquisite your scent is, Nana? It's irresistible. His words do what they always do. Flood my blood, quicken my pulse, and he trails his nose down my throat, across my breasts, kissing me reverentially as he does. You are so beautiful, he murmurs, as he takes one of my nipples in his mouth and softly suckles. I moan as my body moves off the bed. Let me His hand trails down to my waist, and I glory in the feel of his touch, skin to skin. His hungry mouth at my breasts and his skilled, long fingers caressing and stroking me, cherishing me, moving over my hips, over my behind, and down my leg to my knee. And all this time, grasping my knee, he suddenly hitches up my leg, curling it over his hips, making me gasp. I feel rather than see his responding radiance in my skin. He rolls over so that I can stride him, hands foiled at me. I shift back, taking him in my hands, and I just can't resist him in all his glory. I bend and kiss him, taking him in my mouth, swirling my tongue around him, and sucking hard. He groans and flexes his hips so that he's deeper in my mouth. He tastes good. I want him inside me. I sit up and gaze at him. He's breathless, mouth open, watching me intently. Hurriedly, I tear open the collar and I roll it over him. He holds out his hands for me. I take one and with my other hand position myself over him, slowly claim him as mine. He grows low in his throat, closing his eyes. The feel of him, stretching, filling me. I moan softly. It's divine. He places his hands on my hips and moves me up, down, and pushes into me. Oh, it's so good. Oh, baby, he whispers. And suddenly he sits up so we're nose to nose. And the sensation is extraordinary. As he clasps my head in his hands and gazes into my eyes. His intense and gray, burning with desire. Oh, what big feel. He murmurs and kisses me passionately with fervent ardor. I kiss him back, dizzy with the delicious feeling of him buried deep inside me. Oh, I love you, I murmur. He groans as if pained to hear my whispered words and rolls over, taking me with him without breaking our precious contact, so that I'm lying beneath him. I wrap my legs around his waist. He stares down at me with drawing wonder, and I am sure I hear his expression as I reach up to caress his beautiful face. Very slowly, he starts to move, closing his eyes as he does and moaning softly. The gentle sway of the boat and the peace and quiet tranquility we have in the boat. biological breaths as it moves slowly in and out of me, so controlled, so good. It's heavenly. He puts his arm over my head, his hand on my hair, and caresses my face with the other as he bends to kiss me. I'm commanded by him as he loves me, slowly moving in and out, sleepily. I touch him, sticking to the boundaries. His arms, his hair, his lower back, his beautiful behind. And my breathing accelerates as his steady rhythm pushes me higher and higher. He's kissing my mouth, my chin, my jaw, then nibbling my ear. I can hear his staccato breaths with each gentle thrust of his body. My
Get
body
this
starts to
fucking
quiver.
bullshit. This is the highlight of the team that during the COVID pandemic, University competed
I am close.
as an ACC member. That's what you highlight. You don't fucking highlight on here. This motherfucking team has 7 Heisman trophies and 11 national championships.
I call out, and he groans as we both come together.
And your alternate jerseys are
Chapter 10.
green. No, it's not blue. Letters. Why is it fucking idiots?
My eyes flicker open to meet his soft gray gaze. Lord, his eyes are an amazing color, especially here, out on the sea, reflecting the light bouncing off the water through the small portholes into the cabin. As much as I'd like to lie here with you all afternoon, you'll need a hand with the dinghy. Leaning over, Christian kisses me tenderly. Anna, you look so beautiful right now, all mussed up. He smiles and rises from the bed. I lie on my stomach, admiring. You ain't so bad yourself, Captain. I smack my lips in admiration and he grins. I watch him sit on the cabin as he dresses. This man who has just made such sweet love to me again. I can hardly believe my good fortune. I can't quite believe that it's mine. He sits down beside me to put on his shoes. Captain A, he says dryly. Well, I am a master of this vessel. I cock my head to one side. You are master of my heart, Mr. Gray, and my body, and my soul. He shakes his head incredulously and bends to kiss me. I'll be on deck. There's a shower in the bathroom. Do you need anything? A drink? He asks solicitously, and all I can do is grin at him. Is this the same man? Is this the same 50? He says, reacting to my stupid grin. You? What about me? Who are you and what have you done with Christian? His lips twitch with a sad smile. He's not very far away. He says softly, and then he smirks at me, especially if you don't get up. Reaching over, he smacks me hard on my behind so I yelp and laugh at the same time. You had me worried. Did I know? Christian's brow creases. You do give off some mixed signals, Anastasia. Not a man supposed to keep up. He leans down. He adds, and with a dazzling smile, leaves me to my scattered thoughts. When I surface on deck, Mac is back on board, but he disappears onto the upper deck as I open the saloon doors. Christian is on his BlackBerry. Complimented. I wonder. He wanders over and pulls me close, kissing my hair. Great news. Good. Yeah. Great. The fire escape stairwell? I see. Yes, tonight. He hits the engines firing up, startles me. Mac must be in the cockpit above. Time to head back, Christian says, kissing me once more as he straps me into my life jacket. The sun is low in the sky behind us as we make our way back to the marina, and I reflect on a wonderful afternoon. Under Christian's careful, patient tuition, I have now stowed a mainsail, a headsail, and a spinnaker, as well as learned to tie a reef knot, clove hitch, and sheepshank. His lips were twitching throughout the lesson. I may tie you up one day, I mutter crabbily. His mouth twists with humor. You'll have to catch me first, Miss Steele. His words bring to mind him chasing me around the apartment, the thrill, and then the hideous aftermath. I frown and shudder. After that, I left him. Would I leave him again now that he's admitted he loves me? I gaze up into his clear gray eyes. Could I ever leave him again? No matter what he did to me? Could I betray him like that? No, I don't think I could. He's given me a more thorough tour of this beautiful boat, explaining all the innovative designs and techniques and the high-quality materials used to build it. I remember the interview when I first met him, and not for super sexy, sleek catamarans too. And, of course, he's made sweet, unhurried love to me. I shake my head, remembering my body moved and wanting his excellent hands. He is an exceptional lover, I'm sure, though, of course, I have no comparison. But Kate would have raved more if it was always like this. It's not like her to hold back on details. But how long will this be enough for him? I just don't know. The thought is unnerving. Now he sits, and I stand in the same circle of his arms for hours, it seems, in comfortable, companionable silence as the Grace glides closer and closer to Seattle. I have my feel, Christian advising on adjustments every so often. There is always a seal as if it's a wall, he murmurs in my ear. That sounds like a quote. I sense his grin. It is. Antoine de Saint-Exupéry. Oh, I adore the Little Prince.
Is it called YouTube?
It is early evening as Christian, his hand still on mine, steers us into the marina. There are lights winking from the boats, reflecting off the dark water, but it is still light, a balmy, bright, an overture for what is sure to be a spectacular sunset. A crowd gathers on the dockside as Christian slowly turns the boat around in a relatively small space. He does it with ease and reverses smoothly into the same berth we left earlier. Mac jumps onto the dock and ties the Grace securely to a bollard. Back again, Christian murmurs. Thank you, I murmur shyly. That was a perfect afternoon. Christian grins. I thought so too. Perhaps we can enroll in sailing school, so we can go out for a few days, just the two of us. Chris in the bedroom again and again. He leans forward and kisses me under my ear. I look forward to it, Anastasia, he whispers, making every single hair follicle on my body stand to attention. How does he do that? Come, the apartment is clean. We can go back. What about our things at the hotel? Taylor has collected them already. Oh? When? Earlier today, after he did a sweep of the Grace with his team. Christian answers my unspoken question. Does that poor man ever sleep? He sleeps. Christian quirks an eyebrow at me, puzzled. He's just doing his job, Anastasia, which he's very good at. Jason is a real find. Jason? Jason Taylor. I thought Taylor was his first name. Jason. It suits him. Solid, reliable. For some reason, it makes me smile. You're fond of Taylor. Christian says, eyeing me with speculation. I suppose I am. His question derails me. He frowns. I'm not attracted to him if that's why you're frowning. Stop. Christian is almost pouting, sulky. Jeez, he's such a child sometimes. I think Taylor looks after you very well. That's why I like him. He seems loyal. He has an avuncular appeal to me. Avuncular? Yes. Okay, avuncular. Christian is testing the word in meeting. I laugh. Oh, Christian, grow up for heaven's sake. His mouth drops open, surprised by my outburst, but then he frowns as if considering my statement. I'm trying, he says eventually. That you are. Very. I answer softly, but then roll my eyes at him. What memories revoke when you roll your eyes at me, Anastasia? He grins. I smirk at him. Well, if you behave yourself, maybe we can relive some of those memories. His mouth twists with humor. Behave myself. He raises his eyebrows. Really, Miss Steele, what makes you think I want to relive them? Probably the way your eyes lit up like Christmas when I said that. You know me so well already, he says dryly. I'd like to know you better. He smiles softly. And I you, Anastasia. Thanks, Mac. Christian shakes McConnell's hand and steps on the dock. Always a pleasure, Mr. Gray. And goodbye. Anna, great to meet you. I shake his hand shyly. He must know what Christian and I were up to on the boat while he went ashore. Good day, Mac, and thank you. He grins at me and winks, making me flush. Christian takes my hand, and we walk up the dock to the marina's promenade. Where's Mac from? I ask, curious about his accent. Ireland. Northern Ireland. Christian corrects himself. Is he your friend? Mac? He works for me. Helped build the Grace. Do you have many friends? He frowns. Not really. Doing what I do, I don't cultivate friendships. There's only... He stops, his frown deepening, and I know he was going to mention Mrs. Robinson. Hungry? He asks, trying to change the subject. I nod. Actually, I vanished. I leave where I left the car. Come. Next to us is a small Italian bistro called Bees. It reminds me of the place in Portland. A few tables and booths, the decor very crisp and modern, with a large black and white photograph of a turn-of-the-century fiesta serving as a mural. Christian and I are seated in a booth, poring over the menu and sipping a delicious light frascati. When I glance up from the menu, having made my choice, Christian is gazing at me speculatively. What? I ask. You look lovely, Anastasia. The outdoors agrees with you. I flush. I feel rather windburned, to tell the truth, but I had a lovely afternoon. A perfect afternoon. Thank you. He smiles, his eyes warm. My pleasure. He murmurs. Can I ask you something? I decide on a fact-finding mission. Anything, Anastasia. No rush. He cocks his head to one side, looking delicious. You don't seem to have many friends. Why is that? He shrugs and frowns. I told you, I don't really have time. I have business associates. Though that's very different from friendships, I suppose. I have my family, and that's it. Apart from Elena. I ignore the mention of the bitch troll. No male friends your own age that you can go out with and let off steam? You know how I like to let off steam, Anastasia. Christian's mouth twists, and I've been working, building up the business. He looks puzzled. That's all I do, except sail and fly occasionally. Not even in college? Not really. Just now and then. He nods, his expression glaring. Must be lonely. His lips curl in a small, wistful smile. What would you like to eat? He asks, changing the subject again. I'm going for the risotto. Good choice. Christian summons the waiter, putting an end to that conversation. After we've placed our order, I shift uncomfortably in my seat, staring at my knotted fingers. If he's in a talking mood, I need to take advantage. I have to talk to him about his expectations, about his, Anastasia, what's wrong? Tell me. I glance up into his concerned face. Tell me, he says more forcefully. His concern evolves into, What? Fear? Anger? I take a deep breath. I'm just worried that this isn't enough for you. You know, to let off steam. His jaw tenses and his eyes harden. Have I given you any indication that this isn't enough? No? Then why do you think that? I know what you're like. What you, need. I stutter. He closes his eyes and rubs his forehead with his long fingers. What do I have to do? His voice is ominously soft, as if he's angry, and my heart sinks. No, you misunderstand. You have been amazing, and I know it's just been a few days, but I hope I'm not forcing you to be someone you're not. I'm still me, Anastasia, in all my 50 shades of fucked upness. Yes, I have to fight the urge to be controlling, but that's my nature, how I've dealt with my life. Yes, I expect you to behave a certain way, and when you don't, it's both challenging and refreshing. I still do what I like to do. Let me spank you after your outrageous bid yesterday. He smiles fondly at the memory. I enjoy punishing you. I don't think the urge will ever go. But I'm trying, and it's not as hard as I thought it would be. I squirm and flush, remembering our illicit tryst in his childhood bedroom. I didn't mind that, I whisper, smiling shyly.
So I know she's ready to fight for our community.
His lips curl in a reluctant smile. Neither did I. But let me tell you, Anastasia, this is all new to me, and these last few days have been the best of my life. I don't want to change anything. Oh. They've been the best in my life, too, without exception, I murmur, and his smile broadens. My inner goddess nods frantically in agreement and nudges me hard. Okay. So, you don't want to take me into your playroom? He swallows and pales, all trace of humor gone. No, I don't. Why not? I whisper. This is not the answer I expected. And yes, there it is, that little pinch of disappointment. My inner goddess stomps off pouting, her arms crossed like an angry toddler's. The last time we were in there, you left me, he says quietly. I will shy away from anything that could make you feel me again. I was devastated when you left. I explained that. I've told you how I feel about you. His gray eyes are wide and intense with his sincerity. But it hardly seems fair. It can't be very relaxing for you to be constantly concerned about how I feel. You've made all these changes for me, and I think I should reciprocate in some way. I don't know, maybe try some role-playing games? I stutter, my face as crimson as the walls of the playroom. Why is this so hard to talk about? I had done all manner of kinky fuckery with this man, things I hadn't even heard of a few weeks ago, things that I would never have thought possible. Yet the hardest of all is talking to him. Anna, you do reciprocate more than you know. Please don't feel like this. God is carefree Christian. His eyes are wider now with alarm. It's beverage. Baby, it's only been one weekend. He continues. Give us some time. I thought a great deal about us last week when you left. We need time. You need to trust me, and I you. Maybe in time we can indulge. But I like how you are now. I like seeing you this happy, this relaxed and carefree, knowing that I had something to do with it. I have never... He stops and runs his hand through his hair. We have to walk before we can run. Suddenly, he smirks. What's so funny? Flynn. He says that all the time. I never thought I'd be quoting him. Flynnism. Christian laughs. Exactly. The waiter arrives with our starters and bruschetta, and our conversation changes tack as Christian relaxes. But when the unreasonably large plates are placed before us, I can't help think how I have thought of Christian today. Relaxed, happy, and carefree. At least he's laughing now, at ease again. I breathe an inward sigh of relief as he starts quizzing me about places I've been. This is a short discussion, since I have never been anywhere except the continental United States. Christian, on the other hand, has traveled the world. After our tasty and filling meal, Christian drives back to Escala, with Eva Cassidy's gentle, sweet voice singing. It allows me a peaceful interlude in which to think. Blowing day, Dr. Green, our shower, Christian's admission, making love at the hotel and on the boat, buying the car. Even Christian himself has been so different. It's as if he's letting go of something or rediscovering something. I don't know which. Who knew he could be so sweet? Did he? When I glance at him, he too looks lost in thought. It strikes me then that he never really had an adolescence, a normal one anyway. I shake my head. My mind goes back to the ball and dancing with Dr. Flynn, and Christian's fear that Flynn had told me all about him. Christian is still hiding something from me. How can we move on if he feels that way? He thinks I might leave if I know him. He thinks that I might leave if he's himself. Oh, this man is so complicated. As we get closer to his home, he starts radiating tension until it becomes palpable. He scans the sidewalks and side alleys, his eyes darting everywhere, and I know he's looking for Layla. I start looking too. Every young brunette is a suspect, but we don't see her. When he pulls into the garage, his mouth is set in a tense, grim line. I wonder why we've come back here if he's going to be so wary and uptight. Sawyer is in the garage, patrolling. The defiled Audi is gone. He comes to open my door as Christian pulls in beside the SUV. Hello, Sawyer. I murmur my greeting. He nods. Mr. Gray. No sign. Christian asks. No, sir. Christian nods, grasps my hand, and heads for the elevator. I know his brain is working overtime. He's distracted. Once we're inside, he turns to me. You are not allowed out of here alone. You understand? He snaps. Okay. He's a hero, but his attitude makes me smile. I want to hug myself. This man, all domineering and short with me, I know. I marvel that I would have found it so threatening only a week or so ago when he spoke to me this way. But now I understand him so much better. This is his coping mechanism. He's stressed about Layla. He loves me, and he wants to protect me. What's so funny? He murmurs, a hint of amusement in his expression. You are me, Miss Steele. Why am I funny? He pouts. Christian pouting is hot. Don't pout. Why? He's even more amused. Because it has the same effect on me as I have on you when I do this. I bite my lip deliberately. He raises his eyebrows, surprised and pleased at the same time. Really? He pouts again and leans down to give me a swift, chaste kiss. I raise my lips to meet his, and in the nanosecond when our lips touch, the nature of the kiss changes, wildfire spreading through my veins to him. Suddenly, my fingers are curling in his hair as he grabs me and pushes me against the elevator wall, his hands framing my face, holding me to his lips as our tongues thrash against each other. And I don't know if it's the confines of the elevator making everything much more real, but I feel his need, his anxiety, his passion. Holy shit. I want him here, now. The elevator pings to a halt. The doors slide open, and Christian drags his face from mine, his hips still pinning me to the wall, his erection digging into me. Whoa, he murmurs, panting. Whoa. I mirror him, dragging a welcome breath into my lungs. He gazes at me, eyes blazing. He traces my lower lip with his thumb. At the corner of my eye, Taylor steps backwards so he's no longer in my line of sight. I reach up and kiss Christian at the corner of his beautifully sculptured mouth. What you do to me, Christian. He steps back and takes my hand, his eyes darker now, hooded. Come, he orders. Taylor is still in the foyer, waiting discreetly for us. Good evening, Taylor. Christian says cordially. Mr. Gray, Miss Taylor. I was Mrs. Taylor yesterday. I grin at Taylor, who flushes. That has a nice ring to it, Miss Taylor. Taylor says matter-of-factly. I thought so too. Christian tightens his hold on my hand, scowling. If you two have quite finished, I'd like a debriefing. He glares at Taylor, who now looks uncomfortable, and I cringe inwardly. I have overstepped the mark. Sorry, I mouth at Taylor, who shrugs and smiles kindly before I turn to follow Christian. I'll be with you shortly. I just want to word with Miss Taylor. Christian says to Taylor, and I know I'm in trouble. Christian leads me into his bedroom and closes the door. Don't flirt with the staff, Anastasia, he scolds. I open my mouth to defend myself, then close it again, then open it. I wasn't flirting. I was being friendly. There is a difference. Don't be friendly with the staff or flirt with them. I don't like it. Oh, goodbye, carefree Christian. I'm sorry, I mutter and stare down at my fingers. He hasn't made me feel like a child all day. Reaching down, he cups my chin, pulling my head up to meet his eyes. You know how jealous I am, he whispers. You have no reason to be jealous, Christian. You own me, body and soul. He blinks as if he's finding this fact hard to process. He leans down and kisses me quickly, but with none of the passion we experienced a moment ago in the elevator.
Happy to have you here, and thank you so much for sharing your story. It's beautifully done.
He says sulkily, and turns, leaving me standing in his bedroom, dazed and confused. Why on earth would he be jealous of Taylor? I shake my head in disbelief. Glancing at the alarm clock, I notice it's just after 8. I decide to get my clothes ready for work tomorrow. I head upstairs to my room and open the walk-in closet. It's empty. All the clothes have gone. Oh no! Christian has taken me at my word and disposed of the clothes. Shit! My subconscious glares at me. Well, that would be you and your big mouth. Why did he take me at my word? My mother's advice comes back to haunt me. Men are so literal, darling. I pout, staring at the empty space. There were some lovely clothes, too, like the silver dress I wore to the ball. I wander disconsolately into the bedroom. Wait a minute. What is going on? The iPad is gone. Where's my Mac? Oh no. My first uncharitable thought is that Layla may have stolen them. I fly back downstairs and back into Christian's bedroom. On the bedside table are my Mac, my iPad, and my backpack. It's all here. I open the walk-in closet door. My clothes are here. All of them. Sharing space with Christian's clothes. When did this happen? Why does he never warn me before he does things like this? I turn and he's standing in the doorway. Oh, you managed to leave. He mutters, distracted. What's wrong? I ask. His face is grim. Taylor thinks Layla was getting into the emergency stairwell. She must have had me. All the locks have been changed now. Taylor's team has done a sweep of every room in the apartment. She's not here. He stops and runs a hand through his hair. I wish I knew where she was. He's evading all our attempts to find her when she needs help. He frowns, and my earlier peak vanishes. I put my arms around him, folding me into his embrace. He kisses my hair. What will you do when you find her? I ask. Dr. Flynn has a place. What about her husband? He's washed his hands of her. Christian's tone is bitter. Her family is in Connecticut. I think she's very much on her own out there. That's sad. Are you okay with all your stuff being here? I want you to share my room. He murmurs. Whoa, quick change of direction. Yes? I want you sleeping with me. I don't have nightmares when you're with me. You have nightmares? Yes. I tighten my hold around him. More baggage. My heart contracts for this man. I was just getting my clothes ready for work tomorrow. I mutter. Work? Christian exclaims as if it's a dirty word, and he releases me, glaring. Yes, work, I reply, confused by his reaction. He stares at me with complete incomprehension. But Layla, she's out there. He pauses. I don't want you to go to work. What? That's ridiculous, Christian. I have to go to work. No, you don't. I have a new job, which I enjoy. Of course I have to go to work. What does he mean? No, you don't, he repeats emphatically. Do you think I'm going to stay here twiddling my thumbs while you're off being master of the universe? Frankly, yes. Oh,
So to create more water, you end up contributing to the climate crisis that is causing.
Christian, I need to go to work. No, you don't. Yes, I do. I say it slowly, as if he's a child. He scowls at me.
We wanted to find a way to break this cycle by
Christian,
eliminating water use.
I need to work for a living, and I'll be fine. No, you don't need to work for a living. And how do you know you'll be fine? He's almost shouting. What does he mean? He's going to support me? Oh, this is beyond ridiculous. I've known him for what? 5 weeks? He's angry now, his eyes stormy and flashing. But I don't give a shit. For heaven's sake, Christian, Layla was standing at the end of your bed and she didn't harm me. And yes, I do need to work. I don't want to be beholden to you. I have my student loans to pay. His mouth presses into a grim line as I place my hands on my hips. I am not budging on this. Who the fuck does he think he is? I don't want you going to work. It's not up to you, Christian. This is not your decision to make. He runs his hand through his hair as he stares at me. Seconds, minutes tick by as we glare at each other. Sawyer will come with you. Christian, that's not necessary. You're being irrational. Irrational? He growls. Either he comes with you, or I will be really irrational and keep you here. He wouldn't. Would he? How, exactly? Oh, I'd find a way, Anastasia. Don't push me. Okay, I concede, holding up both my hands, placating him. Holy fuck. 50 is back with a vengeance. We stand, scowling at each other. Okay, Sawyer can come with me if it makes you feel better. I concede, rolling my eyes. Christian narrows his and takes a menacing step in my direction. I immediately step back. He stops and takes a deep breath, closes his eyes, and runs both his hands through his hair. Oh no, 50 is well and truly wound up. Shall I give you a tour? A tour? Are you kidding me? Okay, I mutter warily. Another change of tack. Mr. Mercurial is back in town. He holds out his hand, and when I take it, he squeezes mine softly. I didn't mean to fight. You didn't. I was just getting ready to run. I quit. Run. Christian's eyes widen. I'm joking. Oh, jeez. He leads me me out of the closet, and I take a moment to calm down. Adrenaline is still coursing through my body. A fight with 50 is not to be undertaken lightly. He gives me a tour of the apartment, showing me the various rooms. Along with the playroom and 3 spare bedrooms upstairs, I'm intrigued to find that Taylor and Mrs. Jones have a wing to themselves, a kitchen, spacious living area, and a bedroom each. Mrs. Jones has not yet returned from visiting her sister who lives in Portland. Downstairs, the room that catches my eye is opposite his study, a TV room with a 2 large plasma screen and assorted games consoles. It's cozy. So, you do have an Xbox? I smirk. Yes, but I'm crap at it. Elliot always beats me. That was funny, when he thought I meant this room was my playroom. He grins down at me, his conniption forgotten. Thank heavens he's recovered his good mood. I'm glad you find me amusing, Mr. Gray. I respond haughtily. That you are, Miss Steele, when you're not being exasperating, of course. I'm usually exasperating when you're being unreasonable. Unreasonable? Yes, Mr. Gray. Unreasonable could be your middle name. I don't have a middle name. Unreasonable would suit then. I think that's a matter of opinion, Miss Steele. I would be interested in Dr. Flynn's professional opinion. Christian smirks. I thought Trevelyan was your middle name. No, surname. Trevelyan Gray. But you don't use it. It's too long. Come, he commands. I follow him out of the TV room, through the great room, to the main corridor, past the utility room, and an impressive wine cellar, and into Taylor's own large, well-equipped office. Taylor stands when we enter. There's room in here for a meeting table that seats 6. Above one desk is a bank of monitors. I had no idea the apartment had CCTV. It appears to monitor the balcony, stairwell, service elevator, and foyer. Hi, Taylor. I'm just leaving Anastasia. Taylor nods but doesn't smile. I wonder if he's been told off, too. And why is he still working? When I smile at him, he nods politely. Christian grabs my hand once more and leads me to the library. And, of course, you've been in here. Christian opens the door. I spy the green baize of the billiard table. Shall we play? I ask. Christian smiles, surprised. Okay. Have you played before? A few times. I lie, and he narrows his eyes, cocking his head to one side. You're a hopeless liar, Anastasia. Either you've never played before, or... I lick my lips. Frightened of a little competition? Frightened of a little girl like you? Christian scoffs good-naturedly. A wager, Mr. Gray. You're that confident, Miss Steele? He smirks, amused and incredulous at once. What would you like to wager? If I win, you'll take me back into the playroom. He gazes at me as if he can't quite comprehend what I've said. And if I win? He asks after several shell-shocked beats. Then it's your choice. His mouth twists as he contemplates his answer. Okay, deal. He smirks. Do you want to play pool, English snooker, or carom billiards? Pool, please. I don't know the others. From a cupboard beneath one of the bookshelves, Christian takes out a large leather case. Inside, the pool balls are nested in velvet. Quickly and efficiently, he wraps the balls over the case. I don't think I've ever played pool on such a large table before. Christian hands me a cue and some chalk. Would you like to bring? He feigns politeness. He's enjoying himself. He thinks he's going to win. Okay. I chalk the end of my cue and blow the excess chalk off, staring up at Christian through my lashes. His eyes darken as I do. I line up on the white ball and with a swift, clean stroke, hit the center ball of the triangle square on with such force Then a striped ball spins and plunges into the top right pocket. I've scattered the rest of the balls. I choose stripes, I say innocently, smiling coyly at Christian. His mouth twists in amusement. Be my guest, he says politely. I proceed to pocket the next 3 balls in quick succession. Inside myself, I'm dancing. At this moment, I am so grateful to Jose for teaching me to play pool and play it well. Christian watches impassively, giving nothing away, but his amusement seems to ebb. I miss the green stripes by a hairbreadth. No, Anastasia. I could stand here and watch you leaning and stretching across this billiard table all day, he says appreciatively. I flush. Thank heavens I am wearing my jeans. He smirks. He's trying to put me off my game, the bastard. He pulls his cream sweater over his head, tosses it onto the back of a chair, and grins at me as he saunters over to take his first shot. He bends low over the table. My mouth goes dry. Oh, I see what he means. Christian in tight jeans and white t-shirt, bending like that, is something to behold. I quite lose my train of thought. He sinks 4 solids rapidly, then fouls by sinking the white. A very elementary mistake, Mr. Gray, I tease. He smirks. Ah, Miss Steele, I am but a foolish mortal. Your turn, I believe. He waves at the table. You're not trying to lose, are you? Oh no. But what I have in mind is a prize. I want to win, Anastasia. He shrugs casually. I always want to win. I narrow my eyes at him. Right then. I'm so glad I'm wearing my blue blouse, which is pleasingly low cut. I stalk around the table, bending low at every available opportunity, giving Christian an eyeful of my behind and my cleavage whenever I can. 2 can play at that game. I glance at him. I know what you're doing, he whispers, his eyes dark. I tilt my head coquettishly to one side, gently fondling my cue, running my hand up and down it slowly. Oh, I'm just deciding where to take my next shot, I murmur distractedly. Leaning across, I hit the orange stripe into a better position. I then stand directly in front of Christian and take the rest from underneath the table. I line up my next shot, right over the table. I hear Christian's sharp intake breath, and of course, I miss. Shit. He comes to stand behind me while I am still bent over the table and places his hand on my backside. Are you waving this around to taunt me, Miss Steele? And he smacks me hard. I gasp. Yes, I mutter, because it's true. Be careful what you wish for, baby. I rub my behind as he wanders to the other end of the table, leans over. He hits the red ball, and it shoots into the left side pocket. He aims for the yellow, top right, and it just misses. I grin. Red room, here we come, I taunt him. He merely raises an eyebrow and directs me to continue. I make quick work of the green stripe and by some fluke manage to knock in the final orange stripe. Name your pocket, Christian murmurs, and it's as if he's talking about something else, something dark and naughty. Top, left hand. I take aim over the black, hit it, but miss. It skirts wide. Damn. Christian smiles a wicked grin as he leans over the table and makes short work of 2 remaining solids. I am practically panting watching him, his lithe body stretching over the table. He stands and chalks his cue, his eyes burning into me. If I win... Oh yes? Every single muscle south of my navel clenches hard. Top right. He murmurs, pointing to the black, and bends to take the shot. Chapter 11. With easy grace, Christian taps the white ball so that it glides across the table, kisses the black, and oh so slowly the black rolls, teeters on the edge, and finally drops into the top right pocket of the billiard table. Damn. He stands, and his mouth twists in a triumphant, "I so owe you" steel smile. Putting down his cue, he saunters casually toward me, all tousled hair, jeans, and white t-shirt. He doesn't look like a CEO. He looks like a bad boy from the wrong side of town. Holy cow. He's so fucking sexy. You're not going to be a sore loser, are you? He murmurs, barely containing his grin. Depends on how hard you spank me, I whisper, holding on to my cue for support. He takes my cue and puts it to one side, hooks his finger into the top of my shirt, and pulls me toward him. Well, let's count your misdemeanors, Miss Steele. He counts on his long fingers. 1, making me jealous of my own staff. 2, arguing with me about working. And 3, waving your delectable derriere at me for the last 20 minutes. His eyes glow a soft gray with excitement, and leaning down, he rubs his nose against mine. I want you to take your jeans and this very fetching shirt off. Now. He plants a feather-soft kiss on my lips, wanders nonchalantly over to the door, and locks it. When he turns and gazes at me, his eyes are burning. I stand paralyzed like a complete zombie, my heart pounding, my blood pumping, not actually able to. All I can think is, this is for him. The thought repeated like a mantra, over and over again. Clothes, Anastasia. You appear to still be wearing them. Take them off, or I will do it for you. You do it. I finally find my voice, and it sounds low and heated. Christian grins. Oh, Miss Steele. It's a dirty job, but I think I can rise to the challenge. You normally rise to most challenges, Mr. Gray. I raise an eyebrow at him, and he smirks.
What a catch.
Why, Miss Steele, whatever do you mean? On his way over to me, he pauses at the small desk built into one of the bookshelves. Reaching over, he holds each end and flexes it, his eyes not leaving mine. Holy shit, his weapon of choice. My mouth goes dry. Suddenly, I'm hot and bothered and damned in all the right places. Only Christian could turn me on with just a look and the flex of a ruler. He slips it into the back pocket of his jeans and ambles toward me, eyes dark and full of promise. Without saying a word, he drops to his knees in front of me and starts to undo my laces, quickly and efficiently, dragging both of my Converses and socks off. I lean on the side of the billiard table so I don't fall, gazing down at him as he undoes my laces. I marvel at the depth of feeling that I have for this man. I love him. He grabs my hips, slips his fingers into the waistband of my jeans, and undoes the button and zipper. He peers up through his long lashes, grinning his most salacious grin as he slowly peels my jeans off. I step out of them, glad that I'm wearing these pretty white lace panties, and he grasps the back of my legs and runs his nose along the apex of my thighs. I practically melt. I want to be quite rough with you, Anna. You'll have to tell me to stop if it's too much. He breathes. Oh my. He kisses me. There. I moan softly. Safe word? I murmur. No. No safe word. Just tell me to stop, and I'll stop. Understand? He kisses me again, nuzzling me. Oh, that feels good. He stands up, his stare intense. Answer me, he orders, his voice velvet soft. Yes, yes, I understand. I'm puzzled by his insistence. You've been dropping hints and giving me mixed signals all day, Anastasia. He says, you said you were worried I'd lost my edge. I'm not sure what you meant by that, and I don't know how serious you were. But we
I'm
are
going
going to
in.
find out. I
Why,
don't want to
dude?
go back into the playroom yet,
Why is
so
this?
we can try this now. But if you don't like it, you must promise to tell me. A burning intensity born of his anxiety replaces his earlier cockiness. Whoa,
Remember that one?
please don't be anxious,
What if you did
Christian.
this?
I'll tell you. No safe word, I reiterate to reassure him. We're lovers, Anastasia. Lovers don't need safe words. He frowns. Do they? I guess not, I murmur. I promise. He searches my face for anything that I might lack in courage in my convictions, and I'm nervous but excited too. I'm much happier to do this, knowing that he loves me. It's very simple to me, and right now, I don't want to overthink it. A slow smile stretches across his face, and he starts to what's going that. A frisson of fear runs through me. You play well, Miss Steele. I must say, I'm surprised. Why don't you sink the black? My fear forgotten, I pout, wondering why the hell he should be surprised. Sexy, arrogant bastard. My inner goddess is limbering up in the background, doing her floor exercises, a great wide smile on her face. I position the white ball. Christian strolls back around the table and stands right behind me as I lean over to take my shot. He places his hand on my right thigh and runs his fingers up and down my leg, up to my behind and back again, lightly stroking me. I am going to miss if you keep doing that, I whisper, closing my eyes and relishing the feel of his hands on me. I don't care if you hit or miss me.
Sorry, John, but
I
I'm
just want
already
to
in
see
love
you like
with you.
this, partially dressed, stretched out on my billiard table. You have any idea how hot you look at this moment. I flush, and my inner goddess grabs a rose between her teeth and starts to tango. Taking a deep breath, I try to ignore him and line up my shot. It's impossible. He caresses my behind over and over again. Top left, I murmur, then hit the white ball. He smacks me hard, squarely on my backside. It's so unexpected, I yell. The white hits the black, which bounces off the cushion wide of the pocket. Christian caresses my behind again. Oh, I think you need to try that again, he whispers. You should concentrate, Anastasia. I'm panting now, excited by this game. He strolls to the end of the table, sets up the black ball again, then runs the white ball back down to me. He looks so carnal, dark-eyed with a lascivious smile. How could I ever resist him? I catch the ball and line it up, ready to strike again. Uh-oh, he admonishes. Just wait. Oh, he just loves prolonging the agony. He wanders back and stands behind me again. I close my eyes once more as he strokes my left thigh this time, then fondles my backside again. I can't help my moan as desire twists and turns inside me. And I try, really try, think about where I should hit the black with the white. I shift slightly to my right, and he follows me. I bend over the table once more. Using every last vestige of inner strength, which has diminished considerably since I know what will happen once I strike the white ball, I take aim and hit the white again. Christian smacks me once more, hard. Ow! I miss again. Oh, no! I groan. Once more, baby. And if you miss this time, I'm really going to let you have it. What? Have what? He sets up the black ball once more and walks, achingly slow, back to me, until he's standing behind me, caressing my backside once more. You can do it, he coaxes. Oh, not when you're distracting me like this. I push my behind back against his hand, and he smacks me lightly. Eager, Miss Steele? He murmurs. Yes, I want you. Well, let's get rid of these. He He gently slides my panties down my thighs and off. I can't see what he does with them. He leaves me feeling exposed as he plants a soft kiss on each cheek. Take the shot, baby.
Yeah, let's just go
I
that
want
fuck
to whimper.
25 to 13.
This is so not going to happen. I know I'm going to miss. I line up the white, hit it, and in my impatience miss the black completely. I wait for the blow, but it doesn't come. Instead, he leans right over me, flattening me against the table, takes the cue out of my hand and rolls it to the side cushion. I feel him hard against my backside.
Yeah, this is a piece
Missed,
of art.
he says softly in my ear. My cheek is pressed against the
Yeah,
base.
perfect.
Put your hands flat on the table. I do as he says.
Yeah, pretty
Good.
close.
I'm going to spank you now, and next time, maybe you won't. He shifts so he's standing to my left side, his erection against my hip. I groan and my heart leaps into my mouth. My breath comes in short pants, and a hot, heavy excitement courses through my veins. Gently, he caresses my behind and curls his other hand around the nape of my neck, his fingers tightening around my hair at the nape, his elbow at my back, holding me down. I am completely helpless. Open your legs, he murmurs, and for a moment I hesitate, and he smacks me hard with the ruler. The noise is harsher than the sting, and it takes me by surprise. I gasp, and he hits me again. Legs, he orders. I open my legs, panting. The ruler strikes again. Ow! It stings, but its crack across my skin sounds worse than it feels. I close my eyes and absorb the pain. It's not too bad, and Christian's breathing becomes harsher. He hits me again and again, and I moan. I am not sure how many more strokes I can bear, but hearing him, knowing how turned on he is, feeds my arousal and my willingness to continue. I am crossing to the dark side, a place in my psyche I don't know well, but I have visited before in the playroom, with the talus.
You can get this special
The
offer.
ruler strikes once more, and I moan
For
loudly.
details, go to
Christian
TireRack.com/.
groans in response.
Alright,
He hits me again and again, and once more, harder this time, and I wince. Stop! The word is out of my mouth before I'm even aware that I've said it. Christian drops the ruler and kisses me. Enough, he whispers. Yes, I want to fuck you now, he says, his voice strained. Yes, I murmur with longing. He undoes his fly as I lie panting on the table, knowing that he's going to be rough. I marvel once more at how I have managed, and yes, enjoyed, what he's done to me up to this point. It's so dark, but so good. He eases 2 fingers inside me and moves them in a circular motion. The feeling is exquisite. Closing my eyes, I revel in the sensation. I hear the telltale rip of foil, and he's standing behind me, between my legs, pushing them wider. Slowly he sinks into me, filling me. I hear his groan of pure pleasure, and it stirs my soul. He grasps my hips firmly, eases out of me again, and this time slams back into me, causing me to cry out. He stills for a moment. Again, he asks softly, "Yes, I'm fine. Lose yourself. Take me with you," I murmur breathlessly. He moans low in his throat, eases out of me once more, and slams into me, and repeats this over and over, slowly, deliberately, a punishing, brutal, heavenly rhythm. Oh, fucking my! My insides begin to quicken. He feels it too, and increases the rhythm, pushing me higher, harder, faster. And I surrender.
Why don't they have big fucking pay? I'm Tom Cruise, and I'm here to fucking host.
Soul-grabbing orgasm that leaves me spent
Who are you
and
guys?
exhausted.
It's gonna
I'm
be a
vaguely aware that Christian too is letting go, calling my name, his fingers digging into my hips, and then he stills and collapses on me. We sink to the floor, and he cradles me in his arms. Thank you, baby. He breathes, covering my upturned face in soft, feather-like kisses. I open my eyes and gaze up at him, and he wraps his arms tighter
You don't know
around
who these
me.
people are? Like, yes, you are. These people.
His feet from the bays, he murmurs,
I
rubbing
mean,
my
maybe they're
face
really,
tenderly.
really great.
How
Maybe
was
they're the
that?
best people ever.
His eyes are wide and cautious, teeth blenchingly good. I mutter, I like it rough, Christian, and I like it gentle too. I like that it's with you. He closes his eyes and hugs me even tighter. Jeez, I'm tired. You never fail, Anna. You are beautiful, bright, challenging, fun, sexy, and I thank divine providence every day that it was you who came to interview me and not Catherine Kavanaugh. He kisses my hair. I smile and yawn against his chest. I'm wearing you out, he continues. Come, bath, in bed. We are both in Christian's bath, facing each other chin deep in foam, the sweet scent of jasmine enveloping us. Christian is massaging my feet, one at a time. It feels so good, it should be illegal. Can I ask you something? I murmur. Of course, anything, Anna. I take a deep breath and sit up, flinching only slightly. Tomorrow, when I go to work, can Sawyer just deliver me to the front door of the office, then pick me up at the end of the day? Please, Christian, please.
What happened?
I plead. His hand still as his brow creases. I thought we agreed. He grumbles. Please, I beg. What about lunchtime? I'll make myself something to take from here so I don't have to go out. Please. He kisses my instep. I find it very difficult to say no to you, he mutters, as if he senses this is a failing on his part. Won't go out? No. Okay. I beam at him. Thank you. I lean up onto my knees, sloshing water everywhere, and kiss him. You're most welcome, Miss Steele. How's your behind? Sore, but not too bad. The water's... I'm glad you told me to stop, he says, gazing at me. So is my behind. He grins. I stretch out in bed, so tired. It's only 10:30, but it feels like 3 in the morning. This has to be one of the most exhausting weekends of my life. Didn't Miss Acton provide any nightwear? Christian asks, his voice laced with disapproval as he stares down at me. I have no idea. I like wearing your t-shirts. I mumble sleepily. His face softens, and he leans over and kisses my forehead.
Okay, just randomly, I see gay Snapchat, gay LGBT history.
Can I use your laptop to log into the office?
14 years.
Will I disturb you if I work from here? It's not my laptop. I drift.
Really? Vinny would say it was 17
The alarm
years
clicks on, startling me awake with the
Vinny
traffic
was
news.
like,
Christian
I wrote it
still
down.
sitting beside
I
me,
wrote it down. I didn't know
rubbing
there'd be a
my eyes
Snapchat,
and glance
but I
at
knew
the
there'd be
clock.
something, and it would be gay Snapchat or whatever. It was like, Vinny's thing just said
It's
gay,
raining outside
and then
for the first
title
time in
of
ages, and the
social
light is
media.
muted and mellow. I'm
We didn't even know what
cozy
that was.
and
The next would
comfortable
just be
in this
gay,
vast
and
modern
then
monolith
the next,
with
we didn't even know what
Christian at my
LGBT
side.
was. Vinny
I
actually
stretch
just
and
had on
turn
here
to the
lesbian
delicious man
/
beside
gay
me.
history, which I think
His
we should
eyes
do.
spring open and he blinks sleepily. Good morning. I smile
Yeah,
and
and
caress
he
his
also
face.
wrote in parentheses here,
Down
yeah,
to kiss
he's
him.
gonna throw you off by saying the lesbian part is for hot
usually
chicks.
wake before
But
the
in
alarm goes
reality,
off.
he's just
He murmurs in wonder.
for fucking guys.
It said
Close
so early.
parentheses.
That it is, Miss Steele. Christian grins. I have
Really?
to get up. He kisses me, and then he's up and out of bed. I
Oh,
flop back
it's
against the
bang,
pillows.
bang.
Wow. Waking up on a school day next to Christian Grey. How did this all happen? I close my eyes and doze. Come on, sleepyhead. Get up. Christian leans over me. He's shaved, lean, fresh.
LGBTQ history.
He smells so good. In a crisp white shirt and black suit. no tie. The CEO is back.
Prime Minister Senator.
What?
It's not
He
his fault.
asks. I wish you'd come back to
He shot
bed.
the staffers here.
His lips part, surprised by my come on, and he smiles almost shyly. You are insatiable, Miss Steele. As much as that idea appeals, I have an 8:30 meeting, so I have to go shortly. Oh, I've slept for another hour or so. Shit. I leap out of bed, much to Christian's amusement. I shower and dress quickly, wearing the clothes I set out yesterday. A fitted gray pencil skirt, pale gray silk shirt, and high-heeled black pumps. All care of my new wardrobe. I brush my hair and carefully put it up, then wander out to the great room, not really knowing what to expect. How am I going to get to work? Christian is sipping coffee at the breakfast bar. Mrs. Jones is in the kitchen making payments to the bakers. Lovely, Christian murmurs, wrapping an arm around me, and kisses me under my ear. Out of the corner of my eye, I catch Mrs. Jones' smile. I flush. Good morning, Miss Steele, she says as she places pancakes and bacon in front of me. Oh, thank you. Good morning, I mumble. Jeez,
Yeah,
I could
now
get
we
used
do
to
some
this.
weird things to get our
Mr. Gray says you'd like to take lunch with you at work. What would you like to eat?
Come on, kids.
I glance at Christian, who is trying very hard
You don't have
not
to
to
be
smirk.
there. Yeah, okay.
I narrow my eyes at him. A sandwich? Salad? I really don't mind. I beam at Mrs. Jones. I'll rustle up a packed lunch for you. Please, Mrs. Jones. Call me Anna. Anna. She smiles and turns to make me some tea. Wow, this is so cool. I turn and cock my head at Christian, challenging him. It's me a flirting with Mrs. Jones. I have to go, baby. Taylor will come back and drop you at work with Sawyer. Only to the door. Yes, only to the door. Christian rolls his eyes. Be careful, though. I glance around and spy Taylor standing in the entranceway. Christian stands and kisses me, grasping my chin. Laters, baby. Have a good day at the office, dear, I call after him. He turns and flashes me his beautiful smile. Then he's gone. Mrs. Jones hands me a cup of tea, and suddenly I feel awkward with just the two of us here.
Really?
How long have you worked for Christian? I ask, thinking I ought to make some kind of conversation. 4 years or so, she says pleasantly, as she sets about making my packed lunch. You know, I can do that, I mutter, embarrassed that she should be doing this for me. You eat your breakfast, Anna. This is what I do. I enjoy it. It's nice to look after someone other than Mr. Taylor and Mr. Gray. She smiles very sweetly at me. My cheeks flush with pleasure, and I want to bombard this woman with questions. She must know so much about 50, and although her manner is warm and friendly, it's also very professional. Silence, punctuated only by her questions on my general food preferences. 25 minutes later, Sawyer appears at the entrance to the great room. I have brushed my teeth and I'm waiting to go. Clutching my brown paper lunch bag, I can't even remember my mom doing this for me. Sawyer and I head to the first floor via the elevator. He is very taciturn too, giving nothing away. Taylor is waiting in the Audi, and I climb into the rear passenger seat when Sawyer opens the door. Good morning, Taylor. I smile brightly. Miss Steele. He smiles. Taylor, I'm sorry about yesterday and my inappropriate remarks. I hope I didn't get you into trouble. Taylor frowns in amusement at me from the rearview mirror as he pulls out into the Seattle traffic. Miss Steele, I'm rarely in trouble, he says reassuringly. Oh, good. Christian did tell him off. Just me then, I think sourly. I'm glad to hear it, Taylor. I smile. Jack gazes at me, assessing my appearance as I make my way to my desk. Good morning, Kenna. Good weekend? Yes, thanks. You? It was good.
Josh,
Get settled in.
Josh, I found
I have
anything.
work for you to do.
Like that's your thing.
I nod and sit down at my computer.
That is
It
his thing.
seems like years since I was at work. I switch on my computer and fire up my email program. And of course, there's an email from Christian. From Christian Gray. Subject, boss. Date, June 13th, 2011, 8:24. To Anastasia Steele. Good morning, Miss Steele. I just wanted to say thank you for a wonderful weekend in spite of all the drama. I hope you never leave, ever. And just to remind you that the news of SIP is embargoed for 4 weeks. Delete this email as soon as you've read it. Yours, Christian Gray, CEO, Gray Enterprises Holdings, Inc. Hope I never leave. Does he want me to move in? Holy Moses. I barely know the man. I press delete. From Anastasia Steele. Subject, bossy. Date, June 13th, 2011, 9:03.
Here we go.
To Christian Gray.
Oh my God, poor man.
Dear Mr. Gray, are you asking me to move in with you?
How are you
And,
alive?
of course, I remembered that the evidence of your epic stalking capabilities is embargoed
Oh
for
my
another 4
God.
weeks. Do I make a check out to
That's
Coping
like that one
Together
guy in
and
that
send to
fucking
your
show.
dad? Please don't delete this email. Please respond to it.
What show?
ILY
The
XXX.
baseball coach?
Anastasia Steele. Assistant to Jack Hyde. Editor. SIP. Anna.
What baseball
Jack makes
coach?
me jump.
His
Yes.
name is baseball
I
coach.
flush and Jack
In that
frowns at me.
Cleveland show.
Everything okay? Sure. I scramble up and take my notebook into his office. Good. As you probably remember, I'm going to that fiction symposium in New York on Thursday. I have tickets and reservations, but I'd like you to come with me. To New York? Yes. We'll meet to go Wednesday and stay overnight. I think you'll find it a very educational experience. His eyes darken as he says this, but his smile is polite. Would you make the necessary travel arrangements? Where I'm staying?
And he clicked it?
I think Sabrina, my previous PA, left
In
all
my
the
gay.
details
Which
handy
gay
somewhere.
are you? How gay?
Okay.
Check which particular.
I
When
smile
people are like,
warmly at Jack.
you're not really gay. I'm gonna bet I did a gay test on
I
here.
wander back to my desk.
Okay.
This is not going to go down well with 50.
Maybe I'm not.
But the
Remember,
fact
okay, I'm
is,
a mistake.
I want to go.
And he's like, he has a
It sounds like a
test.
real
Really?
opportunity.
Vinny? Vinny
And
be like,
I'm sure I can keep Jack at
people,
arm's length
gay
if that's his
20
ulterior
questions. Okay,
motive.
take the quiz.
Back at my
Alright.
desk, there's a response from Christian.
Yeah.
From Christian
You
Gray.
suck dick.
Subject, me,
Start.
bossy. Date, June
Do you
13th,
feel you can relate to
2011,
gay things?
9:07. To Anastasia Steele.
I enjoy that.
Yes.
I don't really enjoy them.
Christian Gray,
Very much of it.
CEO, Gray Enterprises
No, I
Holdings,
guess I
Inc.
can.
He does want
You
me to
can't
move
believe
in.
Fuck,
Oh,
you can't pick.
Christian, it's too
Okay.
soon.
That's on the.
I put my head in my hands to try and
Okay.
recover my
When
wits.
do you,
This is all I need after my
what
extraordinary
do you feel
weekend.
when you see gay?
Understand all that I have experienced and discovered these last 2 days.
You're joy, I guess?
From Anastasia
No.
Steele.
I don't
Subject,
feel joy. I don't feel
Flynnisms.
like
Date, June
Can
13th,
you
2011,
imagine yourself in a
9:20.
relationship with a
To Christian Gray.
So it's like,
Christian, what happened to walking before we run? Can we talk about this
you think
tonight,
you are gay?
please? I've been asked to go to a conference
sure.
in New York on Thursday.
Like, gay.
It means an
Do you
overnight
feel
stay
you
on
have
Wednesday.
a good gay?
Just thought you should know. A.
It was
X. Anastasia
you
Steele.
form strong
Assistant
emotion
to Jack
about
Hyde.
people,
Editor.
sex, when
SIP.
sex with people.
From Christian Gray. Subject.
Uh,
What? Date. June 13th, 2011. 9:21. To Anastasia Steele.
Sex with
Yes.
a person.
Let's talk
Robin,
this
sex
evening.
feel boring to
Are you going on your own? Christian Gray. CEO, Gray Enterprises Holdings,
See
Inc.
yourself in the same thing.
From Anastasia Steele. Subject. No bold, shouty capitals on a Monday morning.
Do you
Date.
often
June
think about how
13th, 2011.
kiss somebody?
9:30. To
I
Christian
might have
Gray.
had a brief thought like
Can we
that.
talk about this tonight?
No.
A. X.
Do you? I might have had a brief thought, but like not like ever. So don't never. You should be like, I've even thought about it. Okay, sorry.
Christian Gray.
Do you think often that you are gay? Oh shit! It said yes.
Yet.
Oh no, I don't think so.
June 13th, 9:35. 2. Anastasia Steele.
Do you gravitate
Tell
to gay people?
If it's with the sleazeball you work with, then the
Yeah,
answer
some
is
like
no.
that or something.
Over my
Like
dead
that, yeah.
body.
Have you ever had
Christian
some
Gray,
friends who sound like
CEO, Gray Enterprises Holdings, Inc. My heart sings.
Do you ever fantasize about
It's
something?
like he's my dad. From Anastasia
Have you
Steele.
ever been in
Subject: No, you haven't seen Shouty yet. Date: June 13th, 2011, 9:46. 2. Christian Gray. Yes, it is with Jack. I want to go. It's an exciting opportunity for me, and I have never been to New York. Don't get your
When you
knickers in a
scroll through
twist.
social media, it feels
Anastasia Steele,
like,
assistant to
you
Jack
see,
Hyde,
okay,
editor,
fine.
SIP. From Christian Gray. Subject: No,
Your
you
trick is
haven't seen Shouty yet. Date: June 13th, 2011, 9:50. 2. Anastasia Steele.
No.
Anastasia, it's not my fucking knickers I am
It's
worried
no.
about. The answer is no.
I get it.
Christian Gray, CEO, Gray Enterprises Holdings, Inc. No! I shout at my computer, causing the entire office to come to a standstill and stare at me. Jack peers out from his office. Everything all right, Anna? Yes. Sorry, I mutter.
Opposite sexual.
I,
I'm trying.
just didn't save a document. I am scarlet with embarrassment.
How do you feel about
He smiles at me, but with a puzzled expression. I take several deep breaths and quickly type a response. I am so
Where am I?
mad. From Anastasia Steele. Subject: 50 Shades. Date: June 13th, 2011, 9:55. 2. Christian Gray. Christian, you need to get a grip. I am not going to sleep with
Your
Jack.
shit is
Not for all the tea in China. I love you. That's what happens when people love each other. They trust each other. I don't think you are going to sleep with, spank, fuck, or whip anyone else. I have faith and trust in you. Please extend the same courtesy to me. Anna. Anastasia Steele. Assistant to Jack Hyde. Editor. SIP. I sit, waiting for his response. Nothing arrives. I call the airline and book a ticket for myself, ensuring I am on the same flight as Jack. From Lincoln, Alana. Subject: Lunch date. Date: June 13th, 2011, 10:15. 2. Anastasia Steele. Dear Anastasia, I would really like to have
You're
lunch
human,
with
right?
you. I think
Yeah,
we got
man.
off on the
Palm
wrong
tree,
foot,
man.
and I'd like to make that right.
Palm tree,
Are you
man.
free sometime this week? Eleanor Lincoln. Holy crap! Not Mrs. Robinson! How the hell did she find out my email address? I put my head in my
You're
hands.
human, right?
Can this day get any worse?
Something went wrong.
My phone
Shut
rings,
him
and
down, she's
wearily
giving
I lift
fucking-
my head from my hands and answer, glancing at the clock. It is only 10:20, and already I wish I hadn't left Christian's bed. Jack Hyde's office, Anna Steele speaking. An achingly familiar voice snarls at me. Will you please delete the last email you sent me and try to be a little more circumspect in the language you use in your work email? I told you, the system is monitored. I will endeavor to do some
You're
damage
not happy with him now?
He hangs up. Holy fuck. I sit staring at the phone. Christian hung up on me. That man is stomping all over my fledgling career, and he hangs up on me. I glare at the receiver, and if it wasn't completely inanimate, I know it would shrivel with horror under my withering stare. I open my emails and delete the one I sent him. It's not that bad. I just mentioned spanking and, well, whipping. If he's so ashamed of it, he damn well shouldn't do it. I pick up my BlackBerry and call his mobile. What? He snaps. I'm going to work whether you like it or not. I hiss. Don't count I hang up, cutting him off mid-sentence. Adrenaline is coursing through my body. There. That told him. I am so mad. I take a deep breath, trying to compose myself. Closing my eyes, I imagine that I am in my happy place. A boat cabin with Christian. I shake the image off as I am too mad at 50 right now for him to be anywhere near my happy place. Opening my eyes, I calmly reach for my notebook and carefully run through my to-do list. I take a long, deep breath, my equilibrium restored. Anna, Jack shouts, startling me. Don't book that flight. Oh, too late. I've done it, I reply as he strides out of his office over to me. He looks mad. Look, there's something going on. For some reason, suddenly, all travel and hotel expenses for staff have to be approved by senior management. This has come right from the top. I am going up to see Old Roach. Apparently, a moratorium on all spending has just been implemented. I just don't understand it. Jack pinches the bridge of his nose and closes his eyes. Most of the blood drains from my face and knots form in my stomach. 50. Take my calls. I'll go see what Roach has to say. He winks at me and strides off to see his boss. Not the boss's boss. Damn it. Christian Grey. My blood starts to boil again. From Anastasia Steele. Subject, what have you done? Date, June 13th, 2011, 10:43. To Christian Grey. Please tell me you won't interfere with my work. I really want to go to this conference. I shouldn't have to ask you. I have deleted the offending email. Anastasia Steele, assistant to Jack Hyde, editor, SIP. From Christian Grey. Subject, what have you done? Date, June 13th, 2011, 10:46. To Anastasia Steele. I am just protecting what is mine. The email that you so rashly sent is wiped from the SIP server now, as are my emails to you. Incidentally, I trust you implicitly. It's him I don't trust. Christian Grey, CEO, Grey Enterprises Holdings, Inc. I check to see if I still have his emails, and they have disappeared. This man's influence knows no bounds. How does he do this? Who does he know that can stealthily delve into the depths of SIP servers and remove emails? I am so out of my league here. From Anastasia Steele. Subject, grown up. Date, June 13th, 2011, 10:48. To Christian Grey. Christian, I don't need protecting from my own boss. He may make a pass at me, but I would say no. You cannot interfere. It's wrong and controlling on so many levels. Anastasia Steele, assistant to Jack Hyde, editor, SIP. From Christian Grey. Subject, the answer is no. Date, June 13th, 2011, 10:50. To Anastasia Steele. Anna, I have seen how effective you are at fighting off unwanted attention. I remember that's how I had the pleasure of spending my first night with you. At least the photographer has feelings for you. The sleazeball, on the other hand, does not. He is a serial philanderer, and he will try to seduce you. Ask him what happened to his previous PA and the one before that. I don't want to fight about this. If you want to go to New York, I'll take you. We can go this weekend. I have an apartment there. Christian Grey, CEO, Grey Enterprises Holdings, Inc. Oh, Christian, that's not the point. He's so damn frustrating. And of course he has an apartment there. Where else does he own property? Trust him to bring up Jose. Will I ever live that down? I was drunk, for heaven's sake. I wouldn't get drunk with Jack. I shake my head at the screen, but I figure I cannot continue to argue with him over email. I will have to bide my time until this evening. I check the clock. Jack is still not back from his meeting with Jerry, and I need to deal with Elena. I read her email again and decide But the best way to handle it is to send it to Christian. Let him concentrate on her rather than